One more, you could attack for this, just the best. Penny's there, it's over! Fernando Cifuentes has found it!
You've been patient, you've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep!
From that shit
Close
house.
combat onto a Morgan, is that enough? Yes! Jump across, gets the knockout, defeats Chua!
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down, can you look down the wish cash when he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left, I know, it's over!
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Hello and welcome, trainers, to the Atlanta Regional Championship 2025. Today is very special because it's Championship Sunday and we cannot wait to get into the action. I'm Speediest Chief 2 with Toph.
Thanks, Speedy. I'm really excited to see how this tournament turns out. There are so many players at this tournament, and it's been really fun just to see how the meta continues to shape up and to see all the players who are, upsetting and making it to day 2.
We had so many questions about the meta coming into the tournament this weekend. It's been so exciting, so many unique picks, so many unique teams, and so many upsets that have been had, but day 2 is going to be even more incredible. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves, Soph. We have so many other events coming up this season. Let's check out our regional schedule, because down the road, we do have, it looks like Milwaukee, followed by Portland, and then the North America International Championships.
Exactly, so Portland is going to be the last chance to earn those championship points before NAIC. And of course, after NAIC, we're going to know everyone who's qualified to the World Championships in Anaheim.
As we said yesterday, don't leave your championship qualification up to a coin flip. Make sure to sign up for those regional competitions, because this is what you could win. 350 points if you take that first place prize. That's going to give you a huge leg up against your competition, because this season is really a marathon. Making that top cut, top 75 in the US and Canada, top 50 in EU, and top 50 in LATAM, that is the threshold you need to meet in order to qualify. But these are some trainers that have already pushed way up those leaderboards, Soph.
I think everyone on this list is more or less guaranteed to have an invite to the World Championships later this year. And of course, so many names on the list are and were here at this tournament. We've got Out of Pocket, Nighttime Clasher, and Elon still in the race on day 2. And some other trainers either didn't compete or were knocked out day 1. So I'm definitely expecting to see some shifts in these standings.
Out of Pocket leading the pack with over 1,800 points, but let's fly across the Atlantic and check in on EU. Colin, some things, I'll tell you, Soph, some things just stay the same, and Colin being at the top of the championship point leaderboards is one of them.
Exactly. We've also seen Tomahawk at number 9 there. He's definitely looking to break into the top 8, maybe go for that World's Travel Award, and he is also here in Atlanta, I think the only European trainer in day 2 here. So we'll have to see how far he's able to go on the winner's side.
Now, I did mention the championship points and how 350 points is what you gain for getting first place, but you also get an automatic qualification for the World Championship. So let's look at our automatically qualified trainers who have won events or placed top 4 at Worlds, and the ladder is where we'll start. Yakai 0904, our 2024 World Champion. Inadequate's the runner-up. Marto Galde in 3rd place and Beelzebub in 4th. They will all automatically qualify for Worlds in Anaheim.
Exactly, and looking at some of the names on the list who are also here in Atlanta, we see Ashton Ash, Elam, and Out of Pocket. They've already got their invites for this season, and they're really just here looking for more championship points, maybe looking for some of that prize money.
rise to occasion with that Glycopod Shadow Stalix nickname in Godzilla with the Guzzlords. There have been so many hype trainers and so many hype plays, but let's take a look back at day's #1 most hype play, and that is going to be the showdown between K-Pine and montage. And honestly, so this whole series was really exciting, but the unconventional way that K-Pine was able to close out the series was phenomenal.
Yeah, so I think what we're going to see here is some back-to-back kind of picture-perfect KOs from K-Pine's Swalot. You see the Dugong barely go down. I think it almost had a charge attack. And then you see here the Annihilate almost at a charge attack, which would take out the Swalot. But K-Pine gets there first, and the Sludge barely knocks out the Annihilate. I think Wadaj knows it, and K-Pine was able to advance to day 2 with these plays.
So stunning because that Ghost typing does resist the poison type damage, and a lot of people were doubting Swalot, but K-Pine showed it that it's still got what it takes to win. We're going to take a look here at Elam versus Ashton Ash, our top matchup of the day. I'm telling you, so this Corviknight from Ashton Ash was giving Elam fits. He was able to take it down in game #1 there, and then advance to game #2, but the tide started to turn.
Exactly, and I think Ashton Ash really made some great plays with his Shadow Primate. He was able to, take shields, take switch advantage, and eventually reverse sweep Elam. So Ashton Ash, we're going to see more of him today on the winner's side, and I'm definitely expecting to see more of both the Corviknight and the Primate from him.
Speaking with Ashton Ash, he did get some inspiration from his friend EO Mero to help him team build. So again, this is such a community-oriented game, but look at Dre Flames turning up the heat. Shadow Typhlosion was not on anyone's radar, and we thought that Dileptrung had what it took to stop him with that Shadow rollout Blastoise, but the Typhlosion, my goodness, so Thunder Punch after Thunder Punch after Thunder Punch, breaking shields, breaking the barrier here, and taking down, I guess, Dilep's most valued pick.
Exactly, yeah, and we definitely were not expecting Typhlosion, and in fact, Dre Flames is not the only trainer with Typhlosion on the winner's side of the bracket even, so we're going to see a lot more Typhlosion action today.
That's honestly a perfect segue, so because we picked an MVP for these trainers, a most valuable Pokemon. Let's kick off things with Septile Ice and his Feraligatr. Is that a Shadow variant or not?
It's actually a normal Feraligatr, and Septile Ice was saying, I think that the regular Feraligatr with its bulk can hang on just a little better in some of these new matchups in the new meta, so that's why he's got the regular Feraligatr. We've also got Ashton Ash. We were just seeing how he played so well in that series against Elam with the Corviknight and the Primate. And then I've also got Out of Pocket with the Claydol, maybe kind of a more basic pick, but I really feel like Claydol has kind of catapulted itself to the top of the meta this season.
I would agree. El Calvisimo, how can you forget that diabolical farm down with the 2 Incinerates versus the Clodsire in day #1. I'm so excited to see what these trainers are going to do, but this is a real insight into what these trainers are thinking, because we had our top usage for day 1 yesterday. This is our top 12 usage for day #2, and some of the pieces have moved around. For example, Shadow Drapion was at #3 on day 1, and Claydol was all the way up to #2, but they've kind of shuffled. Claydol falling down to 5th place at a measly 50%, so only on half of the teams here in Top Cut.
So I do think the top 6 may have shifted around a little bit, but some things don't change, and that is the Azumarill in that top spot. 75%, I think that's going to be 12 out of the 16 trainers here in day 2 all have Azumarill on their team. So, really just kind of all reliable, the king of the meta for years and years.
Yeah, Arceus Aurelius would definitely agree, and that's actually some good quick math for you as well, so, but I gotta say, it's been an incredible competition. We don't know a lot about the meta. There's still so many moving pieces, so many moving parts that have yet to be decided, but let's start with what we do know. That's gonna be our winner's side bracket. We're gonna kick off the competition with Out of Pocket's Claydol versus Dre Flames and his Shadow Typhlosion. Then we've got Semi versus El Calvisimo, Septile Ice and his Feraligatr taking on Ashton Ash's Corviknight, and then the big one that a lot of us have circled, the Liverpool Finals rematch of Nighttime Clasher versus Tomahawk.
And this winner's side of the bracket is a really fun mix of trainers who have been to so many top cuts in their careers. And then we've got some trainers like LL Semi and El Cal who have really only been to 1 or maybe even 0 top cuts. But let's also take a look at the losers side of the bracket. We've got 16 trainers left, and here are the other 8. Speedy, tell me about them.
Yeah, of course. This is really fun because we didn't have this settled at the end of day 1, so I'm so excited to talk about it here. We've got Dileptrung making it to day #2 with his Shadow Blastoise. We've got Elam as well, persevering after being knocked down by Ashton Ash. Silent Beast has been so impressive, definitely one of the standout dark horses here, so I'm really excited for that pairing. But I also want to see what Firestar can do. We see trainers be expressive on stage. Firestar looked very satisfied with some of the charge stacks connecting into his opponents yesterday. I think he's going to make waves here in Atlanta.
I think it's really fun because Firestar to me is also really known for succeeding a lot in the Go Battle League, and I have seen him at several of these regionals before, but I'm really excited to see what he can do here in Atlanta.
We talk about championship points. This season is absolutely a marathon, but winning an event will get you that qualification to the World Championship. So let's look at our NA regional champions, starting with Wadaj taking the crown in Baltimore, followed by Lyle Jeffs. We've got SJ, we've got Elam, Elite, and Rise to Occasion. Why are these names so familiar though, Soph?
I think everyone except for Elam has multiple titles at this point, but actually Elam is the only one on this list who's still in the tournament here in Atlanta. So, you know, he is the only one who has a chance to appear twice on this graphic, at least by the end of today.
It was so funny last season watching Dunebug and Lyle Jeffs like switch spots, right? Rotating out, but I don't know, maybe Elam can take 2 tournaments in one season. It's definitely not unheard of. But we want to hear from you as well, so you got to make sure to get involved. Watch the broadcast, Pokemon.com/broadcast. Get active in the chats. Let us know what you think of the Pokemon Go stream, the video game stream, or even the trading card game stream as well. And honestly, Soph, how can they get more involved?
Well, not only can you watch the streams and type in the Twitch chat, we have so many different social media channels that you can follow and engage with. Make sure to follow us on X, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram at Pokemon or Play Pokemon. And make sure to use that hashtag Play Pokemon so that we know how to find your posts.
She's exactly right. We definitely search hashtag Play Pokemon, so include that if you want to be featured on the show. And with that being said, Soph, I think we're just about ready to toss it over. Do you have any final thoughts?
No, I'm just really excited to get into the action.
All right, everybody, get excited, get hyped. 2-0 Butters and Caleb, take it away.
We're excited too, Speedy and Soph, because this is Championship Sunday of the biggest Pokemon Regional Championships in history, not only for Pokemon Go here in North America, but between all 3 of the titles combined. It's a perfect morning to play some Pokemon. I am 2-0 Butters, joined by Caleb Pang.
That's right, and I'm super excited to see day 2's battles because we saw incredible amount of battles on day number 1, and some of these upsets that have made it into day number 2, I'm super excited to see, but also some of these big names as well. If you haven't seen any of our formats before, let's take a quick look at how it all runs.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon Go matches to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The competition is fierce and the strategy is key. This tournament spans 2 intense days of action, where our trainers battle it out in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format. Every match is a best-of-3 clash, but the stakes get even higher in the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, where the action extends to a best-of-5 showdown. Trainers will be strategizing in a Bring 6, Pick 3 format, each one carefully selecting a team of 6 Pokemon, but only 3 will enter the fray in each game. Every choice could be the difference between victory and defeat. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
All right, and there's also a ton of prizes and other glory that these players are fighting for. So let's take a look at that too. We got the prize pool here, $2,500 for the first place, 108 booster packs as well. I know people are loving cards these days, as you can see them cascading down to the other placement values.
And let's see how we're gonna start Championship Sunday with our pairings. First up, we're gonna have Out of Pocket versus Dre Flames. We're gonna light the torch of competition with the Shadow Typhlosion. Then we got Semi versus El Calvisimo, also a Shadow Typhlosion user, Septile Ice, Ashton Ash. And then a rematch of Nighttime Clasher versus Tomahawk UK, a finals rematch, that is.
Yeah, these 2 guys know each other pretty well. They're also 2 of our popular commentators. They commentate a lot of tournaments in Europe together as well too. So personally speaking, I kind of wish they were hot mic for those battles because I'm sure they'll be talking. I got a quiz for you though, Butters. Out of those winners pairings, right? Out of those 8 players, 2 of them didn't drop a single game.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who do you think those 2 are?
Okay, I'm gonna guess that one is Out of Pocket.
Okay.
And the other one is someone that I'm maybe not gonna expect. I'm gonna go with the other one being Semi.
Okay. You're 0 for 2, but it's okay.
Oh!
You're not 2 Butters. You're 0-2 Butters today.
Yeah.
But kind of close on the pocket one. It's actually his opponent, Dre Flames.
Oh, wow.
He didn't drop a single game, and he obviously played in the later bracket, so we didn't really get to follow his journey as carefully or as closely because so much action happened beforehand. And the other player that didn't drop a single game in day number 1 is Nighttime Clasher.
Wow.
Now, Nighttime Clasher is actually running the same exact team as Out of Pocket, so we're going to see that on stage. And then Dre Flames running the Shadow Typhlosion, which is pretty wild in itself. And I caught up with a couple of the players last night, and El Calvisimo is running the Shadow Typhlosion because of Dre Flames. Because they played against each other in a practice tournament, and Dre Flames cooked them with the Shadow Typhlosion. So he's like, after that, that's why I brought my Shadow Typhlosion too. So a lot of connections between these players in that top 8. Something that Dre Flames said himself last night was that, a lot of the players that made it into this top 8, I think he said like out of at least 5 out of the 8 players were constantly doing the same practice tournaments and doing well in them too. So a great example of how putting in the work gets you to day number 2.
It's fascinating to hear because specifically the Shadow Typhlosion, I feel like, was kind of unchecked in certain matchups. But as you saw from the top usage, Claydol is 50% in day number 2 here in Atlanta, and that will be an awesome counter for that Shadow Typhlosion. Obviously, you're going to resist the Thunder Punch, super effective Mud Slap into that Shadow Typhlosion as well. I was saying yesterday that I thought the meta that we were starting to see solidify was the Azumarill, Shadow Drapion, Shadow Sableye, Alolan Sandslash, and Shadow Jumpluff. But it actually looks like Cradily and Claydol have jumped into that top 6. So surprise picks, Cradily has been really high usage in Stockholm, of course, but Claydol at 50% seems kind of high at this point in the season.
And some other comparison with Stockholm too. I remember Guzzlord very high up in the graphic, Lapras as well. Lapras dropping down just under 19%, and then almost no fighters left. Only, what, I think 2 Shadow Primeape, that's it, right, on the fighting side. Maybe there's another fighter here there that might be forgetting, but really just a lack of fighters in this specific meta. I'm sure 75% usage in Azumarill is part of the reason, but, you know, a lot of Shadow Sableye as well, and just a lot of things that the fighters can't really counter in these matchups. Now, you're talking about the Claydol, right, making it hard to play Shadow Typhlosion. I don't know for El Calvisimo how much Shadow Typhlosion he played in his, you know, non-stream battles, but Dre Flames said he only brought it once, and it was into Dialab.
The Blastoise.
That was only, that was the only matchup he brought it into. He didn't bring the Shadow Typhlosion into any of his other matchups. So going to be curious to see if he does bring it into Out of Pocket or not. Out of Pocket does have the Claydol to my knowledge, so that makes it a little bit trickier. And he also said he doesn't love his odds against Out of Pocket because historically speaking, Out of Pocket's always had his number, but you know, he's not going to let that deter him.
Well, I have to say, this is literally the true test of Spice versus the meta, because Out of Pocket is running the 6 top usage Pokemon on his team of 6. The Azumarill, that's number 1. Shadow Drapion, that's number 2. The Claydol, the Alolan Sandslash, the Shadow Sableye, that's number 3. And then the number 6 at Cradily. So he literally has the top 6 usage Pokemon. You mentioned that Nighttime Clasher has that exact same 6 Pokemon. So it does seem like some sort of meta is solidifying here in Atlanta in this Might and Mastery update. But how is the Spice going to hold up? We have Shadow Typhlosion 2 times coming up here, but we have a ton of other interesting picks. One that I want to talk about that surprised us both, even though we had it on our caster predictions. How about the Corviknight in day number 1? It was fantastic.
Yeah, it was. And I mean, especially in Ashton Ash and Elam's match, you could really see the power of that Corviknight because a lot of teams just don't have a clear answer to it, right? There's a very lack of electric types. Once in a while, you might see a Unova Stunfisk, more Pekka or Chargebug, but they're super rare, and I don't think a single one that made it into that top 16 for today. And there's almost no rock types either.
You know, the thing is, there's no Talonflame here.
There's no
Talonflame was a Pokemon that was significantly higher in usage in previous tournaments in Might and Mastery Update, but it's completely missing. I don't even know if there's a single Talonflame in the entire top 16. I don't see it. The only 2 fire types are the 2 Typhlosions from El Calvisimo and from Dre Flames.
Yeah, I think Talonflame is actually very strong in this meta, so it's interesting, but I think part of the reason is because you can't really take out the Claydol very easily, even though you're taking resistant Mud Slaps, because your Fly is not going to do enough damage. You don't usually go for the Brave Bird right away, and you have to shield every Rock Tomb because that's going to pretty much one-shot you, right? So it's like a weird situation where a ground type is consistently beating a flying type.
Right.
But, you know, that's kind of the meta we're living in, this Rock Tomb everywhere. So I'm sure that may change from tournament to tournament because I still think Talonflame is very strong, but I do understand why none of them made it because there were Talonflame in the tournaments. It just, you know, didn't perform as well as the usage would entail. But anyway, let us know your thoughts as well. As a reminder, feel free to use hashtag #PlayPokemon to send in your thoughts as well. We might have some social media posts we could take a look at right before we get into these battles. Take it away, Butters.
Oh, absolutely. The Spiggerito. Hold on, it's covered on my screen. I actually can't see the text here. Just vibing, watching Pokemon Atlanta Regionals, wondering, isn't it spotlighted? Sorry, it is.
Why
it is covered. Why is it spotlighted? Hashtag #PlayPokemon. I mean, it looks like it is wondering. That is for sure. It has some wondering eyes from that beautiful Pokemon. I like using that Pokemon in TCG Pocket, actually. The Meowscarada deck is quite fun. You can use Cry for Help, start drawing a lot of your cards as well. Let us know in the chat if you're enjoying some TCG Pocket out there.
Yeah, you're a gamer right there, too. Best day ever is... Look, Nighttime Clasher, giving a shout out to his brother, Sustenance Eater, as well. Sustenance Eater had a fantastic performance. I'm actually not sure if this is his first ever regional, but it's definitely one of the most special ones I think I've seen him perform at, too. And I'm sure just like Nighttime Clasher, he'll continue making waves in the scene.
Yeah, and oh, is this a Shundo on the screen here?
It's not. It also looks like it's maxed out, which is the proper way to handle it.
Oh,
From Jay the Underdog.
Oh, wow, Jay the Underdog. A level 50 Shundo there. Quite impressive. Obviously, isn't going to be super useful in the Go Battle League with that kind of CP of 968, but love the flex.
I mean, some of those baby Pokemon you just gotta max out, right? Shout out to our co-caster, Speedy Chief, who traded me 100% Bonsly.
Oh.
And, you know, I thought about running a Bonsly Bastion team once, and then I was just like, that seems like a waste of money to go to a tournament. Run that. So,
yeah, who are you, Silent Beast? That sounds crazy.
yeah, with less talent, but yes, that is the case. But we're getting into our battles very shortly, too. As a quick reminder of the teams out of pocket running the Azumarill, Claydol, Alolan Sandslash, non-Shadow, Shadow, Sableye, Shadow Drapion, and Credilli. He was running the Power Gem Shadow Sableye, if I'm not mistaken. I know Nighttime Clasher was as well, too. What is the biggest difference, and why do you think they're running that over to Dazzling Gleam?
Yeah, that's fascinating to me. I was hoping that we could interview one of those trainers. The biggest difference to me is having that super effective coverage with the rock type damage into specifically Jumpluff and Lapras, but I would say even more into the Jumpluff, because that is one of the better counters to Shadow Sableye in the meta, to be able to have that coverage of the Power Gem, because you can just neutrally throw foul plays against the Shadow Sableye mirror anyway. I actually really like that specific adjustment, and there doesn't seem to be a pick that everyone is doing. We see Dazzling Gleam, we see Power Gem. There is no exact pick that they think is the best at this point in the meta, but I believe Out of Pocket was one of those trainers with that Power Gem, correct?
Actually,
no, he does have that.
He has Dazzling Gleam. I was just thinking about that too.
There is no
because
consensus.
I think Nighttime Clasher is running Power Gem instead, because I do recall that Out of Pocket actually made it to day number 2 by Dazzling Gleam and K-Pine.
Right.
Malamar in the lead, actually. So that's how I made it into game number 3. But here we go. Game number 1, starting day number 2 off on the winner side. Out of Pocket versus Dre Flames. It's going to be a Claydol into a Shadow Jumpluff.
And this is crazy. Out of Pocket is staying in, but really it isn't crazy, because a Mud Slapper that's doing triple resisted fast attack damage can actually hang with the Shadow Jumpluff, because it has the Ice Beam coverage that's double super effective, even has a super effective Rock Tomb. Go ahead and threw up the Protect Shield on the first one, actually going for the Rock Tomb bait, and it is Protect Shielded by Dre Flames.
Yeah, and that's a tough spot for Dre Flames. You can see if he lets the double super effective Ice Beam go, that's pretty much game over for that Jumpluff. So going to be now debuffed, and still going to go for the Acrobatics, not worried about the debuff damage. I think he recognizes that, you know what, I still need to throw 2 of these moves anyway, so even debuff, it's not the worst case situation. Yeah,
and now you're probably going to reach for that Ice Beam, and at this point, Ice Beam isn't going to be enough because of how little damage. And look at that, going for another bait and actually calls it. So this is a huge swing for Dre Flames here, a positive swing in his favor, doing about half the remaining health of that Shadow Jumpluff.
Yeah, I like this too. Dre Flames just going straight for the Acrobatics, not even farming extra here. Just wants to get rid of it in case he needs the Jumpluff with a little bit of health for later. Actually goes to the Undercharge. I like this play a lot, so getting a little extra farm there, and in comes the Shadow Drapion.
And yes, now you're going to try to farm up energy, but the thing is, you can already get to this acrobatics here. It is 2-stage debuff, so it's not going to do a ton of damage. You should be able to ramp up this Shadow Drapion, get a ton of energy against the backline, but that's still chunks, and I believe you're going to at least get to an aerial ace. Can you get to the acrobatics as well? No, throwing on charge attack priority on that aerial ace, but have to give up an Aqua Tail worth of energy.
This is really tough for out of pocket too, because there's a Diggersby in the back for the Drapion, and then there's a Lapras, and his Lapras has Skull Bash, if I'm not mistaken, which is a much better matchup for that Azumarill.
Yeah, it's fantastic. We saw later in day number 1, Tomahawk having the Skull Bash, Dre Flames having the Skull Bash, specifically to target that #1 usage Pokemon in the Azumarill. Swap, counter swap by Dre Flames, and he knows it. It's a 1 Protect Shield situation, maybe even Protect Shield's the first charge attack here of the play rough, and then he can increase his defense by 1 stage with that hard-hitting Skull Bash attack.
Yeah, he doesn't even care about the play rough. Actually, not going to throw up the shield, just going to tank it on the Lapras and go straight for that Skull Bash right after. This is a really good position for Dre Flames. It's tougher out of pocket because even if he gets swapped over to the Drapion, it still isn't in a great situation against the Lapras. Sparkling Aura is still going to take it out with the health remaining on the Drapion. And at this point, look at this Azumarill health. Even Diggersby can take it out, which is why I think Dre Flames is not investing any shields into the Lapras.
And this is a key difference from what we saw yesterday with the Shadow Lapras of Tomahawk and this non-Shadow Lapras. You can take that double play rough, no problem, once it got debuffed. And swapping, actually catching on the Skull Bash. That is a huge catch from out of pocket, wasting all of that energy from the Skull Bash into the Shadow Drapion. But you can't really knock out this Lapras with Bubble. So this is not terrible for Dre Flames, just going to be unleashing Sidewave damage.
Yeah, I like that play a lot from Dre Flames. He's like, you know what, if you catch this, you have to shield or let the Drapion go. And if you don't catch it, I take out the Azumarill either way. And there's still the Diggersby with over half health and back. Quick game 1 victory for Dre Flames.
And out of pocket is running the top 6 usage Pokemon. But I want to remind everyone, when this update came out, a lot of people were guessing Lapras was going to be the #1 usage Pokemon in this meta because of its bulk, because of its flexibility, because of its coverage between Psywave, Sparkling Aria, Ice Beam, or Skull Bash. That was interesting to see this new meta being kind of out-bulked by what a lot of trainers were predicting would be strong in that Lapras.
Yeah, I mean, I know you're saying that Lapras is safe and stuff, but nothing is safer than a Azumarill in a meta where Registeel is out of it, right? Because there's just nothing that really walls off that damage for the most part. Alolan Sandslash, you had to a degree, but that's not even that bad for the Azumarill, especially with Powder Snow variants.
But that Lapras just did something, it just countered the Azumarill and had the bulk also to get through a Drapion.
I don't disagree with you.
It overpowered an Azumarill, which we're getting hope here that Azumarill can be taken down.
75% user says otherwise, but that being said, I do agree. I think Lapras is pretty strong too. But yeah, that was a tough game for out of pocket as well too. I think it really swung when Dre Flames was able to maintain switch advantage, right? If out of pocket went for the Ice Beam on the second move against the Jump Bluff, that becomes a whole different game. Because then you have the Azumarill on the Diggersby, you have the Drapion on the Lapras, which is not great, but it's better, right? And you can bring it low enough so that Azumarill can handle it, and Diggersby has way less play into that Azumarill instead. So let's see if especially if we get the same leads, if out of pocket plays it differently or not too. But just opting for the double Rock Tomb, going for debuff, thinking you could get a lot of entry off it with the Drapion, but that jump up did so much damage, even double debuffed into Drapion. Here we go, game number 2 here. It's going to be Shadow Sableye into Shadow Annihilate, a terrible lead for Dre Flames.
Instant pivot into the Diggersby, and then met by the Greydilly there. Greydilly is going to be an awesome answer for this Diggersby. You're just going to go straight Grass Knot. You don't want to throw the not very effective Rock Tomb. You're actually going to come out of this, I believe, with either a good amount of health or extra energy. So this is a really positive situation for out of pocket to start us off.
Yeah, and out of pocket, unfortunately, has to go straight for another Grass Knot too. He can't mess around with a Rock Tomb because actually not enough takeout. And it looks like no debuff coming through on that first Scorching Sand. Second one is going to start throwing right now.
Yeah, and you just come out of this so healthy, or you can just bank up extra energy here. You just have to throw before the Fire Punch is available. Is there going to be a debuff? No debuff. So now you're just banking up extra energy. So you're probably going to be able to get this knockout against Diggersby and then throw a Rock Tomb against whatever comes in. And even if it's the Shadow Annihilate. Oh, wow, no way. Dre Flames goes for the Protect Shield on the Diggersby there.
I like this a lot, actually. I see Dre Flames do this a lot in his matches, where in a situation where he could potentially flip switch advantage, he'll just pull it out in the very last second and try to flip it. And I think that's a great call because you really don't want that Sableye on your Annihilate. It makes the matchup way too hard here. Goes for the Scorching Sand, but great charge attack timing on out of pocket to throw it before the Scorching Sand is thrown.
And that was charge attack priority, knocking out the Diggersby there. And now you're going to have the same situation, but no, you flip the switch, and now you have Shadow Drapion into that Shadow Sableye, but you are down a Protect Shield, and you have that coverage with the Fairy type attack that Out of Pocket is running. Instead of the Power Gem here, do you go for the bait, or do you just try to go for the Gleam?
I think he's probably going to go for a Gleam. Dre Flames already down a shield. He knows that he can get the pacing here against Dre Flames. Dre Flames knows this as well and is going to shield the Dazzling Gleam, but is it going to be enough? Annihilate's in the back with no shield at this point.
And there is one Protect Shield remaining, going for the Aqua Tail bait here, trying to go for an Aqua Tail and get a crunch, getting that last Protect Shield. Now, can you get to the crunch at the same time as this Dazzling Gleam? It's really close here for Dre Flames and Shadow Drapion. No, already at the Gleam. This is going to do a ton of neutral damage in the Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, I don't think Drapion's able to hang on here. Dazzling Gleam is going to KO the Shadow Drapion, and that's everything Out of Pocket needs. He's going to outpace this Annihilate as well, doing so much damage just from the Shadow Claws alone. Out of Pocket's going to even up this series 1-1.
And showing the strength of Shadow Sableye here. We got a best of 3 in this first round of the day on Championship Sunday, and completely different team. Out of Pocket actually sat the Claydol there. Claydol is so good against Dre Flames' team, but Out of Pocket knew that there's probably going to be a jump buff in this game number 2, but there's actually no jump buff and no Claydol either.
Yeah, it was great understanding from Out of Pocket as well, because if you look at his team too, it's so much flexibility with that Shadow Sableye and Shadow Drapion, saying, you know what, if you really want to fight for switch advantage, I'll give it to you, right? Because he didn't even use his Shadow Drapion at all. He just used 2 Pokemon the whole time, just because Shield Advantage, Shadow Drapion, or Shadow Sableye looked so strong into Dre Flames' team. What really stops it, right? The Diggersby's right out of the way. There's nothing else that could stop it at this point.
And the big advantage for Out of Pocket having the Cradily instead of Shadow Jump Off is that you actually are stronger against that Shadow Typhlosion as well, because you have the Rock Tomb coverage. So you have a lot of answers for that Shadow Typhlosion. You have Claydol that's super safe against pretty much everything. You have a ton of optionality, even in that situation where you have Shadow Sableye. Shadow Sableye actually looks pretty safe against everything that's not Diggersby, and I guess there is a Shadow Jump Bluff as well. So I feel like Out of Pocket with these top 6 Useless Pokemon does have a lot of avenues he can go to try to win this game number 3.
And the big difference between game number 1 and game number 2 is even though Dre Flames got switch advantage for both, in the second game, his Diggersby didn't get any value into the Sableye that came in. He couldn't get a single move off. He's throwing resisted quick attacks into Sableye. It's super healthy still and has a shield advantage. Whereas in the first game, he lost half of his health on the Shadow Drapion trying to farm down that jump buff, right? So he came away with such a disadvantage at that point in time too. I think he was also on even shields. So
yeah, game number 1, they both used the shield.
Exactly.
So Dre Flames was able to come out with even shields and a ton of energy to force an Acrobatics and force an Aqua Tail from Out of Pocket. But Out of Pocket did lose switch advantage, but like you mentioned, kept that 2 Protect Shield advantage, and then he just put those Protect Shields into Sableye and then just cleaned up the entire battle.
Yeah, and that's what really separates good players from great players. Resource management, right? Knowing, having those shield advantages, even when you're not in a position of switch advantage, is huge, right? That's what sets you up for a comeback. When you don't have switch advantage, you have even shields or a shield disadvantage, the odds of you winning are much lower. Here we go, game number 3 here. It's going to be Lapras versus the Shadow Drapion of Out of Pocket. It's a fairly close matchup here, but Lapras does have the slight edge.
Yeah, it's counterintuitive, right? Because you are resisting the Psy Waves with that dark type of the Shadow Drapion, but because of the bulk and strength of Lapras, you can win even shield scenarios. You do get outpaced a little bit by that crunch, so maybe you lose the zeros, but as soon as you put up a Protect Shield and properly Protect Shield on crunch, you can win the alignment here with the Lapras.
Yeah, Lapras is going to land the Sparkling Aria, as you can see too. This Psy Wave damage doing way more percentage health than the Poison Sting is for Dre Flames Lapras here. So Dre Flames is going to shield up the second crunch here, going to fight for switch advantage as Out of Pocket's going to swap right over to that Shadow Sableye, something that he's been super comfortable with this whole time too. This is good for Dre Flames though, because he gets it out of the way for the Nihilip and actually doesn't even shield.
And looks like Out of Pocket is going to leave his 2 Protect Shields for that Clay Doll in the back, thinking that can sweep everything up Protect Shield against Dre Flames' team. And actually Protect Shielding on this Dazzling Gleam here, and the Drapion stays healthy, but the problem is you're down 2 Protect Shields to nothing. I think it's going to be double Protect Shield. Clay Doll going to try to go for a full sweep against Dre Flames.
Yeah, Dre Flames needs his undercharge as much as possible because he threw on Charge Eye Party, but it was the perfect undercharge. Gets the entire Poison Sting down. That's going to be big for him, but he is down 2 shields, and that Clay Doll looks scary in the back.
Well done on that undercharge. In a peekaboo from Pocket, and he's able to take the Aqua Tail on his Shadow Drapion.
Back-to-back undercharge on Drapion. Dre Flames needs every bit of energy he can get, but that is one such key moment for Out of Pocket to waste that energy on Dre Flames' Drapion.
The thing is, this Drapion is still kind of healthy. It's going to get the double Aqua Tail here. You're probably going to give 1 Protect Shield up because if it's a crunch, if you give 2 Protect Shields up here, it's not looking amazing. Do you Protect Shield this next Aqua Tail? No, actually letting it go, trying to save that Protect Shield in the back for a Sparkling Aria or even a Rage Fist. He doesn't know the final Pokemon is going to be that Annihilate though.
Great call from Dre Flames to swap straight into the Annihilate. Doesn't want to give up any extra energy here. I don't think this Ice Beam is enough. The real question is, can he get to this Rage Fist in time? It is going to take the Annihilate into the yellow. It's into the red now too. You got to shield if you're Out of Pocket, and you need to try to get to a Rock Tomb.
Well, the thing is, the Lapras is energy dry because he threw into the Shadow Sableye of Out of Pocket. So Dre Flames has no energy on any Pokemon here. And it is Clay Doll resisting every fast attack. But now Dre Flames has a chance for his own Peekaboo. And if he Peekaboos and swaps on a Rock Tomb, he can win this battle.
Oh, and comes in with the Drapion because he knew the Switch Timer wasn't up. He needed Out of Pocket to just throw the Rock Tomb blind into the next oncoming Pokemon. But unfortunately not able to. He knows it's over here too. And that's going to be Out of Pocket taking this first winners round 1 on day number 2.
And a full sweep from the Clay Doll there to finish out that battle. Super impressive. Out of Pocket, knowing his win conditioning, knowing that Clay Doll is just so strong against Dre Flames' team. As soon as he can get a Protect Shield advantage, he can close with it in the back. He got a 2 Protect Shield advantage and was able to just skate by, hold on with a little bit of health. And a key factor, Dre Flames didn't have his Switch Timer to try to go for some sort of peekaboo there. So he was forced to come in with the Shadow Drapion to try to think that maybe Out of Pocket will throw the Rock Tomb, and then Lapras could win the battle. That was his only win condition, probably.
Yeah, because if he comes on Lapras, he knows that Out of Pocket knows his energy dry, and he can't side wave down.
And
so
he can't switch, he can't peekaboo,
And he just throws a Rock Tomb, and either way, if the Drapion doesn't get to the move, he loses anyway.
Right.
So if he can't get to the move on Drapion, he's not going to get to it later if he comes in on Lapras.
Right.
Fantastic series from both players, but that peekaboo in the end, absolutely immaculate from Out of Pocket. You know we love a good peekaboo.
Oh, we love a good peekaboo. That was the Pocket peekaboo of the tournament so far. Well executed, and really, it won him the battle because look at the margin for error there. He had almost no health remaining on that Clay Doll that was able to full sweep the back line. If he didn't peekaboo, he would have had to take another Aqua Tail or use a Protect Shield, and guaranteed he would have lost that battle if he didn't get that energy on his Shadow Drapion.
And that was a mind games with Out of Pocket as well. He's got the double weak to fighting Alolan Sandslash and the weak to fighting Credilli in the back, making Dre Flames bring the Shadow Annihilate into the last 2 games, but it was just against his counters every time, right? Against, well, I mean, Clay Doll's not really a true counter, but it's not bad, right? Especially down a shield, it's not great, and then Sableye in game number 2, but the Annihilate just did not look that good.
Yeah, it was against the Shadow Sableye, like you mentioned, and against the Clay Doll, and of course there's a Zoom roll on the team as well, so there's just not a ton of targets for that Shadow Annihilate on Dre Flames' team, but maybe he was expecting some other Pokemon to be brought there instead. I mean, you do have play against the Clay Doll. I think that was the most opportune Pokemon for Out of Pocket in that game, and we know that's true because he swept with it. I think that's the first sweep we've seen with the Claydol in this new meta, at least in North America.
Yeah, I mean, Out of Pocket's always been really good in our circuit from the very beginning, but he looks super on point this season as well. Let's hear a word from him and Speedy's Chief.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Caleb. I'm here with, I don't think there's any debate, Pocket, the most consistent player in North America. Top cut after top cut, international championship last season. You're still on the top cut here in Atlanta in the biggest NA tournament to date. Pocket, how are you feeling? Does this competition feel different? Does it feel like the same old thing that you've done time and time again? How are you feeling?
I mean, every competition is like this. There's a good amount of upsets, a few more stacked groups than others. Very interesting teams a lot of the times. I mean, mine's not interesting. I'm not going to say it is. But, I mean, I'd say it's just a bigger and more grander regional in comparison to others this season.
Awesome. Well, I think the level of competition keeps going up higher and higher. Dre Flames, a worthy opponent. The Shadow Typhlosion was super impressive in day number 1. But like you said, you seem to be, using a team that's not too surprising, not too shocking, but you're piloting it very, very well. Talk us through the mindset of what it takes to be so consistent regional after regional, event after event.
Okay, so I practice a lot. I constantly am pinging for scrims in multiple servers. I am in multiple different chats where I'll just like discuss matches, VOD review scrims, which sounds pretty funny, but I mean, it's working. Eric's younger brother, Harry, actually got 17th after 3 tournaments and never getting points just because of the VOD reviewing and active help. So I'd say that just like anyone can go from 0 to hero if you just continue playing and on like always having a growth mindset, and just maybe you won't get instant championship win the next time that after you've been just scrimming every day, but maybe you'll improve your placements, set the bar higher, and maybe one day you'll win NAIC.
Maybe one day. Pocket, is there anyone you want to shout out to? Anyone you want to thank for your success? I know you mentioned your scrim partners, but anyone else that's given you support? I mean, I feel like we interview, every other time you're on stage here, but who do you want to say hi to or thank? Hi, Mom.
I know you're probably watching. There's a lot of people that have helped me for scrims. Sergio, Joe, Chloe, who else? Zhao. Zhao helped me scrim as well for this matchup, so I really appreciate all of you guys. And anyone that I may not mention, you know who you are.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Pocket. We'll toss it back over to Caleb and Butters. And Pocket, best of luck in your future rounds.
Thank you so much, Speedy. And shout out to Pocket's mom, an awesome member of the Pokemon Go community. We often see her at the tournament. She's not here today, but she is probably watching her son do awesome to start off the day and hand Dre Flames his first losses of the entire Atlanta Regionals.
I mean, he said himself, his odds against Out of Pocket based on historical matches has not been great. And unfortunately for him, that trend is going to continue, but he is not out of it yet. He is going to be moving down to that losers bracket and will be facing off against opponent there and has a chance to still make it all the way back to that grand finals.
And we at first had Out of Pocket, probably the most consistent North American trainer, like Speedy said, #1 on the leaderboard in North America versus Dre Flames, someone who didn't drop a game the entire Atlanta Regionals. But now we have 2 trainers that probably would be considered underdogs here in this top cut, especially coming in on the winner's side of the bracket. We got Semi versus El Calvisimo coming up next. And Semi is a trainer that I believe will be, he first got 7th in Milwaukee all the way back in 2022. So one of our first tournaments ever able to get a top cut, but now making a return. And what return is this to be able to get top cut in this stack tournament, the biggest one in Pokemon Go North American history, versus Al Calvisimo, also did really good in a record-breaking tournament, Hartford. His best appearance was 13th, which was top cut, but I believe if he moves on here, that will be his best appearance ever.
That's right. I mean, El Semi has gone to 4 tournaments prior to this one, And then Calvisimo has gone to 5 before this one. So in the couple years that we've had it in the circuit, they don't attend a ton, but they are performing at the ones they're at. And here we go. Game number 1. It's going to be a Furret versus Furret mirror.
It looks like one of them is shiny there. I mean, this is a Pokemon that has skyrocketed in usage. You were a doubter, but it seems to be pretty good here in Atlanta so far. Just going to be throwing off the Swift. Both, oh no, swapping, trying to maybe catch a Trailblaze. Actually banking all that energy, but swapping into your own Claydol. That might be a little bit slow though, because you really are threatened by this charge attack damage from Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, Calvisimo may have to shield once here, but coming in with energy on the Claydol may not be too bad. However, the Furret does have a move loaded, so even if you leave with energy and you maintain switch advantage, you might not be able to get this move off against the Furret.
I think he gets a double Aqua Tail though if you don't throw a rock to him here, and I believe it would get to that double Aqua Tail, so you actually have to give up all the energy that you are farming up against that Shadow Drapion, so that wasn't amazing. And actually a Protect Shield from Simi here, trying to get to that Aqua Tail. He does successfully get to it. This is debuff, but it's probably going to knock out Calvisimo's Claydol, and he's just satisfied to just let it go.
I think that's fine for Calvisimo as well too, right? Because the Corviknight in the back has a ton of play. It's going to resist all the moves, all the charge attacks from the Furrets, and it's got that Sand Attack, Super Factor Sand Attack against the Alolan Sand Slash. He's going to actually go for the Sucker Punch down against the the Shadow Drapion right here. And now going to start throwing some resistant moves against the Alolan Sand Slash. I don't hate this, because if he puts this Alolan Sand Slash low enough for Sand Attack range, it's actually not too bad.
And it's interesting, he didn't go for Trailblaze, which obviously would be resisted as well, do less damage, but it would ramp up his Sucker Punches. Just instead, just going for the same type attack bonus of Swift over and over again, but getting cut off. Do you give up your last Protect Shield here? You don't really have to use Protect Shields for Corviknight, and do you want to waste all the energy? No, not going to waste all that energy, going to keep it, going to pivot to Corviknight and try to get some Sand Attack down on this Sand Slash.
Yeah, he was expecting the combo play from Semis for in the back because he knows he has loaded energy, but now he's chipped the Alolan Sand Slash so much he can Sand Attack it down, and the Furret only has resistant moves here at this point.
Yeah, it's either double resistant with the Trailblaze or single resistant from the Swift here, actually throwing the energy because you don't want to take another Ice Punch, but you get the Protect Shield here, so you probably will take that Ice Punch as this Alolan Sand Slash is just at it now, gonna take this damage, but can you get to enough energy to knock out that Furret? Remember, Calvisimo does have a Swift on his own Furret.
That's right, and Semi is going to come in here and try to get to a move. Calvisimo's going to get to his Iron Head first. Can he go for a combo?
Yes.
Is his Switch Timer up? Because if it is, he can swap over and take out this Furret before it gets to the move. It is up. Here comes the Swift as well, and it's going to be Furret on Furret action. Semi trying to see if he can hang on here, but this is stab, Swift damage, and no, it is going to KO the shiny Furrets. And Furret sucker punching down the Alolan Sand Slash.
Calvisimo with the Furret in Corviknight, Claydol. 3 Pokemon that we absolutely didn't see before Mastery update. That was really impressive. And how about Corviknight? Wow, that felt overwhelming in that situation. It's like, what are you going to attack with?
You might not like this analogy. People at home might not like this analogy. But Corviknight is the bastion of the sky, right? You're in a situation where you're getting chipped down on the Alolan Sand Slash. You know that you don't want to shield it because it's all resisted. Why would you shield it? And then you come in and this thing is just Sand Attacking you down. You can't even get, like, at that point, it's too much health for you to muscle through.
Look, I get where you're going with it in terms of the bulk, but it just has so much flexibility because it has that one-turn fast attack. It has attacks that you can get to quite quickly. You can bounce around the matchup with it. It feels like it has such good typing into multiple Pokemon. The Bastion feels polarizing, but this just feels so safe. Almost feels like a Lickitung back in the old metas where you could just put it out into any matchup, use a one-turn fast attack, and then just stall the matchup or just overpower with your bulk. I feel like it feels like old school Lickitung in a way.
Yeah, I mean, it's worse because in this meta, there's no fire except for the one on his own team. There's no electric. Right. It's like playing Bastion without any fighters and ground types. It's so oppressive with this bulk, and at that point, brilliant play from Calvisimo because he's just going to chip it down, right? He knows that Semi's not going to shield, and by the time Semi realizes he probably should have shielded something, it's too late.
And remember, as this Corviknight is in the lead here, I want to remind everyone, there's only 2 fire types in the entire top cut. One from Calvisimo and the other one from Dre Flames, and Dre Flames has now dropped down to loser side of the bracket. Corviknight is just so safe in this meta right now. It is going to be throwing the attack versus that Azumarill. Azumarill is obviously #1 usage and one of the greatest Pokemons of all time for a reason. It's not bad in this matchup either.
It's not bad, but you can see that it's not great either too, as their health bars are similar, and Calvisimo is going to outpace the Azumarill, actually throwing the Sky Attack after Elsemi has already reached the Ice Beam.
And hitting the Sky Attack into the Azumarill that was on cap, like you mentioned, but this isn't enough to knock out the bulk of that Corviknight. It is so bulky, like you mentioned, even bulkier than Skarmory back in the day, but can you get the Sand Attack down before the Bubble Down happens? I think the Bubble Down is going to happen first, but no! Actually outpacing to the Iron Head, meaning Calvisimo will take the crucial alignment here.
It's rare that you have things out-bulking the Azumarill, winning these neutral matchups, but that's what Corviknight is here to do. And switch advantage is really key here. Calvisimo does not want to bring his Claydol into this Furret. He's going to bring his own Furret in, is my guess. I mean, there's no way he brings it, right? And now he has a Claydol for the Drapion on the back.
And also, he doesn't have to bring his Furret into the Drapion either. So you get to hide the Furret versus the opposing Furret, and then you have the positive matchup with the Claydol. And at this point, if you can get Semi's Furret low enough, you probably just double shield Claydol, because what is really going to threaten double shield Claydol? Swapping, pivoting, but once again, a little bit late, but you have the opportunity to use your Protect Shields right here.
And I like this play from Calvisimo. You can't poison this thing down, right? Even if you crunch here, you get a debuff. It's not enough. He can shield the next moves. Semi just wants to put it into Aqua Tail range. One Aqua Tail is going to be enough, but you got to assume that Calvisimo is going to shield up.
Yeah, absolutely here. And you would probably...
if he farms down and then throws a Rock Tomb on the Furret, it's over.
Yeah.
That mirror's over, even if he has to spend another shield.
But does Semi have a Swift? Because if you double shield here, and he didn't go for the farm down, he's going for the Rock Tomb to try to knock out the Drapion here, you are giving some farm if you don't get to another Rock Tomb. So this does get a little dangerous from Calvisimo. He definitely needs to get to a Rock Tomb, but because of the debuff, he doesn't get to the Rock Tomb. Now Semi is just ramped up with his own Furret with a Protect Shield advantage.
Yeah, but Calvisimo actually has a slight energy advantage as well, too. I think this is still going to lean more favorably to Semi's Furret. His Furret also has more energy as well, and the shield advantage is going to spell disaster for Calvisimo. So Semi actually making work of this mirror matchup just because he had an energy lead. And I think I agree with you too. Calvisimo a little bit slow on the counter swap there into the Drapion, and that might have cost him.
Yeah, and another Furret versus Furret in game. The Swift from Semi to win game number 2 and tie it up. A little old meta with the Azumarill Shadow Drapion, and a little bit of the new stuff with that Furret able to overpower Calvisimo, even though he got the alignment that he was looking for. That's quite impressive from Semi, because it's not like he even got a huge farm down. That Corviknight had literally no health remaining, so you would think Calvisimo will win that a lot of the times.
All right, look, I don't know if this match has made me a Furret believer or not, because we're just seeing Furret versus Furret, right? You could ask me if I'm a Marrow believer in Great League, if they're just mirror matches in the Marrow. So it's hard to tell, but I do think the Sucker Punch damage is actually pretty solid, right? And especially getting that Sucker Punch down on the Claydol was absolutely huge for Semi. If you land the Rock Tomb, it would have been a different story. But not landing that Rock Tomb, giving extra farm for Semi's Furret was the key here. Man, that Corviknight though.
Yeah.
Pretty disgusting stuff. I do think that Calvisimo will probably benefit a bit more having it in the back, but he's probably trying to catch the Furret in the lead as well.
I agree with you, because you can use it more flexibly in the back. You can try to soak energy like we used to see with Lickitung back in the day. You can bring it in, you can maybe throw some charge attacks, maybe use one shield, you can take it out again. Just kind of utilize it more than an alignment tool. Yes, maybe you can just take the soft alignment against the Azumarill in the lead matchup, but I feel like in this particular matchup, it has so much potential to be able to soak charge attacks, especially against the Furret, as we've seen Semi in game number 1 and number 2 try to rely on that Furret energy, and that Furret energy is going nowhere into the Corviknight as we're locked into game number 3.
All right, here we go. It's going to be Furret team versus Furret team, and it's going to be a repeat of last game in the league, but this time around, you got the Azumarill in the back for Calvisimo.
Yeah, Yeah, and how much does the backline matter? You're going to have the Furret that wants to avoid the Shadow Drapion. You have the Azumarill that actually doesn't love going against the Furret, especially with double protect shields up. So looks like the alignment matters a little bit, but as we saw this matchup play out in the last battle, it's just going to be a really soft loss for El Calvisimo if he plays it out exactly the same.
It's definitely going to be more favorable for Semi if he's able to keep his shields for that Shadow Drapion, because Shadow Drapion looks really good if you have shields up. And that's exactly what he's going to preserve right here, too. I mean, he played it out before. He's like, if you have a Claydol in the back, what's the worst-case situation? I already beat you last time. I could do it again.
Oh, I really thought El Calvisimo was going to swap here. Maybe try to keep a little bit of this Corviknight around for the in-game, but instead taking the Ice Beam, just trying to do a similar strategy. And there is the swap from Furret, and that was a much faster counter swap from El Calvisimo. But in Semi's favor, that means his Shadow Drapion is going to be facing that Furret in the back line of El Calvisimo.
Yeah, and this is tough, and honestly, this matchup doesn't even look that bad for Furret because you're throwing super effective Trailblaze, even though you have resisted Sucker Punch at the Azumarill, and you have to throw 2 moves with the Azumarill to take this out anyway. However, grabbing shields off of Semi's Furret is one way to start getting a slight advantage for El Calvisimo.
And El Calvisimo actually just went straight Ice Beam there. Didn't even get to play rough energy and instantly shielded by Semi. Now the second play rough is going to do a ton of damage. Do you see the pivot out into the own Furret? No, your timer is not up yet, so this is devastating. Are you just going to get farmed down? No, but you hang on with enough health to get to an Ice Beam. That's huge. Now this is going to be a double shield Furret. A 2 shield advantage for Furret of El Calvisimo.
All right, El Calvisimo is going to come in. This Furret is boosted, though, double boosted from the double Trailblaze that Semi was able to throw. The real question is, can one Swift be enough to take out this Furret before it gets to another move? Is going to throw this Swift pretty soon. Going to throw, wait,
no.
Charge Type Priority. No, Ash trying to Sucker Punch down.
Just trying to get as much energy as possible. I think he can't Sucker Punch down, but he knows that Semi's just going to throw straight away, but he's taking so much Sucker Punch damage, and now the Shadow Drapion is unleashed. How much does the Swift do? Is double Swift enough to take out Shadow Drapion?
I don't think so. At full health, without that much Sucker Punch damage added in between, I don't think it's enough. No, it's short, about 30%. I think El Calvisimo has to go for a catch, but just doesn't have enough time. The switch timer's not up. And this could spell disaster for his Furret. Can his Furret hang on? Barely, but he has almost no health on any of his Pokemon remaining. And Semi still has a decent amount of health on his own Furrets.
Can he go Corviknight here? Try to get a Sand Attack down and take Poison Sting resisted damage. There it is. He's going for the Sand Attack out. Can he get it? He's going to get it. Oh, no. He gets Poison Sting down. One Sand Attack away from maybe securing victory here, but Shadow Drapion was just too strong.
Wow, that was a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. I thought El Calvisimo had 0 play there, but if he gets that Sand Attack down, he has a win condition because he could just taken out the Furret there too. However, Semi still having the Zoomer on the back as well to close it out here as he is going to move forward in this winner's bracket. 2-1 victory over El Calvisimo.
Wow. Incredible in-game there. You had the opportunity. You were just 1 Sand Attack away, I believe, from getting that farm down, securing the Iron Head, and maybe throwing that into the last remaining Pokemon of Semi and winning that battle. But actually, I'm not sure if Semi had 2 Pokemon remaining there in the end because he also pivoted out 2 times. So that actually would have been tough because maybe you could have came in with your last Pokemon, soak the Iron Head and win either way. But
he could have gone for a Peekaboo play too.
Yeah, could have maybe gone for a Peekaboo play if he had his timer up. But El Calvisimo, it seemed like he was out of it, but got it really close in the end.
Yeah, honestly, that double shield Furret from Semi was brilliant there because he knew that boosted Furret, he's going to grab the shields back from El Calvisimo either way, right? And it's not worried even, what's in the back? A Claydol for the Drapion? Well, you're going to take a boosted Trailblaze instead, right? Or it's, you know, a Typhlosion. You definitely have to shield that too. So really great play from Semi. And I get what El Calvisimo was just going for the Ice Beam. You need to throw like 2 moves to take out the Furret either way. And man, Corviknight almost be able to pull some magic off there too. But if you look at the health in the end, there was just no way, even if you get the Sand Attack down, that you could take out both the Furret and the Azumarill, because the Azumarill wasn't even in Sand Attack range.
Right, and yeah, you would have to throw the Iron Head into the Azumarill, and Furret would come in and win that battle. So El Calvisimo and the Corviknight was able to do well in the lead scenario and also in the game number 1 where he was able to win it. I feel like maybe he should have pivoted out, because you saw it in the end game there, even at no health, it was able to almost beat that Shadow Drapion, get the Sand Attack down, and get energy to knock out another Pokemon. I feel like its flexibility in a meta without fire types, without electric types, just to put it in a soft win situation is maybe underutilizing its potential in this matchup.
Yeah, and I think something that you have to give Semi a lot of credit for is also he knew that that energy would go somewhere because the Corviknight is expended. So Corviknight can soak up that energy on the fur, even double boosted, no problem. But the moment the Corviknight's out of the way, you can just throw this energy at everything remaining, right? There's no other steel types, and there's really a lack of steel types on a lot of these teams to begin with. Even Alolan Sandslash, I mean, it's a steel type, but it's not nearly as bulky as some of the other ones. So even if that's what's in the back for opponent's team, you can still get a lot of mileage out of the fur. Man, I feel like I'm turning into a fur believer here, Butters.
Well, after two breathtaking best of three going down to the final game of this winner side of the bracket, we have more winner side coming up after these highlights. Don't go anywhere. Hello trainers, we're here at the 2025 Pokemon Go Regional Championship in Atlanta, and I'm here with two talented trainers, the Torian22 and Montage, and we're here to talk about how to prepare for a tournament. Obviously, these are two really advanced trainers. The Torian is currently number 6 in North America right now. Montage is a 3-time regional champion and a 2-time international championship. Yeah, he wanted to make sure that that was out there. He's won NAIC 2 times.
2 years. I have a 100% success rate at NAIC because the only 2 I've gone to, I won.
Fair, true. So a 2-time. But I want to ask both these trainers because they're advanced level. Do you have a beginner advice, a tip for these trainers that are just starting out to compete at these tournaments? I'll go to the Torian first.
I believe that you can start out with a core. A core is usually 2 Pokemons that have good synergy and good coverages, and then you can build up on from that.
Awesome. And Montage, do you have any entry-level advice?
Yeah, similar to Torian, I think having a core is really important. I think the most important thing for me that should apply to everyone is playing what you're comfortable with. If I'm playing with someone I don't know how to play or I just don't like playing, I do so much worse. So whatever Pokemon you like, you should play.
Awesome. I love it. And then they are advanced, as you know. You've probably seen them before. So what are some advanced tips for these trainers that are coming tournament after tournament? Montage, I'll start with you.
So when I team build, I start with the meta, and then I look at the meta. I'm like, yeah, I want to pick that is good into the meta, and that's how I normally have the most success rate. As I have like my 5 meta picks and then 1 off pick. This tournament, I have that same thing. So
interesting. Okay, how about you, Torian?
I mean, he's completely right about the meta, but I think energy management and then balancing out the team pretty well with your 6th off pick, as he says it, I think that's pretty solid as well.
Awesome. And now at this point of the season, I actually saw with Dodge on social media, you posted something that you've never been more motivated in a Pokemon Go Championship Series because of this huge shakeup. The Might and Mastery just came out in the Go Battle League, so a lot of Pokemon changes. I mean, you see top usage from previous tournaments. There's a lot of differences. What about a new meta really excites you, Adaj?
So I find that after 1 or 2 tournaments, every meta gets stale for me. It doesn't matter how good it is. It just gets boring. So anytime there's a new meta, I get excited just to play something new. Like Baltimore, I quit the game for 8 months before that. I'm like, wow, this meta is really good. I decided a week before Baltimore, I'm going to go. I like the meta. I won. And I hope I can do something similar here. Just anything new is always fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And Torian, how do you feel about this new meta? I mean, we don't often see a shakeup this big partway through the season.
I think it's healthy for the players because players might get bored 3 months into the season. You just need a little bit of shakeup, but then a shakeup this big, I think for some players they might be like planning a regional, and it might just hinder them in a way that the meta is like shaken up. But I think for like players who compete a lot often, I think this shakeup is pretty fun. Having new moves, having new like debuff attack, it just builds up a new like game mechanic into the game. I think that's pretty fun.
Yeah, awesome. I completely agree. It makes it so much fun. It makes it so much fun to watch. And this is the Atlanta Championships, like I mentioned. So what is going to be really strong in your guys' opinion here in Atlanta? We've seen tournaments in other regions like Stockholm and Brisbane in this new meta, but we only had Vancouver, which was kind of like a halvesy meta. It was kind of half the meta, but not really the new meta. Wadaj, what do you think is going to be really strong in this new meta?
I think for starters, Azu Drapion will continue to dominate this meta. And my personal sleeper pick, my 6th mon that I have to break the meta, I have Unova Stunfisk. So I'm excited to see how that does.
Oh, wow. Unova Stunfisk. I heard Dilap thinking that was quite strong as well. The Tarian, what do you think is going to be strong? What do you think is going to win it here in the Atlanta Regional Championship?
I think you missed the Indian qualifiers. That was a pretty highly stacked qualifier as well. Now Vampire, Master Mahir, Beelzy Boy, all the Indian Titans competed. And I helped Master Mahir pick his 6th fun pick, which was the Bastion. I think it has a really good showing right now. Outside of one odd Mud Slapper, nothing really walls off Bastion. I think it might win this regional as well.
Oh, thank you so much for mentioning that. I did not mention that. And also the South Korea qualifiers as well. And I believe the Asia qualifiers are going on right now, so we don't know exactly how that turned out. But yeah, I really appreciate you mentioning that. And I appreciate these answers about how to prep for a tournament, whether you're new to the scene or you've been at it for a long time. There's always so much room for improvement and how to get better tournament after tournament. So thank you to both of these trainers, and let's get back to the Pokemon action.
So for new players at home looking to start competing, I would strongly recommend visiting your local league, because your local league has a whole bunch of great mentors, professors, and other players among you who are like-minded and absolutely want to get you into the game better than you could ever be on your own.
For new players, I'd recommend starting and just watching the stream, seeing what people use, and even just copycatting a team. And for me, it's just like using Pokemon that I know I'm going to have fun with is the big thing. Because if I am having fun, then I'm way more likely to win.
For people that want to start competing, I would say start playing online, look for guides. Personally, I watch a lot of Wolfie's videos and a lot of Harry's videos as a French player. So if you understand French, you should go look at his channel. For Wolfie, it's a lot of help, and just play online. Like, if you build a team and start playing, write down your notes, look at your mistakes, try to analyze your games. It's a lot of help, and find a friend that can play. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Advice that I would give to somebody wanting to start playing the TCG is to look up local game card stores in your area and see if any of them are running any Pokemon events, and just go talk to the people around. And there's tons of friendly people in the community. They'll help you get started.
Some advice I would have for people looking to compete at home is really get connected with your community. Practicing with other battlers is one of the best things that you could do out there. That's personally how I started as well. So I know Go's big on community, so that definitely would be the #1.
The advice I have for people at home looking to start would be to just jump in and do it. I was very nervous, and I still am nervous today to play, but the only way you're going to get better is to actually play, get out there, get the experience, and you're going to have fun no matter what happens.
Welcome back to day 2 of the Atlanta Pokemon Go Regional Championships. We just heard a lot of really great tips from trainers in all games about how to improve your game. And I'll tell you what, Speedy, one trainer who has really stepped up their game this season is Septile Ice.
Absolutely. Septile Ice, I'm a huge fan. He went up against Dunebug97 at EUIC, brought him down with a Mantine, which is a pick that it's not one of my favorites. So to be honest, I don't think Mantine is that good in the current meta, but Septile Ice is definitely very impressive with it. He brought a different water type here this weekend. That's going to be that regular non-shadow Feraligatr, and he's about to take on a very powerful trainer in Ashton Ash. Ashton Ash and that Corviknight versus Septile and the Feraligatr. That's going to be a showdown here in Atlanta.
Exactly. I was actually just about to mention that I think Butters and Caleb picked Septile Ice as regular Feraligatr and Ashton Ash's Corviknight as their MVP picks for day 2. So it's going to be fun to see how those two different Pokemon play out here. And I took a little sneak peek preview of the teams. I think the regular Feraligatr definitely has some play into Ashton Ash's team.
We saw yesterday LW Josh, I believe, was playing Shadow Feraligatr, absolutely unleashed it onto the opponents. Once that Pokemon gets a Protect Shield advantage or an Energy advantage, it's so formidable. So I think that Septile Ice is going to look for that here as well. Ashton Ash, very talented trainer. Looks like he's got actually a Guzzlord on his team. I don't believe I noticed that yesterday, but sure enough, there it is, Guzzlord and Corviknight. So we finally solved our mystery. So if we know where the Guzzlord is, Ashton Ash has it.
And speaking of non-shadow Pokemon, Ashton Ash also has, it looks like just a normal purified Sableye. And we've typically been seeing that shadow Sableye as kind of the dominant version throughout this tournament. But I'm curious whether Ashton Ash, like Septile Ice, may have noticed some matchups where the non-shadow can actually kind of outbulk just a little bit.
For a long time, the purified Sableye with Return was the meta staple. But now that it's gained access to Dazzling Gleam, that shadow variant has spiked in popularity. Let's go ahead and head down to the field, though. Our trainers are locked in and ready to go. Septile Ice 25 taking on Ashton Ash here in Atlanta.
And right off the bat, we've got Septile Ice's regular Feraligatr on the field versus Ashton Ash's Shadow Primeape. And the offensive pressure on the Shadow Primeape is extremely fearsome, and it gets to these Rage Fists extremely quickly, even outpacing the regular Feraligatr.
I really believe if these Pokemon match Protect Shields, that Shadow Primeape will come out on top. We've seen that Pokemon 2-shielding through all kinds of threats this weekend, and Ashton Ash knows he needs to neutralize his Feraligatr as quickly as possible.
And I definitely expect to see Ashton Ash maybe committing all of his Protect Shields to this Primeape right off the bat. We see the first shields going up here on that Hydro Cannon. Ashton Ash gonna actually throw the Rage Fist just before the Feraligatr throws the Hydro Cannon. I think this actually was a charge attack priority, so Septile Ice is gonna put up his shield just to make sure he gets off this Hydro Cannon.
It's gonna be a 2-for-1 bargain sale if Septile Ice does get the Protect Shield away from Ashton Ash, and he absolutely does, giving up one of his Protect Shields, but gaining so much leverage over Ashton Ash. That Primeape is double boosted now after firing off the double Rage Fist. That the Azumarill comes in, this Pokemon's gonna take a lot of damage.
Yeah, this Rage Fist is coming through. I think this is a double boosted Primeape at this point, and the Azumarill's gonna let it go. It is very bulky, but look at how much damage this Rage Fist does. That is a non-stop 35 energy move, still does a ton of damage, and Ashton Ash gonna get a lot of mileage out of the boosts on this Primeape. Here's another Rage Fist.
Applying so much pressure. Rage Fist number 4 connects into the Azumarill, and now the swap into the Sableye, but here comes a play rough. Oh, this is going to be tricky. I know that Sableye is one of the more bulky Dark-type Pokemon. I do think it can withstand this, but it's going to hurt quite a bit, taking it all the way down to the yellow. But it's made so much headway.
And we typically see trainers absorbing energy on Azumarill rather than on Sableye, but Ashton Ash might be making a team read here that he is going to need the Azumarill for later, and maybe thinking that the Sableye is going to be able to get off a charge attack anyways, and it does get to this Power Gem versus the Drapion.
What's so clever here from Ashton Ash is that this Sableye can withstand the Poison Stings. I think it might even be able to get to a second Power Gem here against the Drapion. The Poison Stings are not adding up. It's going to be really close. He's pushing for it. Can he catch Septile Ice off guard? We're just going to see the Foul Play come through because there are no more Protect Shields in the game, right?
Exactly, and I think Ashton Ash probably knew that Septile Ice wasn't going to let him get to that Power Gem, so just throwing right away, you know, kind of making sure he got some chip damage off at least. And now Septile Ice has Drapion with tons of energy, but it's going to be sponged on the Azumarill, which of course resists all of it.
Both trainers have a weak Pokemon in the back they could use as a sacrificial swap. The Primeape for Ashton Ash, the Feraligatr for Septile Ice. I think that if a defense fall occurs from the crunch here, Ashton Ash might be keen to swap into that Primeape early. But we're going to see how it plays out.
Yeah, we're going to see how it plays out. There's a defense fall, but I think if you're Ashton Ash, what you really need just to land one charge attack on this Drapion. Watch for the catch, and there it is. He sees it coming and makes sure to bubble down the Feraligatr. Going to be able to throw the player up on this Drapion. A little bit overkill at this point, but Ashton Ash making sure he gets the first victory in this game.
Yeah, Ashton Ash wants to leave nothing to question here, KOing that Shadow Drapion and taking game 1 of this series against Septile Ice. How did you feel about the strategies? Because I feel like Septile Ice knows that his Feraligatr is very potent, but Ashton Ash recognized that and was able to align the Primeape to it and basically use fire to beat fire, right, so to speak, in those high-octane, high offense-oriented Pokemon.
Exactly. I think, you know, we saw kind of those more offensive Pokemon on each side facing off, and Ashton Ash, like you said, the Shadow Primeape does come out on top in a lot of those higher shielding scenarios, so I'm expecting to definitely see Ashton Ash continue to bring that Primeape probably every game during this series, either in the lead or as a safe swap.
Ashton Ash has piloted that Corviknight very well, arguably the best Corviknight trainer in the tournament to this point. But if we're looking at Septile Ice's team, he's got the Annihilate, he's got the Feraligatr, he's got Azumarill and Alolan Sandslash, so it doesn't feel like there's a lot of room for that Pokemon to maneuver. The question then becomes, does that open up the field for Septile Ice to bring out maybe the Cradily in game 2? What are you thinking, Soph? Do you think that's not what's on his mind?
So it's interesting because Septile Ice is running this Drapion double water team that we have seen so often in the last couple of months. I'm a little nervous about the Cradilly just because I think Septile Ice knows that the Primeape is probably coming. And so I think he's probably going to be a little bit too nervous to bring the Cradilly. So I would expect to see him at least keep the Azumarill. Maybe he keeps the Drapion as well because that does do decently into Primeape.
Going right into game number 2, we've got an Azumarill versus Shadow Drapion matchup. The team you called out, Soph, that's Shadow Drapion double water for Septile Ice. Meanwhile, shuffling the order of these Pokemon, but the same 3 in this game number 2. Ashton Ash leading the Azumarill, building up to the play rough, probably going to fire it pretty soon. Oh, and the swap and the catch from Septile Ice.
And that's a catch we see so often. Drapion building up a ton of energy and then dipping into Azumarill. That is a great play from Septile Ice because now he has so much energy on that Drapion for later. And Ashton Ash actually meeting the Azumarill with his Shadow Primeape.
This is a curious play, but I mean, when you have this team composition, it kind of makes sense. Gonna fire the Rage Fist now into the Azumarill, and you're exactly right. Has to account for all the energy on that Shadow Drapion. I think it's got 2 charge attacks loaded before it's swapped out.
Exactly. I think it has 10 Poison Stings, so that's 2 crunches. So Ashton Ash, if he wants to 2-shield through this Primeape, he really needs to make sure he exits with a charge attack so that he can at least get some of it off against the Drapion.
Exactly right. Ice Beam does get Protect Shielded up there by Ashton Ash and his Shadow Primeape. Primeape users always use their shields on this Pokemon, and a little bit maybe of a stumble from Ashton Ash as he does not throw the Rage Fist in time, and he's forced to double shield here.
And Septile Ice taking advantage of the desync switch clock actually comes in with the Drapion. Ashton Ash maybe anticipating it, throws this Rage Fist, but this is actually resisted damage, and Septile Ice gonna call it, and he actually got the charge attack priority as well, so able to knock out this Primeape now.
I absolutely adore this play from Septile Ice. He saw the mistake that Ashton Ash made, sent in that Shadow Drapion and neutralized a ton of energy. Now he's up 2 shields and up a Pokemon as well. He's got a huge advantage going to the latter part of this matchup.
Yeah, Crunch coming through on this Azumarill, obviously not going to threaten a knockout, but I think you're right. There's just a huge advantage for Septile Ice here. Ashton Ash just has the Sableye left in the back. It is full health, but we know that Sableye doesn't do particularly well without shields.
Exactly right. Azumarill fires the Ice Beam. Shadow Drapion does use, I believe that's Septile Ice's first Protect Shield of the game. Yes, it is, which is definitely a remarkable feat at this point. Builds up to the Crunch. Azumarill might be within Crunch range at this juncture as well.
I think so, or if not, maybe just one more Poison Sting. And Septile Ice, so much energy, going to be able to get at least, get 1 Crunch off on the Sableye, and then just needs kind of one of any charge attack of its choosing to finish this off.
There is still a healthy Feraligatr lurking in the back, and we finally see the swap from Septile Ice. I mean, Sableye is tiny but mighty, but I don't think it has enough to pull this match back for Ashton Ash. This really came down to that pivotal mid-game play, the miscalculation from Ashton Ash, over farming on the Azumarill, and that kind of first domino fell, and then a series of dominoes fell afterwards that led to this Hydro Cannon KO.
Exactly. I think Septile Ice also, before that, just banked so much energy on the Drapion, so I can see why Ashton Ash wanted to overfarm. But again, desynchronized switch clocks using both shields, that just gives a huge opening for Septile Ice to basically make a combo play and try to snipe whenever he wants to.
We've seen Feraligatr and Shadow Drapion from Septile Ice in both games 1 and 2. Is it time, Soph? Is it time for the Guzzlord to come out and try to beat both of those Pokemon? I mean, Feraligatr's got to land the Ice Beam. Shadow Drapion needs to land at least 3 crunches, probably. Do you think it's Guzzlord time?
It definitely could be. So, right, if you're Ashton Ash, you need to find a way to deal with the Shadow Drapion, which obviously made such an amazing appearance in that game too. Kind of chipped down the Azumarill, had so much energy for like all of the Pokemon on Ashton Ash's team. So I definitely could see Guzzlord being an answer to that Drapion.
We're going to see there are a lot of answers to it as well, including that Annihilate. Game number 3 on the screen. We've got the Clodsire lead from Ashton Ash into the Shadow Drapion. Instant pivot into the Feraligatr, and this is where Ashton Ash wants to be. He sends out that Shadow Primeape to counter the high-octane Hydro Cannon Feraligatr.
And that was a really fast swap. I think Ashton Ash was absolutely anticipating that. So nice plays there to react really, really quickly. Gets off this Rage Fist before the Feraligatr throws the Hydro Cannon.
You cannot afford to get behind this Feraligatr in terms of energy, so Ashton Ash is doing all the right things to respond from that swap. Hydro Cannon does get protection by the Primeape, as we've come to expect, but the Karate Chop down is not in the card, so he's forced to throw a Rage Fist.
Yeah, and that actually was charge attack priority yet again, kind of reminiscent of the lead situation from game 1. And Septile Ice putting up a shield wants to guarantee this Hydro Cannon so that he can take, I think that's Ashton Ash's final Protect shield.
Exactly right. This Feraligatr is going to get Karate Chop down, but it takes 2 shields for its trouble. That means that this Primeape is going to be double Rage Fist boosted going into into a 1-shield Septile Ice backline of Shadow Drapion and Azumarill.
And this is still a relatively healthy Primeape. I think it's going to be able to get off 2 charge attacks unless Septile Ice wants to throw. And actually tried to catch an Ice Punch on the Azumarill, I think, but Ashton Ash saw it coming. Here comes a Rage Fist.
Exactly right. This chip is going to be so valuable because even if Ashton Ash chooses to go into his own Azumarill here eventually, this HP advantage is going to be massive. He's probably only going to need 1 play rough to KO this opposing Azumarill, but Primeape is putting in a ton of work in game number 3.
Yeah, I think the saving grace for Septile Ice here is that he does still have 1 Protect Shield left, so potentially hoping that his own Drapion can put in some work, but Ashton Ash still has, I think that's a full health Azumarill in the back, so it's going to be really hard for Septile Ice to claw his way out of this one.
Ashton Ash calculating that he can do a full Poison Sting down of this Azumarill before the second Ice Beam, and he just might get it. And now the Shadow Drapion needs to watch out for Earthquake pressure coming from the Clodsire.
Yeah, tons of energy on this Clodsire. I think the Clodsire is actually in Aqua Tail range or very close to it. So Septile Ice does shield up the heavier hitting Earthquake. He's actually already over an Aqua Tail, but Ashton Ash just gonna go for a Sludge Bomb here.
Now, I think that Septile Ice really wants to see a Sableye in the back. I think that's probably his only win condition, but as we just pointed out, it is not going to be that. This Clodsire is still on the field versus the Shadow Drapion, and the Shadow Drapion finally going to throw the Aqua Tail, but I respect and appreciate the overcharge. Septile Ice is trying to give himself any shot to win this game.
Yeah, 100 energy on that Drapion, and like you said, maybe just hoping it was something that he could hit with the Drapion's energy, but Azumarill is not going to be that target. It takes these crunches so easily, and I think this is going to be Ashton Ash's game.
Crunch connects, Azumarill shrugs it off, no defense fall either, and meanwhile that Ice Beam gets closer and closer, and here it is. Ashton Ash nods at the camera, he says, that's what I'm talking about. Game 3 victory. I'd like to advance to winners round 2, please.
All right, a fantastic set from Ashton Ash. I feel like he's been playing so well this tournament and really letting that Shadow Primeape shine. I know we said maybe Corviknight was going to be the MVP of Ashton Ash's team, but I really feel like it's been that Primeape, right? It paces so quickly to those attacks. We even saw it versus Elam able to take on Pokemon like the Shadow Jumpluff, right?
Yeah.
So I'm really curious to see how far he can take this Shadow Primeape.
This series was so fun because it was defined by fast reflexes. We saw in game number 2, Septile Ice notice the miscalculation by Ashton Ash with the Azumarill versus the Primeape. He made that swap in to nullify the energy with the Shadow Drapion, and then game number 3, instant pivot into Feraligatr by Septile Ice, met by that Shadow Primeape, and that's really where Ashton Ash was able to lock down that decisive game. So very fun series, 2 trainers that are very well decorated. Ashton Ash, the runner-up at NAIC last season. Septile Ice, like you said, an up-and-comer, very talented trainer who's made enormous strides to get to the point where he is now.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, he's already kind of up and come, right? He's had so many top cuts this season, not just here, but also at UIC, 2nd place in Toronto, and I think a top cut in Baltimore as well. So really just a fantastic season. You see those nice mechanics on display here. But I also really like the reactions that Ashton Ash made in between the battles, right? We talked about his fast reflexes, but if you look at that game 3, he adjusted to bring the Clodsire, maybe kind of anticipating that Septile Ice would continue to bring the Azumarill and the Drapion.
I think Ashton Ash also demonstrated a great degree of discipline and kind of staying the course. We talked about Guzzlord, right? And it can be so frustrating when your opponent keeps running the same team into you. Maybe you feel like you need to core break that squad, but at the same time, if you overcommit, you open yourself up to a lot of other weaknesses. For example, the Guzzlord would have struggled versus the Annihilate, versus the Sandslash, versus the Azumarill. It would have been really tricky. So staying the course, just making slight adjustments. The Clodsire was actually a big surprise to me, and it did turn out very well for him. So that's just additional proof that the Might and Mastery season is not defined by our new rock tombers like Claydol and Cradily. You can still play Feraligatr, you can still play Clodsire, you can play a lot of Pokemon that have been good over the past months and seasons, and, you know, be creative with your team.
Exactly. Tons of great plays from both trainers. And Ashton Ash, like you said, so creative with this team. Let's actually hear from the man himself. I think we have an interview with Ashton Ash.
Thank you, Soph and Speedy. I'm here with Ashton Ash right off this win, and I gotta tell you, you are, in my opinion, my favorite person to watch when you're battling, because I have no idea where you're going with some of these plays, too. How do you wrap your head around this? Because I feel like sometimes you just go for crazy double shield situations, pivoting out, swapping in and out, and just very non-linear gameplay. It makes even the best opponents hard to follow.
Yeah, I think my train of thought when I'm in those games, I'm like, okay, I'm just like, have you ever seen that? Well, have you ever seen that Kojiro guy? I'm always thinking ahead, you know, like very possible scenarios, and I'm always like thinking, hey, so if I do this, is this gonna happen? So believe it or not, I think these are my strongest win conditions. Maybe some people don't see them, but like I think it's clear for me, you know?
Yeah. Well, I don't think it's clear to anyone else, but I think that's what makes you one of the best players in the world. And you are, I believe, only one of 2 people to have 2 international trophies on the Masters level too. But you're still missing that first place title. So what would it mean to you to win it all here in Atlanta?
You know what? I always lose. You know, every tournament I've gone to, I've lost. I haven't had a first place medal or something. It would mean the world. You know, I think this game is about consistency, persistence, and you know, not like getting down when you lose. So it would mean the world to me if I won.
And I know too, you've been playing PvP for a while as well, but you really made a splash on scene last year, getting 2nd place at NAIC. You know, only losing to Out of Pocket. And you know, ever since then, you've been just hitting the floor running and stuff like that. How do you attribute yourself to getting to that level from, you know, maybe struggling to make Top Cut before to all of a sudden being, I would say, one of the best in the world?
I think it's thanks to all of you guys, Caleb, with your streams. I always watch your videos. Rise to Occasion, always watch his videos. I started watching actually Poké. That was my first YouTuber that I watched. And yeah, basically, thanks to all of you guys, I've been learning like throughout the time. So I really appreciate you guys. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think now we're all watching you, trying to figure out how you're getting to the level you're at, too. But best of luck in the rest of the tournament. Any shout-outs you'd like to give anyone, anything you'd like to say to people at home?
Oh, yeah. I want to say hi to my girlfriend, Monica. I love you. Thank you for watching me. I also want to say hi to my friends, Rigo, Chris, and Damien. And also big shout-out to Rockhaven. He wasn't here, but he helped me, like, scrim a lot. And also, like, to Pyro Panda GBL. And a big shout-out to Iomero, because this is his team, you know? I'm piloting his team, so thanks a lot for the team, man. It's really working.
Yeah. Iomero makes some pretty wild teams, too, so it makes a lot of sense. Well, thank you for the interview, and back to you all casters.
Thank you so much, Caleb. Great to hear from Ashton Ash. I like how positive the personality is, right? There's one line that stuck with me, Sophie says, I never won a tournament, right? I never won. I always lose. And I don't think that that's entirely true because he does make it to the finals. You know, he has done it a few times. Even this season in Merida, he was actually on the winner's side bracket in the grand finals before Marto Galde came in and reset the bracket to win. So he was very, very close on that grand final stage for a 2nd time after NAIC last season. I know Ashton Ash is looking to push through and win a championship. Also, very cool shout out to Iomero, right? Iomero was actually the runner-up of the Indianapolis Regional, which was our first NA Regional back in 2022.
Yeah, Ashton Ash is super talented, has been so successful on the international stage in particular. But you know, speaking of people who have never won tournaments, I think our next player, one of our next players on the stage, has 3 second places and is definitely pushing to get his very first win. That is going to be Tomahawk UK on the right, coming here all the way from the UK actually, to face off against his good friend and colleague Nighttime Clasher, who, by the way, is one of the 3 people who beat Tomahawk in a grand finals.
I think, if my records are correct, I believe Nighttime Clasher is the first trainer to go from the NA region over to EU and win a championship series event, stealing the crown, so to speak, from the folks over there at Liverpool. But I'm sure the Tomahawk UK wants some revenge, is probably thinking about that series right now. But he's got to lock in and prepare to take on Nighttime Clasher. Our trainers are already locked in and ready to go, so we're wasting 0 time.
Yeah, no time to take a look at these teams and preview anything, but I think, you know, right off the bat, I see Septile for Tomahawk looking very good, maybe Cradilli for Nighttime Clasher, but we're already in the lead, and it's a Drapion mirror.
Not only that, so we've got a triple mirror match here. Shadow Drapion lead, Shadow Septile in the back for both players, as well as the Azumarill. So it's going to be a real test of skill, skill expression, energy management, and shield management.
And this is a fun matchup because at the end of it, after you land 2 Aqua Tails, both Drapion are very, very low, and we often see trainer kind of try to snipe that last little sliver of HP with a Pokemon, and I wouldn't even be surprised to see both of them reach for that Sableye at the very end.
Well, we did see Tomahawk UK's Shadow Drapion win the Charge Tech priority over the Sableye yesterday for Mount Dugong, so it looks like Nighttime Clasher is not going to challenge him here on the Charge Tech priority, and like you called out, Soph, trying to sneak in there and get a little bit of damage onto the Drapion, but Nighttime Clasher quick on his feet.
Yeah, they actually both came into the Azumarill, and I think Nighttime Clasher maybe got like 1 Poison Sting on the Azumarill, so you see a tiny bit of an HP advantage for him. But this is a fun mirror as well. It does take a little bit of time, but that gives the trainers a lot of time to think that, okay, the switch clock is coming up. Where am I going to go? What could be in the back?
I'm just going to be honest. I prefer this mirror match over maybe an Umbreon mirror match that we've casted in the past, or a Lickitung mirror match. I think that the Azumarill mirror match is quite fun. And like you said, the Poison Sting actually is going to make a big impact. These Pokemon are so closely aligned, right? There's only one bubble of energy difference between the two of them because Tomahawk switched first. So this is going to come down to the wire. Meanwhile, the switch timers are also ticking down.
Yeah, they're just about up, and I think Tomahawk threw that with some good awareness of where the switch clock was. And let's not forget the kind of asymmetry in those Drapion in the back. Nighttime Clasher, very, very low health, but has some energy banked. Meanwhile, Tomahawk, no energy, or maybe just one Poison Sting, but only at 30% left.
Nighttime Clasher might hang on through this play rough, and it looks like red HP for Tomahawk UK's Azumarill, but yellow for Nighttime Clasher. Hangs on by a thread, looking for the swap, goes into the Sableye, trying to get an energy lead, and Tomahawk, maybe a little bit of a stumble there, a little bit slow on the swap.
Yeah, and I think that that foul play is going to come through from Nighttime Clasher, and he's also ahead on energy, and he's ahead on energy in both of his back Pokemon. Each of them just has a sliver of health, maybe actually 1 or 2 HP, but also a charge attack loaded, and Nighttime Clasher is up a shield.
Exactly right. Going to throw the foul play now into the opposing Shadow Sableye. I don't know, I'm just thinking about the swaps, right? Tomahawk switched, and then Nighttime Clasher swapped, but he swapped even faster. Quick draw Clasher on the stage here. Let's see how this damage plays out, though, because Tomahawk does have double foul plays loaded and ready to go.
Yeah, 100 energy on Tomahawk Sableye, and I think Nighttime Clasher, he's going to have to use both of his shields here if he wants to do anything with the Sableye. But actually, a charge attack priority, I don't know if these trainers know each other's Sableye attack spreads, but Tomahawk looks like he's going to win the charge attack priority here.
He absolutely does. Final protection comes up from Nighttime Clasher, throwing the foul play to look for the knockout. I don't think the Azumarill has much energy. I don't think the Shadow Drapion does either. This might be a fast attack race here at the end.
All right, well, Tomahawk has a decision to make. What does he want to come in here with? I think Nighttime Clasher has 0 Shadow Claws here, so he's actually going to come in with the Drapion, and actually comes in with the Azumarill, maybe trying to go for a catch, and Nighttime Clasher does actually throw the foul play.
Wow, Tomahawk is piloting this very well. He got some energy there on the Drapion. He's trying to make up some lost ground. The foul play catch is very inspired there, swapping to the Azumarill. Oh! Nighttime Clasher goes for the Azumarill, but gets caught in the Poison Sting. Charge attack priority, and it looks like he might get this Aqua Tail through.
And that was huge. I think we were thinking Nighttime Clasher has 2 charge attacks loaded. He's going to be okay. The Azumarill went down, though, but it was okay for Nighttime Clasher because his Aqua Tail took priority over Tomahawk's.
Quick draw Clasher. Look at him go. Aqua Tail connects, and he wins that game number 1, but it came right down to the wire. And you know what? If attempt number 1 doesn't work, just go to plan B.
Exactly. Plan B, you know, just hope that your charge attack fires at the end there. And Nighttime Clasher, luckily, was able to pull it out. Let's take one more look at this team. Just as a reminder, this is a team we saw Out of Pocket win with earlier today, advancing to winners round 2. Nighttime Clasher now looking to take, I think that's going to be the final spot in winners round 2, as we've already gone through 3 of these winners matches.
An Ice-type Pokemon on each trainer's roster. We've got the Alolan Sandslash with Powder Snow for Nighttime Clasher. Meanwhile, the Alolan Ninetales with Powder Snow for Tomahawk UK. But honestly, based on the Pokemon we've seen, I don't think we'll get either of the Ice types in game number 2. Mirror match after mirror match after mirror match. So Sableye was our pivotal Pokemon, though, in my opinion, because the energy management, the foul play damage, taking the shields, it really came down to this, and then some flashy plays at the end.
Exactly. A lot of chaos at the end. I definitely agree with you. I think we can expect to see Sableye from at least one of these trainers in the remaining games, just because the damage from those Shadow Claws really adds up quickly. It's so spammy, and it's so safe, actually, into both of these trainers' teams.
Let's talk about the mental state, right? Because we have 2 rivals. I know they're friends, but they're also rivals, right? And they're competing right now. This is work. This isn't fun time. How do you mentally adjust, especially if you're Tomahawk and you just came so close, maybe felt like a couple of things went wrong? How do you adjust and stay in the moment?
If you feel like a couple of things went wrong, you might just think, I can bring the same team and make some adjustments in my gameplay rather than in the Pokemon. And we see Nighttime Clasher bringing the same line of 3, Drapion, Sableye, Azumarill. And meanwhile, Tomahawk, a little bit of a switch up there. He's actually brought in the Lapras in the back.
Shadow Sableye lead here for Tomahawk, building up to the power jump, but the Crunch will strike first. Tomahawk UK has the decision to make early on in this battle. Crunch will hurt quite a bit. Decides to no-shield the first one, and it takes the Shadow Sableye down into the red.
Yeah, actually gets very, very low here, so I don't know what Tomahawk is is saving his shields for. Maybe the Shadow Lapras in the back. Power Gem is going to come through, actually deals a ton of damage in return. That's actually huge for Tomahawk. Brings in the Azumarill once again to try and absorb some of this Drapion's energy, but just like we saw in the first game, Nighttime Clasher baking the crunch and coming into his own Azumarill.
Such incredible patience. 3 Poison Stings gives him a marginal HP advantage in the Azumarill mirror match, so he's going to try to compensate with the lack of energy advantage he has with an HP advantage.
Exactly. Play rough coming through, and this is a pretty long matchup, and you might have noticed several times, if you've seen enough Azumarill mirrors over the years, 3 play roughs do not actually knock out an Azumarill with maximum bulk. You're often able to hang on with 1 HP. I think that's what we saw in the last game, actually. So if these trainers anticipate that Tomahawk's Azumarill is going to go down first because it took those extra Poison Stings, that might influence what they do at the end of this matchup.
As you called out, Soph, Nighttime Clasher running the same team, double darks, and I think that is actually going to help him quite a bit against that Lapras. But let's talk about this catch from Tomahawk, sending out that Shadow Sableye, sacrificing it to absorb the play rough damage. That's actually a really good step in the right direction for him to get back into this match.
Absolutely. He still has his own Azumarill, but he's also got the Lapras. Nighttime Clasher actually already reaching for the Sableye. He doesn't know what's in the back yet, but Tomahawk is going to show it right now. This is a fantastic matchup for Sableye. Really, all you need to do is shield up these charge attacks because the side waves do absolutely nothing.
Exactly. There is still the Azumarill lurking in the back, and it does have about half health, maybe 1/3 health, so it is still a threat to the Shadow Sableye, but that first shield comes up there from Nighttime Clasher on the Sparkling Aria.
Exactly. Foul play coming through here, and this is looking pretty good for Nighttime Clasher, I think. Tomahawk is able to call that it's a foul play and not that super effective power jump, so that's definitely a step in the right direction for him. But Nighttime Clasher already at another foul play is going to pull a Protect Shield from Tomahawk.
Switch timer is nearly up for Tomahawk UK. He can reach for that Azumarill at any moment. I think Nighttime Clasher wants to carry over a little bit of energy, but I think Tomahawk as well wants to force away these Protect Shields and take down these barriers so he can start throwing the Ice Beams and play roughs.
Yeah, this is just a Shadow Lapras that's going to do more damage than a regular Lapras, but Nighttime Clasher still knows that he can hang on, saving his shields for something more, able to get to the power jump versus Azumarill. I don't know if this is actually enough to knock out the Azumarill, but Tomahawk, at this point, you have to shield something. You're getting so low in health.
Yeah, he knows shields a power gem. Instant swap into the Azumarill. Still 1 Protect Shield remaining for each of our trainers, but it's also important to remember there's still a crunch stored on that Shadow Drapion for Nighttime Clasher.
Play rough coming through here, drawing Nighttime Clasher's final Protect Shields. I think he's going to go for a bubble down on this Azumarill. Comes out with an Ice Beam. Don't forget the energy on his Drapion as well. And this Lapras so low. Only 1 Protect Shield left for both of these charge attacks. And I think Tomahawk is going to just let it go and concede this game.
I think Nighttime Clasher confirmed that he had the crunch loaded on the Shadow Drapion, so even if Tomahawk UK uses the shield there, the Drapion would come in and put an end to the match regardless. Great games between these two friends and rivals. It looks like Nighttime Clasher is going to continue his lead in this competitive series between the two of them.
Exactly. Nighttime Clasher, of course, emerged victorious in the Liverpool Grand Finals and as well here in Atlanta, moving on to winners round 2. And Tomahawk, on the other hand, is going to drop to the losers side of the bracket.
I heard a rumor that during that Grand Finals, Tomahawk was able to reset the bracket. Nighttime Clasher seemed a little bit flustered. Maybe he had to catch a flight, I think is what I heard. And apparently Tomahawk said to him, he said, you know what? Go catch your flight. I'll take the championship. And then Nighttime Clasher locked in and won. And I think he locked in here in Atlanta as well. So he's going to continue his progress through that winner's side bracket, but don't count out Tomahawk yet. I'm sure he wants a rematch against NTC LG.
Yeah, we've talked about Nighttime Clasher many, many times as one of the most improved trainers. He's actually come onto the scene after most of the top trainers that we see today, right? You know, the people like Rise, Dune Pocket, they've been around for so long. And meanwhile, Nighttime Clasher, you know, he thinks about his first tournament and he says, I got some really nice advice from Wadaj and Rise when I was a nobody. And here he is making it further than anybody almost that he mentioned, and already here in the, I think, the top 6 now in Atlanta.
I remember Nighttime Clasher's first top cut. I think it was with Togedemaru.
Put it into the match.
I believe that was actually really fun because I got a chance to talk with him outside in the venue, and he seemed so green, you know, so new, so fresh. He's just like, yeah, man, I played Togedemaru and I was baiting Fell Stingers and landing wild charges, and I got top cut, and I'm really excited to be here. He just radiated positive energy and excitement.
And I think that joy and excitement is definitely what you need to continue kind of grinding through all these tournaments, right? He's gone to so many tournaments. At this point, it feels like he's just traveling all around the world at all times, but you really need to have that joy and excitement to kind of motivate you to continue doing all of that?
Absolutely. One of our best in the community and one of our most fun players to watch. I always think it's so funny because he seemed a little bit chaotic when he first came onto the scene, but he's really kind of found his own tempo. He controls the pace of the matchups, doesn't get flustered. You can see even when Tomahawk caught that foul, the play rough onto the Shadow Septile, he didn't even make a reaction. I always look at the trainers' faces. Like, do they wince? Do they recoil? Do they kind of get frustrated? Nothing, because he was super, super dialed in. I think that comes from all the practice, all the scrims, and just knowing yourself and knowing your gameplay.
Yeah, I definitely think he knows himself. He knows those matchups. He might have even been anticipating the Septile catch and been like, you know what, I need to throw energy at this anyways, so I'm okay with it. But let's actually hear from Nighttime Clasher and hear about all of his great plays.
Thank you, Soph and Speedy. To quote someone that I spoke to 5 seconds ago, you said, just another day at work. How you feeling after that match against Tomahawk?
I mean, just feeling great. I've played so many sets this weekend. I played a challenging cup on Thursday. I played a challenge on Friday, played yesterday, played a challenge yesterday. I think this was my 30th winning set of the weekend in Play Pokemon. And I think I dropped 3 sets, so really good feeling.
I'm happy to be part of one of those sets where I got smoked by you as well. Now, you're facing off against Tomahawk, who you're well familiar with, facing in the past in Liverpool in the finals, as well as you cast with him a lot. Was the last time you faced off at Liverpool, or was there another time on the official circuit?
I've actually only played him once at Liverpool. People associate us very often together, but we actually only played once. We just casted a lot more times together.
Well, I'm sure he's looking for some redemption there, having lost to you in 2 of the past occurrences. But also on top of that, you have not dropped a single game this tournament. How are you feeling about all that?
I mean, I really like the team that I'm running, the one that I'm sharing with Pocket and my brother as well. So really confident about that, and just looking into the forward matchups, just continuing doing what I've been doing. I've played with the team literally so much this weekend already, so what could go wrong?
Definitely. And, I was talking about Ashton Ash earlier, but you as well, too, definitely put a lot of work to get into the scene and climb to be one of the best. You're also on top of the leaderboards here in not only North America, but the entire world. What is your goal this weekend? Obviously, outside of, just winning it all.
I just want to feel good going into the rest of the season. I had a pretty rough Worlds last year, so all the tournaments from here until August in Anaheim, I just want to feel like I'm ready and prepared in any meta, any situation, any opponents.
Any opponent you're looking forward to facing or not facing in the remainder of this tournament?
I really hope I get to play against Aiden. I mean, we have the same team, so I mean, it wouldn't be RPS. It would just be a very skillful, just neutral match.
Definitely. I mean, there was a mirror match right off the beginning, and that's definitely a good show of skill. A little comedy end with the Zimro swap in, too. Any shout-outs you'd like to give? Any last words you'd like to say?
Of course, shout out to Teresa and my brother and all my friends in the USBC for helping, and Onion Frank because he's raising his hand, and also, of course, Luminosity for flying me out here and getting me what I need to succeed.
All right, best of luck in the rest of the tournament, and let's hope you and Pocket get that match. Casters, back to you.
Great to hear from Nighttime Clasher. He does have that same team with Pocket, and both of them, I think, are already in the top 6. So there's a good chance that we will get to see them face off in some future rounds. But that actually concludes Winners Round 1. We're actually going to be jumping down to the losers side of the bracket now.
Let's take a look here. We're going to have Dre Flames taking on Elam. We mentioned Pocket earlier. Pocket's the one who actually knocked Dre Flames down to this loser side bracket. He did it off of the back of an Azumarill and Claydol duo. And I do think that Shadow Typhlosion has the odds stacked against it because there's double water plus a Claydol here on Elam's team.
Yeah, we talked about the Typhlosion as maybe Dre Flames' MVP pick, or at least maybe the standout of his team. But like you said, falling to out of pocket earlier, and that Claydol Azumarill core, which we could see Elam continue to bring and possibly deter the Typhlosion.
These trainers do share a lot of common picks. We do see the Lapras on both sides, the Shadow Drapion, as well as the Shadow Jumpluffs, but that's where the similarities end. I really like how Dre Flames constructed his team, has the Diggersby, has the Jumpluff. Those two Pokemon do a great job of countering a lot of the threats to his Shadow Typhlosion, but only time will tell if he just decides to bring it, because he's also proven himself to be very, very versatile in his approach. So if you're looking at this matchup, I mean, what do you think maybe the key Pokemon is for each trainer?
The key Pokemon. Yeah, it is pretty tough. I think for Dre Flames, maybe the Annihilate could be a key Pokemon because we saw Elam actually struggle quite a bit against Ashton Ash's Primeape. And Annihilate does pace slower to the Ice Punch, which is pretty key for that Jumpluff matchup. But I definitely think there's some similarities there that it could share. And Elam, on the other hand, probably going to be looking to neutralize that kind of damage. Maybe he can bring the Jumpluff if he anticipates no Typhlosion, for example.
It's going to be tricky here for Dre Flames if he brings the Jumpluff or the Diggersby, because that Alolan Sandslash is lurking on Elam's team. But let's figure out what these trainers have decided. We are locked in, ready to go. Dre Flames from California taking on Elam of Florida.
And the leads are on the field. It's Drapion into Azumarill. I know Elam doesn't like to lead Azumarill often because of the slow pacing, but here it is, maybe hoping to kind of sponge off this Drapion's energy.
I'm looking here at the Diggersby from Dre Flames. I know we've got the Shadow Drapion Azumarill match on the field right now, but you cannot discount the potential for that Diggersby as this game goes on. Let's figure out how Elam decides to play this, though, because as you said, maybe not the most comfortable situation for him to be in, but Azumarill applies a ton of shield pressure.
Yeah, going straight for the play rough here. Oh, actually, sorry. Dre Flames is going to be throwing the crunch, but I think I saw Elam trying to reach for the play rough. He's probably going to do one more bubble before he decides to throw. There it is, throwing on good timing here. And this is actually going to threaten the Drapion, and Dre Flames is going to let it go.
Yeah, very careful timing there by Elam. Bubbles 11 energy, so you can only throw 9 before you become inefficient with your fast attack timing. And now another charge attack from the Drapion. This is tough for Elam, though, because if he lets the Azumarill go, he doesn't get much farm out of this Pokemon. Actually, Azumarill hangs on.
Yeah, it was actually just an Aqua Tail, I think, without the crunch debuff, so you can hang on there. And now this is really nice because Elam's able to get some meaningful chip damage into the Lapras before he heads out into potentially the Drapion.
I think the Drapion is...
actually the Claydol.
Oh, actually, what? Actually coming in the Claydol. I'm a little bit surprised. I mean, Claydol Psychic typing helps it in so many matchups, but resisting Psywave is probably the most important factor here. Sparkling Aria going to get shielded up. I think an energy advantage on Claydol is also super helpful because if Dre Flames decides to swap at any moment, he could just Rock Tomb and pin that Pokemon. Speaking of pin, Lapras is stuck here.
Yeah, it is stuck here, so Rock Tomb coming through, and that means this Lapras is going to be debuffed for just about maybe 10 more seconds before it's able to switch out. So Dre Flames is going to throw the Sparkling Aria, and after this, if he wants to, he can switch out and try to clear this drop.
Sparkling Aria will connect into the Claydol the second time around after the debuff that you pointed out. So the Mud Slaps are adding up. It's going to be about 4 Mud Slaps here for that Sparkling Aria to come through. So great timing by Elam, only throwing 3. And the Rock Tomb will connect. Dre Flames putting it all on his 3rd Pokemon, it seems.
Yeah, it's that Diggersby lurking in the back. The Drapion is pretty much gone. Just going to be a potential sacrificial swap. And Elam actually switches out right away into the Drapion, not messing around with any kind of chip and dip. Wants to make sure he doesn't get too behind on energy.
This is tricky, right? Because Elam just switch locked himself, and maybe you could argue, you know, the Claydol could have Rock Tomb and then swap, but Dre Flame's switch timer is also up, and he does have that Shadow Drapion that he could use to catch a charge attack. Scorching Sands is gonna hurt, so Elam calls it at the last second.
Oh my goodness, that would have done a ton of damage, but Elam shields it up, still has a lot of health on this Drapion, and also still has some health on the Claydol that can potentially finish it up if Drapion can't do the job. Aqua Tail coming through here, and Dre Flames is going to use what I think is his last Protect Shield, and probably going to try to throw the energy before Elam gets to the Aqua Tail.
Dre Flames building a lot of momentum here. He's clawing his way back into this game number 1. Scorching Sands, I believe, will be enough to KO the Shadow Drapion, and it does. That Drapion swap is still available for him, and the Claydol comes in. This is Elam's last chance, and he's so far away from the Ice Beam.
Yeah, I think the Diggersby is going to get to the Scorching Sands first. Elam trying to go for a catch, but Dre Flames is just continuing to tap with those quick attacks, and I think that means he's going to be able to get off the Scorching Sands and knock out Elam's Claydol.
Diggersby doesn't win the charge attack priority over many Pokemon. I don't know if it wins it over Claydol. It's got to be pretty close, but either way, Scorching Sands does connect there, getting the knockout, and Dre Flames able to slingshot himself back into this game number 1 and win it off the back of that Diggersby. But my goodness, I mean, we saw that, you know, when the match started, we saw the potential for it. I think Elam needs to make a couple of adjustments.
Yeah, I think potentially, you know, he brought the Claydol into the Lapras. Obviously, he didn't know that there was a Diggersby in the back, but had he known, he might have just thrown the Drapion into the Lapras instead. Lapras is actually almost in crunch range as well, but let's take one more look at Dre Flames' team. He's actually got the Skull Bash Lapras. We've seen a lot of trainers opting for Ice Beam instead. And of course, the Diggersby that made such a nice appearance in that game number 1.
Yeah, definitely interesting to see what Elam decides to do in game number 2. And what I really appreciate about Dre Flames' composition as well is that he does have Pokemon that not a lot of trainers are prepared for. Sure, you could expect some Lapras, maybe some Annihilate, Jumpluff, and Shadow Drapion, but those 2 wild cards in Shadow Typhlosion and Diggersby, I mean, the last time we saw Diggersby be super prominent was probably a month into the max-out season when Diggersby Toxapex was really popular, and then we saw Diggersby paired with Azumarill a lot towards EUIC, but I mean, it feels like the meta is shifting so often that you can easily forget about some of these very powerful picks.
Absolutely. Like you said, Diggersby such a powerhouse in past metas and honestly does great in neutral matchups just because of its bulk. So I like that Dre Flames has brought it. I mean, I would guess that if Elam has been scrimming, he hasn't seen many Diggersby, so he's probably not super familiar with the way that opponents like to play it into his team.
I do want to point out that the Jumpluff here for Dre Flames is running double flying type attacks, so you might argue, okay, well, Elam can double down on the water types to try to beat the Diggersby, but then he leaves himself a bit open to Jumpluff. However, I do think that Dre Flames needs to find more creative ways, maybe Thunder Punch Typhlosion, which is so effective for him yesterday against Dilap Chong. Maybe that's a possible answer, but after seeing that Claydol, I mean, this feels like a very risky game to play, but let's jump in and see what these trainers decided.
All right, well, Elam's got the Drapion on the field, and it is that Typhlosion you were just talking about. Drapion does actually pace a little bit quicker than Typhlosion to his charge attacks, but those Incinerates just add up so quickly.
Aqua Tail is going to sting quite a bit, but meanwhile, like you said, the chunks of damage that the Incinerates are inflicting is applying a ton of pressure, and the first shield coming out within the first 10 seconds of this game, Shadow Typhlosion commands shields.
Yeah, Dre Flames went right for that Thunder Punch and actually just swapped out into Diggersby once he had the shield advantage. Elam building up a ton of energy before throwing this Aqua Tail. I wouldn't be surprised to see him switch out into Azumarill, or maybe actually he could just throw all of his energy here. Oh no, but he does dip into Azumarill.
Yeah, I think Elam does like to bank the charge attack, save it for a rainy day. Now that this Azumarill now that this Diggersby is weakened, the Azumarill might be able to KO it with a single Ice Beam plus the bubble pressure. Scorching Sands does connect. Does debuff come through? It does not. Azumarill going to be at full strength.
I think you're right that maybe the Ice Beam plus some bubbles are going to be quite helpful. And if Elam can exit this matchup with a little bit of health, it's going to be really uncomfortable for that Typhlosion to come back in. So that means Dre Flames would have to make a decision on whether he wants to reveal his third Pokemon.
Gonna go up 3 more bubbles, going all the way to, I believe, 99 energy, and the Ice Beam will connect into the Diggersby. No shield from Dre Flames, and you're exactly right, so Azumarill with this much health, it's tough to farm down. You have to throw a charge attack, and you're taking so much damage.
I know, look at those super effective bubbles. This is just a resisted non-stab Ice Beam, but Dre Flames forced to shield it up. Look at this Typhlosion. I don't think it's even taken a charge attack, but it's already at 40% health. He's actually going to bank that energy and come into the Lapras note, though. But now Elam has the Jumpluff, and remember, this Lapras does not have Ice Beam.
Exactly right. I just want to point out Elam's ability to retain information. A lot of trainers would see a Pokemon like this and say, oh no, double super effective Ice Beam, I gotta check the Lapras on the team sheet. Elam doesn't even look at the team sheet. He already knows it's not gonna be as much of a threat, and there he's instantly no shields.
Yeah, he knows this is just a Skull Bash, although Skull Bash does do quite a bit of neutral damage. You see it putting the Jumpluff almost into the red there, but Elam still has a lot of time to be able to farm up energy. This is just an Aerial Ace, not going all the way to the Acrobatics. I think the Lapras might even hang on, but it's going to be enough damage just to make sure the Lapras can't do much for the rest of the game.
Exactly. Lapras does hang on, building a lot of energy. Psywaves, I don't think are going to be enough, and Dre Flames is forced to throw the Sparkling Aria. Elam seems to be in firm control of this matchup. I don't believe Lapras will get to another charge attack, so like you said, it's kind of like nullified, and it forces Dre Flames to go back into that Typhlosion.
And Elam already at 2 Aqua Tails, so all he needs to do is tap that charge attack button. I think Elam also still has a shield, so even though Typhlosion has a bit of energy, it doesn't really make sense to throw. Well, he does throw it, but of course Elam can just shield it up, and I think that might have been a charge attack priority.
I mean, you never know. Maybe your opponent goes into autopilot and clicks no shield on accident before they realize what's happening, and maybe that's your win condition. I mean, you're in losers round 2, right? This is your whole tournament on the line, and I definitely respect playing it out until the very end. Double Aqua Tails, like you pointed out, so are going to be enough. Lapras comes out and goes right back in its Pokeball. No Claydol, no problem here for Elam.
Yeah, made some adjustments there, dropped the Claydol, brought in the Jumpluff, and it definitely paid off for him as he kind of found the target for that jump left, right? It's that non-Ice Beam Lapras. Let's take another look at Elam's team here. He has a Lapras of its own with Ice Beam, but I don't think it's seen the fields quite yet. I'm actually not even sure how much he's used it in this whole tournament.
Well, if you're looking at the Lapras there for him and you think about the Diggersby and the Typhlosion that Dre Flames has relied on these past couple of games, maybe it is starting to look a little bit better going into game number 3. But as much flexibility as there is in this series, I do feel like the best trainers in the world kind of gravitate towards a more neutral pick, some more neutral play. They don't want to make a bold call and have it backfire, because then you put yourself, 2 or 3 steps behind, and it's very difficult to overcome that deficit.
Yeah, and when you play those neutral matchups, it really does become kind of all about energy, right? Who's going to be able to kind of farm up and bank some energy for the end game? And I think in game number 1, Elam was probably going for some more neutral plays with the Claydol, but it kind of just ended up getting outpaced by the Diggersby.
Exactly. The Diggersby, the faster ground type of the 2, but as we see here, the Shadow Drapion able to close it out. We were wondering about Elam's decision to throw a single Aqua Tail into the Diggersby before swapping to a Azumarill, but it turns out that double Aqua Tail was his win condition in the end versus that high octane energy loaded Typhlosion that Dre Flames had built up to try to catapult himself towards a win. But we're heading into game number 3, and this is an elimination game here. So if we've got Elam potentially getting knocked out of the tournament in the next 4 or 5 minutes, and Dre Flames might go that way as well.
Yeah, they're facing the same fate here. The winner, of course, goes on to losers round 3, and the loser finishes their tournament, although, they're in, I believe, the top 12 right now. So if they want to advance to the top 8, kind of get into the money, the big CP, I think they really need to win this game.
Going right into game number 3, let's see what they decided. We've got a Shadow Drapion lead into that Lapras. I like this a bit more for Elam. I do think he has a slight advantage. Let's see what Dre Flames decides to do.
It's actually a fairly neutral matchup despite the resisted Psywaves, because Lapras is just so bulky, it can hang on through these crunches, and I think after a Sparkling Aria, you can almost Psywave down the Drapion.
Crunch takes a big chunk, no defense drop either, which is definitely going to mean that there's less shield pressure on Dre Flames' side. Gonna throw the Sparkling Aria, as you mentioned, so if once you absorb that charge attack, it might be all over for the Shadow Drapion, so Elam wisely shielding up.
Yeah, recognizing that, but Dre Flames actually with a quick swap into his own Drapion. Elam doesn't have a clear answer, so he's doing what he always does, banks up some energy with the Drapion before going into the Azumarill, and you do get the bubble through, which is nice, but you are also behind on energy.
Behind on energy and also on protect shields too, so Drapion is not known to chew its way through the Azumarill, but a defense drop might help it. It does not get one on the first crunch, so try again. Here comes Dre Flames with crunch number 2.
All right, crunch number 2 going through. This is all resisted damage. That's a lot of energy that this Azumarill has already absorbed. And Elam actually going straight for the play rough, doesn't even want to overfarm, and Dre Flames is just going to let it go.
Play rough connects into the Shadow Drapion, still down into the red. I think he might even be able to get to a 3rd crunch here, and he absolutely does. Azumarill forced to absorb another charge attack, but it's going to limp out of this matchup, and it might have just enough health in the bank to get to one more parting charge attack.
Yeah, Elam already reaching for the Drapion, though. He doesn't want to get farmed down, and remember, he banked up all that energy, so able to throw it and threaten this Lapras before Dre Flames has a chance to react, and even pulls a shield.
This is a very important note as well, because we're not going to see Dre Flames swap, right? He's got the jump left in the back. He does not pull the switch. That should be a clear signal to Elam that there is no Diggersby in the back. Going to allow this crunch through onto the Lapras, and it does look like it doesn't hang on that time.
Yeah, and Jumpluff comes onto the field here, but look at how quickly these Poison Stings are adding up. Drapion paces so quickly to these charge attacks, and it does win charge attack priority, so Dre Flames is going to just let this crunch go. This is going to put the Jumpluff extremely low.
Extremely low. It hurts quite a bit, and the Poison Stings are continuing to apply pressure. Going to go for the, I believe this was the Aerial Ace against the Drapion. That's probably going to be enough to KO, because Drapion does not have the most stat products.
But Elam is actually going to shield it up. He wants to get off of all of this energy, actually, maybe some Poison Sting damage. Dre Flames is using his last Protect Shield on this resisted Aqua Tail.
Elam has not even revealed his own jump bluff yet, so this Drapion has put in a tremendous amount of work. I know we talk a lot about MVPs, but look at this, the swap and the catch onto the jump bluff. Maybe a little bit of a flashy play. I don't know if this is totally necessary, so.
And this is actually super effective damage, but luckily it is just the Aerial Ace and not that harder hitting acrobatics. This does give Dre Flames a little bit of a chance to farm up some more energy, and it looks like he does win charge attack priority. I think this is actually the acrobatics, but at this point the jump bluff on Dre Flames' side is just way too low. I think it's going to be knocked out by just a couple of fast attacks.
Hanging on by a pollen puff, and that jump bluff gets knocked out by Elam and his Shadow Drapion. So a very fun, very very dynamic series. We did see some Typhlosion. We saw some Diggersby. We saw Elam play the Clay Doll and then drop it, put it squarely on the bench after game number 1. And honestly, we talk about MVPs quite a bit. Shadow Drapion for Elam looked incredible in that series.
I think he managed the energy on the Drapion really, really well. You know, even though he maybe didn't have the best response to Dre Flames' Drapion, he brought in his own Azumarill. It ended up being the case that all he needed to do was kind of just get the Drapion low, and then his own Drapion could really just close things out.
Game number 2, you remember the back-to-back Aqua Tails to KO that Typhlosion. Game number 3, Drapion taking down the Lapras, applying so much pressure to the jump love. If we're looking at like a KO counter for these Pokemon here, I do think Drapion probably leads the pack for Elam in that series. So he does keep his tournament hopes alive. Dre Flames is unfortunately eliminated from the Atlanta Regional Championship, but I'm positive he'll be back. He had a great performance this weekend.
He did have a great performance and really, you know, some tough opponents to face on day 2. You know, imagine you get to day 2 on the winner's side and then you have to play Pocket and then Elam, right? 2 of the best trainers in all of North America. So he definitely has a lot to be proud of and a lot of championship points to walk away with.
Elam continuing his streak of top cuts as well. I think he might even have the longest streak of top cuts in the entire world, and he's in the loser side bracket, but you could not tell a difference in his gameplay. He is the same old Elam we've come to enjoy and respect, and very impressive time and time again. So we'll see if he does fight his way through the losers bracket and maybe even make it to the grand finals.
Yeah, we talked about, well, actually, I think Pocket might have a longer streak of top cuts than Elam. But I think
that?
A random, I guess. But Elam actually has some of the highest placements this season, I think, for anyone in North America, right? He has the regional win, and then he's got, you know, the 3rd place in Baltimore, top 6 at LAIC, and then, you know, here he's again in the top 8. So
yeah,
a lot of great placements for him.
It seems like he top cuts, but he goes a little bit further than that, right? He's, like you said, 4th, 5th, kind of hanging out in that tertiary area, but very, very impressive nonetheless. So we're going to see how his tournament progresses, and I'm very excited to see which fire type Dre Flames brings to his next competition, because he used to be a Charizard guy. Now he's playing the Shadow Typhlosion, but I'm sure he'll find something exciting to show us next time he appears. But going to this next round, I'm so excited to watch El Calvisimo and Mountain Dugong face off, because we're going to get another Shadow Typhlosion, Soph.
That's right. Well, there have been a ton of great battles, but let's take a look at some of the matches that we just saw, including the Shadow Typhlosion that you just mentioned.
Hello trainers, this is 2 Butters and we're here at the 2025 Pokemon Go Regional Championships in Atlanta. And a lot has changed in the Might and Mastery update in Pokemon Go. A lot of new Pokemon are thriving, and I'm here with the awesome Pokemon Go community to give me their bold prediction of what's gonna win it all on Championship Sunday. So I'm gonna invite a trainer in, they're gonna say their trainer name and their bold prediction for who's gonna win it all this weekend. And a special prize is going to the trainer that is most accurate on Championship Sunday. So here comes the first trainer.
Hi, my trainer name is Jay Talley, and who I think is going to win it all in Atlanta is going to be Blastoise.
Ooh, Blastoise. Okay. All right, next trainer.
Hello, my name is Nader X7, and my bold prediction to win Atlanta's regional is Claydol.
Claydol, one of the most charge attack Pokemon. All right, next trainer.
Hi, my name is Dilapcher, and my bold prediction, Pokemon prediction to win the Atlanta Regional Championships is Stunfisk, Unovan.
Oh, Unova Stunfisk. I like it. Okay. All right, next trainer.
Hi, I'm Jigglypuff727. My bold prediction for the Atlanta Regional is that Claydol will be taking the championship.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, looks like we got 2 Claydolls so far. All right, next trainer.
I'm A Bragg, and we're going back to 2023. Regiseal's taking it home this weekend.
Oh, wow. Registeel. I love it. Time machine for the robot Registeel. All right.
My name is Spinosaur782, and my bold prediction to win is Galarian Weezing.
Ooh, Galarian Weezing. I love it. All right. Could be the normal, could be the shadow.
Hi, I'm NeoTexan2, and Jellison is going to take it all.
Oh, Jellicent. I love it. Hex has gotten better in the Might and Mastery update. Great pick. All right, next trainer.
I think that we're getting a little crazy. We're going Shadow Cacturn.
Oh, Shadow Cacturn. Oh, say your trainer name.
Rich Rank.
Rich Rank. All right, Shadow Cacturn. That is crazy. Awesome. All right, next trainer.
Jiraka 1996, and my pick is going to be Corviknight.
Corviknight. I love it. The Skarmory replacement. All right, next trainer.
Hi, I'm Eiichiro, and my pick is Pangoro.
Pangoro. Okay, let's go. All right, awesome. Next trainer.
Hi, Golisopod is my bold pick prediction, and my trainer name is Waxod, or Pokemon upside down.
Awesome, Golisopod. I love it. I believe we've seen some Golisopod success so far in Vancouver as well. All right, now, last trainer looks like.
I'm going with Alolan Ninetales.
Alolan Ninetales, an oldie but a goodie. Thank you so much, and thank you so much to all of our trainers here. And remember, make sure to stay tuned to the end of Championship Sunday, not only to see who wins it all at Atlanta, but to see who wins this special prize, because whichever trainer is most accurate in those picks, we're gonna bring them on and give them a special prize. But let's get back to the Pokemon action.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Stephanie Christine here to take you through the 2025 San Antonio Regional Championships. The Dual Destiny meta lived up to its name by showcasing some of the biggest rivalries in Pokemon Go PvP. The 8th career meeting between Rise to Occasion and Dunebug 97 was dubbed the Tangle in Texas. While the two trainers Shadow Drapion fired Aquatails back and forth, the difference maker was Rise's Mandibuzz. Another rivalry came to a head when Elite was able to sneak a game-winning Ice Beam through 2 of Out of Pocket's Protect Shields to secure a spot in the losers finals. The winners finals was a showdown between Rise to Occasion and Stud Muffins. The momentum of the series was a tug of war, with both trainers white-knuckling their win conditions and digging in their heels. Rise took the winners finals 3-1 on the wings of his Mandibuzz, proving that it is the superior Dark-type flyer in the current meta. After a grueling 4-game series against Stud Muffins and his Galarian Moltres, Elite skyrocketed into the grand finals, proving that there is good, then there is great, and then there is Elite. The grand finals and the grand finals reset was the Shadow Marowak show. Despite Rise taking advantage of even the smallest of Elite's mistakes, it wasn't enough to conquer the oppressive power of Shadow Marowak. Elite claimed his 3rd regional championship to etch his name in the history books alongside friend and rival Lyle Jeffs III.
And he is going to be your 2025 San Antonio Regional Champion.
We are waiting for you to join in on the action. Go to Pokemon.com/compete to find events near you.
Welcome back, trainers, to the Atlanta Pokemon Go Regional, the largest Pokemon Go Regional to date. I'm Caleb Pang, I'm joined by Tuo Butters, and we're excited to continue with the action.
It's been an epic championship Sunday so far. It felt like day number 1, anything could happen, but now it feels like there's some meta that is settling. It's some of these Spice trainers have not been able to get past these hard meta teams. We're gonna see how it progresses here, because up next, we got some more Spice. We got El Calvisimo with the Shadow Typhlosion back on the stage versus Mountain Dugong, a trainer we didn't see that much on day number 1, right?
That's right, he kind of snuck in there didn't really make it on the broadcast much, but fighting his way through that losers bracket, trying to get to that grand finals, and on the backs of his own Furret as well. We're about to have another Furret versus Furret action. Let's take a look at the bracket and see where we've gone through so far. Winners bracket side, Out of Pocket takes a 2-1 victory over Dre Flames. LL Semi taking a 2-1 victory over Al Calvisimo. 2-1 for Ashton Ash over Septile Ice, and Nighttime Clasher 2-0 against his rival Tomahawk UK. Only 1-2-0 in the winner's side. Pretty close games all the way throughout.
And look at what we missed when the tournament. We didn't see some of these losers rounds. Just Dirk got it barely into the top cut today. Unfortunately, lost to Firestar. Dilap did get into top cut off stream as well. He did 2-0 K-Pine, which we saw a lot on stream yesterday. Then Mountain Dugong, another match we didn't see on stream, versus Dijon, 2-1 against Dijon. And of course, Elam, who we know has already defeated Dre Flames earlier on, defeated Silent Beast 2-0 after losing to Ashton Ash yesterday.
Yeah, Elam is making it into that losers round 3. Some of those losers matches are still ongoing right now, but we have losers round 2 here. El Calvisimo versus Mountain Dugong, and these teams look spicy on both ends.
And I just want to shout out some of those trainers that we didn't get to feature on stream because we have such a big tournament like Just Dirk. Some of those awesome trainers that came in on the loser side unfortunately have been eliminated. Congratulations, because to get a top cut on this scale of a tournament is incredibly impressive. Congratulations to all those trainers.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot, even during our breaks too, a lot of these players that are previous regional champs, multi-regional champs, didn't even make it in that top 16. We're also at this tournament too, so a huge feat even to make it into top 16 on that loser side. And let's see how these two trainers are going to continue their run in this top 16. El Calvisimo with the Azumarill, Superior, Furret, Corviknight, Shadow Typhlosion, Claydol.
Yeah, and how about Mountain Dugong, who of course became famous for getting, I believe, 4th place at North American International Championships, almost making that day number 2. That was his first claim to fame, but since then, he's been a super talented trainer in Championship Series. Usually running the Dugong, but this time running that Alolan Sandslash. Of course, we've seen El Calvisimo earlier on today of Championship Sunday. The Shadow Typhlosion wasn't enough, but how does it match up versus this team? The problem was versus Out of Pocket was that Claydol. Once again, Mountain Dugong is running that Claydol. That is a fantastic counter for that Typhlosion. And one thing I'm excited about, Caleb, is a Pokemon we haven't gotten to see that much, at least you and me as a pair, which is the Galarian Weezing. Another poison type that's really viable in this meta right now, but we haven't seen it too much until right now with Mountain Dugong.
Speaking of the meta too, this is the first time I've ever seen Mountain Dugong not actually run Dugong on his team. And so he was running it before it was meta, he was running it when it's meta, and apparently it's really not meta now if Mountain Dugong's not running. He didn't run it in his first ever tournament in 2023 in Knoxville, and he's been running it ever since until this very tournament. But let's see if Alolan Sandslash is going to pay off for him as we are getting set for this first battle, and here we go. It's going to be the Alolan Sandslash versus the Azumarill.
And this is not great for the Azumarill here. At least it is going to be the Powder Snow Alolan Sandslash, so you can resist that Powder Snow damage. Once again, El Calvisimo bringing that Corviknight in the back, and I love this in the back because, look, there's a Furret in the back for that Mountain Dugong, and we know Corviknight is such a fantastic sponge for that energy from the Furret. I feel like Corviknight has a ton of potential in the back line. Here comes the opposing Azumarill from Mountain Dugong.
Yeah, great catch to catch this play rough onto the Azumarill. I mean, it's still going to be some chip damage, right? It would have been either resist on the Alolan Sandslash, but still does a good chunk as well. Maybe wants to save it for later in case there is that Furret in the back, which that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, but now this means this is going to be Corviknight versus the Furret of Mountain Dugong in the back, and unless Mountain Dugong's Furret gets to ramp up with some Trailblazes so that his Sucker Punch is going to do a lot of damage, that is going to be a fantastic matchup for El Calvisimo and his Corviknight, and now you're going to be going for the super effective Trailblaze. We know Azumarill can take this no problem, but double Trailblaze, or maybe even a Trailblaze plus a Swift might be enough to knock out the Azumarill.
Mountain Dugong does draw out the Furret, but I've seen Furret do a sizable amount of damage to the Alolan Sandslash just from that neutral Sucker Punch damage, especially when ramped up with Trailblaze. It's probably going to be double ramped up after this one, or El Calvisimo might actually just throw the Swift here too, save some energy. Swift chip damage is still going to be annoying for Mountain Dugong to deal with on that Alolan Sandslash.
Especially against these Claydol teams, Furret just seems like such a problem because a lot of these trainers are relying on Azumarill. Furret can take care of that. And then if you have that Claydol as well, you're kind of forced into some of these picks like the Alolan Sandslash to try to soak this energy like your own Furret. Furret just seems quite good against the top meta right now. You even got a Protect Shield with that charge attack?
Yeah, I mean, you know, boosted Swift damage is going to add up. Maybe Mountain Dugong watched the previous match, El Calvisimo versus Semi, and you know, Semi didn't shield the Alolan Sandslash, and that was the one loss he had, is because he just got chipped down so much in that situation. Recognize that he may need the Alolan Sandslash later for that Corviknight, but he doesn't have switch advantage.
And now this Alolan Sandslash is getting low enough that you can probably play rough and bubble down. Gonna take the drill run, no problem. This Azumarill is pretty healthy. I feel like El Calvisimo is in a commanding position right now with that Corviknight in the back. Mountain Dugong, just look at his team sheet. What could be in the back there? It's not what the Furret wants to see. It is that Corviknight. Here goes Charge Attack Variety. Greedy though from El Calvisimo. He could have thrown that play rough earlier on. Now he might have to give up Protect Shield, and he has to give it it up.
He's going to give it up here, and this is going to be a little bit better for Mountain Dugong. Let's see if he decides to shield this Alolan Sand Slash or not. He's looking over. He does. This is much better for Calvisimo now because a shield advantage for it can do some damage with that neutral Sucker Punch. Oh, going to throw the double resistant Ice Beam instead. Mountain Dugong not liking this, but that Alolan Sand Slash should barely be able to hang on right here.
It will, but then Sand Attack is probably going to be coming in instantly. Here comes the Sand Attacks, and there's an instant swap by both of these trainers. Now it's going to be Furret versus Corviknight. And remember, Corviknight is Steel and Flying type. It's going to double resist the Trailblaze, so you have to go for these resisted Swifts here. How much damage is going to do into the resistant Corviknight? Not very much.
Not very much at all. And this Corviknight looks so strong. All the Corviknights remaining in this tournament look so strong because Calvisimo has a monopoly on all the fire types remaining in this tournament. Dre Flames is out of here, and there's nothing that truly counters this Corviknight in the remainder of this tournament.
I believe the only thing is Dilap is running a Unova Stunfisk that can do well against it.
Yes.
But that's literally the only Pokemon remaining. Furret isn't going to do it because that Swift, once again, even double Swift wouldn't be enough here. Now you're going to unleash the Iron Head, and remember that Alolan Sandslash is really low in health. You're probably going to get the Sand Attack down, and Corviknight is going to be able to take this back line. No, actually had an Ice Punch. Hold on a second. This could knock out the Corviknight. I didn't know I had that much energy.
Yeah, Azuma's going to have to go for a bubble down too if this takes it out, and it does knock out the Corviknight, but there's just way too much health left on the Zero to Powder Snow down. Furret doesn't have any energy either, and that's going to be 2 bubbles to take out Mountain Dugong's final 2 Pokemon. I was talking about this before, right? Furret's it's a weird Pokemon, but it has a lot of play, especially if your team's weak to Sableye or Claydol. Great checks to both of those things. And unfortunately for Mountain Dugong, he has both.
Right.
Makes it really hard for him to bring that Sableye and that Claydol. And both of them are really hyper meta in this current meta. So it is a really solid anti-meta pick.
Well, those cores were fascinating for both the trainers because they were both of them running a Azumarill and Furret core with a Steel type. On one side, you had Azumarill, Furret, Corviknight. The other side, you had Azumarill, Furret, Alolan Sandslash. The Corviknight did come out on top there, being a little bit more flexible and probably even a better answer to that Furret in the back line as well. But how about that core that's developing too? The Azumarill and Furret core, slap on a Steel type to it. I mean, my Masteries update is going to take a lot of twists and turns, but we're in an interesting direction right now.
That's right. I mean, and I wouldn't be surprised if Calvisimo even throws out a Typhlosion in this game too, because it is hard to bring Claydol into this, right? You got the Corviknight, it's just so bulky. The Azumarill is going to wear you down, and then you got the Furret to counter you too. That Typhlosion is going to be the answer to that Alolan Sandslash that Mountain Dugong feels like he's probably backed in one and has to bring every game.
I think you're absolutely correct. When you show 3 hard answers for the Claydol with the Corviknight, maybe it's not a hard answer against the Claydol, but then you show the Azumarill, and then you show, the Furret as well. That's very strong against that Claydol. You are inviting Mountain Dugong to not play a Claydol into this team composition, and that's exactly when you can go off with the Shadow Typhlosion. So is that going to be the strategy that Calvisimo was going with at game number 1, trying to scare off the Claydol? Let's see if it pans out in game number 2. There it is. There's the Shadow Typhlosion, and there is no Claydol in the back line for Mountain Dugong.
Yeah, but there's no Alolan Sandslash either, so the back line doesn't even look too bad into the more frail Shadow Typhlosion. Calvisimo going to try to throw the Iron Head, but the foul play is going to come through first. This is a decent neutral check to that Corviknight, doing neutral damage, and the Shadow Sableye still hits pretty hard here, so you can kind of control the pacing here if you're Mountain Dugong after landing that foul play.
I thought I was hearing Dijon mention that Corviknight actually takes all the situations versus Sableye. So in every even shield situation, Corviknight can win it. So it's a fantastic lead as well. Do you try to protect shield, try to go for the 1 protect shield situation? No, actually just fully lets this go, knowing you can come in with the Furret and start ramping up some energy.
Yeah, I like this a lot too, because you also have the Typhlosion in the back, and shield advantage Typhlosion is scary, especially if you don't have enough fast stack pressure. Azumarill's bubble is not enough fast stack pressure. It's really only the Mud Slap for Claydol that can do it. You can see Calvisimo letting that first move go, too, knowing that he wants that shield advantage for the Typhlosion, sweep, and it looks like it's coming really soon here, especially with the wheezing in the back. It's not going to do great into that Typhlosion either.
And had to commit all the way to the Trailblaze, but that's a good thing because you get ramped up, and Mount Dugong is not liking it, but at least you are resisting these sucker punches here, but you get outpaced. I think what he didn't like is he thought he was going to get the same exact pacing as Swift in Sludge and win charge attack priority, but since he was half a turn behind, he got outpaced to that Sludge, I believe.
Yeah, and this is really scary now for Mount Dugong because he is in Incinerate territory. There's still 2 shields here. Shadow Typhlosion is about to cook this back line. Azumo's not going to be able to do enough into this, and you can see Mount Dugong needs to get to another Sludge if possible, needs to grab that second shield, otherwise this is over.
Look, but the thing is, you do have the Azumarill, so you can come in with the bubble damage. Do you try to do 1 Fairy Wind? That's very smart.
Yes.
He did 1 Fairy Wind and then transferred the damage from the Incinerate onto the Azumarill, so maybe in the back line you could do 2 Fairy Winds and possibly get to the Sludge to knock out this Typhlosion.
Yeah, but you're at double Thunder Punch, so now Mount Dugong has to shield at least one of them, which means that Typhlosion, if it farms out to another Thunder Punch, you just went on charge attack priority. Oh wait, I don't think you get to it. The bubble is too much.
It's too much damage here, and it's not like the Thunder Punch is going to be super effective. You need the double Thunder Punch here. Last Protect Shield of the game from El Calvisimo. There's two Thunder Punches here. The bubble damage is going to connect, but I don't think this bubble damage is enough. Will double Thunder Punch be enough to knock out the Azumarill? There is 1 Thunder Punch. Double Thunder Punch surely will be enough. Now it's all going to come down to, will the Incinerate damage register before the 2 Fairy Winds? Will there be a Sludge from Mount Dugong? It's going to be so close.
I think 2 Fairy Wind might be enough here. Mount Dugong is 2 Fairy Winds.
No!
Incinerate goes through. El Calvisimo taking it 2-0 against Mount Dugong.
Able to endure the double Fairy Wind damage and register that damage from the Incinerate, which is a 5-turn fast attack before the Sludge was available, because he was 2 Fairy Winds away. And it looks like Dugong is instantly talking about it, because there was one situation earlier on when his wheezing entered the battlefield, and I believe Furret was 5 sucker punches away from the Swift, and his wheezing is always 5 Fairy Winds away from a Sludge, but he got outpaced and he didn't get to throw his Sludge on charge attack priority with the Swift.
Yeah, and that could be crucial there, because as you can see, he was 1 Fairy Wind away from that final Sludge here too. You can see he's talking about judges. We're going to review it, or not us, the judges will, but maybe we'll get a replay and see what that is all about, or just hear any updates from the judges on what Mount Dugong is requesting here.
Yeah, that was crazy. That was so close, because there was 2 win conditions. One, if you could somehow get that Sludge off by getting the double Fairy Wind, but also you could knock out with double Fairy Wind. That Typhlosion was so low health. Double Fairy Wind damage could have been enough to knock out. And then how about that Typhlosion taking the bubble and then also able to take the double Fairy Wind to register that Incinerate. But really well played from El Calvisimo. You were calling it out that now Typhlosion might look really strong. I think it was a fantastic strategy to scare away the Claydol, and then game number 2, unleash the Typhlosion.
That's right. I mean, but in the end, it was still a lot closer than I expected to. I think it was just the added Fairy Wind and bubble damage. I mean, I knew that against the Azumarill alone, it'd be fine, but the extra Fairy Winds that added up against it initially, and then in the end, almost took it out. I actually was curious if the double Fairy Wind even registered there too. I'm not sure if that's what Mount Dugong's reviewing as well, because I didn't think it could hang on and survive 2 Fairy Winds there.
I feel like it registered just because I saw the Sludge energy pop up on the screen. So I felt like the Fairy Wind did register. I personally think it was back at the mid stage of the game when he entered the battlefield with wheezing and he was trying to stay on the same pace against the Furret and get to the Sludge on charge attack priority. That's when I saw him shaking his head. So that's what I personally think happened, but we'll know soon and we'll let you know. And of course, the judges will take care of this. As it stands right now, this match is under review.
That's right. And for those that are more new to Pokemon Go or doesn't know the full mechanics, it's a very mechanical game in the sense that Incinerate is a 5-turn move, which means that it takes 5 full turns, each turn's half a second, to register all that damage. Meanwhile, Fairy Wind is a 2-turn move, which means that you could fit 2 Fairy Winds in there before that Incinerate damage comes through. So if that 2 Fairy Winds was enough to knock out the Typhlosion, then Mount Dugong's Galarian Weezing actually survives that game, and he is the one that wins, right? But because the Typhlosion was able to hang on and survive the 2 Fairy Winds, the 3rd Fairy Wind would have been the 6th turn to register, and that would have been enough to take out Typhlosion, but the Incinerate would register first, which is why El Calvisimo won in that situation.
And piggybacking off that, there's actually another point I want to talk about, because Mount Dugong made an awesome swap on his Weezing to transfer damage of that Incinerate. Like you mentioned, that's a 5-turn fast attack. He decided instead of doing 2 Fairy Winds and possibly getting knocked out by the Incinerate, he did 1 Fairy Wind, which is just 2 turns, and it takes 1 turn to switch. So then now that's 3 turns, and then he transferred that damage into his Azumarill, giving him possibly a chance at an in-game win with the double Fairy Wind damage or the Sludge. So that was a very smart play, and I do have an update for you. It was the interaction earlier on. As you can see on the screen right here, Mountain Dugong should have gotten to the Sludge at the same time as the Furret, and Weezing actually has a pretty high attack stat, so he would win that charge attack priority.
Yeah, so that's crucial. I mean, and not even just winning the charge attack priority, just having the energy for the Sludge later, right? Because even if he doesn't win the charge attack priority, he was still 1 Fairy Wind away on the Typhlosion, so he should be able to get it off against Typhlosion. Really well played from Mount Dugong, especially in this, with the Weezing in particular, right? Because like you said, getting that Fairy Wind and transferring that Incinerate damage to the Azumarill was big to help him kind of stay, you know, constantly having a little bit of energy throughout the game, and so that he could possibly get to that final Sludge in the end game there. So really great understanding mechanics there too.
And judges have called a rematch. So we are going to be replaying game number 2 of this series. This is losers round number 2. So remember, both these trainers are on the loser side of the bracket. We have double elimination in Pokemon Go Championship Series. So whoever loses this battle will be eliminated from Atlanta. A ton on the line for both of these trainers. El Calvisimo came in on the winner's side of the bracket, dropped down early on, but now has a 1-game lead against Mountain Dugong, who's been making a loser's run this tournament.
And it's going to be a tough one still for Mountain Dugong. He definitely has a team comp disadvantage, in my opinion, because that Corviknight is so unchecked. Forget the Typhlosion, forget the Furret. It's the Corviknight that's going to be causing problems for Mountain Dugong. And here it is in the lead here against the Galarian Weezing.
But remember,
you do have the overheat option, but if you don't land it, it's going to be disastrous. If you could bait with the Sludge Bomb, that's also nice too. Ash is going to leave with some engine, brings in the Azumarill instead.
He was trying to catch the Iron Head, I believe, which would be super effective into the Fairy typing of the Weezing. Didn't quite get it, but I've also heard some noise that Weezing can beat Corviknight if they know how to play it correctly. I don't know if that comes down to baiting. It could be like Mountain Dugong did, banking that energy and coming back later and bouncing around the battlefield. Now we got Azumarill versus Azumarill. When you're 75% usage, this is bound to happen.
And this is a really great line call from El Calvisimo. Knowing that Sableye, like we saw from the last game, is a really solid neutral check to that Corviknight. He brings 2 Sableye counters in the back. He has the Azumarill, which Mountain Dugong's feeling great about drawing out, but then he also has the Furret, which also has a bad match against Weezing. So this is a really great counter line from El Calvisimo into Mountain Dugong. Let's see if Mountain Dugong can make some magic happen.
Yeah, absolutely, because if all stays the same, it's going to be fantastic alignment for El Calvisimo. The Corviknight into the Weezing, the Furret into the Sableye. But if you're able to land an overheat, actually swapping in and look, reaching for the Ice Beam, but right before the Ice Beam is available, throwing the Sludge. So now suddenly you will be switch locked into this matchup versus Corviknight. Corviknight almost has another Iron Head, but you're pretty much at an overheat right now.
Oh, and Mountain Dugong goes for the resisted Sludge, double resisted Sludge. Does El Calvisimo call it? Torment Life on the line and does get baited with the Sludge. However, has so much energy. Mountain Dugong's going to have the double shield if he really wants to land this overheat. Is he going to commit? He's going to spend the first shield.
The pacing on this Sand Attack to Iron Head is just at double Iron Head right now before the overheat, but didn't throw it actually. Now, no baits, just sending it for the overheat. This is a really strong attack. It is actually gonna lower your attack after you throw it. So now this Weezing probably isn't gonna shield anything.
And you can see Mountain Dugong maybe deciding, should I go for a catch or not? It didn't work the first time around. Hesitate a bit, and now he's spending the final shield. He's going to get outpaced here onto the Iron Head. Can he catch this next Iron Head before it happens? No, unfortunately not. And here comes the Iron Head to KO the Galarian Weezing. And you got the fur in the back for the Shadow Sableye.
devastating for Mountain Dugong. Remember, this is a new Pokemon in the meta. Sand attack paces so quickly, and it's a one-turn fast attack. Maybe there's some counts that these trainers are not as familiar with, but now pivoting into the Furret versus Sableye, El Calvisimo is poised to win this series 2-0.
Mountain Dugong does have a one-turn advantage into the Sableye. Can it hang on? Can it get double foul play off? The problem is, even if you get the foul play off, look at the Corviknights held them back. Oh, wait, makes the catch though on the Trailblaze. A huge catch from Mountain Dugong. Complete undercharge from El Calvisimo, trying to get to another Trailblaze before this Azumarill goes down.
Oh, but it's not energy dry. It's not energy dry. It's at the Ice Beam. And throwing the Ice Beam here. El Calvisimo, hold on a second. It's not over for Mountain Dugong. Fur isn't as bulky as you would expect. This might almost knock out. It does almost knock out. One more bubble, and you had to throw the energy.
This might not even be good for El Calvisimo because now the Sableye gets another Shadow Call, maybe 2 Shadow Calls worth the energy. This is double resist Shadow Call, but no, the Switch Timer's up. In comes the Corviknight.
Going for the Power Gem.
Power Gem going to do more damage as well. And yes, this is the Corviknight, but it's not that bulky. Can it hang on? I don't think so. Barely hangs on, but can't get to the Iron Head, and Mount Dugong makes magic happen in game number 2, the force of game 3.
Oh, out of nowhere, Mountain Dugong ties up the series. I thought this game was over at least 3 different times, able to catch that attack on the Azumarill, and maybe the slight error from El Calvisimo to undercharge that Trailblaze enough so Mountain Dugong could reach the Ice Beam, and then plus, not only did you undercharge, you also threw a Swift afterwards as well.
Yeah, talk about digging yourself out of a hole. I mean, that hole was massive for Mountain Dugong. Loses lead, loses switch, loses the back line, double shields of Galarian Weezing, doesn't even get the second overheat off. It still pulls out victory there. Absolutely crazy end game.
And this is a mental challenge for El Calvisimo. I feel like he has such a grasp on this series. I mean, he won game number 1. He won game number 2 that then got rematched. He had multiple opportunities to win game number 3. It feels like he has the team composition advantage. He feels like he's countering his opponent time and time again. But to be that close to victory and take it away from you, and now your tournament life is on the line. If you lose one more time, it's all over. It's such a mental challenge for these trainers.
Definitely. I mean, and, you know, Mountain Dugong definitely needs, has a big sigh of relief there, too, because this is such a tough matchup, right? Against these time opponents, you know, we've all been there, right? You have a huge team composition disadvantage. Winning 1 game is hard enough. Winning 2 games even harder, but backs against this wall, best players will come out on top. Let's see if Mountain Dugong could pull it off again, because again, that was such a tough matchup. He's at a team composition disadvantage, and he had an actual 3 versus 3 disadvantage as well.
And remember, he wasted a shield when he had his attack dropped after an overheat and didn't swap out and just took the Iron Head. So he pretty much wasted a shield and let his Weezing go down. He was in such a hole there. I can't believe he climbed out of it, but he did. And now it's tied 1-1, and now he has the opportunity with 1 game win to move on in this loser side of the bracket.
And I think this is one of the differences between, you know, Furret and some of the past normal types that were, you know, Sableye answers, right? Because you can see double foul play plus a Shadow Call was already threatening a knockout on the Furret. Whereas other normal types, I mean, you would never do that to a Lickitung, right? You would never disrespect Lickitung like that. But here we go, game number 3 here. It's going to be the Shadow type Flosion into the Azumarill. Finally a good lead for Mountain Dugong. Oh, tries to go for a catch. El Calvisimo, but not able to do it.
He swaps out his best answer to the backline of Mountain Dugong. Mountain Dugong is going to be quite happy here because his backline is Furret and Galarian Weezing. They don't really want to see that Corviknight, so the Azumarill does want to see the Corviknight, so I feel like this is working in Mountain Dugong's favor so far.
It is, but let's not forget all the energy on that Typhlosion. I mean, nothing's going to want to handle that, not even the Azumarill, but definitely not the Weezing nor the Furret. I mean, Furret was already struggling against a Shadow foul play. Imagine a Blast Burn. That's just over for the Furret.
I wonder if at this point, if you're Mountain Dugong, do you ever try to swap and Sucker Punch down? I feel like you can ramp up your Furret. There it is. There's that swap to get that Sucker Punch down, to get some energy. And yeah, you have to take an Iron Head, but that's not devastating. It's more of an advantage to have energy for a Swift or a Trailblaze against the backline, especially against that Typhlosion that banked energy.
Oh, I like this play, though, from El Calvisimo, softening up the Furret in the mirror matchup. And also, this avoids the Furret onto the Galarian Weezing, and El Calvisimo winning charge attack priority in this mirror matchup as well. Mountain Dugong going let go, thinking that he could hang on here and get a Swift off, has plenty of health left to get 1 Swift off, maybe even 2.
He might get 2 because that was on cap there. Charge attack priority, no Sucker Punch went through. I think he's 2 Sucker Punches away from the next Swift. No, only 1. So he's going to easily get this next Swift off. And now it's going to be all up to that Shadow Typhlosion in the back. It's going to be double shield Shadow Typhlosion against the world for El Calvisimo.
Oh, and we get the swap again. These players just weaving in and out of these matches. Does get a Swift off. This is huge chip damage. Switch Timer's about to come up for El Calvisimo soon. Can he get out right away? It looks like just barely. Yes, is able to. And now he has so much energy already loaded. You have to shield everything on the Typhlosion at this point in time, but you already have back-to-back Thunder Punches.
And does he throw here? I think you can safely throw another Incinerate, and then before the sludge is available, yes, so now you're loaded with energy, pretty much 100 energy here. There's 2 Protect Shields remaining for Mount Dugong, but he lets it go.
He's going for the bubble down.
Yeah, because he's just gonna try to bubble through this matchup. There's not much health remaining on the Shadow Typhlosion. It's gonna have to take 2 bubbles here worth of damage, but Azumarill has 2 Protect Shields remaining. It's getting quite low itself.
Yeah, this is really tough for El Calvisimo. He can't transfer the damage because he has the longer turn duration move. He's going to throw back-to-back Thunder Punch instead. Does he have energy loaded? I don't think he has any energy on the remaining Pokemon.
Can he swap into the Corviknight? No, there's no switch timer on either Pokemon, so decided to not go for the Incinerate first. He could have gone for the Incinerate, but it doesn't matter too much here. I don't think he has energy either, and now he's going to come into the Corviknight, but he's just going to get bubbled down here, and El Calvisimo knows it. Out of nowhere, Mountain Dugong is going to win this series with 1, 2 more bubbles, and he's going to be able to knock out the Furret.
Wow, huge set for Mountain Dugong. Such a disadvantage in the team composition, but he found a way. That crucial game 2 gave him the momentum he needed and locked it in for game number 3. I love that play by him in that 3rd game to just save both shields and say, you know what, I'm gonna go for a bubble down. I have a little bit fast attack pressure. It's not a mud slapper, but the bubbles from Azumarill, even if it's a bulky Pokemon, can still work.
Things can shift so quickly in a Pokemon Go matchup, in a Pokemon Go series. It felt like El Calvisimo was just moments away, seconds away from advancing. And then suddenly, by 1 catch, 1 brilliant play by Mountain Dugong, it's all taken away. And then Mountain Dugong got the momentum. He won game number 3 with some awesome play. Wow, what a series, though.
What a series, yeah. And I mean, what a performance from both players. El Calvisimo as well, playing fantastic throughout the weekend, too. So should still be very proud of his performance. And Mountain Dugong, powering through this losers bracket. Talk about persistence, right? He looked stressed throughout the whole series, but he's got more battles to go.
Yeah, and Galarian Weezing didn't get the show off maybe its true potential in that matchup, but a Pokemon we haven't seen as much. It was awesome to see it. It has such fast pacing now, the Sludge. It's such a good Azumarill counter. Obviously, a lot of these trainers are running Overheat if they are playing it, so you do have that damage for the Steel types like the Alolan Sandslash or the Corviknight as well. And Mountain Dugong and his Galarian Weezing will be advancing in the losers round number 3. We got more losers rounds coming up. I believe we have Septile Ice versus Dilap on stage next for you all.
Yeah, that's going to be an incredible match as well. But yeah, the Overheat, without the Overheat, he probably doesn't win that series because he was able to at least threaten shields with the Overheat. If you're running Brutal Swing Sludge or Play Rough and Sludge, you just can't grab shields off of Corviknight. So having coverage into your counters was crucial for Mountain Dugong as well. Very consistent player throughout the circuit, and hey, showing that he could do it even without Dugong on his team.
Yeah, he might need to change his name to Mountain Furret because
okay, look, all right, these Furret debates are kind of moot because every Furret we see is against another Furret. I haven't seen a Furret against a non-Furret team in a hot second.
Yeah, I mean, the core of Azumarill in Furret, it just seems so good. I mean, these trainers are just bringing it time and time again. And Furret, it's not as bulky as you would expect, but it's just flexible. It's fast pacing. You can ramp it up. It just feels strong, and it doesn't do anything amazing, but it just feels like the old strong picks of the past. I don't want to compare another Pokemon to Lickitung, but just the flexibility of the Pokemon to be able to bounce around the matchup, and it's all about safety. Because when you're at the top level of Pokemon Go PvP, you don't want to be hard countered in a matchup. You want to have safety to give yourself an opportunity to outplay your opponent.
Yeah, and there's so much coverage in that Furret as well. And it's a spicy Pokemon in this current meta. I know you like Spice Picks, but you know what you like more than Spice Picks, Butters?
Community Days.
That's right.
I love them.
Break it down for us. Vanillites.
Vanillite Community Day evolves into Vanillux, and this is going to be your April Community Day. And you know what? One little key thing. Oftentimes, when there is a Pokemon that learns a charge attack, there will be a box in the store that gives an elite charge TM. I know I am getting that box because right now
Tell me what your Claydol has as moves.
I'm gonna get Ice Beam and Rock Tomb on a Claydol one day. It might take that elite charge TM to do it, but make sure to play the community day. It's a good way to also prepare get resources for PvP, of course, because there's so many viable Pokemon right now. You're gonna need Stardust, you're gonna need charge TMs, you're gonna need as much as you can to try to play all these different team compositions that we see on stage here at Atlanta.
That's right. I know you've been trying to get that ideal moveset for Claydol since what, March 1st?
Yep.
But you know what? I think you might be finally able to get it when this community day rolls around. Regardless of Vanillux is meta or not, these are events that you always have to play, right? Because you never know when something's going to be meta.
Yeah.
I've been holding on to this for years, and now I might be able to use it, right? Grumpig might be meta. Claydol, we all thought that was hot garbage for years, and now it's top of the charts in usage. So all these Pokemon, just save whatever you can, right? I always tell people, just save everything you have, and you never know. 1, 2, maybe 10 moveset updates for Claydol, and it might be finally meta, and sometimes it just is exactly the Pokemon you need for the right tournament.
Yeah, and you might just have the perfect Pokemon for the perfect meta. And we got our trainers up next. Of course, it is Septile Ice 25, a trainer who won the travel award for the North American International Championships by getting top 4 in the region within that time period. He did awesome in Toronto, I believe, and then top 13 at the European International Championships to achieve that. Another trainer that's been super consistent, hasn't yet won a regional championship, but this season he's been showing over and over again how strong of a competitor he really is.
Yeah, and he'll be facing off against a juggernaut in Dilap Churn, who has won a regional title himself, has been around the circuit since forever, and you know, he in his, I believe, his first ever tournament in Vancouver in 2022, got second place to Cindy, and then goes back and wins. I think he won Vancouver, or maybe it was Portland the year after.
He was starving.
Yeah, he was starving for that championship, and he got it. And now he is back to try to fight for his title again. Just missing Worlds qualification by a little bit last season, looking to make that qualification this year, and maybe even more so. Septile Ice, though, I wouldn't say he's new on the scene, but his growth in the past year and a half has been immaculate. And he was telling me yesterday too, he's like, I feel like this is my tournament. I feel like I can do it. Had a tough series against Ashton Ash, but it is not over for him yet. Running that non-shadow for Alligator, bring some of that old meta, last meta, into this meta. Has a Nite as well. We haven't seen it perform super well there, but I think in certain situations it could be good. And honestly, Dilap Churn's team is pretty wild. I mean, who cares what is in this current meta? This is not even meta either, in my opinion.
I think for Alligator is so good against Dilap's team because you're running the non-shadow. You're really good against the Sandslash. You're great against the Clodsire. You have the same pacing against the Sableye. You're gonna be okay against the Blastoise. You're gonna be super effective against the Stunfisk, and against the Jumpluff, it is Aerial Ace and Acrobatics. So you don't have a Grass Energy attack. So you have the Ice Beam, I believe, if you are the Feraligatr on Septile Ice's team, and you can land that into that Jumpluff. I think Feraligatr is coming every single battle for this trainer that says it's his favorite Pokemon. He used to love Shadow Feraligatr, but he says the normal one is much, much stronger in this meta.
I mean, speaking about things that are strong with Hydro Cannon, I think the Blastoise may be the answer for Dilap Churn, though, because you have that neutral damage rollout, and then you have Skull Bash that's going to hit so hard from Shadow Blastoise. And if you look at the rest of Septile Ice's team, nothing resists that damage, right? You could throw neutral into everything on the side of Septile Ice. Nothing super effective, but neutral damage from a defense-boosted Blastoise is super annoying to deal with. And if Dilap spends all his resources, double shields at Blastoise, keeps ramping it up, it's going to be a problem for Septile Ice to take out.
And he almost did that earlier on in day number 1. He double shielded it, was inches away from closing a series and maybe getting on the winner's side of the bracket, but dropped down and made it through this loser's run. And now he's facing Septile Ice with a pretty positive lead here. A Pokemon we haven't seen too much. This is the Unova Stunfisk running Thunder Shock, Mud Bomb, and Discharge.
This is a fantastic matchup for Dilap Churn. And honestly, if you look at Septile Ice's backline as well, all 3 Pokemon has the potential to take super effective damage from this Unova Stunfisk. It was actually on my caster picks to say, oh, one of the better Pokemon to look out for. I actually had some doubts myself after running it in some local tournaments, but Dial-Up Churn making it look kind of good.
It's well positioned. I know Wadaj had it on his team as well. Here comes the swap, but banking the Mud Bomb and just swapping into your own Shadow Sableye here. But you were 3 Shadow Claws behind, so how much energy can you take? It's not the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, so comfortably can take the Drill Run.
And Drill Run is going to put it almost in Powder Snow damage range as well. It does a little bit more than Ice Punch. Dial-Up Churn letting it go, thinking most of you just go double Ice Punch, but this strategy may pay off for Septile Ice. If he's able to Shadow Claw down, is going to shield the first foul play.
And is he going to commit to the energy here or try to go for the Shadow Claw down? No, actually does commit to that Ice Punch there. I don't know if he's going to be able to get that Shadow Claw down, but how impactful would that have been? Remember, there is a Charge Attack bank from Dialap's Stunfisk. He could come in and just Mud Bomb this down. He has his own Alolan Sandslash, and there it is, going to come in, try to Mud Bomb this down, knock it out, and that means it's going to be the Alolan Sandslash in the back, but it's going to be an uphill battle for that Feraligatr getting through the Stunfisk.
Yeah, and I believe this is actually also a Shadow Claw Alolan Sandslash on the backside for Dial-Up Churn, which is a little bit better against the Feraligatr. Not great though, because Feraligatr is now going to be able to take the Drill Run pretty easily here. Septile Ice deciding if he wants to spend his final shield here or not. You still have the Unova Stunfisk to worry about. Is going to let it go. These Hydro Cannons going to hurt, but again, this is a non-shadow, so it doesn't hurt nearly as much.
Well, I think this is actually much better for Septile Ice, because if he was going to have to figure out a way to knock out the Stunfisk, that would have been tough. But since there was a pivot from Dialab, now he can try to maybe bank some energy here, use up a Protect Shield, bank up the double Hydro Cannon, and try to do some damage to the Alolan Sandslash and that Stunfisk. Also, he does have a pivot available. Actually lets it go, and he endures. And now he's going to be able to unleash the Hydro Cannon into the Sandslash.
That's the bulk of the non-Shadow Feraligatr coming in handy, forcing Dialab's final shield here. However, I think he's still in a great position. Is going to throw this Powder Snow, or this, sorry, Ice Punch. The Shadow Claw damage though is resisted, which is much better for Septile Ice in this situation, because the Powder Snow would have been threatening a KO just from the fast attack pressure.
Oh!
Catching the crunch as well, the neutral crunch on the Unova Stunfisk on Dial-Up Churn. It's not going to be enough to take it out. I don't think he can poison things down as well. It's going to be close. You don't want to take too much damage.
The defense drop. Can you get the poison thing down? You're going to need it. No, you have the double Aqua Tail. I don't believe he has Aqua Tail plus crunch. He's going to need a crunch to knock out the Alolan Sandslash. He has no health remaining. Does he have the crunch, or does he only have the Aqua Tail? He only has the Aqua Tail. I don't think this is going to be enough to knock out the Sandslash.
A huge catch from Dial-Up Churn on that Unova Stunfisk as well, drawing so much of that energy away from Septile Ice, and that was the difference maker. If he caught an Aqua Tail, it's a different story, because then he has an extra poison thing for the crunch.
Yeah, and at that point, I was only thinking, is Stunfisk in range of an Aqua Tail? Because I thought that Sandslash would be in range of the crunch if it landed, and then it would have come down to, could you Aqua Tail or even double Aqua Tail on that Stunfisk? But it didn't matter, because Dialap making the fantastic swap to absorb that crunch damage, and Poison Sting is so resisted, it just does nothing into the Stunfisk.
Yeah, I mean, I think even if it's not, one Aqua Tail's not enough, at least he throws the Aqua Tail, so he has one extra poison thing from, instead of throwing the crunch, right? Because he had to throw another Aqua Tail anyway.
Right.
So he'd be throwing 2 Aqua Tails instead of a crunch on Aqua Tail, then he gets a crunch, maybe he could win it from there. But super close game either way. Both players talking to the refs right now. We'll give you all an update on what they may be discussing in a little bit. We don't know right now. I think I know.
Yeah, I think that's how Ice, when he entered the battlefield with Feraligatr, he was trying to charge attack priority against the Drill Run of the Alolan Sandslash on his Hydro Cannon, but he was half a turn behind, and he was at 4.5 turns instead of the 5 turns that he thought he should have been on to charge attack priority on that Hydro Cannon. I think that's might be what he's explaining here. That's what I saw, and that's when I saw his reaction. But of course, it was a long battle. It could be something else.
Yeah, that's right. And the like you said, it was a long battle too. So the judges will definitely look at and see like if it makes sense or not, even for a rematch, because you know things that happen so early on too, it might not be consequential. But we'll see. I mean, given how close that game was, I think it could potentially matter, right? As we're getting the review, we'll get an update as we hear back. Maybe we'll even see a replay of the specific situation at hand.
And the thing is, in that moment, it was pretty early on in that matchup versus Feraligatr and
let's take a look
Sandslash.
here.
So this is where I think it happened.
Okay.
So the Sandslash is going to be there waiting for the Feraligatr that enters the battlefield. and he thought that he should be able to get to the Hydro Cannon at the exact same time as the drill run is available, but he was behind by half a turn. And Dilap kind of looks up, Septile looks up. This looks like what they're reviewing here. But remember, this is also so early on in that matchup. And the fact that also, I remember that for Alligator hanging on to an Ice Punch to unload one more Hydro Cannon.
Yeah.
Remember that at the very end?
So and we still grabbed the shield from Dilap as well.
So I'm not, so it's really hard to conceive how much like half a turn, or sorry, 1 turn of Shadow Claw energy or maybe damage could have changed that matchup.
Yeah.
I don't know, and that's why we have the talented judges that are so good at this.
Yeah, we got Dilap try to have some fun here while the judges are reviewing. I mean, I think you're right? Because he got the Hydro Cannon off, and honestly, if he got the Hydro Cannon off earlier, Dilap could have he was going to shield either way. He could have farmed down, left with even more energy on the Alone Sand Slash. So in a way, again, like you said, it did happen pretty early on. He still got the Hydro Cannon off, so I don't know, right, if it will be ruled a rematch or not. We're just speculating as casters. We're not no professionals on judging, so don't take our word for it. But let's take a look again here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5. Yeah, so the Hydro Cannon should have been reached at the same time the drill run was reached for the Hydro Cannon. But you can tell Septile Ice behind a Shadow Claw, and because of that, not able to throw it on Charge Light priority.
Or behind half a Shadow Claw because they were desynced there. They're throwing it at different times. So that's what they're reviewing. We're going to let you know as soon as they have a decision there. But it was an epic battle. For Alligator was looking awesome. The fantastic catch from Dilap to make it a game. I mean, we saw that with Mountain Dugong to hold on. Now we're seeing it with Dilap. Just these impactful late game catches that can just change everything.
Yeah, I mean, and let's talk about that for Alligator too, right? Dilap played great, but if that for Alligator doesn't get that second Hydro Cannon off, he would have definitely ran away with it. But because it was a non-shadow for Alligator, it was able to still get to that second Hydro Cannon to make that game so close for Septile Ice.
Yeah, no, exactly. And that is exactly why Septile Ice thinks it's so much stronger. I think the bulk has increased in the Might and Mastery update. You see Pokemon like Claydol, Cradily, Shadow Jumpluff, Azumarill. The only non-bulky Pokemon is probably Shadow Drapion. In the past, there was often Shadow Drapion and Shadow Feraligators on a lot of teams of 3. But since you subtracted one of the less bulky Pokemon, overall on average, there's more bulk. So he thought it was favorable to remove that Shadow tag, take 20% less damage, and do a little less damage as well, but be better positioned in this new iteration.
Yeah, and I think Might and Mastery as well, something that I noticed a lot too, is that the pacing of a lot of these Pokemon are so much faster than before, right? Sableye gets to that foul play in 5 Shadow Claws, right? A lot of these moves just come out so quick. Cradily spamming moves all over the place too, and debuffing as well. And for Alligator, always had that fast pacing, so it could still match up with the pacing of this current meta. It just didn't really fit as well into a lot of these teams until Septile Ice, you know, kind of found the way to make it work with his.
And people thought that it would be just outclassed by Pokemon like Lapras, which, I mean, we have seen it succeed, but definitely not to the level that everyone predicted, thinking it probably would be the #1 usage Pokemon. That is still by far the Azumarill. It's just so strong, just season after season, and we would think, okay, instead of for Alligator, people would just probably bring Lapras, but that's not even happening. So there's just a huge shift that is just gonna keep on going. And what I'm excited about is we have a couple more regionals in North America. We have more regionals in some other regions as well. And then we have a huge international championship, obviously in New Orleans, the North American International Championship. And then all of this meta is leading up to the World Championships in August, and I can't wait to see where it ends up.
Well, and there also might be a meta shift between, Portland and New Orleans.
Correct.
Because
the beginning of June, right?
Exactly, beginning of June, which could also change things quite a bit as well. As you know, there were a few changes last season too. We'll see how big of an update we'll have this upcoming season, but that's always exciting too, because you change the update for one final international tournament, then you got like a month off and see what everyone's cooking for World Championships, and just, you know, could be a complete mayhem meta, which is always super fun to look at and watch as well. And I mean, I think this is why, you know, especially in the official circuit in Show 6 Pick 3 is so interesting, is that if you look at a lot of these Pokemon, they're probably not that great, right? People don't think they're great. You know, if you're looking at these matchups, you're like, oh, what does Feraligatr even beat right now? But just because people are speculating, right, that Lapras is so good based on what it could beat, a lot of these matchups are not head-to-head, even shields, even energy, full health, right? Yes, Lapras can win a lot of these matchups, but for Alligator, with a Shadow Call advantage, 2 Shadow Call advantages, with a shield advantage, it can do things that a lot of Pokemon can't, even though people speculate that they're better than it.
And especially in this meta where Jumpluff doesn't run Energy Ball, and it has the Ice Beam coverage, it's going to be okay in that matchup as well. It's going to be good into the Annihilate. It's going to be good into Claydol. It's more advantageous to have the Feraligatr into Claydol than a Lapras would be because you're resisting that Psywave damage against the typing of the Psychic Claydol. So Feraligatr does still have a lot of play against the top meta. And of course, we've seen Alolan Sandslash get really high usage. It's a fantastic Alolan Sandslash counter as well.
That's right, and a lot of them are running Powder Snow too. Dialab one of the few that is actually running Shadow Claw, made it a little bit more difficult for Septile Ice, but if that was a Powder Snow Alolan Sandslash, that would be a different matchup.
No, absolutely. I believe both Septile Ice and Dialab are running the Shadow Claw, but we've seen all tournament long trainers running that Powder Snow, having that super effective damage into something like Jumpluff could be quite nice, but I actually like the Shadow Claw variant because if there is going to be a lot of mirrors of this Alolan Sandslash or maybe other water types, it's just nice to have that neutral Shadow Claw. And it looks like we're still in review at this point in time. We got one more judge on stage. They're going to take we're in good hands is all I'm going to say.
Yeah, we got the head judge over as well, too. I mean, that's a good point you bring about the Shadow Claw. It's definitely has pros and cons. I personally like the Powder Snow more because it's so much more pressure against the Shadow Drapion, which is still top of the meta as well, right? Great into the Credilli, the Jumpluff, but what's also top of the meta is Azumarill, and throwing Resistant Powder Snow doesn't feel great into that bulky water type as well. Lapras, also not great with the Powder Snow too. So there's a lot of trade-offs, which I think is really nice, right? It makes the meta more fluid, more flexible. We've seen different movesets on the Sableye as well, and we've even seen a Purified Sableye, non-Shadow Sableye on Ashton Ash team, where we thought that everyone would be running Shadow Sableye. But just so much more variety and little nuances is what makes these teams so interesting, because they're not just straight, you know, mirror matches or mirror type Pokemon. There's always little wrinkles of differences, which is what, you know, adds to another layer of strategy when it comes to these battles.
Yeah, and that's not even that common. Usually when you have a mirror of a strong Pokemon like Shadow Sableye, it's usually going to be the same attacks. We've seen so many times that one has Dazzling Gleam, one has Power Gym to have the coverage against Jumpluff or Lapras. The other one would rather have that Fairy type coverage against something like a Shadow Drapion or an opposing Sableye. So it's just fascinating to see at this point of the meta being able to have those little nuanced differences that just make a difference in the end.
You know, I was just thinking about this. In the old school days of the competitive circuit where it was closed team sheets, that would have been mayhem, because you just come in, you're thinking, oh, Alolan Sandslash mirror, I'm no problem, right? I got Powder Snow, I just got to land a drill run. And then you don't even know until mid-match that it's a Shadow Claw one too, right? So at least we have the open team sheets where you can see it coming, but even if you see it coming, it still makes things a bit interesting.
Yeah, it is fun to be able to have those nuances, but yes, you see it coming, but you don't know which trainer is going to have which, and it could pose a little bit of trouble if they have a different, say, Shadow Claw compared to the Powder Snow. So you never know. It can come down to matchups at some point, and this matchup is going to be coming down to real review. I think we're going to look at it one more time. Oh, no, not quite yet, but we're going to let you know what's going to happen. Remember, I believe this was the first game of the series. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
That's correct. So if this does get rematched, it will be 0-0, and this is on the loser's side. Once again, Dialab has been making a loser's round run that we saw off stream, and then Septile Ice, we've seen more on stream with that Feraligatr, and he's continuing his dominance that he's had in these previous last, I would say, 5 to 6 tournaments. He's been awesome.
Yeah, and for anyone that's tuning in as well right now, I'll give a quick update on the bracket as the judges are reviewing this match. On the winner's side of, I guess at this point, it's winner semifinals. It's Out of Pocket versus Semi is matched up there. And then we got Ashton Ash versus Nighttime Clasher in the semifinals on the other side of the winner's bracket. Meanwhile, in the loser's bracket, losers round 2, we have Tomahawk and Firestar awaiting to be likely going to be a stream match, and I think all of these are probably going to be stream matches actually afterward. Septile Ice versus Dialab is currently right now as we see, and then Mount Dugan took the 2-1 victory over Calvisimo, and Elam took the 2-1 victory over Dre Flames, which means that Mount Dugan will be facing against Elam in losers round 3, and then winner of this match will face off the winner of Tomahawk versus Firestar.
I'm glad you went over that, and it looks like we do have a decision here. It will be a rematch of that game number 1 of Septile Ice versus Dialap. But thank you for going over that, because we didn't get to feature all of the loser rounds runs that happen here at Atlanta. This is a record-setting attendance for a Pokemon Go regional in North America and for the entire tournament as a whole with all 3 titles. So we tried to feature as much as we could, but some of them slipped through the cracks. So thank you for reading that out.
Yeah, and this is the largest, to my knowledge, Pokemon Go regional of all time so far.
Right.
I'm hearing rumblings that Monterrey, Mexico next week is going to be actually even more players than that too. So we love to see the increase in participation, the excitement for the game as well. And, you know, I'm excited to hear about next week too and see if they break these numbers even more.
I want to take this moment to say a huge thank you to the talented judges on stage. They are awesome. It's never an easy situation, so thank you so much for all that you do to make these tournaments possible. Well done, and looks like we have the rematch. We are gonna get that game number 1 once again. Are we gonna see that Stunfisk? It looks pretty safe against pretty much everything. I think you were mentioning it earlier. It has super effective damage against 4 out of the 6 Pokemon of Septile Ice's team.
Yeah, that's right, and the official word from the judges is that because Feraligatr has the same pace to Ice Punches as the Sand Slash, or to Hydro Cannon as the Sand Slash's Ice Punch, without the lost Shadow Claw, Septile Ice could have played differently, right? He could have shielded the Drill Run as a potential. He could have done different things, but because he lost that Shadow Claw, he didn't feel comfortable shielding that Drill Run because he's going to get outpaced to the next move as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So many things can happen. It's a long battle. It's tough to say. So we got a rematch. We're back into losers round number 2. Dialap versus Septile. I think we're going to see a lot of Feraligatr. It looks so strong. We're definitely going to see a lot of Stunfisk. I'm interested to see if we do see that Shadow Blastoise, like you were mentioning, probably has some awesome play, but I feel like just the Stunfisk strength of having so much super effective damage. You even saw in that game number 1, Dialap was bouncing around with it, because if you just throw some damage, bank some energy, and then come back in later, there's a good percentage chance it will end up being super effective. All right, we're locked in. Game number 1 rematch, Septile Ice versus Dialap. We got that Shadow Sableye versus the Shadow Annihilate. Devastating lead for Septile Ice here.
Yeah, you know Dialap Churn loves to see that as well. The Shadow Annihilate, unfortunately, is not able to find the targets in a lot of these matches. Now comes in with the Shadow Claw alone, Sand Slash, but it's going to be outpaced by the Sableye because it was a turn ahead. Going to land this foul play, and let's see if Dialap Churn actually swaps out or not too. Actually chooses not to, because the backline matchup, you do have that jump bluff for the Annihilate as well. Annihilate not going to pace nearly as fast to the Ice Punch as we saw, a couple of Shadow Primate did.
It's always a peculiar situation to say that the Ice type attack, that same type attack bonus, is a bait, but it technically is because the Drill Run technically does more. But I love that play because it looks like he charged attack priority on the double Ice Punch, which he will throw right now into the Sableye. So well done to land the double Ice Punch instead of going for the Drill Run.
I do like this play though for Dialap because he's able to grab the shield, so they're on even shields. His Sableye doesn't have a lot of health either, so it's hard to farm here. But Dialap Churn actually making the hard pivot over to the Unova Stunfisk because he knows this Feraligatr is a pain to deal with if it's up energy. Doesn't want to give it too much energy.
Lets it go, and that's going to be super effective. I think you hide the Annihilate now. You probably go for a counter down. I'm surprised he's actually staying in because he can take super effective discharges in this matchup. Actually just letting this go, thinking that Annihilate in the back once Sableye is out of the picture can sweep, but look, there's a jump bluff in the back. I don't know if Annihilate has the Ice Punch. Yes, it does have the Ice Punch for Septile Ice.
Yeah, but now Dialap Churn has the advantage. He have a 1-turn advantage coming in jump bluff into this Feraligatr. Let's see what Septile Ice is going to do. He's going to try to reach for the Annihilate, but the pacing is much slower here, and in comes the jump bluff. I love this play from Dialap Churn because now he is able to outpace this Annihilate to the areas. Go straight for the areas, doesn't even try to go for the acrobatics. I think Septile Ice is about to just concede this match.
I think he already put his phone down knowing that one aerial ace landing is pretty much going to knock out the Annihilate, and you're going to get outpaced like you mentioned. You can't get the double Ice Punch before double aerial ace is available, and then at that point you could just clean up the Feraligatr as well. So Dialap is going to take this game number 1 of the series.
Yeah, really great plays from Dialab, knowing that he has to jump off for the Nihilip in the back too. And I love that he threw the foul play on charge attack priority, put Septile Ice in a really tough position, right? Because you're like, well, you're going to have to shield if you want to get this Ice Punch out, but even if you get the Ice Punch out, you don't win Switch, you don't take out my Sableye, you lost the shield in the process, and I still maintain Switch advantage for my jump off to be matched up against your Annihilate. He did give Septile Ice a slight window of opportunity to maybe come into the Unova Stunfisk with the Annihilate.
Yeah, I thought that might have been the better play.
Yeah.
As soon as you landed the Hydra Cannon, right?
Yep.
As soon as you took the super effective damage into the Stunfisk, then you could just counter down. Because yes, you'll have to take 2 Mud Bombs or 2 discharges, but it's better taking that neutrally than the super effective than the Feraligatr, and then you get to save the Feraligatr versus the backline, and Feraligatr might be the best Pokemon on your team.
Yeah, I think my guess is Septile Ice was expecting a Alolan Sandslash in the back because Sableye in the lead to counter the Annihilate, right, as an opportunity here. But unfortunately, it's the jump off, right? Which also makes sense. I mean, maybe if you thought, you know, why would Dialab just give up his only counter to the Annihilate, right, in this situation? So let's see if he can make an adjustment for game number 2 there. But really great game from Dialab to just capitalize on his lead, maintain it, and just have the matchup he wants in the back.
Yeah, clean play from a Pokemon we haven't got to see that much in this meta.
And that Hydra Cannon didn't do that much. You know, it was able to hang on.
It's crazy. It's so bulky. It has such fast pacing. And the way that Dialab is playing, by being able to put it in advantageous situations, and the fact that maybe it's going to be face up against some Corviknights or some other favorable matchups down the road, this Stunfisk from Dialab is looking to be the MVP right now for him. And can it close out this series? He's been so strong in the first 2 battles, winning one, getting it rematched, and then winning the second one. But as we saw before with Mountain Dugong, an entire series can flip so quickly. Septile Ice is not out of it yet.
Yeah, and this is where the mind games comes in, right? Dialab brings the Alolan Sandslash in game 1, thinking, okay, sometimes like maybe my Shadow Annihilate will finally have a spot here, only to run into a counter in the lead and a counter in the back, right? And then now, what does Dialab do? Does he bring back the Alolan Sandslash to throw things off? Does he bring maybe even the Blastoise as well to throw things off? Because I think the Blastoise is really good for him, but he hasn't brought it yet in this series. Here we go, game number 2. Septile Ice needs to win this for game number 3 to have a chance here. It's going to be the Alolan Sandslash into the Shadow Sableye.
And there's that Blastoise that you were talking about. It's in the back line for Dialab here, and going to be able to get to these foul plays quicker than you did in the previous iteration of the meta is more advantageous for this Sableye because you pace so quickly and your damage is just stronger versus this Alolan Sandslash, and you can charge attack priority on the double.
All right, Butters, I smell a catch coming. Septile Ice knows he doesn't win the charge attack priority. Does he try to catch a foul play on his Azumarill? No, actually swaps, and Dialab's the one that catching the resistant Ice Punch on his Blastoise instead.
Well, you did sniff it out because it happened.
Yes, I sniffed the wrong thing.
It was the Blastoise, though, that came out, and now it's going to be met by the Feraligatr. It was a matchup we were always waiting for of the Feraligatr versus the Shadow Blastoise. Does the Blastoise give up a Protect Shield? No, doesn't give it up. And now you have to imagine Septile Ice is definitely going to have to Protect Shield on this Skull Bash.
I like this play from Dialab as well because he thinks that, okay, you know what? If it's a Credillion in the back, it probably would have came into my Blastoise. So, you know, he's going to just save the shields for the Unova Stunfisk, thinking that it has play into pretty much everything in the back, especially off the shield advantage. Now he gets the Hydro Cannon bait off and lands another Hydro Cannon on the Feraligatr to really chip it down.
I love this play because if you went for the Skull Bash, you're just going to get more farm because your defense raises. This way,
the combo play.
Oh, wow, from Dialab here, forcing the Protect Shield. Suddenly, he's been bouncing around the battlefield between Blastoise and Shadow Sableye, and this Feraligatr is low on resources. 2 Protect Shields down, 2 Protect Shield advantage for Stunfisk in the back and Dialab. And he has Thundershock, so he can farm down a little bit easier, and he's going to be matched up against another water type and a Zoomer on the back.
Yeah, he'll have to Thundershock this down because the Switch Timer's not up yet. He might have to even double shields.
He might get the triple. He might get the triple Hydro Cannon.
It's going to be tough because every time he's throwing Hydro Cannon, he's also letting a Thundershock through. I don't think he gets to the triple, but unfortunately, Dialab couldn't swap out and even catch this Hydro Cannon too. So getting a lot of value out of this Feraligatr. I think he just swaps right into the Zoomer after this, and this matchup is actually pretty close. But the Unova Stunfisk did have an NG lead.
Yes, but it took a little bit, maybe a Shadow Claw or 2 worth of damage, but not too much. It was able to just Thundershock and shield through those Hydro Cannons. So how many discharges is going to take with the Thundershock? It's going to take 3, right? Definitely going to take 3.
Yeah, and Dialab, I thought he maybe was going to try to go for a catch on the Ice Beam, but no, not going to be on this one. It's going to put the Unova Stunfisk kind of low, but Unova Stunfisk is ready and almost at double discharge. I think this might be enough, and the switch timer's not up yet for Septile Ice.
If it's not up yet, he's just one Thundershock away from victory here from Dilap. Can he get to the next discharge in time? Yes, actually overcharging, knowing the timer isn't available, and they're trying to throw on charge attack priority there. The patience from Dilap to ensure the knockout, because there are 2 Pokemon remaining for Septile Ice.
Yeah, but I don't think any of them have energy. It's kind of tricky here, too. I think I would have preferred he didn't try to leave with energy, because he could probably Thundershock down, but now it gets a little bit harder here because all this extra damage is starting to come through on this Unova Stunfisk.
And Septile maybe frustrated that he didn't get a Shadow Claw damage through here, and here comes the last charge attack, but it doesn't really matter because you can Thundershock down either way. I think Dilap was going to be able to clean up that backline, and how about the full sweep from the Unova Stunfisk there?
Wow, Dilap Churn making the Unova Stunfisk look real good in this situation as well. Maybe I was wrong there. The extra energy was necessary for the Unova Stunfisk to land that Mud Bomb against the Alolan Sandslash. Now, you did mention that it looked like Septile Ice lost a Shadow Claw coming into that Unova Stunfisk. The real question is, even if that was the case, was it enough to make a difference, right? Because if you take one Shadow Claw, one neutral Shadow Claw on the Unova Stunfisk, if it's not enough to knock out, you still end up Thundershocking down the Feraligatr, and it's still Dilap's game.
Yeah, and if that is the interaction you are mentioning, if that's exactly this matchup is officially under review, that's what I noticed in the moment, and that's what I think could be under review. I have to agree with you there that even if the Shadow Claw comes through, both those Pokemon are energy dry, so it's kind of an uphill battle for Septile Ice there, but this is above our pay grade because we have the awesome judges that are on stage that always do a fantastic job. We have full faith in them. They'll take care of this.
Take a look at this, right? So what actually Septile Ice is raising for review, which makes a lot more sense, is that he was trying to swap onto the Feraligatr. You can see him pressing on the Feraligatr, but because of that one turn desync there, he wasn't able to do it, right? So so what he's saying is he couldn't catch at the end because he lost a turn bringing it in, and you can see that he was trying to tap for it too. That does make a lot of sense, because if he does catch the Mud Bomb on the Feraligatr, you can't Thundershock down the Lone Sandslash as easily.
Let's see if this Sandslash, how much energy, was it completely energy dry?
Yeah, it was. I think
so
what his play was to try to Shadow Claw down.
That would have been one Shadow Claw, yeah. If the play was the Shadow Claw down, he was trying to peekaboo there, and the Stunfisk throws the Mud Bomb on the Sandslash instead of swapping. But remember, that had extra energy. So it's always possible that you can get to another Mud Bomb before you get Shadow Claw down, but it would have been tough. Because how many Shadow Claws would have taken? 3 to knock you out there? And was that Stunfisk maybe 3 Thundershocks away from another Mud Bomb?
It would have pretty much been a fast attack off in that situation, right? Because it looked like Septile Ice could have made the catch, because he throws a Shadow Claw, the Unova Stunfisk throws a Thundershock, and then Dilap throws a Mud Bomb. If he didn't lose that turn and he clicks on that Feraligatr, he does end up catching the Mud Bomb. You can't undercharge it anymore. Even if you do, that's actually worse for Dilap. He's taking extra Shadow Claw damage.
Right.
And then, so what it really comes down to is, can the Alolan Sandslash Shadow Claw down the remaining health of the Unova Stunfisk? Because the Blastoise, I think, only had like 1 or 2 HP, and it wouldn't get the rollout damage through before the Shadow Claw registers.
Yeah, and we just confirmed there that the Stunfisk would have been energy dry because it was one Thundershock away from the Mud Bomb. So if that was swapped on, which would have been the best case scenario for Septile Ice, then it would have come to a fast attack down between the Sandslash and the Stunfisk. But remember, also that Blastoise in the back did have the opportunity to land a rollout, but might not have gotten there because of the knockout of the Shadow Claw.
I don't think it would have, but it's hard to say because it's so hard to see the health bars, right? Especially on the switch tray. It could have gone a couple ways, right? It could have Dilap still gets a Thundershock down. Yeah, it's so low. It's so hard to tell,
I think it gets knocked out by one Shadow Claw.
I mean, and look at the remaining health bars here too, right? Even if Dilap gets the Mud Bomb caught on, is the Shadow Claw damage going to take out the Unova Stunfisk or the Thundershock going to be enough? And honestly, it could have been a simultaneous knockout as well too, right? So there could have been so many different scenarios that played out there.
Yeah.
I mean, credit to Septile Ice for trying to make that winning play, because that could have been the play to at least force a tie, if not even win it for him.
And if it was a simultaneous, though, that would mean Dilap wins because he would have had the Blastoise in the back.
Oh, you're right. Actually, that's a really good point. So, yeah, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, because So that's the key part. Septile Ice, the only win condition he had there was he needed to be able to Shadow Claw down the Unova Stunfisk, because if it's a side mode, then it's still Dialab's win because he has that final Pokemon remaining. So yeah, so the only situation for Septile Ice there is that he needs to have enough health on that Lone Sandslash to actually win that fast attack down against the Unova Stunfisk after potentially catching the Mud Bomb for him to actually win that game.
Yeah, and it's almost...
And that's assuming the Blastoise is in one Shadow Call range. If not, then that's also a different story.
Honestly, it's almost impossible to tell because it's almost impossible to even recreate that exact same scenario.
Yep.
How do you even get the Pokemon at the same health to try to play it out to see what would happen?
If you gave us a couple hours, we probably can't even do it.
Yeah, we probably couldn't even do it. So it's really so hard to tell. I fully understand exactly like the mindset of like you thought you could throw one and then swap, and it's not that you're trying to like throw one and then it was random when the other person had the energy.
Yep.
Because Dialab was one fast attack away.
Yep.
So as soon as he reached that, he threw it straight away, which looked like Septile Ice was in between a fast attack, which he shouldn't have been, and he was going to try to swap. So super complicated situation. That's why Pokemon Go PvP is awesome, is because the in-game can get so complicated, and trainers can utilize this little knowledge of the mechanics and of in-game situations to better each other. But then it's so hard to even know who would have bettered each other in this situation.
Yeah, especially at the high level too, right? I mean, these are two very strong battlers here on stage. I mean, and so much, like, these are how close the matchups are, right? It could come down to one fast attack difference, one Shadow Claw, or one Thundershock difference. That's literally 1 second. You know, 1 second difference could have been the difference maker in these situations.
Yeah. So they're still under review at this point in time. If you're just joining us, to recap here, Dialab is up 1-0, and this second game is under review. If there's no rematch, that means Dialab will be moving on the loser side of the bracket, moving on to losers round number 3, and Septile Ice will be eliminated from the tournament. But if rematch is granted, they will replay game number 2.
Yeah, definitely. So looks like judges are going to continue looking at it too. I mean, that's a really tough one to roll on, right? I mean, I'm looking at 2. I think we broke down the scenario as much as we possibly could based on our knowledge. We could be wrong. They might be looking at something else, but I think that is going to be exactly what they're looking at to see if that Shadow Claw damage would have been enough to take out the Unova Stunfisk. It's so hard to gauge. You know, it's so hard to gauge. Everyone's individual Pokemon's different too, right? It could be your Unova Stunfisk versus my Lone Sandslash, and it could look differently in that situation too.
And I feel like this is a perfect time to highlight this Unova Stunfisk and maybe talk about it a little bit. And what I'm most fascinated with is how does it match up versus the top meta? We know the top meta here in Atlanta, day number 2, was Azumarill number 1.
Yep.
You said that matchup is pretty close, right?
It's pretty close, right? I mean, the discharge it's quicker to get to now, but it also is a little bit less damage efficient, I believe. So, and Mud Bomb's just like, if it's just neutral damage, Mud Bomb's the better move, right? Which means that discharge itself is not the best move in that situation. But I was messing around with it a little bit in locals, you know, just trying to see if it had any potential spice play and stuff. Because I thought that the selling point for me, at least, was that Jump Off, Shadow Jump Off, one of the most common flying types, or grass types, I should say, has all flying moves.
Right, it's a flying type Pokemon now.
Yeah, and it actually can beat the Shadow Jump Off in that one shield scenario.
Wow,
which is kind of crazy. I mean, you lose the 0s and the 2s usually in that situation, but being able to win that one shield scenario with the Unova Stunfisk against a grass type is pretty nice. The problem I had with it is that it just didn't have the closing power, right? Like, I lost against a Clodsire because it could just double Earthquake me, and I did throw like so many Mud Bombs, right? And I'm not running Mush, I was running Thundershock.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's a lot of Lone Sandslash, all this stuff, and they're running Powder Snow. It just gets pretty tough. It kind of felt in a way like a Furret in the sense that it doesn't hit super hard, but it has a decent amount of coverage. And
like Corviknight, too.
Yeah, like Corviknight as well. But to be fair, in the hands of a better player like Dialab Churn, hey, maybe you can make it work. But that's why I thought it might have been good in my predictions. And I kept playing it. I played Nighttime Clash in a local on Thursday, right, as he was right before, and I just got smoked with it. I just could not run it at all. And, you know, and it seemed like a lot of people were running Cordelia as well, too.
Yeah, I mean, when you specifically look against the opposing team here of Septile Ice, we already mentioned that it has super effective damage into 4 of the Pokemon. But when you look at the top 6 in the meta, it has super effective damage against Azumarill, Shadow Drapion, Alolan Sandslash, and like you mentioned, it can actually beat the Jump Bluff in the matchup Jumpluff was tied with Cradilly, and it would do worse against Cradilly than it does against Jumpluff. But if it is more of a Jumpluff meta, it has play against pretty much everything. It only gets countered by the Claydol, and the Claydol is going to be quite strong against it. And then Shadow Sableye, I'd be fascinated to see that matchup, but I feel like just because of the strength of foul play and the pacing, I feel like Sableye might come up on top there.
Yeah, I mean, you're also bulky too, right? So you're not going to win charge attack priority against a lot of things as well, even though you do pace super quick, right? With the Thundershock, 2 Mud Bomb, 2 Discharge. It's spammy, but it's like, it's a spammy Pokemon that doesn't hit very hard, right? So I think that's kind of the trade-off. Whereas, you know, Jumpluff, it is kind of bulky, but the acrobatics hits super hard. And it's only, what, 2 more Fairy Winds, then 2 more Thundershocks in those situations. So as the judges are continuing review, let's take a look at the wonderful venue here we have in Atlanta. One of my favorite places, like I said. And here's the crowd there too. Let's see if they could, I don't know if they see us. I don't know if they see themselves on the camera or not. Oh, this might actually be, it might not even be Go actually. This might be TCG or VGC as well as they're tuning in too. But
we have all 3 titles here, of course, in Atlanta, and it is a record-setting tournament.
A venue completely filled up as well. I believe TCG had I think they had registered 3,000 players. Might have been a few no-shows, but still. Yeah. I mean, if you people not showing up from 3,000, you're not even going to notice, right, from their game. I don't know how many for VG, but like you said, the largest regional to date, which is awesome to see the growth in all 3 games.
Well, it's just crazy because it just feels like we're saying that sentence a lot because all of these competitions feels like they're growing and throwing across all 3 titles. We know Pokemon Go has been growing regional to regional. I think you mentioned that maybe next weekend in Monterrey, Mexico, it might even be greater. I think it was like you're saying 260 or something like that?
I think it was like 240 something
240,
is what someone said that was registered.
Yeah, something like 240. I mean, we don't know the exact number, but it's probably going to be maybe 20 people more than we had here in Atlanta. So it's just so awesome to see the communities grow and grow over time. And it just feels like we're always saying it's a record-breaking event.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of something that Wolfie says a lot from VG is that whenever he wins a tournament, he's like, I won the largest tournament today, because every tournament gets larger and larger. So every time he wins one, he can just, you know, claim that, which is very accurate. It is very impressive on his end as well from VG side. But yeah, for these Go players too, you know, a lot of these players saying, hey, you know, I'm about to win. Someone's about to win the largest regional today.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say the other line where he was saying, all you prepared, practiced, and battled against all your friends, but it wasn't enough. Maybe we'll get a Pokemon Go version of that as well. But it looks like, I think we do. Oh, no, we're still looking like we are under review here. As soon as we have word, I feel like I was getting a little bit word, but as soon as I get that, we'll let you know.
Yeah, definitely. So, again, what a fascinating meta here too. I mean, I think the more I watch it, I know Soph seemed like she was like, oh, I think the meta settled.
Yeah.
But I think between the two of us, I don't quite agree with that necessarily. I mean, it is roughly about 20-ish Pokemon, but I feel like a lot of things can work that are fringe picks as well outside of it. I mean, El Calvisimo had a Superior. We didn't really see it in action though, so maybe it's not as useful as we may think, but I think Superior even has a lot of play in this meta as long as you can avoid the Jumpluff.
So it's fascinating for me because technically it is bound to settle because the lower amount of trainers you have, the lower amount of Pokemon remaining, there will be some sort of settling of the top usage just because of the numbers. But in my head, I actually, even if it does settle on top usage here, there's so many viable Pokemon and viable strategies that I personally think, even though we see a trend here, that doesn't necessarily mean that's going to be the trend for upcoming tournaments, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, right? But let's take a look at potentially, you know, what are some of the usage numbers? 'Cause I think I saw some usage from the ABAC qualifier actually that happened yesterday, right? Concurrently too. And the team that was kind of 7-0 in the Swiss rounds there too, they have kind of a 2-part series. They have a Swiss rounds and they have I believe a double elimination playoff after that once you determine Swiss rounds. The winning team there was Azumarill, Claydol, Dugong, Shadow Drapion, Shadow Jumpluff, Shadow Annihilate, which is a lot different. Now, catch this. Number 2 team, Azumarill, Claydol, Guzzlord, Shadow Jumpluff, Calvisimo, nothing too crazy. Throwing a Bastiodon right there too.
Yeah.
A little bit weird, right?
Actually, we have day 2. Let's compare that to the day 2 usage while we're calling out this as well from Atlanta here. So yeah, I mean, wait, number 2, we're looking at are you looking at the APAC?
Qualifier, yeah.
Qualifiers,
yeah.
right. Where Walker 0623 was your champion there. Congratulations to that champion.
So that would be they're like the champ. They won the tournament, but they're moving on to playoffs. The playoffs
Right.
is who determines who goes to potentially the Worlds. But yes, had an undefeated record, 7-0, only dropping 3 games in those matches. And yeah, about 62.5% usage there. Oh, and looks like we do have a result here. I believe the result is going to go over to Dilap Churn, so he's going to take the 2-0 victory over Septile Ice.
Yes, it is official. Dilap is going to be moving on to losers round number 3. Septile Ice is unfortunately eliminated. It's been a tough road for him today on that loser side of the bracket, but boy, has he been awesome these last 5 or 6 tournaments. He had won the North American International Championship Travel Award, so we know we are seeing this trainer in New Orleans.
Yeah, and I know Dilap too. He had to have a pretty high placement in last year North America International Championships to qualify for World Championships, and unfortunately missed out on that too after a great performance at the LA Regionals. But this year, looking for redemption, looking to make it back to World Championships. He attended the first 2, missed last year, and you know he's hungry for that third attendance here at World Championships this year.
I can't wait to talk to him later. He is always hungry for those W's, and that's what makes him such a fierce competitor, like you've mentioned, for so long in the championship series. But he's back. We're back because we're going to have more games for you guys. Tomahawk UK versus Firestar is actually going to be coming up next. Remember, Tomahawk UK went down to Nighttime Clasher. A little bit of a rivalry there, right? A nice rivalry that we have in the European scene. What was I forget the tournament exactly that they played in the finals. Liverpool, which at the time was the biggest European regional at the time. And now
197, I believe.
Yeah, and now they're facing in the biggest North American regional. And both times, Nighttime Clasher did come out on top versus Tomahawk, taking him down to the loser side of the bracket. But a trainer of his caliber should never be counted out, as he's going to try to make his way back up to the top of this bracket with a Lapras, that Shadow, and a Skull Bash, and a pick that we haven't seen from literally anyone else, and a Lonely Ninetales, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, it is. But we saw it a little bit on day number 1. I don't think he brought it into Nighttime Clasher for day number 2, but it looked pretty solid. You know, it had play, and I understand the rationale as we take a look at the loser bracket, see what's coming up next. Tomahawk UK will be going against Firestar, and Firestar did lose on day number 1, but has been going on a complete rampage in this losers bracket. He's playing so well here too. Let me see if I can pull that up on day number 1 and see who beat. I know Rise Occasion was one of the players he defeated as well on his way through that losers bracket. He was feeling pretty confident. Also a Corviknight user, and he was playing his team to perfection.
I mean, look at what losers round 3 is going to look like. It's either going to be Tomahawk UK and Firestar versus Dilap, and then on that bottom half, it's going to be Mountain Dugong versus Elam. We're going to have 4 trainers after this matchup available on that loser side of the bracket. But of course, whoever will lose from this winner side of the bracket that you see here will drop on down. But how much of an advantage is it to get that winner's final? So Out of Pocket, Simi, Ashton Ash, Nighttime Clasher, all really trying to get to that winner's finals. I mean, at this point, looks like we have 10 trainers remaining less in Atlanta right now. These are your final 10 competitors: Tomahawk UK, Firestar, Elam, and of course everyone on that Mountain Dugong, and then everyone on that winner side. I believe it's Semi, Out of Pocket, Nighttime Clasher, and Ashton Ash. Those are your last 10 standing at the biggest North American regional ever.
Yeah, I'm excited to see all of them too. All of those matchups look incredible here. And credit to Tomahawk UK as well too. I mean, he's still chasing for his first title, but 3-time grand finalist, and also, I mean, he's been battling on North American soil quite a bit, and I think he's top cut. Yeah, more actually. And I believe he's top cut every single North America tournament so far. Maybe even the European ones. I didn't double check that one, but I recall every time I see him, I was like, oh, he's going into top cut yet again, and usually on the winner side too.
Right. No, I mean, maybe that's why he keeps coming back. Like you said, he's competed more in North America than Europe. But, of course, he is doing a lot of casting work in the European regional that keeps him busy over there. So that's probably why he's not competing as much. But we love having him over here, seeing his unique play style. He always brings the spice. It seems like every single tournament, his team is extremely unique. And it's hard to continue that success of top cutting with those unique picks just over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, he's never one to shy away from innovation, right? I remember he ran a Thunder Lantern back in the Lantern Mat. I'm like, why? Like, you're just slower to the moves. But he had a rationale that, like, he detailed to me that I forgot at this point because it was like about 5 paragraphs in 2 minutes he's told it to me. But it made sense, right, when I thought about it at the time. But that just shows you how much he thinks about these matchups, right? And that's a key factor is if you know more about your matchups because you're using more, you know, anti-meta, off-meta picks, off-meta movesets, you have advantage over your opponents because they're not going to know. I'm not going to know if I'm facing him why he's running a Thunder Lantern into my Thunderbolt Lantern. I'm like, this looks like an advantage to me, right? That looks like you register the wrong move, but it's intentional on his end, and he succeeds with it time and time again.
And especially in the new meta, where how many times have we actually seen so far? Remember we were questioning Dijon, like, did he know the counts for Corviknight? Or was he, remember when he was throwing the foul play into that Corviknight, but he threw it later and he didn't swap and he could have just lost the game. And we're like, hold on, wait, maybe Dijon didn't actually know the counts. And then we know Mountain Dugong got thrown off by the counts of Corviknight as well. So there's so many new Pokemon, and if you could have a wrinkle that other trainers aren't prepared for, especially in this climate, it could be extremely effective.
And we see Firestar trying to claim the Pikachu Libre, hoping it's a shiny. Unfortunately not. I mean, it's super rare. I've gotten that, you know, rank 10 or legend every season. I've never seen one myself. What about you?
I've never seen one either. I mean, I think we've had 21 or 22 attempts now, maybe, from this season. I personally haven't gotten one. Chat, have you gotten a shiny Pikachu Libre? We've loved to hear from you on Twitch.tv, YouTube, wherever you're at. What have you gotten? How many Pikachu Libres do you have? Do you have 20? That's a lot of them. Or have you started playing recently? Have you achieved it yet? Is it a goal of yours? It's something that you receive if you hit Legend in the Go Battle League, and then after next time you claim an encounter after hitting Legend, you will receive that Pikachu Libre that can only be obtained from hitting Legend in the Go Battle League. And it's quite early in this season right now, so congratulations to Firestar for already hitting Legend in Go Battle League.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the, I mean, he's great in the in-game ladder too. Obviously, he's fantastic in Show 6 as well, as you see his top 8 performance in Charlotte. Actually, Charlotte seems like his place to go, right? But now Atlanta as well. My guess is probably somewhere from the southeast of the United States too, but performing really well. I mean, he has all the mechanical skills. Obviously, anyone that plays Go Battle League to that level is going to be quite nice. Actually, now that I think about it, he could have potentially even hit it while he was watching the battles.
Yeah.
He might have been grinding Go Battle League while watching, because that was a recent set. That was his most recent set that he just claimed.
Yeah, no, he could have hit it at the venue here today. I mean, one of the best places to play Pokemon Go is at these regional championships, international championships, world championships. There's always so many spawns, so many Pokestops, so many trainers to train with. It looks like we got these trainers ready on stage. Let's get this game going. There's the Shadow Lapras met by the Shadow Drapion here. Looks like Tomahawk UK is just going to stay in this matchup. You would think it would be a disadvantage, but Lapras is just fine in this matchup as Firestar throws the first crunch.
Crunch is going to be thrown, and Tomahawk UK is going to shield it too, knowing that there could be a debuff chance, but just doesn't want to take the heavy damage. It doesn't have to worry about shielding an Aqua Tail later. Very aware of his matchups. And again, just like Tomahawk I was talking about earlier, using the Shadow Lapras, right? Something that people aren't really familiar with. I talked to his previous opponent yesterday, Adib Khan, was like, yeah, that Shadow Lapras damage just took me off guard because I don't see it very often in any of my practice matches.
And how about the Alolan Ninetales versus the backline of the Shadow Sableye and Cradily? That's exactly why he's bringing the Alolan Ninetales, is to target these two matchups, and here is that first one. But unfortunately, 2 Bullet Seeds came through first, so now you're going to be able to throw this super effective Rock Tomb before the first Weather Ball is available for Tomahawk.
I like this play from Firestar because he knows that at least Cradily has play into the Alolan Ninetales. It almost looks like he could potentially even beat it too, especially with that 2 Bullet Seed lead. Going to let this first Weather Ball go. Let's see if he shields the next one.
Well, the problem is the pacing on Weather Ball and Powder Stone is just so quick, you're going to get to the double before the Rock Tomb is available, and I think this is pretty much going to be a knockout. There's a chance that it holds on with 1 health, actually going for the undercharge here on this charge attack priority, I believe, or maybe it wasn't. No, it was.
Yeah, it was.
He waited a turn to charge attack priority, I think, because he threw only 1 Powder Snow. I believe Tomahawk waited a turn to force charge attack priority there.
Yeah, that's actually very high level play from Tomahawk UK, and an undercharge from Firestar as well. Now his Drapion is lower on health, and now gets the Octo off first. I'm not sure, actually. He might be behind on energy as well, but the extra health on Tomahawk UK is going to give him an advantage in this situation. But Firestar's Sableye looks really free now in the back.
Right, and Sableye is a great counter to that Shadow Lapras. Does this Sableye actually have the Dazzling Gleam or Power Gem? Actually has the Dazzling Gleam. Here comes the swap. You're at double Sparkling Aria, but first there's an Aqua Tail. This is clunky. You have to shield this. You can't waste 2 Sparkling Arias.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, Tomahawk UK maybe waiting a little bit too long there, but just wants to think it through. Has a double Sparkling Aria. Firestar might be able to go for a peekaboo, might be able to go for a catch here. Let's see his switch timers up or not. It's going to be close, I believe. He's going to come in with a Sableye. Oh, he's going to be able to do it on the next one.
It's going to be really hard, though, the peekaboo against a 1-turn fast attack.
Yeah.
Because I think Tomahawk is going to wait for a Shadow Claw to go through before
he can't wait too long.
Does Firestar?
Oh, no.
I was going to think, does Firestar try to pause? Or if he instant swapped, he could have caught it there. But instead, he's going to take the Sparkling Aria.
Yeah, is going to tank that. The Drapion is not up yet, so is going to get Shadow Claw down. How much energy is remaining on the Drapion? It is close, but it's going to lose their priority. Oh, wait! Firestar going for the catch here, not able to do it. And now it looks like the Drapion is going to get the move off first. Crunch comes through. No, Foul Play is going to come through, but I actually don't think this is enough.
Wow. Oh, this is going to be resisted into the dark typing of the Shadow Drapion. Can it knock out Shadow Drapion? No! Tomahawk endures the fire back with its own crunch. That's going to be neutral into the Sableye and surely gets the knockout. Tomahawk UK takes game number 1.
Fantastic patience from Tomahawk UK as well, because I mean, that's a tough situation. You want to throw the crunch as fast as possible, because even if it's just a foul play, you can see it's going to threaten a knockout there. But Tomahawk UK knowing that, you know what? Even if you throw it, it's not going to be enough, right? So try it and see what happens. And Firestar expecting the catch, or expecting him to throw, but Tomahawk one step ahead, expecting him to attempt to catch and just doesn't throw.
Yeah, well done. And especially, I want to point out, I believe that he paused a turn to then force charge attack priority with his Alolan Ninetales into the Cradily. And as soon as he realized he forced charge attack priority, that is when he undercharged, because he knows he guarantees that Cradily will have to throw its energy because it is partaking in charge attack priority. So that is really high level play from Tomahawk there.
And also high level play from Firestar, also undercharging as well, right?
Right.
Both of them throwing moves to knock out the opponent's Pokemon, and neither actually knocking it out because they want that energy lead heads up. I mean, this current meta is so energy dependent too. We've seen so many matches where you lose the lead, you lose the counter swap, you lose the backhand match, and you can still win because you have that slight energy advantage. The fast pace of this meta is what makes it so unique and exciting, and how, you know, sometimes people meme about it online, like, oh, you lose lead, you lose swap, you lose the game. No, maybe you lose the game, but not these players.
Exactly right, because there's so many ways to get out of those situations. Undercharging is one of them. Yes, you might lose that matchup, but you have a better chance of winning the game if you get more energy on your other Pokemon. We're locked into game number 2. It's Shadow Drapion versus Shadow Drapion. Let's peek at the backlines. There was an adjustment from Firestar there. Instead of running that Cradily, he now has the Corviknight in the back.
I like this adjustment from Firestar a lot because, again, all the fire types are taken out, right? You just got the Unova Sunfist to worry about, but there's none on Tomahawk's team, and that Corviknight is pretty much free, right? It has so much play into the entire team of Tomahawk UK. Yeah, that's super effective Iron Head as well, and nothing is going to do super effective damage into that Corviknight, and it's so bulky, so why not just bring it?
Yeah, and here comes the next Aqua Tail into Firestar here. Is it enough to knock out the Drapion? Not quite yet, so now you can throw your own Aqua Tail, and you can't swap out just yet. This was registered, so will Tomahawk let it go? He could shield this and poison this thing down, but instead decides to let his Shadow Drapion go.
This is big for Firestar. He doesn't want the Sableye onto the Alolan Ninetales, but it's just a Powder Snow Alolan Ninetales, so it can't really charm or do any significant fast attack pressure. The energy lead is going to be crucial here, but this could bait Firestar into bringing the Corviknight. That's huge for Tomahawk UK because he doesn't want to come into a Sableye with a mirror behind energy.
Exactly right. If you're one Shadow Claw down, you're just going to get outpaced at every single foul play, and it's going to be brutal for you. So now you have the advantageous situation of having the Alolan Ninetales in the back line of that Sableye, and that Sableye is going to be throwing resisted foul plays into the fairy typing of that Alolan Ninetales. But if he saves 2 shields for it, the Sableye is not out of it.
Yeah, and here's the difference too. Firestar's Sableye only has Dazzling Gleam. It doesn't have the super effective Power Gem to throw at that Alolan Ninetales. I mean, Dazzling Gleam, honestly, from Shadow Sableye will still do a decent chunk of health, but you have 2 shields on the side of Tomahawk UK. Is Firestar going to just try to double bait here? Goes for the first bait. Does Tomahawk UK call it? No, he is going to shield it right here. Try to spend his shields. Firestar's going to probably have to double bait here to have a chance, and even then, I feel like it's still an uphill battle.
Yeah, this will be so tough. And remember, this is not the Shadow Alolan Ninetales that you're used to seeing. So it could easily tank a foul play if you let a bait through. So that will be absolutely huge if Tomahawk is able to count that. Weather Ball does come up to the Protect Shield of Firestar here. Is this going to be one more bait? Does he try to make the big call?
Yeah,
no, he does Protect Shield.
He throws, he gets the bait, and the switch arm is up for Firestar. He can potentially try to catch the next move here. Does come in, and unfortunately, Tomahawk does not throw right away. It's going to get near max energy before throwing this Weather Ball. Firestar's not at the Dazzling yet. If this takes out the Corviknight, that's going to be game over for Firestar. And Corviknight cannot hang on. One more Powder Snow to Dazzling, and he's going to get it, and Tomahawk UK is going to take the 2-0 victory over Firestar.
The spice pick of choice for Tomahawk UK, and is a Lonely Ninetales. Super effective, knocks out Firestar, and Tomahawk UK takes it 2-0.
Wow, what a performance from both trainers. Firestar had an incredible losers run from day 1 all the way through day number 2, but Tomahawk UK is going to stop that momentum and stop his progress. But still, a fantastic performance from Firestar as well. Congrats to them on getting Legend as well so early in the season.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure we'll see more of him too, but definitely a player that I've always saw and, you know, not shying away from Spice, right? Bring the Vigoroth back when Vigoroth wasn't even meta, and just constantly pushing the agenda with different team compositions and challenging a lot of tough opponents here.
Yeah, congratulations to him on a great tournament. Like you said, Legend and Go Battle League, especially early on in the season, is quite impressive. He's a super talented battler, but congratulations to Tomahawk, able to bounce back after that early loss in day number 2 against Nighttime Clasher. Can he make that losers round run all the way up to the losers finals, maybe even make it to the grand finals for that coveted rematch that we might see between Nighttime Clasher and Tomahawk UK?
Yeah, Nighttime Clasher still sitting on that winner's side still, so it is possible, right? And we know, I mean, we talk about Dial-Up Churn being hungry. We know Tomahawk UK is hungry for that title that he's yearning for as well. I mean, he has so many championship points, qualifying world championships. That's no longer the agenda here, right? For him, he wants that #1 title.
No, absolutely. And can he get that with something like an Alolan Ninetales? That would be super impressive. You look at the top 6 usage, there's actually a lot of targets that you can get there because you are pretty good against the Cradilly, you're good against the Jumpluff, both of the grass types, and then you're good against the Shadow Sableye as well. You just kind of have to avoid the things that are in a lot of battles, like the Azumarill and the Shadow Drapion, that's for sure.
Yeah, fun fact, I talked to him yesterday, I was like, why are you running the Alolan Ninetales? And he said, you know, actually before, it was a Bastion, but just didn't put in the work, which, you know what? I think that's fair. I think that was for the best. Anyway, we're going to take a quick break here before we get back to more action. Take a look at some highlights.
Man, that Typhlosion, dude.
Yeah. I was hoping that you weren't going to catch it.
Great recognition.
Hey trainers, we're here in Atlanta for the 2025 Pokemon Go Regional Championships, and we're here to talk about travel awards. We're here with Septile Ice, who just got his travel award for the North American International Championships. And I just want to take a quick moment to explain how it works. He got it by getting 4th in his region. So if you can get top 4 in your region in between 2 international championships, for example, Septile Ice got it between the Latin American International Championships and the European International Championships. That qualified him for the travel award for the North American International Championships. So how did you feel knowing that you were close to achieving that top 4 in your region to go for that International Championship travel award?
Very excited, very proud of myself as well. It's definitely a difficult thing to achieve.
And did it motivate you to compete even more because you know, oh, now I have a chance at hitting this travel award that will help me a lot to get to pay for all my expenses at the North American International Championship?
100%. I started going to as many cups and challenges as I could, try to maximize my points as well as doing as best as I could at any regional I could go to.
Yeah, awesome. And does it feel even better knowing that like you're top 4 in the region? Like that's a huge achievement, especially in between these windows between international championships, to have that opportunity to say like, hey, I was top 4 at this point of the season.
It feels nice. Like I'm super proud of myself.
Yeah, awesome. And now looking forward, do you have any other goals? I mean, now you are going to be competing at the North American International Championships, but do you have any other goals in terms of trying to achieve those travel awards down the road?
I mean, I'd like to keep carrying my momentum here. I feel like I'm in a very comfortable spot. If possible, I'd like to try to go for top 8 for the World's Travel Stipend.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I believe the top 8 will get the travel award for the World Championships for Pokemon Go. And I think you mentioned, where are you right now on the leaderboard in your region?
I believe I'm number 8.
Okay, number 8. And remember, this is a championship right now in Atlanta. So you have a chance to get an even better performance here, try to get up in the rankings. How do you feel going into this weekend into Atlanta? How do you feel like your chances are?
I feel very confident.
Okay, and why do you feel confident?
I really like the team I'm bringing here. I feel like I'm playing the best I've ever played. I don't know. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, you've had an awesome performances because, like we said, you had to compete well, not only in regionals, but in international championships. You got 2nd place in a regional, you got 13th in the European International Championships, but you really have to go on a string of events that you're doing fantastic to get this travel award. And it's awesome that we have the travel award now, and you can always compete for the Latin American International Travel Award for next season for these trainers. And you can compete for the World Travel Award and a travel stipend as well, I believe, for the 9th through 12th place. But congratulations once again for getting that travel award to Septile Ice, and best of luck this weekend in Atlanta. Let's get back to the Pokemon action.
My name is Sean Pulowski, and I'm from Wildwood, Missouri, about half an hour from St. Louis.
S. James P. In his one previous tournament, he was a Peoria regional finalist.
Well, I started playing Pokemon Go around like the start of the game. I took a 2-year break, came back to it. That was during COVID. Noticed that they like a PvP format. Connected with some people on Discord, and that's how I kind of got into the game.
He wants to go that one step further. He wants to be the champion.
If I were a Pokemon, I would be a Dragon type. I think the offensive pressure just kind of suits my playstyle. When I hit rank 1 on the Go Battle League leaderboard, it was probably like my first real achievement. I got 1st place in GBLA, which is like a different kind of format that's hosted by a few people. Like Speedy's Chief was one of the people that hosted that tournament. That's where I kind of made a name for myself, and then I transitioned to Show 6 Pick 3. I think if anyone is interested in GBL, I think they should definitely try Show 6 Pick 3. If you're hesitant at all, I think you should just go in and do it, because the second I did, like, I kind of fell in love with it a little bit. A lot of people like to scrim. They like to look up their matchups ahead of time. I kind of take a different approach. I like to not think about my matchup at all until like maybe like 10 minutes before, because I feel like my first instinct is usually like the correct way to go. I don't like to second guess myself, and I don't like to think about it too much.
SJ is so unpredictable, capricious with his decision making.
I think I've definitely had some self-doubt at some points, like getting second in that regional. Like initially, it's like you're so excited to make it that far, and then you get hit with a bunch of losses, and then you kind of lose that drive a little bit.
No one gets 2nd place at a tournament by accident, and no one gets 2 top 3 finishes in back-to-back tournaments in your only tournament so far by accident either.
I'm a super competitive person, so I'm a little tough on myself when I lose. In Peoria, I think I was getting down on myself after some of the losses, made some mistakes. This time around, after the losses, I feel like I bounced back very well. Getting used to the crowd, watching you play, it's a little bit different than playing at home. I think I was a little bit more comfortable with it today. Like, I knew what I was getting into. I think you just have to acknowledge the fact that you're going to make mistakes at some point, and you just have to try to come back from it. It's just an unbelievable feeling to finally come out on top.
We're about to crown our Indianapolis regional champion.
I think it hasn't really hit me yet. I'm super pumped, a little tired, a little exhausted, relieved as well. What kept me going was my friends. they've shown me so much support, and it's really why I feel like I did so well today.
Put your hands up!
S. James P21!
To win a regional. That was my initial goal, but now that I've done that, I guess the next step is to try to win Worlds.
Welcome back, trainers, to our live coverage of the 2025 Atlanta Regional Championships, the largest regional championship in history here in the North America region. I'm Speedy's Chief 2 here with the Soph Toph. Soph, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. It's already been kind of a long day, but we've still got a lot of matches to go. I think we took a little bit of a detour into the loser side of the bracket, even though we started the day looking at the winner's side, but we're going to be making our way back to the winners semifinals now and looking at those two matches.
Honestly, Soph, I really appreciate how you guide us through the bracket, let people know where they're going, and honestly, chat, sometimes when she says that, I'm like, oh yeah, we are headed to the winner's side. This is gonna be really fun. Those loser side bracket games are always so exciting because they are elimination matches, but on the winner's side, there's still so much to fight for because maintaining your spot in that winner side bracket means less matches, less chances to mess up and maybe fall to the loser side bracket and decrease your chances of winning.
Absolutely, and let's take a look at that winner's side of the bracket. I think the next match we have queued up is going to be Out of Pocket versus LL Semi. So remember, all of these trainers on the screen have not lost a match yet. And then after we get through Pocket and Semi, we're going to be watching Ashton Ash versus Nighttime Clasher. And the winners of those two matches are going to be heading to the winners finals.
Nighttime Clasher has reminded us that he is winning game after game, and he is the only one in our winners round 1 to 2-0 his opponent, moving on to this next round of battles. So will Nighttime Clasher 2-0 Ashton Ash, or is it going to flip, or will it go the distance to game 3? Only time will tell, but I'm so excited to get into our next pairing, as you mentioned, Soph. Out of Pocket versus Semi. This is really an interesting clash because Semi is known for his Go Battle League prowess. Seen him at the top of the leaderboards quite often. And Out of Pocket, I mean, if there was a journeyman Show 6 Pick 3 player that you could just name off the top of your head, how can you not say it's Out of Pocket?
Yeah, Pocket has been around on the Show 6 scene since before the championship series even existed. He was known as one of the greats, and he has just continued to prove that time and time again. And these two trainers are actually quite good friends with each other. I believe they play some grassroots formats together. So even though it kind of looks like maybe a David and Goliath situation here, I think they're also peers in some ways.
Well, let's go ahead and load up our slingshot and get ready to go. So if we're jumping right into game number 1, Out of Pocket on the left side of your screen, Semi is on the right, and Furret has been a Pokemon that Semi has leaned on time and time again this weekend.
And he's leaning on it again here versus Pocket, leading into the Alolan Sandslash there. This is a Powder Snow Alolan Sandslash for Out of Pocket, so kind of an interesting matchup. The Sucker Punches are adding up very quickly, but you do resist all of Furret's charged attacks.
Furret, as a normal type Pokemon, has very few weaknesses, namely only one, and this neutral damage is going to have to pile on to get the KO. And we see the swap actually now into the Shadow Sableye from Semi. He's going to no-shield this drill run. What is he trying to do with this maneuver? Maybe pull something out of the back line?
Yeah, I'm not sure because Sableye is just generally very safe, but now he's giving Pocket an opportunity to bring in the Drapion. Maybe his best answer to the Sableye also could have gone to sponge the energy on Azumarill, but it looks like Pocket is checking the team sheet. What could be in the back? What is Semi trying to bait out here? And Pocket does successfully shield up the Dazzling Gleam.
I think not only checking the rest of the team for Semi, but also looking at the charge attacks for that Sableye. Is this a Power Gem? Is this a Dazzling Gleam? Is this worth the shield? And Out of Pocket decides to shield at the last moment. Aqua Tail connecting into the Shadow Sableye. 1 shield advantage for Semi. Comes back in with the Furret here.
Yeah, it doesn't get the Sucker Punch through, but Pocket is going straight for that Crunch. I think this does actually threaten to knock out the Furret, but Semi is going to choose to preserve the Furret, maybe try to get a little bit of this energy off, and he actually has 2 Swifts banked up already.
He would have had 2 Swifts plus the Sucker Punch, but he's got to work with what he's got right now. Swift number 1 will connect. Shadow Drapion takes it down into the yellow, looking for a second Swift, actually swapping now back into the Alolan Sandslash. But here's the issue. If you switch into an energy-loaded Alolan Sandslash with your own Sandslash, you're really in trouble. So Semi is forced to stay in this matchup.
Yeah, he's going to Trailblaze, maybe hope to get a Sucker Punch down, or at least get the Sandslash very, very low. But he actually decides to bank some energy, brings in his own Sandslash, maybe hoping to catch an Ice Punch, but it's actually a Drill Run.
Throwing the Drill Run, heads-up play by Pocket. Super effective damage into the opposing Sandslash, and we see the difference in fast attacks as well. These Shadow Claws tearing through the remainder of Pocket's Sandslash and getting the KO.
And Shadow Claw is definitely the fast attack that you want against Azumarill, but at this point, I think Semi's Sand Slash is so low that Pocket is probably going to be able to just bubble this down after absorbing the Drill Run.
Drill Run connects. Azumarill kind of shakes that one off. Looks like if we kind of gauge the damage, it might take another 2 Drill Runs to KO the Azumarill. And in the meanwhile, it's building towards the Ice Beam. Pocket being very patient, gonna let the second Drill Run connect as well.
I think he remembers that Semi banked a little bit of energy on the Fur. I'm not sure if he quite had a Trailblaze, but he definitely had at least one Swift. So Azumarill is going to bubble down that Alolan Sand Slash. Fur comes back in, doesn't have the energy. Semi still has a shield, but he's not going to use it. He knows this Fur is way too low in Pocket, going to take the first game.
Pocket bringing a team that's arguably triple strong versus Furret, because you're going to resist a lot of the damage no matter which of the 3 Pokemon you pick. Either the Drapion with its Dark typing will resist the Sucker Punches, the Azumarill will also resist the Sucker Punches, and the Alolan Sand Slash resisting both of the charge attacks. So he went arguably triple strong into a Furret with the shields up. Let's take a closer look at the team here. Not a whole lot of surprises. We've seen Pocket take the main stage several times so far this weekend. Dazzling Gleam, Sableye, Ice Beam, Claydol. I mean, does anything stand out to you, Soph? This team looks kind of familiar.
Yeah, we've seen it a couple times, not just from Pocket, but other trainers as well, like Nighttime Clasher and Sustenance Eater. And I think Pocket has definitely been watching Semi's games. He knows how much Semi loves that Furret. And like you said, I think maybe bringing his 3 best responses to the Furret, the Drapion, of course, and Azumarill resisting the Sucker Punches.
And if you look at the rest of the team, there's really not a whole lot of just shining examples of why Pocket would bring something like a Shadow Sableye, because not only is Furret one of the best counters for it, but there aren't that many targets for that Pokemon either. So again, in the Show 6 format, you have so much maneuverability and potential to kind of change your team composition and change your looks depending on the opponent that you face. Maybe this is the first or maybe the second Furret that Pocket has seen, but he doesn't look out of sorts at all. He seems totally prepared.
Well, we're already getting into game number 2 here. Out of Pocket leading the Drapion into Semi's Sableye.
This looks like a favorable matchup for that Drapion. It's going to be a little bit more consistent to the charge attacks, and that Dazzling Gleam is not loaded yet. Going to throw the Crunch into the Shadow Sableye.
Yeah, and I think Pocket actually decided to bring the same team as he did game 1, maybe a little bit of a different order. The Alolan Sand Slash is now in the back, and Semi actually letting the Crunch go, and the Sableye all of a sudden almost at 25% health, but does pull the shield with this Dazzling Gleam.
Dazzling Gleam threatening that Shadow Drapion. We do see the swap as well, taking the shield advantage. Semi reaches for that Alolan Sand Slash, but the crunches are still going to hurt, and there is a viable sponge in the back for Out of Pocket if he decides to switch to the Azumarill.
That's right, but remember this is a Shadow Claw Alolan Sand Slash, so that's really not the best matchup for Azumarill, so we'll have to see what Pocket decides to do. Looks like he does stand just a little bit longer, maybe hoping to catch something, but regardless of what it is, he is able to absorb the energy on Azumarill, just like you mentioned.
Pocket banking a little energy on the Shadow Drapion for a rainy day, absorbing the Drill Run, and you're right, so after that Drill Run connects, you can see the Shadow Claws eating away at the Azumarill's HP, but I do think Pocket's putting himself in a good position, maybe even calling that Furret in the back at this point in the game.
Yeah, and Semi is going to throw this Drill Run. I think Pocket has a charge attack, but maybe going to farm up just a little bit more energy. Does throw the Play Rough here before the Sand Slash reaches yet another charge attack.
Play Rough, if it connects, will knock out the Alolan Sand Slash, and it does in spite of the undercharge. Oh, actually hangs on, and I think Pocket wanted one more bubble, but the swap out prevents that.
Yeah, and the Azumarill is still locked in here, so as Pocket, you kind of have to stay in. And Semi, nice counting, throwing the Trailblaze just before Pocket reaches a charged attack.
I do think Azumarill would withstand the Swift, and Pocket realizes that. He actually shields the Trailblaze and is looking to get one of these Protect Shields back from Semi. Gonna fire up the Ice Beam here. I really like this play. It's only a bubble difference between Ice Beam and Play Rough, but it could make all the difference down the stretch.
And I think he knows that he needs 2 charged attacks of any combination to take out this Furret, so does go for the cheaper one there, and now brings in the Alolan Sand Slash. This is gonna really be able to sponge the energy from the Furret, and obviously you have to watch out for the Sucker Punch damage, but I like the way he's trying to dance around with this energy.
Trailblaze connects. Both charge attacks are resisted, but Trailblaze does amp up those Sucker Punches and chip away at that Steel type Alolan Sand Slash. We're gonna see an Ice Punch get fired off here, and that is the final shield from Semi in this matchup.
All right, Pocket is continuing to farm up with his Sand Slash, and Semi doesn't throw a charge attack, doesn't have any shields either. I think this Furret might be able to barely hang on versus this Ice Punch.
Let's see, Furret durable and HP weighted, is able to hang up, but can't get the Sucker Punch down. Gonna swap now into the Septile Ice, looking for the Shadow Claw KO, and he's able to get it after just 2 Shadow Claws. Healthy, Drapion comes in, Aqua Tail is there, out of pocket, seems totally prepared for this situation.
And Semi had a couple of Shadow Claws, but it wasn't quite enough. Drapion already at the Aqua Tail, able to knock out the Sableye, and now Semi, you do have some energy on the Ferret, but everything is just at 1 HP. If you take any fast attacks, I think you're out of the game.
Poison Sting comes through, Pocket kind of leans back in his chair. He knows that damage is going to apply after the Swift, and it does pick up the KO. Drapion looking to sweep with the whole team of Semi deep within its pinchers.
And Pocket does take a very swift 2-0 victory over Semi. Good friends there, hugging it out on stage. And I think, it's really interesting looking at that matchup because I think both of the trainers brought the same lines from game 1, but just kind of switched up the order a little bit, right? They knew kind of which Pokemon were more safe into the other side's team, and they kind of just were hoping they could outplay.
So, I mean, there's always the famous quote that a lot of people refer to, like, the best trainers win with their favorites, but do you think there was a point where Semi relied on the Ferret just a little bit too much and maybe should have opted for something else to give himself more opportunities?
So I think the Ferret actually had a lot of play into Pocket's whole line of 6. So I don't think he was like so biased for the Ferret that he was just bringing it unnecessarily. I think Pocket really just maneuvered really well, especially with that Drapion, right? Saving a lot of energy and throwing it where it mattered.
We picked out a few Pokemon as being MVPs, most valuable Pokemon for each of these trainers. And I feel like with Out of Pocket, some people are saying the Claydol, right? Some people are saying the Shadow Sableye. But in this series, he leaned on that Shadow Drapion, to your point, Soph. And I feel like some of the best trainers are able to do that. They're able to call upon the Pokemon they need and not only just pilot it in an average way, but above average gameplay and actually execute to a very high level.
And both of these trainers actually had very similar lines of 6. It's just the difference between that Cradilly and the Ferret. So I think a lot of the Pokemon on both of these teams are super, super flexible. So like you're saying, they're really able to kind of pick and choose when they want this Pokemon to shine versus another.
Out of Pocket, continuing through the bracket here. It looks like that was a victory in winners round 2, closer and closer to that grand finals stage where we have seen him time and time again, whether it's NAIC or Puerto Rico, whatever tournament Pocket does attend, he's always got the potential to go the distance. Out of Pocket waiting in that winners finals for the winner eventually of Ashton Ash and Nighttime Clasher.
Yeah, and I think we're going to get that matchup on the stage in just a little bit. And I think in the interview, I think it was Nighttime Clasher who said he wanted to play Pocket, or maybe it was Pocket who said he wanted to play Nighttime Clasher, but they are running, I think, the same team except for the moveset on the Sableye, right? Pocket has Dazzling Gleam, Nighttime Clasher has Power Gem, so we'll see if that matchup comes to fruition or if Ashton Ash spoils the fated rivalry there. But let's take a look at the losers side of the bracket. We just saw Tomahawk sweep Firestar. He's going to be facing off against Dialab. That's a very heavy-hitting matchup right there for losers round 3. And then the match after that is Mountain Dugong versus Elam. So all of the trainers that are still in the tournament at this point, I think they're in the top 8. So everyone's going to be walking away with, I think, 280 CP and at least $750.
There you go. And to your point, Soph, as well, the Tomahawk versus, I believe it's a Dialab Chung matchup. That's going to be Alola Ninetales versus Shadow Blastoise, right? We've got some very exciting picks in the metagame right now. It's always fun when our fellow casters, like from the video game or the trading card game, are sitting at the tables over here backstage because they're watching the Pokemon Go matches and they're like, wait, Ferret is meta? Somebody's playing Blastoise? Are you kidding me? Like, what's going on? Pokemon Go is just that dynamic in the current metagame, so we're so appreciative for the balance changes we've gotten, and I'm really excited to see how this all shakes out.
Yeah, there's a ton of viable Pokemon in this meta, and how do you get those viable Pokemon? You go out and catch them. So let's take a look at our April content. There's actually a lot of focus on these max battles recently. So we've got Dynamax Entei, Dynamax Passimian, looking like they're going to be featured this month. Speedy, does anything stand out to you on the rest of the screen here?
You know, they're kind of these, I'm trying to think of how to describe it. These goals or these milestones that are kind of in the orbit of competitive play. For example, winning a tournament with a Pokemon that you caught with the Master Ball. Galarian Moltres, I think that's a great example. That was actually a really big deal. And winning a tournament with a Dynamax Pokemon, I do not think has been achieved yet either. So, if you're looking to make a name for yourself and make history in the Championship Series, maybe you should go out there and play those Dynamax battles and catch some strong Pokemon and bring them to a regional.
Maybe the Dynamax Chansey, who knows? We did see Chansey get very far in the EU, but I think our next players are ready on stage. As a reminder, this is the winners semifinals match between Ashton Ash and Nighttime Clasher, the winner of whom will go on to the winners finals to play Out of Pocket.
very exciting composition matchup here because we do have that Corviknight from Ashton Ash as well as that high-octane, ferocious Shadow Primeape squaring up against a team that has been steady, has been reliable, has been versatile, and that is going to be Nighttime Clasher. As you said, basically identical to Pocket's team, just a couple of moveset changes, or maybe even one moveset difference.
I think it's just the Sableye moveset, but I'm actually really curious to see what Pokemon these trainers choose to bring to their match. And I think the two Pokemon you just mentioned, the Shadow Primeape and the Corviknight, maybe not the Fighter and Steel Core that we've seen in past metas, but you know, those two typings go very, very well together. And I think Ashton Ash is reminding us of that as he navigates through this tournament with the Primeape and Corviknight.
So much positive energy from both of these trainers. You're going to see lots of laughs, lots of smiles, lots of jokes back and forth. And as we get started, you can already see the expressions on their face. So it's hard not to root for both of these players, right? Ashton Ash, so positive, wants to make it to the grand finals and win a competition. And Nighttime Clasher, I mean, he looks very serious when he plays, but like he said before, just another day at the office here in Atlanta.
Oh, I completely agree with you. I think both of these trainers, they're so fun to watch, but they're also just such genuinely happy and excited people if you talk to them outside their matches. And it's just really great to see them having a great time at this tournament.
Well, speaking of great time, we're about to have a wonderful one because our trainers are locked in and ready to go. Game one, Ashton Ash, Nighttime Clasher, Guzzlord staring down that Claydol.
And this might be one of the first appearances of Guzzlord that we've had at this tournament so far. I don't know if we've seen this matchup. Looks like Ashton Ash is running the Crunch moveset. That's going to be able to hit the Claydol just a little bit harder and have the Guzzlord perform just a little bit better, especially in these zero shield situations.
Very interestingly, on Ashton Ash's Guzzlord, he does not have the Sludge Bomb coverage attack. He's actually got Dragon Claw, so picking the alignment here against an Azumarill team is very, very precarious. Rock Tomb coming through here from the Claydol. This is going to debuff and slow down that Guzzlord, and the swap into the Drapion.
And that's typically a terrible matchup for the Drapion, but not after the Guzzlord is chipped. And now Ashton Ash meeting the Drapion with his own Corviknight, and you really see these super effective sand attacks kind of chunking away as Nighttime Clasher fires the first Crunch.
Super effective, huh? I mean,
yeah, barely.
they're doing some work. I agree with you. This is one of the few times we do see the sand attack adding up. Looks like Corviknight is going to reach the Iron Head here. Same type attack bonus. It's got a little bit of a surprise in terms of damage, and it will connect. Drapion takes that right on the nose.
And Drapion has a ton of energy. We'll have to see how many charge attacks it's able to get to, but looks like Nighttime Clasher is going to go for this Crunch. And as we know, I think Corviknight is very bulky, probably going to be able to hang on.
Probably going to withstand the Crunch as it does. Poison Sting is going to be resisted by the Steel typing, but the defense fall, and Ashton Ash barely able to clutch up this Iron Head.
Now Nighttime Clasher has to let his Drapion go. Ashton Ash has just a sliver of health on this Corviknight, so Nighttime Clasher is going to be able to get a little bit of farm down with his Azumarill, just one bubble.
And I bet Ashton Ash is so happy he maintained switch advantage because now he can bring in the Azumarill mirror match. Otherwise, his Guzzlord would have been staring down the Fairy type Azumarill with no weapons to fight back.
Yeah, and it's interesting because both the Guzzlord and Claydol in the back for these two trainers have bad matchups against Azumarill, so it's going to be kind of tricky if you want to try and maybe catch a play rough at some point. You're also, giving the Azumarill potential for a farm.
First shield of the battle comes up here from Nighttime Clasher, recognizing that the Azumarill mirror match is going to be very important when it comes to the outcome of the battle. Looks like one bubble advantage here for Nighttime Clasher. Waits a turn, I believe, to throw off this play rough.
Yeah, definitely wants to make sure that if Ashton Ash brings in that Guzzlord, that he has the opportunity to do a couple of extra bubbles before throwing any charge attack. Play rough coming now for Ashton Ash, shielded up by Nighttime Clasher. No one wants to be shielding Ice Beams at this point. And actually, I'm curious if Ashton Ash maybe wants to save his shield for the Claydol. I think it left with just a tiny bit of energy, so I'm not sure if it would be able to get to Rock Tomb.
It did fire the Rock Tomb and take a lot of punishment in the process, so it looks pretty weak in the back. Play rough coming through here. You can see Ashton Ash going for a little stretch here. He recognizes he needs to lock in and get ready for the final moments of this matchup. And keep an eye on that top right corner for the typings, because if a swap occurs, like you were pointing out, Soph, it could really set him behind.
Yeah, play rough coming now for Ashton Ash, and Nighttime Clasher's Azumarill is finally in the yellow below 50% health and just needs to land one more charge attack to take out Ashton Ash's Azumarill. This is actually just an Ice Beam, so Ashton Ash may be hoping he could have shielded a play rough before, but a little bit too late now, has to shield this, otherwise he will get fast attacked down.
Ashton Ash waits a turn perhaps, fires off the bubble, lands the play rough here into Nighttime Clasher's Azumarill, but he's got to decide what his win condition is. He says that he's got the vision. He knows what to do and how to expect his opponent's moves. Let's see if he does. He goes into the Guzzlord, trying to snipe, get the charge attack. Crunch is loaded. He fires it.
Oh my goodness, I think Dragon Claw might have been enough there, but maybe wanted to make extra sure with all this resisted damage. Nighttime Clasher's Azumarill is going to go down, and now it's going to come down to the Claydol. Does it have any energy? Very, very little. Can Ashton Ash get the Dragon Tail down?
Gonna look for one more. Oh, and it's a simultaneous KO, but the Azumarill in reserve for Ashton Ash locks down game number 1. What a risky, what a bold choice to bring a Guzzlord with no Sludge Bomb into an Azumarill and a Alolan Sandslash team, but it paid off massively.
And he waited for just the right moment, right? He brought it into the Azumarill when it didn't have enough energy to throw a charge attack, and when the Azumarill was low enough that it would faint to one of Guzzlord's resisted charged attacks.
And he really gave Nighttime Clasher no other options. Like, what do? Swap to Claydol and catch a Dragon Claw and get KO'd anyway, and then still have to deal with the Azumarill from Ashton Ash? It was really, really tough. And I think that's another thing that the best players in the world do. Not only do they execute on their own win conditions, they try to box their opponent in and not give them a way to win the battle and to turn everything around.
Yeah, taking a look back at that last battle, we saw that bubble down of the Corviknight, which we thought maybe that gives Nighttime Clasher just a little bit of an edge in the Azumarill mirror match, which we actually saw play out to the 2-shield scenario, which I don't know how often we see that, but really the end of the game came down to this fast attack pressure that we actually saw the game open with as well.
Exactly right. Two trainers talking it out a little bit, but I think they are locked in and ready to go, taking some notes. A student of the game, Nighttime Clasher looking to take back this series.
All right, Claydol lead into Corviknight. Again, this is one of the many, many matchups that you wouldn't think Claydol could win, but it actually does. Resisted Mud Slaps, but those Rock Tombs add up very quickly.
First charge attack coming through here. This will be the Sky attack, pacing just slightly before the Claydol's Rock Tomb was ready. Wanted to throw that off at full strength before any kind of debuff came through. Rock Tomb will connect though, and what do you think, Soph? Do you think we're going to see a swap after this?
It's kind of tough because you want to get the Rock Tomb off right away, but also you want to have some residual energy in case Ashton Ash swaps, which he doesn't, so that's actually a nice play for Nighttime Clasher. And Ashton Ash now farming up a little bit more energy. Again, just like we saw before, throwing just before Nighttime Clasher reaches a charged attack.
Sky attack will connect into the Claydol, but it is one stage debuff, so it only takes it down into the red. Claydol throwing a couple more Mud Slaps before committing to the Rock Tomb. This will knock out, I believe, and Ashton Ash is happy to let his Corviknight go.
Now maybe hoping, oh, but Nighttime Clasher actually undercharges the Rock Tomb, wants a couple of extra Mud Slaps, wants a Rock Tomb for the next Pokemon, but Ashton Ash reaches the Iron Head, and now, but maybe this is what Nighttime Clasher wanted. Maybe he wants those Poison Stings.
I don't know. I think it's all in the eye of the beholder as to how you interpret this play, coming out with the Drapion and this swap out to avoid the farm. How do you feel about this position,
I think this is great for Nighttime Clasher. You farm up 1 billion energy and go into your own Azumarill. He actually throws the Crunch here before Ashton Ash throws a charge attack of his own, but I don't know what's going to happen, but I would expect Nighttime Clasher to switch up maybe after one more Poison Sting.
In that, swapping and catching the player up. I don't know, so you're making some insane reads as well. Great swap and catch by Nighttime Clasher to soak this damage, keep his Drapion in the game. We saw Pocket really rely on his Drapion in the previous round, managing the energy, switching it out. Maybe Nighttime Clasher is taking a little page out of Pocket's book.
Exactly right. That's how you want to play the Drapion Azu core, right? You want to farm up a ton of energy and then eat it on Azumarill.
Exactly right. Play Rough does connect in the Azumarill mirror match. Winning the charge attack priority means that Ashton Ash was able to get a leg up in this matchup whenever it comes down to it, but Nighttime Clasher returns fire, taking it down to the red, and a swap now into the Clodsire.
Yeah, because Nighttime Clasher stayed in with a little bit with the Drapion versus Azumarill, he's actually locked in for a little bit of time now, forced to stay in until Ashton Ash is able to get to the Sludge Bomb. And now Nighttime Clasher has to actually let his Azumarill go. He's going to put it all on the Drapion.
Drapion all alone versus the bulky, beefy Clodsire. This Pokemon has powered through matchups for Ashton Ash already this weekend. Will it power through yet another Shadow Drapion? As the Aqua Tail connects, I don't know, so it looks pretty fierce. This Pokemon's going to deal a ton of damage.
And this is tough for Nighttime Clasher because you still need to land 2 Aqua Tails, and there's still a shield, 2 shields left on Ashton Ash's side. But the good news is that all of his back Pokemon are extremely low health, to the point where you could probably try to Poison Sting them down.
Poison Sting is not going to do much in either direction, but it does even less coming from that Shadow Drapion. Sludge Bomb getting fired off here, and Ashton Ash has let his Clodsire get so low without using a single shield, and another Aqua Tail is going to get fired off.
Yeah, this is going to start pulling Ashton Ash's Protect Shields finally. Even though he knows that this Clodsire cannot get Poison Stung down, he still needs all of this energy. And he actually does an extra Poison Sting. This allows Nighttime Clasher to actually get a charge attack priority win on the Aqua Tail.
We saw a swap earlier where Nighttime Clasher's Azumarill was KO'd by a Poison Sting. Will Ashton Ash make a similar mistake here? Sludge Bomb on the charge attack priority, Drapian's final shield going up.
And I think what you need from Ashton Ash is to get to a charge attack with your own Azumarill at this point. Maybe you're going to try to force Nighttime Clasher actually to throw energy here. Oh no, he actually just gets to the Sludge Bomb.
Unbelievable. Clodsire is just eating these fast attacks like it's nothing, landing the Sludge Bomb into the opposing Drapian. And now the Azumarill comes in, but it's got very little HP and no energy.
Oh, but this could actually be very close. I think this crunch does take out the Azumarill. So now it's going to come down to whether Nighttime Clasher's Drapian has enough health to Poison Sting down the Corviknight and the Clodsire. I don't think it's going to get through the Corviknight, though.
Corviknight, sand attacks. Look at the fingers crossed. He says, give me your energy. Corviknight picks up the KO versus Nighttime Clasher. And that is a 2-0 for Ashton Ash as he continues through this bracket with one of the most fascinating teams, Shadow Primeape, Corviknight, Clodsire. Who saw it coming?
And we didn't see the Primeape in those games, but, you know, just like we were saying about Out of Pocket, he knows how to pick and choose which Pokemon to bring in which matchups. And I think it's funny because we heard Ashton Ash before in his interview saying, you know, every tournament I go to, I lose, but he hasn't lost a match here yet.
And it's also really serendipitous too, because not only is he wanting to face Pocket down the road, but Nighttime Clasher's team is the same. So he basically got a warm-up round before he goes to take on Pocket in the winner's final. So I don't know, everybody. All the pieces feel like they're falling into place for Ashton Ash.
Absolutely. Well, that is going to be a best-of-5 series between Ashton Ash and Out of Pocket. So that's locked in for winners finals. But I think before we get to the winners finals, we probably are going to take a little detour to the loser side of the bracket where we can follow Nighttime Clasher's continued journey.
I'm really excited to see how he does. He's very resilient, very happy-go-lucky is the phrase I would use to describe NTC. And I know he's not going to let a loss on stage get him down. He's going to continue to fight. And to your point earlier, Soph, reaching top 8 is a big milestone, but finishing within the top 5, within the top 4, you get more championship points, more prize money, more booster packs. You're actually able to kind of make more of your effort if you continue to stick the course and or stay the course, I should say, and stick to your strats.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look back at this series. I think this is game number 2 here. This is the swap where Nighttime Clasher was able to catch a play rough on the Azumarill. I think what ended up kind of costing him, and you see it here, the Clodsire landing the Sludge Bomb on Azumarill. Nighttime Clasher really didn't get a lot of mileage out of the Azumarill. I think part of that is just because of how desynchronized the switch clocks are. So you see Ashton Ash crossing his fingers here. Please, Corviknight, do not come in late. I need every sand attack I can get. And he does get them through a hug between the two trainers. And, you know, like we said, Ashton Ash advancing to the winners finals. Nighttime Clasher dropping to the losers bracket.
To be fair, the sand attack did look super effective in the final moments versus the Drapian. I know we saw the Corviknight versus Shadow Drapian lead, and then it came out again at the end. But what a close matchup. We've had so many of those this weekend where it feels like a switch or an ill-timed swap, you know, can lead to devastation, or it can lead to like incredible victory. And it feels like every single round, especially now that we're in the top cut, we're getting that over and over and over again.
I completely agree, especially like you said, we're now in the top cut. I think as you get further and further into these tournaments, you expect every little fast attack to matter even more, right? You want to be maximizing every sand attack you can get versus the Claydol. You have to throw at just the last second, because a lot of these games are coming down to charge attack priority or just, you know, one turn difference there.
Yeah, exactly right. And it's such a nuanced thing as well, whether you're playing a Psywave user like Lapras or Grumpig, or you're playing Sand Attack, Corviknight, when you're up against a Mud Slap user, for example, and the Mud Slap is 3 turns, if you want to pace yourself through 2 Mud Slaps, you can throw 5 of those fast attacks and then your charge attack on turn 6. It sounds easy. It sounds pretty basic. You know, 5, 6, these are small numbers. I got this. But honestly, having the fast twitch reaction to get those half-second fast attacks and time your charge attack, we've seen it go wrong, go terribly wrong, and a full Mud Slap will come through, or a full Snarl, or whatever it might be. But timing that perfectly, that's what you need to succeed as a Psywave or a Sand Attack user.
Well, all of the trainers left in this tournament definitely have those mechanics down. Let's take a look back at our highlights to see those winners semis matches, and we'll see you soon for more losers bracket match.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important moments throughout the competitive circuit of Pokemon. I'm Caleb Pang. Let's dive into the story of Yakai 0904, the hero of Hong Kong.
Welcome to the stage, the hero of Hong Kong, Yakai!
Yakai was a 16-year-old trainer from Hong Kong, attending his second ever World Championships. Prior to competing in World Championships, Yakai watched the inaugural 2022 Pokemon Go World Championships in London from home. He came to admire APAC trainer Crescent Angels, the third-place finisher at Worlds, after seeing his epic catches and gameplay.
He's going to need, but that Sableye makes the catch!
14-year-old Yakai wanted to follow the footsteps of his favorite player, and sure enough, he qualified for the 2023 World Championships.
Welcome to the 2023 Pokemon World Championships.
The epic tournament in Yokohama proved to be a tough hurdle for Yakai, who was quickly eliminated from the tournament after being swept in back-to-back series. After such a devastating result, Yakai contemplated skipping out on the 2024 World Championships, but after a first-place finish in the 2024 APAC qualifier for Worlds, Yakai made the trek to Honolulu, Hawaii. Over 200 Go trainers flew into Honolulu from their respective regions to try and take home the coveted World Champion title. Over half the competitors represented Europe and North America, home of the previous World Champions. However, one trainer came to defy all odds, Yakai, the hero of Hong Kong. Yakai powered through the first day of competition undefeated, taking down 3 regional champions along the way. In the winners finals of his bracket, Yakai closed out the day with a 2-0 victory, earning himself a spot in the top 32.
Comes the double resistant licks, and Yakai takes a clean 2-0 victory versus Steinar.
On day 2 of the World Championships, Yakai battled through a gauntlet in the winners bracket and did not drop a single game in his first 3 series, a feat that was unmatched by anyone else.
Yakai taking this series 2-0.
Can he get there? No, a Dragon Breath down, and Yakai, here in this situation, a clean 2-0 sweep.
Number 1, this is Lurgan Rocket on the left, Yakai on the right. It's over.
Conceding the matchup, Yakai staying in the winner's side.
This secured Yakai a top 3 spot as he headed into the winners finals of the World Championships. Seated across from Yakai in the winners finals was Marto Galde, an Argentinian player and one of the most accomplished trainers in the world, having previously finished 5th at the 2022 World Championships. Yakai continued his win streak in Game 1 of this best-of-5 series against Marto, but Marto struck back in Game 2, handing Yakai his first loss on the day.
Marto swapping out to his Licky Tongue.
Marto is going to be able to even up the series 1-1.
Both trainers split the next 2 games, and with that, they were at a decisive Game 5.
What a matchup here! It's the Skarmory into the Lantern!
In this final battle, Yakai led his Skarmory into Marto's Lantern, the worst possible matchup for Yakai. But Yakai decided to put all his hopes and dreams into his Altaria.
But it all comes down to this Altaria. Marto, he has no answer for it.
With Yakai's bold no-shield calls, he completely turned around the game, defeating Marto and punching his ticket to the Grand Finals. On the final day of World Championships, Yakai was matched against the decorated veteran Inadequance, running an unconventional Giratina team. Yakai was at a vast team disadvantage, and he recognized the mountainous task ahead of him.
And he has that opportunity to claim that first title for the APAC region.
In Game 1, the Grand Finals, Yakai wrestled away the switch advantage from Inadequance and perfectly lined up his final 2 Pokemon for the win. In Game 2, Yakai found himself in a great lead matchup with his Skarmory on Inadequance's Wigglytuff, but a huge no-shield call from Inadequance on his Lantern allowed him to take the driver's seat. With his back against the wall, Yakai double-shielded his Skarmory and made an incredible last-second catch on his Charger Bug to realign the Skarmory against Wigglytuff, putting himself up 2 wins in epic fashion.
He's on the board! Yakai pulls off another game against Inadequance. We are on match point!
On match point, Inadequance core broke Yakai's team with Poliwrath, placing Yakai in an impossible position, resulting in a loss for Yakai.
and Inadequates is not out of it yet.
Trying to slow down Inadequate's momentum, Yakai found himself in a positive lead in Game 4. But to many people's surprise, he gave up switch advantage after losing his Altaria to Inadequate's Clodsire. Yakai boldly farmed down the Clodsire with his Skarmory, making the read that he needed an energy head start for Inadequate's potential backline Skarmory. Yakai's calculated play fooled even Inadequates into saving his Giratina for Yakai's final trump card, his Lickitung, the hardest counter to Giratina. With both trainers on their final Pokemon, Inadequates could only watch as Yakai's Lickitung chipped away at Giratina's health bar. And with a 3-1 victory, Yakai earned himself the title of World Champion. It all started in 2022 London when 14-year-old Yakai watched the best trainers in awe. 2 years later, Yakai, the hero of Hong Kong, rose the World Champion trophy himself and inspired a new generation to pursue their own dreams. Yakai's story is proof that the path to being a world champion isn't always an easy one, but with hard work and perseverance, you too could be the very best. Thank you for watching this showcase of the Pokemon Championships history, and let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokemon Go using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back to the Atlanta Regionals. We are now in our top 8 for Pokemon Go. We have some losers battles coming up next, and then of course we will have our winners finals, and we're getting close to naming our grand champion here in Atlanta. I am Tuo Butters, joined by Caleb Payne.
Yeah, we have some incredible action. I'm super excited for that winners finals as well, because that's going to be a matchup, a rematch of the North America International last season in the grand finals between Ashton Ash and Out of Pocket. But we have some couple losers matches to go as well to see who will be challenging the loser of that winners finals. Remaining left, we have Tomahawk UK versus Stylab Churn, and then up next on the stage right now is Mountain Dugong versus Elam. And then winner of that will face off against Nighttime Clasher, and winner of the previous matchup in the losers bracket will be facing off against Semi.
Yeah, there's still a lot of trainers that can win it all here today. Of course, if you're coming in the winner's side of the bracket, you have a huge advantage, but we have seen, like Rise to the Occasion, last tournament in Vancouver, going 6-0 to reset the grand finals, and then 3-0 to win the entire thing.
Yeah, so anything is possible. And I mean, we've had a number of winners now at this point in time that have come from that losers bracket to win it all. It is a really hard task, but sometimes the momentum's on their side. They're warmed up, they're locked in, right? They're so on point. Whereas sometimes on the winner's side, you play maybe half, maybe even less than half of the battles that some people from the loser side play, and you know, it's easy to just get cold, maybe get rusty watching, and maybe get in your head a little bit as you're watching someone on loose side looking like unstoppable, just like Rise Occasion in Vancouver.
Speaking about momentum, we got our momentum back because we got trainers on stage ready. It's going to be Mountain Dugong versus Elam. Of course, Elam, one of the best trainers in North America, if not the entire world. 2 top 5 finishes in international championships, a regional championship win this season, and so many top cut appearances over and over again. He unfortunately went down in day number 1 and moved on to the loser side of the bracket, but making it all the way to losers round 3 to face Mountain Dugong, who has just been battling in this losers round since day number 1.
And Elam, I mean, I can't say enough. He is one of the most consistent, if not, I think the most consistent player this season. Nothing short of a top 5 finish in every tournament, including international tournaments. We're in the top 8 right now. If he wins this, he's coming closer again to his, at minimum, top 5 finish here. But he is also against Mountain Dugong, who also has plenty of accolades himself as well. Yeah, wait, say again?
That's fantastic, that plushie shot that you can see on stage with the Dugong with the necklace and then that homemade Lapras as well. That looks nice.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot of ice types between the two of them, too. Double ice on the side of Elam, and then the ice on the side of Mountain Dugong. Again, Mountain Dugong also accomplished in his own right, too. Highest finish was that top 4 in North America International Championships 2 seasons ago. But honestly, based on how he's playing and based on how he's been playing this weekend too, he's got the skills it takes to topple the best of the best. Here we go. Game number 1, Mountain Dugong versus Elam. It's going to be the Lapras into the Claydol.
And surprisingly, we haven't seen this matchup here in Atlanta yet. Not a lot of trainers are running that Lapras, but Elam is. You are resisting the sideways, trying to catch actually a late throw. Even Elam's chuckling a little bit because you don't really want to throw that into the Azumarill.
Yeah, I mean, not really expecting that catch so quickly, right? But Mountain Dugong just going straight for the catch. And sometimes that's what you need to do against these players because he knows Elam probably wants to throw that move as soon as possible before he gets debuffed. So Elam trying to get that Sparkling Aria off, force a shield, but instead Mountain Dugong leaves with the energy on the Claydol, and that matchup is honestly not bad. In fact, sometimes even favorable for Claydol because as long as you're shielding and you're debuffing, you're in a much better spot. You're resisting all that sidewave damage.
Well, it's not bad at all because now they're at the same energy, but actually the Sparkling Aria plus sidewave did more damage than that Play Rough did from Mountain Dugong's Azumarill. So Elam is just further ahead here. Yes, maybe you took a little bit of bubble damage on your own Lapras, but otherwise you're in the same position with your lead Pokemon, and then you have the slight lead with your Azumarill versus Azumarill matchup if you're Elam.
The thing is, you're getting rid of Elam's Azumarill, which is really good for Mountain Dugong because you have the Claydol, which doesn't love that matchup, and of course you got Sableye, which also doesn't love that matchup either. Elam's Azumarill is going that charge attack priority, which is actually pretty big because Mountain Dugong has a lot of energy here. Does it go to waste? And yes, it does. It doesn't hang on. He thought that his Azumarill wouldn't be KO'd there, but it does. And that's a huge swing of events for Elam.
Brutal swing, not the charge attack, but the fact that you had to waste all that energy on that Play Rough is just tough. And now you're going to bait with the Ice Beam as well. Pick up the Protect Shield. Can you ever get the double Ice Beam before you get Shadow Claw down? Or maybe you pivot here. No, actually, yes, there is a pivot into that Shadow Drapion here. Remember, Mountain Dugong is running Power Gem, not running that Dazzling Gleam. Either way, it's going to do a big chunk in the Shadow Drapion, so Elam respects it.
Yeah, going straight for the Power Gem. Does grab the shield, but I like this way from Mountain Dugong, weaving in and out as well. Going to be able to Mud Slap this Drapion. However, going to take a Super Vector Crunch first. He knows there's energy left on the Lapras. He knows that the Azumarill still has a little bit of health, might even be able to get to a move later here too. Elam lets this go. This is actually pretty big for Mountain Dugong because this Drapion is really annoying for him to take out. So it's going to do a sizable amount of damage. However, I think Elam might get to this Aqua Tail still.
This has happened so many times where Claydol has met the Shadow Drapion. It just always feels so awkward for the Claydol. I mean, I know it's a negative matchup for the Shadow Drapion technically in even shield scenarios, but the Drapion just feels fine and actually banked a little bit of health there to swap. It's going for the Ice Beam. Ice Beam is going to do more damage to the Sparkling Aria. Will Mountain Dugong call it? He is an Ice type specialist. He sniffs it out.
That's a huge call from Mountain Dugong. It is less energy efficient, but does do more damage. However, Elam reaches the next Ice Beam, so still going to be able to land the harder hitting move against the Sableye. Sableye needs to land a Power Gem to take out this Lapras, but it does so much damage. That's some heavy damage right there, and Foul Boy's just not going to be enough. Elam still has a shield remaining too, and he's going to take game number 1 against Mountain Dugong.
Wow, that Ice Beam did a lot. You're going to be able to Sideweave down, and that is a 3-ball flex for Elam. Even making a little mistake to start the game by seeing the swap of the Azumarill and then throwing a Sidewave or two and then throwing the Sparkling Aria. He chuckled at it, but it didn't matter. He was laughing in the end with that 3-ball flex.
Yeah, I mean, the slight outplay from Mountain Dugong did pay favorably for him initially, but in my opinion, he got a little bit greedy in that Azumarill Mirror matchup, right? He was over the Play Rough energy, decides to throw on Charge Attack priority, or maybe even lost a little bit count of energy on the side of Elam, and because of that, he lost his Azumarill with over energy for the Play Rough, and he doesn't have any easy way to finish it off, right? If he lands a Play Rough, then he might be able to Shadow Claw down, not have to spend that shield, and has more resources. Because Elam was just a little bit more on point with his resource management and maximizing, he was able to come away with a very strong and decisive victory.
And that's exactly what you were talking about right there, where the Azumarill knocks out the opposing Azumarill. The thing is, it comes down to even before that too, because of that swap into the Sparkling Aria was good for Mountain Dugong. But the thing is, that Sparkling Aria plus the Sidewave damage from the Lapras did more damage than the Play Rough would. So that means Elam was just further ahead on his own Azumarill, able to take that matchup, no problem. But now you have a negative matchup with your Lapras, have to counter swap to the Shadow Drapion, and now one of the best answers in the meta to Shadow Drapion save swap, that is the Powder Snow Alolan Sandslash.
It's a good answer, but at the same time, it's pretty annoying if you don't you know, bait properly or land a drill run, right? Because the pacing on this Shadow Drapion is super fast. You can see here too, even getting the debuff and getting the Aqua Tail. You can see Mount Dugon saying, man, why didn't I just throw a little bit sooner? Now he's forced to shield an Aqua Tail, which is a cheaper move, and goes for the drill run. If Elam shields this, it's going to be good, but he's not going to shield. He's like, you know what? I already got shield off of you. That's going to be pretty worth it. And now I'm going to try to overfarm and get energy. I don't need the lead here.
He got the defense drop, so now he's just going to go for a side wave down. He's going to be able to double resist all of these powder snows on his Lapras because of the ice and water typing. Take these drill runs, no problem. Tickles the Lapras, but there comes a swap into that Shadow Sableye. There is a swap available for Elam. His best counter in the Azumarill's in the back, and Mount Dugon's going to be switch locked.
Yeah, Elam's playing really well and on point here too, taking advantage of not only the energy lead he has, but also the shield advantage he has. And look at this, and that brings in the Azumarill as well. Yeah, you have neutral power gem, but the thing is, Elam's already at the Ice Beam, and he could throw this. Elam's lost 2 shields at this point, too. He is so far ahead in this matchup.
He is ridiculously far ahead, but remember, there is an Azumarill in the back for Mountain Dugong, and there is no Skull Bash from Elam's Lapras, so you're going to have to rely on solely resisted Sparkling Arias or Ice Beams. As you see in the previous matchup, Ice Beam does do a little more damage. The Play Rough is going to be coming off here. Elam probably has his Switch Chimer back available, can just go back to the Lapras if he likes.
Yeah, I don't know if it's actually the play, though. It's not up yet. I mean, because Lapras has a great matchup into the Alolan Sandslash as well, so he's got a great situation into that Alolan Sandslash either way. And we did see earlier in last game, too, his Azumarill does win Charge Attack priority. Now swaps in the Lapras, knowing that he could probably tank the Play Rough. However, he's going to shield this up, because if he lets this go, then he's going to be in maybe even Ice Punch territory, right? So doesn't want to shield, have to shield a resistant move instead. Coming in now comes in Mountain Dugong, but he now has a shield advantage, and this is actually not too bad for him now.
He needed this damage because this drill run's going to do more damage than the Play Rough, so he needs some way to knock this Lapras out, and Play Rough wasn't going to do it. But the thing is, you're vulnerable now. You can go for all this side wave damage. You're taking almost no fast attack pressure. Suddenly, you're going to throw this Sparkling Aria, and then you have another one for that Azumarill in the back, but it isn't over yet. How much damage can you get with your Sableye? Can you get one shot? Oh, wait, no, the Sableye is down. Yeah.
It's knocked out, yeah. This is a really tough spot for Mountain Dugong. Great recognition of that. There was double Sparkling Aria available here, because if he shielded once, that shield is wasted on the Alolan Sandslash. At least he could save the shield for Azumarill, try to bubble down, but this is really hard to bubble down as Elam's going to reach another Sparkling Aria. Mountain Dugong needs to be able to bubble this down.
It's not over,
and
though.
Take out the Azumarill on the back with a Play Rough. But look how much health is on this Azumarill on the back.
And the Azumarill maybe is out of Play Rough range, but you're going to get this bubble down here that happened. Do you go for an Ice Beam plus a Play Rough? There comes the Play Rough damage into the opposing Azumarill. Is this going to put it in the red, but it's not going to knock out, and it might come down to a bubble down, or can you get to the Ice Beam first? How much energy is left? Can you get to another bubble? And there it is! For Mount Dugong out of nowhere. He doesn't even believe it. He's going to tie up this series.
I got to give apology to Mount Dugong, man. I always count him out, but he finds a way to find a win gun back against the wall. It looks so disastrous for him, but he was able to weave in and out of these matchups so well there too, and just trusting that bulky Azumarill, just putting everything on the line there too. And I get what Elam was going for there, right? He wants to try to sidewave down so he can bubble down, because there's no way he gets to a move at that point in time with his own Azumarill that had no energy, but great recognition of his win con there. And I mean, just by a sliver too. I mean, you know, I might have doubted Mount Dugong. It seemed like he doubted that he could win there too, but he's got the skills to have what it takes to take down Elam here. And man, I feel like we see this all the time, Mount Dugong, right? Like coming out of impossible scenarios, and now we're on to game 3.
Flashback to the El Calvisimo series, right? Where he was down 1-0 and then made a swap out of absolutely nowhere to win game number 2, where you thought he was completely out of the battle, and then he took game number 3. The same situation here. He was down 0-1. Elam's playing awesome. Elam has a command on this game. Then out of nowhere, swaps into that lone Sandslash, gets a little damage, gets the bubble down, as you see here with the Azumarill, and gets the reach for the double charge attack to secure victory.
Man, what a series, you know, so back and forth as well. I mean, Elam looks so comfortable in control. Looks like he has the upper hand, right? And obviously that happened in the first game, but even the second game, I thought it was all his until the very last sliver of health in that final matchup here. We are on to a game number 3. This is the loser's bracket, which means that the loser will be knocked out of the tournament and the winner will have a chance to take the coveted title of the largest GO tournament in regionals to date. And Elam, you know, he's got a streak on the line, right? Top 5 finish in every single tournament this season. Can he maintain that streak, or will Mountain Dugong be the underdog to upset him here? I mean, it's hard to call him an underdog because he's a fantastic player by any means, right? It's hard to also be as consistent as Elam as anyone is in this circuit. But yeah, I mean, as you can see, he might have what it takes. It's going to be Shadow Sableye in the lead versus the non-Shadow Lappers. His does have the power gem, which is going to give him advantage. And, oh, he goes straight for the foul play.
He's running Weezing in the back as well, and the Furret, so there is no immediate counter swap here. So he's gonna throw the resisted foul play and then swap into the Furret, but now you can knock out with the Swift, right?
No, but yeah. I love that play from Mountain Dugong. He knows there's no shot Elam shields there. And you know what? He's not worried about it because as long as he takes out this Drapion, he's got the Weezing in the back for the Zoomer. What a smart play, and he knows that Elam probably has that Zoomer in the back for the Shadow Sableye.
But the problem is, though, now that there's a protection from Elam, Mountain Dugong definitely wants alignment, but I don't think he can take it, because now if he loses alignment here, he's going to have Weezing into Lapras and the Sableye into Azumarill. It was looking great, but that Protect Shield from Elam secures the alignment, and now suddenly it's looking great for Elam.
It is. There's still a shield advantage, though, for Mountain Dugong, but he's going to take a lot of damage from this Glitter and Weezing. This is not really helping me not be a firm believer after that one, too, because I thought at first he could maintain switch advantage, but the pacing on Shadow Drapion is just too fast here. He is going to have the shield, and now Elam's going to come in, and he might have to shield a potential overheat, which is still a really solid play from Mountain Dugong if he comes in Lapras. In comes the Lapras. Does Mountain Dugong go for the overheat? No! He goes for the Sludge Bait, and Elam calls it!
Wow, that is huge. You're just going to take this same type attack bonus Sludge. It's not going to do a lot into the Lapras here. You can easily take 2 Sludges, banking that other Sludge worth of energy, and then swapping out, forcing out the swap of the Azumarill for Elam. But this is just brutal. It's all going to come down to, can Galarian Weezing get enough farm down on this Azumarill to knock out the Lapras? Lapras can take 2 more Sludges.
A slight energy lead for the Sableye is going to be nice, but Elam going straight for the Ice Beam, knowing that the bubble damage should be enough if you land it. And we grab the final shield from Mountain Dugong. He's been in impossible situations before. Can he come out of this one? Because the alignment is definitely in Elam's favor.
Once again, it looks like Mountain Dugong's back's against the wall, but he got that power gem, which will secure the knockout if there is no Protect Shield. Is he trying to call a bait? No, he does Protect Shield. Both these trainers almost have their switch available, but there was charge attack priority. This is going to be the Ice Beam. It's probably going to be enough to knock out, even though it's not super effective. Is it enough? Yes, it is. Secures the knockout. Swap in the Lapras. Can you hit the overheat? How much is this going to do, Caleb? Is this have the power? Does it have the heat to knock out Lapras? No!
And the Sparkling R is going to be reached, and Elam's going to continue his dominant streak this season. What a fantastic series between the two competitors, but Elam proving why he is one of the best, if not the most consistent player this 2025 season.
It doesn't get closer than that. The Lapras barely endures to get to the Sparkling Aria. I had no idea how much that overheat was going to do. It's such a strong charge attack that there's a downside after you throw it. It lowers your attack after you throw it because it is so strong. But so is the bulk of Lapras.
All right. I'm going to say 2 things here, maybe controversial.
Okay.
I'm still a Furret doubter.
Okay.
But I'm not a Mountain Dugong doubter.
Yeah.
I just doubt the Furret, right? Yeah. I think it's solid. I don't think it's good. I don't think it's bad. I just don't think it's good.
Yeah.
I think it's usable, right? And it's got play, but it's just like, you know, a lot of those neutral matchups, it's just not going favorably for you. You know, I wouldn't call it Drapion neutral matchup by any means, but he just wasn't able to maintain switch advantage. Drapion, reliable, safe, fast pacing, hits hard sometimes against certain matchups, and you know that's what you need in Pokemon. Furret, a little bit slow, doesn't hit that hard, not that bulky either.
Yeah. And the thing is, there isn't as many targets against Elam's team as well.
Yeah.
Because you don't have that Shadow Sableye that he's been able to match it up against like he has in past matchups. Yes, you have that Clay Doll. It's going to be quite nice. Maybe even good against the double water types, but it just didn't have enough at the end. You mentioned during the battle that you thought it was a great move to just chip it with the foul play and then take the alignment. But as soon as that Protect Shield came up from Elam, it was very clear that Elam can just dictate this entire alignment because he had 2 charge attacks, and if you shielded on the Furret, then you would have to double shield, and even if you double shielded, so could Elam, and he would lose the alignment.
Yeah, I mean, if he had any other Pokemon that can maintain an alignment there, he probably wins that game. You know, the Lapras would be a little bit annoying to take, but the Zermo's going to struggle into that Galarian Weezing, right? And the Sludge just really adds up there. But what a fantastic performance from Mountain Dewgong there. I mean, even in the end, right? The Charge Attack Party against a Azumarill on that Ice Beam, going for the overheat. I mean, just a little bit more damage on the Lapras, and that game's probably his.
Well, his streak is alive for now as he inches closer to another top 5 appearance. We have him on the floor with Self-Telf.
Thanks, Butters. I'm here with Elam, who just won, I think, losers round 3, so you're already on to your top 6 placing that you've been getting so much this season. How does it feel?
It feels pretty good.
Okay, I know you just had a really tough matchup. Those games were all so close. Did you know that your Lapras would survive the overheat at the end?
Oh yeah, I knew I would live for sure.
Okay, well, we've been talking about you as one of the most consistent and successful trainers in North America this season. Do you want to share some of the secrets to your success, how you stay sharp between tournaments, even if there's a long break like there is between Toronto and now?
Just, I have my mechanics down from GBL, and then I check the meta after the move update. Some Pokemon are pretty interesting, like Lapras, obviously. It's not very common, surprisingly. I'm assuming because of the amount of dark types, but just analyze the meta and know what you're gonna be feeling comfortable with, and it's a recipe for success.
Great. Do you want to talk a little bit about how you came up with the team? As you said, Lapras is not very common, so you kind of have this unique sort of pick on your team.
Yeah, so they added Rock Tomb on Claydol's moveset, so I just built around Claydol. And it's a Pokemon that takes super effective from like basically everything, but it's so bulky, and then Rock Tomb, the Rock Tomb edition is pretty good. So I just added things that would make Claydol be easier to play. Obviously, I didn't bring in the previous match because there was Sableye and I knew he was gonna be using it. But yeah, just things that cover each other in itself, generally.
Makes a lot of sense. And then before we let you go to prepare for your next match, are there any shout-outs that you want to give to anyone?
Shout out SJ, Pranav, Signal, Ed. So, I don't know what else. They know who they are.
All right, I'm sure they know who they are. Elam, thank you again so much for your time, and good luck in your next round. Casters, back to you.
All right, shout out to our co-caster Soph, indeed. Now, some of our casters, we had some of our predictions for day number 2 on who would take it all the way. Let's take a look. I think we have a graphic that we could pull up for you all and see what we were thinking here.
I mean, I know why you're so excited about
I'm feeling
this.
good. I'm feeling
so
great.
happy to show this graphic. Unfortunately, my trainer has been eliminated with that for Alligator, but I do think that was his MVP for sure in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, and then the 2 remaining players, Ashton Ash and Alpaca, my pick and So's picks, are in the winners finals.
Right.
So there's a 50% chance that one of them will make it into the grand finals, and that's some pretty good odds, I gotta say.
That is pretty good odds, and pretty good trainers too. Ashton Ash and Out of Pocket, super talented. Ashton Ash seems locked in this tournament. I think you mentioned it before, but he might be one of the best trainers that hasn't won it all yet.
Yep.
That used to be Elam, right? Because before Elam won his last regional championships, he was the trainer that kept placing so well, but didn't have that first place trophy. And now there's an opportunity for Ashton Ash to get that first place medal for the regional.
Yeah, I mean, Elam is chasing a different goal right now. He's, in my opinion, contesting to be one of the best players, if not the best player in this season, you know?
Right.
Yeah, no international title, no international trophy, but his consistency is really unmatched, right? I mean, maybe I shouldn't say that because there might be some people that have pretty high consistency as well. But for the amount of tournaments he goes to and how the size of these tournaments, he's performing super well this season. And, you know, he might get another title tonight.
Well, when you summarize the season as a whole, right? When we're looking back, when we're in Anaheim and we're saying who had the best season from all of these different regions, Elam already has to be in the conversation. But the
100%.
fact that, once again, Soph mentioned, he is now top 6. We were talking about how he was top 5 so many times, but top 6 is a real cutoff as well. And he's just been doing it tournament after tournament, another top 6 appearance. So that is already guaranteed for Elam, even if he goes down as a 3rd place, 4th place, whatever it is. When we look back at the end of the season, he's gonna have to be one of the best trainers, one of the heroes of the entire season.
That's right. I mean, even if other people have won multiple titles this season, have they consistently performed on a high level? I know Corlash should definitely be in that conversation too, because he's won back-to-back regionals as well. Winning 2 regionals, I mean, it's hard for some people to win 1, right? But he won 2 in succession, which is kind of nuts as well. Obviously, our international champion, Marto Galde, should be in there. Padomon should be in there as well. Aziz Wise, in my opinion, is really good, right? And even though he didn't win the international, he's also performing at a crazy high consistency level. Tonton Batus, too. So a lot of names there. And speaking of people that are performing really well, some of the best players that haven't won a title yet. We have one coming up next. It's going to be Tomahawk UK versus Dilap Churn. Tomahawk UK also hungry for that first title and also super high consistency. Maybe not as high consistency as Elam this season, but multiple top cuts. Really high performance all the way throughout. Also running just super spicy picks all the way throughout. I mean, this is a wild matchup between the two of them. There's 12 unique Pokemon. There's no repeating ones.
There's a Shadow Sableye, but that's
Shadow Sableye, my
I
bad.
believe.
Yeah.
Otherwise, all the other Pokemon are unique. The 2 water types are different in the Shadow Blastoise and the Azumarill. The ice types are different in the Lapras. And then on the other side, I believe it's the Alolan Sandslash, and there's 2 ice types on Tomahawk's team. So this is a pretty wild matchup. Tomahawk UK versus Dilap, also known as Eddie as well, if we call them that on stream. These are some of their accomplishments. Multiple top 8s, top cuts for these players. Dilap has been a regional champion in the past, was the 2023 Vancouver champion, the finalist in 2022 as well, versus, of course, Tomahawk, who's had so many top placements. I think he said 3-time finalist,
three-time
and then
finalist.
the top 16 at Worlds.
He's tied for the record.
Yeah, who's he tied with?
Myself and Arrow.
Yeah.
You could count Rubik's Master as well if you count his grand finals and Worlds. That's even more impressive in my opinion. I'm the worst of all of them, for sure. All right, here we go. Tomahawk UK versus Dilap Churn. Going to be a fantastic league for Tomahawk UK with that Shadow Drapion into that Shadow Jump Up. But in this season, with Acrobatics buff, this matchup is not that clean for Shadow Drapion if you could land the Acrobatics, or if you grab a shield, that's also pretty good.
We didn't get that much time to look at both the teams together, but look at Shadow Blastoise versus the team with Tomahawk UK. It's so good against those Ice-type Pokemon. It's great into Azumarill. It's good against Shadow Drapion and Sableye. It has super effective coverage of the Hydro Cannon into Claydol. It's so strong in this matchup, something I feel like I've been saying over and over again in this tournament. Shadow Blastoise has a chance to dominate here for Dilap.
Yeah, and he gets it off here too, which means that he could kind of dictate the pacing of this match. He knows that Tomahawk is going to spend a shield here, which means that now he can shield as well if he wants to counter that or not.
But
if
you don't even need to if you don't want to. But he does decide to shield. He has a Hydro Cannon banked as well.
Yep.
He needs to throw it and not throw on perfect timing. There it is.
Yep.
Properly thrown there, because if he did another rollout to throw on proper timing, he would get undercut by the foul play.
And the Drapion on the back is pretty low on health too, so he just doesn't really worry about just one Pokemon remaining at this point in time. Shields are all the way down now. Gets to another Hydro Cannon, but Tomahawk is going to get to foul play. Dilap has a decision to make. Does he spend his final shield to take it out? Yes. Hydro Cannon is going to come through. Do we see a potential catch throw? Here comes Tomahawk trying to catch, but Dilap is patient there, doesn't fall for it, and now gets the hard-hitting Skull Bash for neutral damage. Can you ever bubble this down?
No, you can't. As soon as this is Skull Bash, you can't bubble it down. It's going to be taking no damage from bubble. You're going to have to commit energy to it. And how about the pause from Dilap? He was pausing to see a Shadow Claw go through on the opposing Shadow Sableye. It didn't go through. Instead, there was a swap into Azumarill. He kept the Blastoise around. He chunked that Azumarill, and now there's not much health on either of the 3 Pokemon for Tomahawk UK.
And this is a Shadow Claw Alolan Sandslash, which is going to do so much work. I think this is like an XXL Alolan Sandslash. It looks bigger than even the Azumarill here. But here comes the true one. It is going to connect. I don't think it's going to be enough to take out this Azumarill. And Dialab still has to jump on back. Could maybe even try to catch a player up. Who knows? He does try to go for it, but no, it was charge attack priority.
It's not devastating because it's just going to be a resisted play rough here. So this Sandslash is going to be quite healthy. How much energy does that Shadow Drapion have, though? It is really low health. I've lost track of how much energy it has. I believe the Sableye does have some cumulative energy, but not enough for a foul play. He might be 2 Shadow Claws away, so Dialab has the opportunity to close out this entire battle with the Alolan Sandslash.
Oh, here goes the Peekaboo! And he pulls it off as well, too. The Tomahawk UK trying to claw his way back into this game. There's still a jump up in the back, though, that he has to worry about. However, now he's ahead on energy. Does Dialab go for a catch now, too? Tries to go for a catch, but he pauses, and he gets everything he needs now, gets to the double foul play.
No way! Now he's at the back-to-back. He's going to be able to knock out the Shadow Jump Off. He's going to be able to unleash the back-to-back foul play to knock out the Alolan Sandslash and take game number 1 on the back of a beautiful Peekaboo.
Wow, what a... Yo, Peekaboo Central here in Atlanta, man, I love to see it, and what an exciting play from Tomahawk UK. I mean, that's the tough part for Dialab, right? If he just doesn't throw, it's trying to wait for the Peekaboo, then he's going to be behind the energy, right? So it's such a tough position to be placed into, and Tomahawk UK playing so, I mean, both players playing so well, right? Avoiding the catch from Tomahawk earlier, but can't avoid the Peekaboo later.
It's a theme in Atlanta for sure that sometimes when a trainer is just pretty far ahead, it's just never over, because one crucial catch at the end of the game can change everything. How many times have we seen that? We saw Mountain Dugong do it. I think we saw Out of Pocket Peekaboo. We saw Tomahawk pull it off right there too. It is never over in these in-games with these talented trainers.
Yeah, and every one of those Peekaboos was game-changing. You know? Games that game winning, for them. Game for opponents that they should have won, you know? And that could be the difference between getting eliminated in a top 16 versus making it all the way into a top 4.
Exactly right. And Blastoise was looking awesome in that matchup. It just has so many positive matchups versus Tomahawk UK's team. Probably a Pokemon Tomahawk wasn't really expecting to see when he was team building, but that Peekaboo right there, you pop in the Sableye, you swap into the Drapion. Dialab kind of knew it immediately as soon as that happens, and he tried to counter swap with his own jump up, but maybe did it a little bit too early, allowed Tomahawk to bank up the back-to-back.
I wonder if another play Dialab could have made is coming in with the jump bluff, because he paces really quickly to aerial ace, right? So Dialab can't, Tomahawk can't really overfarm if it was like if it wasn't a catch attempt, right? And then Alolan Sandslash still has a little bit of residual energy. It's hard to say too, and in the moment, I mean, I could be wrong too on that, but could be a potential situation that Dialab overcomes in the future situation if it's similar. But Tomahawk UK, 1 game away from moving forward and coming closer and closer to a rematch with Nighttime Clasher.
Yeah, for his final goal of being a regional champion, taking home that first place medal, something Dialab has done in the past, so don't count him out yet. And he has, I would say, a positive lead, but both of these Pokemon are going to be doing super effective damage at each other.
Yeah, in my opinion, especially shields up, this matchup is actually pretty good for Claydol. As you can see, the Mudslap damage is actually adding up much faster, and you have the chance for debuffing potential too, and Dialab, if he lets it go, I mean, he's just going to be Mudslap down right after.
And it seems like every matchup for Claydol on even shields is better after 1 Protect Shield, because you Protect Shield the first attack before the Pokemon is debuffed, then you debuff the opponent, and then you don't take as much damage. So Sandslash actually just lets that go, swaps out of the matchup into Jump Up, but it's met by the worst case scenario, the Alolan Ninetales.
And you don't love to see that if you're Dialab Churn there, maybe not expecting the Ninetales to make appearance, but here it comes. Double super effective Weather Ball, not enough to KO though the Shadow Jump Up. Does Tomahawk UK spend his final shield? Because now he's going to be risk being taken out by a Blastoise in the back. No, saves his shield. That's a huge decision for him.
It's not over yet, though, because there is Blastoise in the back. You can fully roll out down, and that's what you have to go for here. Can you get the rollout down before the Dazzling Gleam? I don't think so. So you're going to have to Protect Shield the Dazzling Gleam. You have 2 Protect Shields remaining. You definitely need to use it here, but it's not yet over for Dialab, because super effective energy with Hydro Cannon into the Clay Doll is going to knock out, and then one Hydro Cannon from a Shadow Blastoise does a ton in the Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, and he has such a huge advantage right now. 1.5 Hydro Cannons loaded. Only one shield left on the side of Tomahawk UK side, but the most important factor is he doesn't have energy. Oh, he goes for the Skull Bash.
He's going for the bigger hit, knowing Tomahawk's not going to use his shield before it's super effective. Tomahawk lets it go! The Skull Bash lands!
Heavy damage indeed, and in comes the rollouts, and even Tomahawk UK going to try to do what he can here. It's not over yet. If you grab a shield here from Dilab, it's actually pretty...
Does he get the debuff?
It's tough, though, because he's already defensive.
He gets a debuff, though.
It's a reset.
And now suddenly, can the Rock Tomb knock out? But the thing is, you're going to get outpaced to the double Hydro Cannon here. You can't take a single Hydro Cannon. Here comes the last Protect Shield. Dilap is about to fully sweep with this Blastoise if he can take a Rock Tomb. Remember, his defense is now neutral. It rose and it dropped. I think he can endure.
Yeah, and he does, and in comes the Hydro Cannon. This should seal the deal, and we are now at 1-1 apiece, forcing a game number 3 here. Oh, not quite yet, but it's going to be enough, yeah.
And it was in range of one Shadow Claw, used the advantage of throwing a charge attack and switching without taking a turn and landing that Shadow Claw before the Mud Slap went through.
Such great calculations by both players, right? I mean, Tomahawk UK not spending the shield on the Alone Ninetales in case there's a Blastoise, which there was, but it would have been a way more favorable game for Dilap if he spent that shield there. And then Dilap, I mean, talk about having patience, right? And persistence and perseverance. A lot of people, you just safe swap the Shadow Jump Up. You come in an Ice type, you just start mauling, you're like, oh, this game's over. But he said, you're like, you know what? I could take the Weather Ball, I could grab a Final Shield or land an Acrobatics, he roll out down, and he was able to carve himself out a victory here in a must-win situation.
The ridiculous thing about this tournament is the meta feels like anything can happen. It's so hard to predict. In these battles against these top trainers, it's so hard to predict. It feels like anything can happen too, because once you think one trainer's so far ahead, Tomahawk swapping in the Alolan Ninetales to meet the Jump Fluff, doing one Weather Ball that almost one hit knocks out an entire Jump Fluff, but it didn't matter. That just gave a ramp up to the Blastoise that then sweep the game. Game number 1, you thought Dilap was so far ahead. One Peekaboo, Tomahawk wins. Literally anything can happen here in Might and Mastery, here in Atlanta.
No, that's so right there. Anything can happen. I mean, seeing a Claydol versus Shadow Blastoise in a competitive game in a top 8 situation, the largest Go regional to date, is absolutely wild, and I don't think anyone could have conceived of it, but that is the reality we are living in. And both trainers have so much to fight for too. I mean, just such a great series between the two of them, right? You see so much game knowledge on both sides, right? Pausing, peekaboo, right? Undercharging, you know, all these things.
And how about that Skull Bash? Knowing the situation where Tomahawk...
Without the Skull Bash, the whole game changes.
Yeah, because Tomahawk doesn't want to use his last Protect Shield because he knows the Hydro Cannon is going to be super effective in the Clay Doll. Dilap understood the positioning of this in-game, and since he knew he's not going to Protect Shield, I'm going to go for the Skull Bash that's going to land even harder. And also, then I can roll out down the Drapion and get the back-to-back Hydro Cannons to close this out. That was a big play from a new Pokemon that I think a lot of trainers wouldn't make, but Dilap made it.
Yep, definitely. And here we go, game number 3, Tomahawk UK versus Dilap Churn. Both have so much to fight for here in this tournament. Only one can move forward in this loser's bracket and continue for that title of being the Atlanta champion. And Shadow Drapion is going to be matched up against Shadow Jumpluff.
This used to be an instant swap out for the Shadow Jumpluff, but not anymore because you have the acrobatics on your side. You can almost knock out a Shadow Drapion. So in the one Protect Shield situation, if you Protect Shield on a crunch, you can win this matchup. There is no debuff there. You're out of range of the Aqua Tail. You get a Protect Shield from Tomahawk. It's fascinating how now Jumpluffs stay in this matchup.
Yeah, and this is a really great acrobatics, or just like has so much play, the Jumpluff, right? Which is why I see why Dilap's bringing it into every game, even though there's a lone Ninetales on the side. There's nothing on Tomahawk's UK side that resists flying damage. So worst case scenario, he catches a neutral acrobatics on something, is also not going to be a great time. Oh, we get a debuff here from that first cruncher. That's going to be huge. Do we see a potential catch here? Oh, Dilap Churn, maybe getting a little greedy here. It's now forced to shield a resistant Aqua Tail, but he is debuffed and he doesn't want to let this Shadow Blastoise go without throwing any energy. In the back, though, can you potentially catch a Hydreigon? No, who's on charge attack priority?
And look at this Shadow Lapras. It was so strong against Dilap's backline because the backline was that Alolan Sandslash, and it's going to be so good into that matchup here. And now, can you get to one more Hydro Cannon before you get knocked out? Yes. And that's swapping on it into the Lapras to take it, not very effective.
Really great read from Tomahawk. He knows that Dilap has to throw this Hydro Cannon. If he doesn't, he's going to just risk getting Shadow Claw down, so he knows that it's such a safe catch. But that Hydro Cannon now starting to put this in Drill Run territory, and Shadow Claw Alolan Sandslash is coming in clutch. Tomahawk UK doesn't shield a neutral Drill Run. This is going to do a lot of damage.
It does. It chunks into Lapras, and now you're in range of maybe getting Shadow Claw down, but you almost have the double Sparkling Aria. You don't want to mess around and throw a Skull Bash here. This is going to chunk into the Alolan Sandslash, but can comfortably take the next one. Can you get the back-to-back before the Shadow Claw comes through? Looks like he's going to be able to get it just barely before that last Shadow Claw.
I think Dilap's going to save this final shield for the jump off. You don't want, oh no, actually choosing not to. Wants to get the chip damage, but in comes the Alolan Sandslash, and now the switch timer's not up. He can't swap out yet. Tomahawk UK is going to let this go. I think, what, he has the Power Gem? Yeah, he has the Power Gem Sableye, which is going to be absolutely huge. Can he get to it? He is going to reach it. Dilap Churn shaking his head, and Tomahawk UK knows that he's got this match in his grasp. That's one jump up going down. Only 2 Pokemon remaining with red health bars. Nothing you can do. You can't roll out down. You can't Shadow Call down. You can't stop Tomahawk UK.
Full sweep from Tomahawk to win this series 2-1 and advance to losers round 4 here on Championship Sunday. As you see these two trainers embrace, because what an epic series that was.
Wow, what a series. I mean, that just had so many twists and turns. There was something epic in every one of those games, I feel like. You know, the peekaboo, the catches, right? And that final catch as well, too. I thought it was looking pretty precarious for Tomahawk UK in the end, but he knows his Shadow Lapras better than anyone. And he knows those matchups, and that one Sparkling Aria, that final Sparkling Aria, if it didn't get off, he'd probably lose that game.
Right, he would, because he needed that damage to ensure the sweep on the Sableye. If he wasn't able to get that, that means that Alolan Sandslash would have got to double charge attacks versus that Sableye, and that would have flipped everything. But like you mentioned, the knowledge of these Pokemon, he said he brought it just because he had a better one than a non-Shadow one. And then how fortuitous that now it is the MVP in that particular game to have him move on in this tournament. And now he has also secured top 6 here.
Yeah, what a performance from both players. I mean, all tournament long too. And Tomahawk UK did come in from the winner side, I believe, but Dilap Churn came in from the loser side after losing Dre Flames in day number 1, but just powered through the losers bracket on day number 2. And, you know, he's no shy stranger to having, you know, a disadvantage like that too. Played really well there, and he is well on his way to making another run at Worlds this season.
It's not often that you see, as we see what's coming up next to in this epic series that this was, one of the best series that we have witnessed. It's just a demonstration of anything can happen, not only in the meta, but with the talent of these trainers in Championship Series Pokemon Go right now. They are playing at a next level pace with a lot of new picks. It has been such a pleasure to watch.
And I think this series is a great demonstration of what Pokemon Go PP is all about, right? It's a simple game on the surface level, but if you look deeper, there's so much nuance to the game. And that's why these players are consistently performing so well. It's not luck that Elam is getting top 5 in so many tournaments. It's not luck that Tomahawk is top cutting every tournament, every time again. It's not luck that Dilap Churn has so many titles under his name as well, because these players are putting the work and they're figuring out every little advantage they can have, and it comes down to every little bit of health remaining, every little bit of energy, and how to get there.
Caleb, we are so far from the thing you said yesterday about win switch, win lead, win switch, win the game. We're so far on the polar opposite of that sentiment right now, because all these games, you actually think one trainer's ahead, then they pull out a swap that changes everything, pulls out an undercharge, a charge attack priority, all of these little nuances that you talked about, certain different charge attacks, a variation between shadow, non-shadow, maybe a stat distribution, all of these little things are the key differences in these games. It's not coming down to alignment, win lead, win switch, win the game. It's coming down to everything else. And like you said, that is beautiful to watch.
Yeah, and also team reading too, right? People, I mean, we all know this, right? But the players on stage don't see the other side of the screen. We see as casters, the viewers see it, spectators, right? And people watching on Twitch and YouTube, but they don't have that information. They're missing half of the information and still playing on a level so high that sometimes we can't even follow what they're doing when we know double the amount of information they have.
Right, and it's like, it feels like someone has a commanding position in the game and you're like, kind of, this is over, like, should we start wrapping it up already?
Yeah.
But then suddenly a farm down happens, an unexpected catch, and then the whole momentum can switch in an instant. And I know we keep saying this thing of, oh, we're making record-breaking regionals, they keep getting bigger and bigger. I feel like the same way, I keep saying it just keeps getting better and better. The way these trainers are able to execute these in-games, it's just unbelievable to watch, and they just keep pulling it off time after time.
Yeah, well, if you want to join in on the action, you can find a Pokemon League near you if you ever just scan the QR code, and you could join in. And honestly, local tournaments are such a great way to train up and get ready for these tournaments. Yes, there's online practice tournaments, all that stuff, but these local tournaments are the real deal, right? You can earn championship points to earn yourself chances to qualify for world championships, get points for travel awards even, and honestly, it's just a great way to test this. I mean, I was talking about this yesterday. Dre Flames, K-Pime, both locals of mine too. I faced both of them in the past 2 weeks at local tournaments, and I mean, they both steamrolled me, but it's great practice for them to try out their teams. Dre Flames been running the same exact team for like 3 weeks straight. K-Pime ran the same team last week at our local as well, and he made a top cut run here too. It's such a good way to practice, so definitely check it out and see if there's any local tournaments near you. Great way to get involved in the scene and just stay sharp.
Well, to even expand on that point, because up next we have Nighttime Clasher, who is the brother of Sustenance Eater. You might have seen him here on stream in Atlanta. He played fantastic. And before that, I believe he didn't get past top 60 in a tournament for 3 straight tournaments. But because of practice, because of playing in these local tournaments with other trainers, and I think Pocket or someone else mentioned because of VOD studying as well, maybe looking at the recorded battles, trying to get better and better, maybe watching a stream and seeing these top trainers in action. Now, he did so well in this tournament, and that's a trainer that turned it around just after 3 tournaments. So it's possible for anyone, and getting to a Pokemon League near you is one of the best ways to do it.
That's right, that's right. Yeah, especially watching back your battles, even watching these broadcasts is huge, right? Because especially when we're in a new meta, I was like, does this actually KO? But the more you watch it, you'll start knowing these damage values on the various Pokemon too. But of course, no better way to test it out than trying it yourself. So definitely a great way to do it. But speaking about Nighttime Clasher, he's up next too. We got Nighttime Clasher against Elam. Both of the players who are on our trainers to watch. It was these two and Pocket. All 3 of them are still in this tournament. And this is definitely a contested rivalry for sure, because they are 2 of the highest ranked players in the championship points leaderboard in North America. I believe they're 2 and 3 maybe?
Yeah, players to literally watch, because we're going to be seeing them a lot the rest of the stream here. And this is a loser's round 4, and it doesn't feel like it. This feels like it could be a grand finals between Nighttime Clasher. Not only has he been on fire in this meta, he's been playing a ton of challenges in local tournaments and absolutely dominating with this team in this meta versus Elam. Obviously, we talked about his resume so much in his previous matchups. So many top cuts in a row, top 6s, top 5s. This trainer has a regional championship under his belt this season. He has top 5 in 2 international championships back-to-back. An epic battle is about to unfold here.
Yeah, honestly, these two, along with Out of Pocket as well, I would say are 3 of the most consistent players, especially in the North America circuit, but even throughout the entire world in this season. As we are going into game number 1, it's going to be the Clay Doll versus Shadow Jump Off, which honestly is kind of a weird matchup, right? If you land the Ice Beam, fantastic too, but it's not the best matchup for Jump Off either.
It's not the end of the world. I actually remember Nighttime Clasher playing this out and baiting with the Rock Tomb, but then I remember him doubling down, I think, with the Rock Tomb. It could have been another trainer, but I saw a double down on the Rock Tomb. Here comes the bait. You probably want to protect shield it because you don't want to let it Ice Beam. Oh, early call from Elam.
Big call from Elam is going to put him in a slight advantage here, having the shield advantage as well. And the backline isn't great for this Clay Doll. It has played though for Elam, so he's not completely worried about winning switch advantage here.
What's crazy is double Rock Tomb almost knocks out. The thing is, your Mud Slap is just doing nothing because it's triple resistant, and the second Rock Tomb isn't quite enough to knock out, but still forces the Protect Shield out of Elam.
All right, Elam doesn't want to let this jump left go just quite yet. He thinks that there's definitely some utility here if Nighttime Clash is going to keep staying here. He is absolutely right because that Azumarill doesn't really want to see this jump left. It's not bad, and tries to catch a move here, doesn't quite get it, and in comes the Shadow Claw Alolan Sand Slash. A lot of people often with Powder Snow. I was saying I think it's better, but in this matchup, Shadow Claw is much better.
Yeah, it's way better in this one, and you're probably going to see this matchup a lot of times because of how high usage Azumarill is. The obvious difference, you see that backline, there's a Shadow Drapion. You would rather have the Powder Snow versus the Shadow Drapion, but I feel like in a lot of these recent situations, the Shadow Claw has been to the advantage of the Alolan Sand Slash.
That's right. Resisting all those charge attacks is going to be key here as you are going to start throwing the drill run. First drill run is going to come through, but you're going to need more than one drill run to take out the Azumarill. I wouldn't be surprised if Elam just lets us go and just farms down with the Azumarill. Azumarill has so much play even into the Cordilli onto the side of Nighttime Clasher. He might even pivot over.
Yeah, and here comes the last play rough that's going to be not very effective. I think the Sand Slash will barely hold on from it, and it does not. It actually secures the knockout pivot into that Azumarill here, and this is a matchup we're very familiar with, something we saw so much in the previous iteration of the meta. It is the Shadow Drapion versus the Azumarill, and this debuff is crucial. If you can land this debuff, the defense drop, it changes the matchup a lot.
I think Elam goes for play rough because you still have the acrobatics loaded on the jump bluff. If Nighttime Clasher shields this, the acrobatics are going to come through. He is so aware of this as well and chooses to let this go, but this is going to do a ton of damage to that Shadow Drapion.
And now you're out of range of these Poison Stings and Crunch because you didn't take that debuff. Even though the double crunch is available pretty much, you should be able to take this double crunch here. And can you get the bubble down before the double crunch is unleashed? There is no debuff once again, and yes, you get the bubble down.
Yeah, he was one away, which means that the bubble damage is going to register before he can press that move. And in comes the Clay Doll, and Elam is going to throw the Ice Beam. Nighttime Clasher knew he couldn't get this off. Can he finish this? It's going to be so tough because what? He has a Azumarill, and the jump off is loaded with energy.
Yeah, the Clay Doll didn't get a Mud Slap through, but kind of no reaction from Nighttime Clasher because it was pretty much over because of the amount of energy that Elam had on this jump bluff. A pretty dominant game number one for Elam versus Nighttime Clasher, who I feel has been one of the most dominant players in this new meta in North America.
Yeah, I mean, both players, very consistent resumes. However, Elam's just a little bit more consistent. It's hard, you can't say that Nighttime Clash is not a great player. He's a fantastic player, but Elam has just performing a step ahead. However, the last time they matched off that I recall was in Louisville, and Nighttime Clasher got third place there, and he was the one that actually knocked out Elam in that losers bracket. Okay. That was the last time I remember them face. It's possible they might have faced somewhere else, but I don't actually think so, which means that Elam definitely wants a little bit of redemption here.
Definitely wants that redemption, wants the revenge against Nighttime Clasher, and I have to agree with you. Elam's resume has definitely been better this season, but when you look at a season as a whole, when we're looking back at the World Championships, definitely there are bookmarks where the meta has shifted. Maybe Nighttime Clasher could be one of the best trainers post-Might and Mastery. It seems like he's on pace to be doing that because of the way he's been able to dominate in the challenges, in local tournaments, and now in Atlanta. If he can get past Elam, he is one step closer to getting to that losers finals. But of course, we have to mention again, that was a dominant game one win from Elam, so it wasn't even that close in the end.
Yeah, it was. I mean, Elam just kind of got the matchups he wanted, right? Getting that early shield advantage was nice. He actually did even protect, I mean, the no call on the potential Ice Beam was huge too, right? But sometimes when you're in these situations, you just need to make those bold calls. You know what? It's a best of three, but I'm willing to take the risk, and that's exactly what he does. Nighttime Clasher is going to be coming in here with the Powder Snow Lone Sand Slash, which has a slight disadvantage into the Shadow Claw one, but he's met against the Shadow Drapion, which is a much better situation for his Lone Sand Slash.
Absolutely, and it gets a little tricky if this crunch does land the debuff into the Alolan Sand Slash, because maybe you're in Aqua Tail range after that. No debuff, so you're comfortably out of Aqua Tail range, so you're going to be able to force a lot of tempo here if you're Nighttime Clasher. Either get the Protect Shield or super effective, and that almost knocks out the Drapion, and the Drapion is just going to get Powder Snow down, and Nighttime Clasher can't believe it.
Yeah, I mean, he just went for it, because last time Elam didn't shield, maybe thinking that he wouldn't shield again, but also even if he does shield, he at least grabs a shield advantage. This is still not bad for Elam, though, because if he could get rid of this Alolan Sand Slash, that's going to be pretty good for his jump up in the back. However, jump up still needs a lot of help to take out the Cordilli and the Sableye. This Ice Beam, though, might help him do that.
In a Pokemon, it feels like we haven't seen in forever. The Cradilly enters the chat here, and now it's going to be able to do some super effective Rock Tomb damage against this opposing Jump Fluff. It does a little bit more damage than the Claydol's Rock Tomb does, so a double Rock Tomb does pretty much knock out a Jump Fluff. It does knock out a Jump Fluff.
Yeah, the Switch Timers are a little bit misaligned here, which means that Nighttime Clasher can swap back over to that Lone Sandslash and do a lot of double super effective damage to the Powder Snow before Elam can clear that. Let's see if he's going to do that or not. Yes, I think so. Nighttime Clasher going to preserve this Cradilly, knowing that he can swap out a little bit sooner, knowing that he could probably even grab a shield off of Elam. Elam does not want to be stuck with the Cradilly with just a Zuma with nothing even clear debuffs, and obviously grass in the water, not great. Going to grab a shield from Elam, but now comes the combo play from the Alolan Sandslash. Elam forced to spend his final shield. However, now he can come in with a Zero and bubble this down.
Yes, he can, and his timer came up just as you said that, and now he can get that full bubble down, and this energy is going to be very useful. But the thing is, the back two Pokemon from Nighttime Clasher are extremely healthy. The Sableye is full health, the Cradilly is also extremely healthy. Even though you get this energy with the Azumarill, I don't think it's going to be enough.
I mean, this is a tough part for Nighttime Clasher, though. You don't want to take a super effective play rough on your Shadow Sableye, right? Tormund life on the line. I mean, if you're using another Peekaboo, I'm about to lose my mind. Cradilly is going to have to come in here and you take a super effective Ice Beam, but the jump off is loaded with energy, and one acrobatics plus a fairy wind damage is going to be a lot to threaten a knockout even on the Shadow Sableye.
Yeah, that's what it's going to come down to, but the thing is, you can't knock out with the Ice Beam here, so now you can overfarm if you are Nighttime Clasher, and then, oh, actually didn't even throw when the Ice Beam was available. Looks like Elam prefers to either get a farm down here, but I think he just realized a fairy wind down isn't happening. I should have thrown the Ice Beam there.
I think he knew he was going to lose charge attack priority here. Oh, and in comes the Shadow Sableye. I mean, if he could Fairy Wind this down and get to Aerial Ace before the Cradilly reaches the next move, that's huge. But let's see how much this Acrobatics is going to do. It's going to do a ton of damage, but not enough just yet. Is forced to throw the Aerial Ace, but the Cradilly one bolt seed off.
Exactly. And the thing is, you could have never Fairy Wind down. You do the great Aerial Ace. It doesn't matter. Like you mentioned, one bullet seed away. He could have knocked out this Cradilly with his Azumarill. He's regretting that a little bit. He could have thrown the Ice Beam. Maybe he was expecting a swap on the Ice Beam onto the Sableye, and that's why he didn't throw it. But if he did throw it, that would have been knocked out.
Well, and I think the thing is, he also might have not noticed the Sableye on that because we had not revealed that at the time. And Nighttime Clasher, I mean, makes sense on his end because he knows that there's a jump up with energy. He's okay if the Zuma takes him out because then he could Shadow Claw down, try to get the Power Gem to take out Jump Up before the Acrobatics is reached. I mean, even Acrobatics plus Fairy Wind, right? So one Acrobatics wouldn't be enough. But by the time Elam didn't throw, he's like, wait, I could just double Rock Tomb you at this point. I might as well just throw and then take you out later with the Cradilly.
Yeah, the crazy thing is there was a win condition there. That's why Elam was shaking his head in the moment. But I think he also could have just expected that Cradilly was just going to throw on charge attack priority. So this Azumarill gone anyway. So it doesn't even really matter. Why do I even need to press this Ice Beam? But if he did press that Ice Beam, he could have won that game because he had so much energy onto that Jump Bluff. That Jump Bluff could have Acrobatics and Aerial Ace the Sableye before it got to a charge attack. But it doesn't matter because we're locked in to this decisive game number 3. We got Claydol versus Shadow Drapion. One Poison Sting and a swap for Elam.
Yeah, the damage is going to register on the Shadow Drapion, but maybe trying to save a little bit of energy just in case maybe there's a mirror matchup in the back. Rock Tomb is going to come in, and this is kind of a brutal matchup because you can Rock Tomb and swap out, and if that's the case, especially if there's a Zuma in the back, it could be pretty good. But there is no Zuma in the back. It's actually Alolan Sandslash. However, this is also pretty good because you come away with a lot of energy, all this damage is resisted, and you're debuffed.
It's fantastic. This is going to do almost nothing to the Alolan Sandslash here. Going to be able to absorb that absolutely no problem. This Azumarill is going to be able to get to a lot of charge attacks, but you're just not threatening at all. At least Elam can probably get back to his switch timer, but so can Nighttime Clasher, and he's just in a commanding position so far. Let's look at the backline matchup. The backline matchup looks like it might be the Shadow Sableye versus the Alolan Sandslash.
Elam forced to throw the play rough as well. Otherwise, he would have been taken out from the Alolan Sandslash. Wants to do some damage here, but the Drapion doesn't really want to come into the Alolan Sandslash either. So the Drapion kind of caught in a really tough position. It wants to see that Sableye, but how does Elam get it onto Sableye without switch advantage?
And actually committing to the drill run here where Ice Punch would have been really close to the knockout, but just ensuring that you do get the knockout there. And now the Shadow Drapion it's going to be tough because it only did 1 Poison Sting, so it's going to get outpaced here. You can't Poison Sting down. If you come in with your own Sand Slash, you're weak to ground types on both of your Pokemon. So Drill Run's going to do super effective no matter what.
Instant shield from Elam. Great call, knowing that Nighttime Clasher's already ahead quite a bit. Might not even go for the bait in that situation. In comes the Shadow Sableye, but now he kind of gives Elam what he wants. He gets the Shadow Drapion now onto the Shadow Sableye and lets the crunch go.
Yeah, that's actually a positive swing for Elam here. Now he's going to land this crunch into the Shadow Sableye. That did so much damage. He doesn't get the debuff, and he can't get knocked out by the Poison Stings here. Got to go ahead and go for the bigger hitting move in the Power Gem. And Elam actually letting this go. This Power Gem might be enough to knock out the Drapion.
And it sure is. Oh wait,
no.
Not quite. And he gets the Aqua Tail off. That's huge. Nighttime Clasher though, Iracy in his head. He's going for the Mud Slap down. 2 shield Claydol strategy. Can he do it? You can't clear your debuffs now. He's about to be permanently debuffed on this alone Sand Slash. Yes, you have super effective Shadow Claw and Ice Punch, but it's not going to be enough.
He said GG already, but can you get to the triple Ice Punch and do enough damage here? That's your only hope before the next Rock Tomb is available. You're at back-to-back Ice Punches right now. You need the triple to win this game. Can Alolan Sand Slash pull off this pacing?
I don't think so. This, oh man, the Mud Slap is adding up pretty quick.
Available.
There's also a swap. If Elam pulls it off, that's going to be absolutely incredible. He is debuffed here. He's trying to pace, and the patience on these players.
He's going to get there first.
He's going to get there first. It's going to be enough.
And he gets there. This is debuff, but I think it's going to be enough. This is going to be a fast attack down in the back. Alolan Sand Slash versus Alolan Sand Slash, and it is going to be the Powder Snow versus the Shadow Claw, and the Powder Snow is going to charge attack right in. No way!
But Snow debuffed. Is it enough, though, to take it out? I think Nighttime Clasher might be able to hang on here. Resisted Ice Punch. Wait! Elam comes away with it. What an incredible victory!
No way! Elam out of nowhere. The theme of the tournament. Anything could happen. It's never over. He pulls off the win out of nowhere.
That was the craziest game this whole weekend, without a doubt. I mean, I called him out, right? Like a minute ago.
You can't.
There's no way.
You can't call anyone out in this meta.
I was like, you can't clear debuffs. You're down a shield. You're going to take so much damage. The fact that he even took out the Claydol was wild. And then on charge attack priority with 1 HP left, what was he? He was double debuffed at that point, right?
Caleb.
Oh no, he's single debuffed.
He was able to take enough Powder Snows to get to another Ice Punch. He was energy dry into that Claydol, and he was able to double resist enough Powder Snows to get to that charge attack priority to win the battle. Absolutely ridiculous. You can't count any of these trainers out.
You cannot. I mean, what a series too. And that game looks so tough for Elam. Right? From beginning to middle to end, I just thought that Nighttime Clasher had a hold on that match the entire way through. He debuffed the Azumarill, farmed up so much energy, couldn't even use the Azumarill later, had to let the Power Gem go. He's... Nighttime Clasher, I can't get my words out. Nighttime Clasher was up 2 shields to 1 on a Mud Slapper that could debuff you, and he still came away with victory. Absolutely wild stuff. What a series. Heartbreaking loss for Nighttime Clasher, but he has put on such a performance in this tournament and throughout the season, but Elam just a sliver ahead, and he's going to move forward in this tournament.
We're speechless. We're going to need to take a breath. We're going to need to see that again.
Yes.
But don't go anywhere. We still have our top trainers, our top 4 remaining after this.
Oh, well played. Good game.
I started playing the original main series games as a little kid, took a break for a while, started playing Pokemon Go in 2016. took a bit of a hiatus like a lot of people, and got into PvP in around 2020. My first competitive Pokemon memory, I did karate when I was a little kid, and my friend Patrick, he's actually the one that introduced me to like Pokemon Leaf Green and Fire Red, and we would battle before karate practice every day. My favorite Pokemon is Scizor. I like the sleek metallic look of Scizor. There's a lot of amazing people in the competitive scene. One person I look up to is 2-0 Butters. I think he's just a really good representative for the community, and he's so exciting with his shoutcasting. I don't think our competitive scene would be where it's at without him. Favorite Pokemon video game has to be Pokemon Go. I mean, it's what I spend a lot of time playing, and it's given me a lot of opportunities, so Pokemon Go. If I could battle one trainer from anywhere, it would be trainer tips in a YouTube video. I challenge you. My favorite part about Pokemon events is the relationships you develop with people. I mean, I've been fortunate enough to be successful at some of these regionals and such, but more so than winning prizes or accolades, having people genuinely excited to see you succeed and developing these friendships is what really usurps everything for me. Ice cream over popcorn. So many flavors, sweet treat, can't go wrong with a bowl of ice cream for dessert. If I won the World Championship, first person I call would have to be my mom. My whole family's been really supportive of me. It's not the traditional thing to say. I want to pursue Pokemon Go YouTube content full time, and they've had my back, so I appreciate them for that. Gotta go with Charmander as my starter. Charizard, another favorite. I mean, Charizard's one of everybody's favorites, right? So can't go wrong with Charmander.
Regardless of how you play the game, just to have fun. I've made so many friends in this community, and I'm currently a VGC judge, and it's the best experience that I've honestly ever had. And as long as you're having fun, it really doesn't matter what happens throughout the day.
The best piece of advice I was given from my friends is just to relax and believe in yourself. It's just tapping on a screen, you know, like don't overthink it. Just calm down, relax, take that deep breath, and tap away.
Set a tangible goal for your first time and stick with meeting that and allow yourself to be, you know, happy with achieving that tangible goal. And if you do anything better than that, then it's just a cherry on top, but at least you know that you came here, you did what you came to do, and you can just kind of leave knowing that you accomplished something, then you can be proud of that.
So the best piece of advice I've been given by a friend when playing Pokemon is being okay with losses. Something that's really helped me out is seeing like, it's not really truly a loss unless you can't learn from it. And so even through your losses, like, oh man, my attack didn't do as much damage. Great, now you can use that for the next game. Or like, oh man, this opponent used a really cool Pokemon. And actually, I've been inspired by my losses to use some of my favorite Pokemon of all time. So yeah, be okay with winning, be okay with losing, because at the end of the day, it's about learning and evolving.
Hello and welcome to Yokohama, where we are at the Pokemon World Championships 2023. I'm Anna Prosser, and I'm standing in front of the Poke Center. I have some amazing models with me today. Please introduce yourself, sir.
Hi, Spraggles, content cowboy and aspiring magician.
Can you top that?
Dupe Snacks, the eye on the sky on Eos Island.
Now, we are going to find some clothing, some accessories. What are you looking for in there?
I'm looking for Pokemon themed things.
I've heard there are some of those in there. What about you? Looking for anything in particular?
Heard there was a jean jacket. I'm finna sporting that.
We are super excited to do some shopping. Let's go.
Welcome back, trainers. It's been a roller coaster here in Atlanta, but don't get off the ride yet because we have even more battles coming up right now. We're going to watch Semi take on Tomahawk UK, but what a set we just saw from Elam. Oh my goodness. So I still cannot believe that he won that game.
I know. I saw the Drapion and the Alolan Sandslash leading into the Clay Doll. I thought that game was over to begin with, and then somehow at the end pulls it off with the Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah, we were back there covering our ears, looking away, you know, la 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 la. We're not going to pay attention to what happens. And then at the very last moment, withstanding the Powder Snows, getting to that Ice Punch, and winning the Charge Attack priority to boot. I mean, the storylines here in Atlanta write themselves, and there's so many talented competitors still in this bracket. I cannot wait to see losers round 4 because Semi and Tomahawk have been incredibly resilient.
Exactly. So Elam just won his match to advance to the top 4, and then we're about to watch Tomahawk versus Semi. Whoever wins this match is going to go on to face Elam, I think, for the losers semis.
Exactly right. Well, so we got 3 awesome rounds. One of our rounds will be a best of 5, but stay tuned for that. Really excited to see El Semi's team of Furret. I feel like this Pokemon has not found its place to shine in day number 2. It seems like a little underwhelming. It doesn't really execute the way that probably Semi needs it to, but he's still in that loser side bracket, and he's about to go up against a very unconventional team in Tomahawk's Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah, look at the trainers left in this tournament. You know, you see so many familiar names. Obviously, on the winner side, we've still got Out of Pocket and Ashton Ash. On the loser side, we just talked about Elam. We know Tomahawk, you know, usually a European trainer, but he's here as well, bringing all of his success to North America. And then Semi, you're like, wow, where did this trainer come from? Well, as we've been saying, he is so talented, has proven himself many, many times in the Go Battle League. So, you know, to see him make it this far is really exciting for him, and I'm sure all of his friends and supporters watching at home.
Exactly. If you are a supporter of one of these trainers, let us know in the stream chat. If you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, wherever you might be, voice your support. Get active in the chat because this is going to be a really fun set. We've got some Shadow Sableye action, some Shadow Drapion action, Pokemon that you expect to see, but also a lot of surprises too. So let's go ahead and head down to the stage and check out El Semi, or Semi for short, taking on Tomahawk UK.
Yeah, you talked about the Furret for Semi, and I think it looks good here versus Tomahawk as well. You do, of course, have to watch out for that extra kind of Alolan Ninetales counter and the Shadow Drapion. But I think the Furret could pair really, really well with some of Semi's other Pokemon. For example, his own Drapion does really well into Tomahawk's entire team. Just has to watch out for that Clay Doll, so I feel like that's going to pair really well with the Furret.
I'm liking Furret plus the Alolan Sandslash too, because if you look at 2 of the more difficult targets for the Furret in the Alolan Ninetales and the Drapion, guess what? Alolan Sandslash can hit both of them for a ton of damage and resist the charge attacks and fast attacks that are coming its way. So I would not be surprised at all to see a Furret, Shadow Drapion, Sandslash team, but the question is, how is Tomahawk going to adjust to that?
Definitely a lot of options for Semi, maybe the Alolan Ninetales, but as we just mentioned, the Alolan Ninetales does have to watch out for both the Drapion and the Alolan Sandslash.
All right, everybody, jumping right into game number 1, Semi versus Tomahawk. This is losers round 4. Loser goes home. We get the fairy types on the field to kick us off.
Yeah, Semi with the Azumarill, Tomahawk with that Powder Snow, Alolan Ninetales. Have to give a little bit of edge to the Azumarill here just because you're doing neutral fast attacks rather than resist ones. But Alolan Ninetales does have the better charge attack pool.
Dazzling Gleam can close the gap in this matchup pretty quickly, and it is going to be same type attack bonus connecting into the opposing Azumarill. I would argue that does about equal in terms of percentage to a Play Rough, so I don't know, this might be any fairy's game.
Play Rough coming through now, gonna do quite a bit of damage to the Alolan Ninetales. And looking at Tomahawk's backline, he does have some of those glacier Pokemon in that Shadow Lapras, so maybe trying to save shields for those Pokemon in the back.
The Shadow Lapras from Tomahawk UK is running Skull Bash as well, so it's got a lot of utility. Can even hit a Pokemon like Furret for a ton of neutral damage, but a second Dazzling Gleam connects into the Azumarill, taking it down into the red. Oh, and the swap and the catch, Tomahawk sends out that Lapras.
Oh my goodness. And this is a double resisted Ice Beam on the Lapras, so this is a fantastic catch by Tomahawk. And if you're Semi, you can't afford to get farms down, so he goes right into that Shadow Drapion.
I really adore this play from Semi because he goes into that Drapion. Yes, this Shadow Lapras versus Shadow Drapion matchup is not comfortable, but he knows that he gets his Drapion away from any potential Clay Dolls. And guess what? There's one in the back for Tomahawk.
Tomahawk continuing to farm up energy. We've seen this matchup play out a couple of times, but it's usually with that regular Lapras, and Sparkling Arts Aria actually does a ton of damage to Shadow Drapion, so Semi is going to respect it and shield it up.
Semi building up energy, throwing the crunch pretty soon after getting it. If this charge attack connects, it is going to take that Shadow Lapras deep down into the red, and it will absolutely connect. Lapras hanging on, but might be able to get to another Sparkling Aria, and it does.
Yeah, that's actually really critical for Tomahawk, getting off an entire extra charge attack. And Semi going to use his second Protect Shield again on this Shadow Drapion. And Tomahawk with a quick swap into the Clay Doll.
Looks like Semi's actually staying in here. A little bit surprised not to see the instant switch into the Furret. Fires the crunch, trying to steal away that final shield from Tomahawk UK, and he gives it to him. Now you open the door to go with the Furret, and that's what he does.
Yeah, now Furret's going to be free to land this Trailblaze, and look at these super effective Sucker Punches adding up. Clay Doll getting off a Rock Tomb here, gonna lower the attack of the Furret, but the Sucker Punches, the Trailblaze, they're all super effective.
Rock Tomb connects, Furret shakes it off. Furret building up to the Trailblaze, throwing on good timing here. Semi goes up 4 Sucker Punches for the 3 Mud Slaps, firing this Trailblaze. Honestly, Soap, I don't think this is enough, but these Sucker Punches afterwards might seal the deal.
I'm just wondering whether the Clay Doll is going to be able to get to another charge attack, and it absolutely will. Just 1 Mud Slap off a Rock Tomb. And now, Semi doesn't have a great way to finish off this Clay Doll. It's looking very tough. He still has a tiny bit of the Azumarill, but it's completely energy dry, and so is the Drapion.
Switch timer's up. Tomahawk pulls the trigger, goes into the Alolan Ninetales. Bubble damage is adding up, but throws the Weather Ball. I don't know, Soph. I think Azumarill was Semi's best shot to close out this game, and now it's off the field. Can he muster a charge attack with the Shadow Drapion here?
I think it's very, very low on energy, but maybe if you can get this Poison Sting down. Actually, it has a bit more health than I thought it was. Can it withstand 1 Mud Slap to get to an Aqua Tail versus the Clay Doll?
Tomahawk just swapped, so he cannot switch again for probably 30 more seconds or so. Comes in with the Clay Doll. Oh, he's got the Aqua Tail. Semi fires it off. Hold on. The Lapras is really weak as well. Can he Poison Sting down?
Yeah, this is going to come down to just fast attacks. Poison Sting versus Psywave. The Clay Doll does go down, and let's see. Tomahawk is going to bring in the Lapras. Oh, but the Lapras is so healthy.
Wow, Lapras withstands. Tomahawk stands tall. Psywaves down that Shadow Drapion to win game number 1. A little bit of a jump scare for us there at the end, but Semi was almost able to pull that off.
I was not sure what was going to happen at the end. I thought maybe the Clay Doll was going to be too much for Semi, but he had just enough health on the Drapion, so really nice plays there.
Let's take a deeper dive into the team here from Tomahawk UK. He does have that Power Gem, Shadow Sableye, the newly buffed, or newly reworked, I should say, Dazzling Gleam from Alolan Ninetales, Ice Beam Clay Doll, Skull Bash, Shadow Lapras, and honestly, the Shadow Psywaves might have made the difference there in that Drapion matchup.
Yeah, they might do, I'm actually not sure whether they do more damage than just a regular Lapras, but this is that catch so early on in the game. I don't think Semi was expecting that, and of course the double resisted Ice Beam going to the Lapras, huge waste of energy there. This is the end of that game. Weather Ball and then more resisted ice damage landing into the Azumarill.
I really appreciate that you called out that Ice Beam catch, because that was 55 energy from the Azumarill down the drain against that Lapras. And if you look at this matchup, you look at the health, you look at the margins at the very end, an Ice Beam would have made a world of difference.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we think about these games that are just coming down to a couple of fast attacks, a couple of HP, and then the damage of an entire Ice Beam absolutely makes a difference. So these trainers are getting locked in, thinking about what happened in game 1, trying to prepare for game number 2.
Game number 2, elimination game potentially for Semi. If he does lose this next battle, that would knock him out of the Atlanta Regional Championships, and Tomahawk would proceed. However, Semi's probably got some other ideas about that.
All right, getting right into game number 2. Semi with the Azumarill lead yet again, and Tomahawk this time leading the Lapras.
We do see the Alolan Sandslash in the back there for Semi. I really like that Pokemon against the 2 in the reserve slots for Tomahawk UK. But let's see how this Lapras Azumarill matchup plays. Reaching the play rough just before the Skull Bash is huge here.
And Tomahawk actually shielding it up. He's going to raise the defense of his Lapras very, very soon, most likely. So thinking maybe this play rough is going to do the most damage. Does farm up just a little bit more energy before throwing this Skull Bash.
Good Psywave timing, going for 5 fast attacks before the Skull Bash. This charge attack will connect. It dents the Azumarill, and the swap from Semi to reach for the Drapion. I like this play a lot, Soph, because Drapion up energy and up a shield is a real menace for this team of Tomahawk.
And this time there's no Clay Doll on the side of Tomahawk coming out to meet the Drapion. Semi again is going to respect the Sparkling Aria on his own Drapion, and Tomahawk continuing to stay in, absorbing this crunch, and potentially at this point Semi is realizing that maybe there's no Clay Doll.
Crunch connects, a chunk of this Lapras goes away, and now Lapras is going to try to pace this Sparkling Aria, but that Shadow Drapion's closing in. It's just a little too slow though. also Sparkling Aria number 2 coming through.
And he does throw that Sparkling Aria right away. That means that Semi actually got an extra Poison Sting, I think, there. And now has a little bit of energy, has maybe 2 Aqua Tails to throw into the opposing Drapion.
I love the patience from Semi right there to not just blindly throw the crunch. He waited for the swap, was very patient, built to the double Aqua Tails, and like you said, so might get both of them here, which is an enormous amount of value out of a Shadow Drapion with barely any HP.
And Semi's clock is actually up, so if he wants to, he can come back into the Azumarill, absorb the energy of the Shadow Drapion on the opposing side, and here it is, Crunch is coming from Tomahawk's Drapion.
Crunch will connect. If this does trigger a defense drop, I do think the Poison Stings will add up really quickly. Big Crunch coming through. Defense drop as well. Poison Stings applying pressure, getting up to the Ice Beam, and this will be enough to KO.
Barely able to reach this Ice Beam, and now Semi still has the full health Alolan and Sand Slash in the back, but it's going to be very advantageous against its Alolan counterpart, the Ninetales.
I think this Alolan Ninetales only got 2 Powder Snows, but he would need about 100 of those in order to flip this matchup against the Alolan Sand Slash. So things are looking a little bit bright here for Semi, but there is one shining hope for Tomahawk, and that is that Lapras in the back. Can he catch a Drill Run and keep himself in this battle?
We've seen Tomahawk make many catches today, some Peekaboo catches, some normal catches. We even saw the Ice Beam catch earlier in this very match, but Semi continuing to throw the Drill Run here. He might, remember the catch from the last game, maybe be a little bit more cognizant when he's throwing these charge attacks.
Switch timer also up for Semi, so don't forget he can pull a swap as well. Doesn't reach for it. The second Dazzling Gleam does get queued up here. Is there any reason to bait? Is there any time to get to 2 charge attacks? Semi lets it through.
I wonder if Semi's thinking that the Lapras is still healthy enough that it might get to a Sparkling Aria, but it looks like Semi actually was going for the full farm down, but now Tomahawk has reached a Weather Ball. So does Semi, is he going to be able to take out the Lapras with 2 charge attacks?
If the Lapras has a charge attack here, it's all going to come down to a bait. Throwing blindly the Drill Run into the Lapras. Do we see the shield from Tomahawk UK? I think there are 2 Drill Runs stored.
There are, and maybe Tomahawk is either thinking that the game is over or his only chance is Semi throwing an Ice Punch, so he does just let it through. And Semi going to be able to even up the series 1-1.
Exactly right. I think that throwing an Ice Punch there, maybe providing a little tiny bit of leeway for Tomahawk would have opened a crack in the door, but unable to find that, and it looks like Semi is able to win that game number 1. Let's take a deeper dive on the team here for a few moments. We've got that Furret, which Semi has been committed to all weekend long, but the Sand Slash seems like the real star in this matchup.
And also the Shadow Drapion has been doing a ton of damage to Tomahawk's Shadow Lapras throughout this matchup. We have seen him invest in it, putting all of those Protect Shields onto the Drapion in order to prevent those Sparkling Arias from landing.
Exactly right. Semi Tomahawk, like you said, a trainer known for his Go Battle League prowess, taking on a trainer that's very accomplished in the Show 6 Pick 3 scene. So it's always very interesting to see a mechanically sound trainer with maybe a little bit more like intuition, team reading ability, take on someone who has tons and tons of experience.
All right, we are getting this match under review. Gonna have to be awaiting some details for what exactly is going on, but I did see them start chatting kind of immediately after the match wrapped up. So I'm curious whether Tomahawk feels like he lost some fast attacks.
Yeah, I believe the case in point here is the Drapion swap by Tomahawk into the Lapras, looking for maybe a lost Poison Sting that would have made a big difference in the eventual outcome of the battle. So our judging team looking very carefully, very thoroughly at that situation because, I mean, as we saw in game number 1, the margins are so slim in these high-tier, high-skill battles. Game number 2 is also very close.
Of course, and with Drapion, such a high energy generating fast attack, each Poison Sting really matters. We've seen so many games come down to, whether you can get off an Aqua Tail or whether you can reach, the heavier hitting Crunch, or even whether you can reach a charge attack at all. So we'll have to go back and see whether it's kind of the energy or the damage that might have mattered for that Poison Sting.
It's going to be interesting to see if it does ultimately help to determine the outcome of the game. If we do get a rematch, only time will tell as our judging staff looks over things here in Atlanta. You know what, Soph? It's been actually pretty nice here in the city. It's pretty warm, but there's a cool breeze.
It is not pretty warm.
It's not pretty warm? I don't know. I think when the sun comes up and heats up the city streets, it's pleasant.
Oh. I have yet to experience that.
Oh, well, okay. I think maybe a cold front came through before we landed, but I heard, I think it was Rise yesterday. He said, yeah, when I was walking to the venue, it was 44 degrees outside.
That's what I'm saying. It was very cold, especially, when you come to these tournaments, you have to get up pretty early. I mean, recently we've actually added call times to the day 1 matches so that some trainers get to come in a little bit later, sometimes even as late as 2:45 p.m. But it looks like we are getting confirmation that there will not be a rematch for that game. That is going to stand, so Semi is going to be able to even up the series 1-1.
No rematch, decisive game. Number 3, all right, everybody, let's get hyped. We're gonna see Semi try to bring down Tomahawk UK here in the Atlanta venue. He's got one chance to do it, one opportunity.
And this is the farthest that Semi has ever gotten in a regional championship. So let's see if he can go even further. Game number 3 here. Azumarill for Semi on the field versus Tomahawk Drapion.
Common friends, now foes. Azumarill and Shadow Drapion facing off on the field here. Azumarill building up a lot of energy, probably going to look for a play rough, but I think 2 charge attacks are needed in most cases anyway. Meanwhile, Shadow Drapion's already got 2 crunches loaded.
Tomahawk building up a lot of energy on the Drapion. Maybe he was playing with the idea of a swap. I saw him tapping very close to that Azumarill, but he is going to stay in for now. No defense fall on the first crunch, but now he does actually reach for the Azumarill and he catches a play rough.
I actually really like the Azumarill safe swap here from Tomahawk because if you look at the whole team composition from Semi, he doesn't have a hard Azumarill punish. There's no grass type, there's no poison, not even a formidable steel type. The best that Semi can do is turn the tables around and bring out his own Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, tables have turned here. The difference is, though, that Tomahawk's Azumarill is actually locked in. So if he gets that defense drop, he's not going to be able to swap out.
No defense drop on the first crunch there, and the play rough does get queued up here. If it's just an Ice Beam, Semi can hang on, but he's going to be safe and shield up the harder hitting, same type attack bonus play rough.
And we've seen Semi continue to invest in this Shadow Drapion. It does so much damage with its fast attacks, chunking down this Azumarill, and he actually even lets Tomahawk get to this play rough. Looks like he's going to go for the full farm down, but it does look like he's going to end up wasting a little bit of energy as a result, going over 100.
Well, with the 60-second switch timer, that might have been possible, but now we're on a 50-second timer, and the Shadow Drapion from Tomahawk springs out of the Pokeball and fires off this Aqua Tail, bringing the Drapion for Semi down into the red.
And Semi able to barely hang on. He still has a lot of energy, so we're going to have to see if he wants to throw another Aqua Tail into this Drapion or maybe save it for later. It looks like he is going to stay in. He actually now has 2 Aqua Tails, but he throws this Aqua Tail before Tomahawk is able to fire his.
Aqua Tail number 2 coming through. This is going to be enough to KO that Shadow Drapion since Tomahawk did not shield it. He's got 2 water types in the back, a very, very weak Azumarill, and a Lapras. And it looks like a side wave down. Semi misses the crunch there, but don't worry, everybody. He's got an Alolan Sandslash.
Well, this is a nice matchup for Sandslash when you resist the sideways, but now you're down 2 shields. I think 2 Sparkling Arias are going to be the key to success for Tomahawk to knock out the Sandslash.
Yeah, I mean, when you invest in your Shadow Drapion with both shields, like you call it out, so if you want more utility out of it than just letting it get side wave down, the swap is also available. Tomahawk does not even reach for it. Too risky, too early for that.
And Lapras, very, very bulky. He has 2 shields, but he is going to use one on the drill run, even though he'd be able to take one, honestly, with 0 problem. And the Sandslash is getting very, very low here, able to fire off one more drill run and pull the last Protect Shield.
Sandslash melting out there in the hot Atlanta summer sun, right? The Psy Waves were doing their work. In comes the Azumarill and the Skull Bash heads up. Semi's last shot was to catch a Sparkling Aria here, but he's about to get bashed right on the noggin.
It doesn't quite knock out the Azumarill, but it puts it very, very low. And just like game 1, we're going to see Tomahawk Psywave down this entire team right here. Tomahawk going to be able to advance to the losers next round.
Psy Waves connect, melting down the Sandslash, skull bashing the Azumarill, using every tool in his toolkit. Tomahawk UK stays alive here in Atlanta.
And we saw him talk about that Shadow Lapras, a more unconventional pick. He said he just had a better Shadow Lapras, and it does pick up some matchups, like doing extra Psywave damage versus Alolan Sandslash, and we definitely saw it paying off for him there.
Yeah, I was actually pretty surprised. I was like, okay, I know the Sparkling Aria is going to hurt a little bit, but the Psywaves are really kind of melting down. It almost looked like super effective sand attacks versus Drapion. That was about the rate at which we saw the HP bar dropping.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. It does do maybe just a little bit more damage than a regular Lapras Psywave does. And you know, when you have a one-turn fast attack, the HP difference really, really adds up over time.
And that's exactly the same reason that a lot of trainers will opt to find Pokemon with a little bit higher of an attack, because if you can deal just 1 more damage with each of those fast attacks, it can really compile, like you said, it can really add up, it can really put pressure on your opponent, and then suddenly, a lot of people don't even realize it until they're half HP. They're like, wait, why am I melting so fast to these fast attacks? What is going on? And it's just the trick of the trade to find the right Pokemon.
Well, Tomahawk did take that game. I believe he's going to be facing off against Elam next, and I think that's going to be the losers semis. So they are definitely creeping towards the losers finals because I think there are actually just 4 trainers left in this tournament.
It feels like every series we watch, or at least most of them, has gone the distance, has gone to a game 3. So it is very, very competitive. Our production team is on fire this weekend, everybody. Look at this. 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. That's all I'm seeing in the losers round 3 and round 4. And so if you nailed it, Tomahawk UK is going to meet Elam in that losers semis.
And the winner of that matchup is going to go to the losers finals. We'll have to wait a bit for that match though, because we actually don't know who's going to drop down from the winners finals to come back into the losers finals. And there you see again, we have Out of Pock and Ashton Ash. They've been waiting for hours at this point to find out which of them is going to advance to the grand finals and which of them is going to have to drop to the losers finals to fight their way back.
Waiting in the wings, and it's not even a Corviknight pun. Ashton Ash waiting to take on Out of Pocket. He says he wants Pocket. He took down Nighttime Clasher with an almost identical team. I feel like that was like we talked about before, that was like a warm-up, right? So let's see if Pocket can make some adjustments down the stretch or if Ashton Ash has his number.
I'm really curious to see what happens there. These are 2 trainers who have succeeded so much at the international level. Actually, at NAIC, where Pocket won, Ashton Ash was there. Wasn't he second place? Yeah, so this is actually a rematch from NAIC's grand finals just less than a year ago.
You're so right, Soph. You're so smart. Let's go ahead and take a look at social media because you've been watching at home and we want to see what you have to say. Remember to use that hashtag #PlayPokemon to get your posts featured on the stream. And let's check in with everybody, see how we're doing.
Yeah, I'd love to hear and see and read more about who you're rooting for. Oh, Marita Pokemon says, hello at Speediest Chief 2. I think that's you, by the way.
It
says,
is.
It is me again. Forget about Sprigatito. I aim you a new mission. I think this is actually a retweet where she's asking you to bring home that Sprigatito plushie from the lounge, but it seems like now she wants you to bring something different.
I'm so sorry, Soph, but my lovely wife, Mariana, she saw that beautiful, shiny Lapras. It looks like it was handmade. And she said, oh, it looks wonderful. I gotta have it. But what's the only problem here if you want to talk about it?
Well,
it belongs to someone else?
It belongs to someone else. And
okay.
Like you said, it was handmade. Maybe it has some sentimental value. So maybe you'll be able to find a different shiny Lapras plushie out there.
All right.
Look at this other tweet. The moment when the friend group finds a Honda. We love side event blind catches. And you know what? If you don't know this at home, if you are over level 30, you will actually be encountering Pokemon with these same exact stat spreads as your other friends. So if you find a perfect Pokemon like those trainers did, tell your friends to come to the exact spot you were standing on and you will be able to share the love with them.
That's actually a really good call out. That's really fun during community days. If you're walking around and someone says, over here, come catch this Totodile, and they tell you the combat power. Oh, look for the 731, for example. That is the Pokemon you need to catch. So again, our community is so powerful, and we love to hear your thoughts on the tournament and all your gameplay. So make sure to use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Follow these channels right here. Just go ahead, just go down the line, open each of these apps, follow the channels so you don't miss a beat. Thank you so much, everyone, for sharing your posts, and I'll see what I can do, Mariana. I'll see if I can get a plushie here.
And when you follow the channels, you know, you get to watch the streams live when they happen, you get those updates, but there's also a lot of fun kind of recap posts going up, you know, after and between tournaments. So you can definitely make sure to follow those and you can watch all the highlights, relive the good memories, as it were.
Exactly right. I know I'm going to watch back this VOD because we've had some insane wins so far, and you kind of want to relive those memories when you can because these matches have been so intense. I'm really excited to get to our next pair. Looks like we are going to go straight back to Tomahawk and Elam. I don't know, this one feels very high stakes because both of these trainers have pulled off some miraculous comebacks, and they might have to do it a couple more times.
And this is not the first time that they've played. I think Elam actually beat Tomahawk in his Toronto run where he ended up winning. So, you know, definitely kind of a rematch between these players in a very high stakes situation. Taking another look at their teams, I mean, we just saw Tomahawk's team. I don't even know if he left the stage or if he's just been sitting up there the entire time. Elam's also got the Lapras. This actually might be one of the first matches where we've had a Lapras mirror. Again, this is one of those Pokemon that everyone kind of thought was going to be a top meta Pokemon, but it actually ended up being quite rare here in Atlanta.
Yeah, exactly right. It's a little bit surprising, and to see the Shadow variant with the Skull Bash is another twist in the story that we did not expect, but it has been very good for Tomahawk here, smashing Azumarill in its wake, and it looks like Elam does have the double water team to match with the Alolan Sandslash. We saw the Alolan Sandslash was very powerful for Semi versus Tomahawk, but can Elam pilot it just a little bit better?
Yeah, we have to wonder. I mean, both of them are actually running the Shadow Claw, Alolan Sand Slash, so maybe Elam saw Semi's games, is wondering if he can pull off some similar things, maybe make some adjustments in other places. But, you know, taking a look at these accomplishments, I mean, these are some of the most decorated trainers. And before Elam won the Toronto Regional Championship, a lot of people were calling him, you know, the Tomahawk of North America, or Tomahawk, the Elam of Europe, because both of them had so many second place finishes and no wins.
All right, only one of these trainers will advance in our loser side bracket. Losers round 5, Tomahawk UK looking to keep the streak alive, and Elam looking for another inspired comeback.
All right, well, excellent lead for Tomahawk. He's got the Claydol leading into the Drapion, but this time Elam doesn't need to stay in. He's got some answers in the back, and he comes straight in with the jump love.
Look at the guts from Elam to safe switch a jump love against a Alolan Ninetales Powder Snow team. Absolutely stellar to swap this Pokemon. You can see Tomahawk is even a little bit surprised. He has no response.
Acrobatics lands does a ton of damage. I think I saw a match earlier where Elam called this Rock Tomb bait, and this time Tomahawk is going straight for the Ice Beam. Is Elam going to let it go again?
Elam with the shield on the Ice Beam. That would have been a ton of double super effective damage. Now the Sableye comes in, and this is actually looking better and better for Elam now.
Tomahawk is so weak to this Shadow Jump Bluff. Elam has to be wondering what on earth is in the back if you're bringing Shadow Sableye into my Fairy Wind Flyer up so much energy.
Great call by Tomahawk there. That easily could have been the Acrobatics, but he calls the Aerial Ace instead, and it's going to force Elam to shield this potential Power Gem. So another good call by Elam. Shielding the Ice Beam, shielding the Power Gem, investing so much in the jump bluff.
He is down 2 shields to Tomahawk's 2 now, but farming up a ton of energy, making sure to throw this Aerial Ace just before Sableye reaches another charge attack, and I think he even has another Aerial Ace ready to go.
I think in Elam's Toronto run, he also went down 0 to 2 shields early in a battle and stormed back to win it. So maybe he's got everything going according to plan. A weakened Claydol, a Lapras coming in here with no Ice Beam asset. This jump bluff looks so powerful.
No Ice Beam, no energy, and this jump bluff is absolutely loaded. I think Elam is very, very close to 100 energy, and he's got to be thinking, hey, Tomahawk, you still have 2 shields. Please start using them. But Tomahawk lets another Aerial Ace go.
Ice water in his veins. Tomahawk does not believe it's going to be an acrobatic, so he no shields a second time. Now he's finally going to give up a shield, and this is the time when Elam throws yet another Aerial Ace.
And Lapras finally has some energy on it, but Elam is throwing another Aerial Ace coming through here, and I don't know if he actually builds up to the acrobatics. Tomahawk is going to shield it up there, so all 4 shields at this point have been used.
Jump Bluff has been putting in work. So look at the back line here. The Shadow Drapion and the Azumarill have not even barely hit the field. And we see a Sparkling Aria catch onto the Azumarill. Elam going crazy in Atlanta.
But the Lapras still has a lot of energy, so Skull Bash is going to come through very, very soon, start boosting that Lapras' defense. And I'm curious to see whether that's going to allow the Lapras to actually survive a play rough from the Azumarill here.
Skull Bash connects. Lapras looks really, really strong after the defense drop. We're going to see the play rough loaded. No catch. And the swap late from Tomahawk. That might just keep him in this series.
And high-level catches from both of these high-level trainers. This is going to be neutral damage rather than that super effective Ice Beam. But this Claydol has no energy, and that's just going to allow Elam to get a nice bubble down. And now the Lapras' defense buff has also been cleared.
It absolutely has, but I think it's within Sparkling Aria range. Look at this pristine counting from Tomahawk UK. Absolutely clean to throw the Sparkling Aria on the play rough charge attack priority.
But the problem for Tomahawk is there's still that full health Drapion. Oh, sorry, not even the Drapion. There's still this jump bluff with a ton of energy. Elam's Drapion saw the field, it left immediately, it never came back, and Elam going to be able to take this very first game.
Aerial Ace connects, takes down that Lapras, and I gotta say, Elam sent that jump bluff in for an 8-hour shift. And he said, you know what, you can't go home yet. You gotta clock back in and take out this Lapras.
And Tomahawk has to be going back to the drawing board, being like, I cannot believe I did not see how weak I was to jump bluff. He has to bring either the Drapion or maybe that Powder Snow Alolan Ninetales onto the field for game number 2.
This all goes back to the safe swap. How preposterous, how devious, how diabolical it is to safe switch a jump bluff into a Powder Snow Alolan Ninetales team. Elam took a big gamble and it paid off huge for him in game number 1. But I don't think Tomahawk's going to fall for it a second time.
I actually don't even think Elam is the first one to do that. I think I saw a game where Dialab safe swapped the jump bluff into Tomahawk's team, but it was met by the Alolan Ninetales. But
Yes.
Elam did the same, got a little bit luckier than Dialab here.
Yeah, I was actually looking back at the bracket. I was like, I think I've seen this before. This feels so familiar. And you nailed it, Soph. That's exactly what I was imagining, what I was recollecting. Great catch here by Tomahawk on the play rough, but it was too little, too late. And Elam doesn't even bring in the Drapion. He sends that jump left back out. He says, go ahead and collect another KO for the board.
Maybe a little bit of load management for the Drapion, right? It saw the Claydol, maybe a little bit traumatized from those earlier games versus Nighttime Clasher, and maybe didn't want to take any mud slaps today.
All right, let's talk comebacks. How can Tomahawk get back into us? Actually, we don't have any time to talk about it. Let's see what he does. Claydol lead into that Shadow jump left yet again. Swap. Here comes Shadow Drapion.
And this is the adjustment from Tomahawk, bringing in the Drapion. This is probably his answer to jump left, but Elam doesn't really have an answer to the Drapion. Yes, you have some energy on the jump left, so you're able to get to this aerialist first, but what do you do now? Looks like he goes into the Azumarill.
Going to the Azumarill to sponge damage. We've seen Elam do this time and time again. He knows Azumarill is a great offensive Pokemon due to its coverage and roll compression, but it's also a fantastic defensive Pokemon, absorbing crunch after crunch, but the first defense fall from that initial crunch is going to hurt.
And this next crunch is already coming through before Elam has a chance to throw the charge attack. And this is a very awkward health range on the Shadow Drapion, because if you're Elam and you're in this Azumarill, you probably have to throw another charge attack and another 30% defense fall from that crunch.
Now spamming Aqua Tails. A crunch would actually be threatening here, so Elam needs to either trust in his Azumarill or give it its first Protect Shield. He's going to choose to trust, and trust pays off. Here comes Azumarill with the Ice Beam.
This is definitely going to knock out the Drapion, and Tomahawk actually does let it go, maybe happy to get a little bit of energy advantage with his next Pokemon. Maybe going to bring in back the Claydol, because we remember this has the double super effective Ice Beam that can hit back at Jump Bluff.
Yeah, trying to close the gap a little bit here in a negative matchup. Jump Bluff comes in, and you remember, everybody, the new trend is to run double flying charge attacks. There's no energy ball on this Jump Bluff, so it can only hit the Claydol for neutral.
And here comes the Rock Tomb. We saw Tomahawk go straight for the Ice Beam in game number 1. Another Rock Tomb call from Elam. How does he do it? That could have knocked out his jump bluff.
Another call from Elam. Rock Tomb hurts, but Ice Beam would have been devastating. Look at the chill, cool, calm, collected approach here. Charge attack coming through, forcing the shield with the acrobatics. Great call by Tomahawk. I'm telling you, this is back and forth, so back and forth.
Both of these trainers are just using their shields in the best places possible. Rock Tomb coming through yet again from Claydol, and this time Elam is forced to shield it up. The jump bluff is actually very, very low now from those charge attacks, or from that first charge attack, I should say. But Elam going to go straight into the Drapion and met by Tomahawk's Lapras.
Very, very small detail, but so inspired for Elam to swap out. He's already been double debuffed by the Rock Tombs. It's so tempting to see a healthy Pokemon swap in. It's so tempting to throw a charge attack, but banking that energy was the right play. And he gets a crunch debuff to boot. Elam's fighting back.
And that's a 30% chance for you folks at home wondering how often does crunch debuff. Sparkling Aria coming through. This is a Shadow Lapras, so going to do a ton of damage, but not quite enough to prevent Elam from reaching another crunch. But actually, I think he just clicked the Aqua Tail.
He did. He clicked the Aqua Tail to pace with that Sparkling Aria, and he did win the charge attack priority. A slight undercharge. I think I know what he's trying to do. He says, dump your energy and let me Fairy Wind down.
And I think he saw the charge attack priority. He saw no Psy Waves coming through. That means this is a free opportunity for a free swap, or at least a Fairy Wind. Tomahawk going to be clicking that Claydol, but Elam has so much energy on this jump bluff.
Great timing, but a great shield by Tomahawk UK as well. Acrobatics will get protected up here. That gives Claydol a chance. Maybe he can debuff, maybe he can slow down the jump bluff, but I don't know. Jump bluff's on a roll.
Acrobatics coming through. It's going to do a lot of damage. This is a Shadow jump bluff with a very heavy-hitting Community Day charge attack. It's going to land on the Claydol. Not quite enough to take it out quite yet.
Claydol's not done yet. It's going to fire the Rock Tomb here, and this is going to bring this match a little bit closer. Meanwhile, the Switch Timer continues to take down. Jump Bluff staying in this matchup. Grass and Flying means the ground-type Mud Slaps do basically nothing, and the Switch Timer isn't there. Elam knocks at the door. Here comes the Aerial Ace.
And there's still just a tiny shred of Lapras left in the back. I think Elam is just going to need one more Fairy Wind to take it out.
Elam! Fairy Wind down. What an incredible play with Jump Bluff. Nobody saw it coming, but Elam knew that Pokemon was the key.
2-0 victory for Elam. He is going to be advancing to those losers finals, and what a run it has been for him. He came into day 2 on the losers side of the bracket. I think everyone else that we've seen on the loser side actually dropped down from the winner's side, so he has won so many games today, has so much momentum.
Wow, just so resilient, so gritty to stay in these matchups, and honestly, as early as 2023, so that's how I described Elam, gritty. He doesn't seem to really give up. He doesn't seem to let anything get to him. He keeps on pushing forward, and we saw there, not only did he surprise Tomahawk with that Shadow jump left in game number 1, I was worried he was going to double down and make a mistake, but he tripled down and brought it into game number 2, and it paid off massively.
And how many shield calls did we see with that Shadow Jump Bluff? Every time it was a Rock Tomb, he let it go. Every time it was an Ice Beam, he shielded.
And I gotta give credit to him as well. Tomahawk UK making some insane shield calls of his own in very high pressure situations. I mean, both of these trainers looked almost evenly matched, but I think Elon was willing to take just a little more risk and just exploit the opportunities a little bit better, and that's what led to a victory.
Exactly, and in that second game, I think it really came down to switch, right? Tomahawk kind of lost the lead, was willing to give up switch to get a little bit of mud slap energy with his clay doll, but again, wasn't able to land the Ice Beam on the jump bluff.
That's got to be tough as a competitor as well. Tomahawk brought a very interesting pick in the Alolan Ninetales and almost seemed to kind of like lose faith in it at the last moment, right? In the 11th hour, just kind of said, you know what? I keep seeing the Shadow Drapion, I keep seeing the Azumarill, and maybe there's even a Sand Slash. I don't think this is the right time, but that one adjustment could have paid off massive dividends for him as well. And I don't know, Elam just made the right call. What else can you say?
Well, Tomahawk made it very, very far in this tournament. I think this is not even his first top 4 finish in a North American tournament. And remember, he is actually from Europe, so he's traveling all the way here, getting so far, definitely recuperating probably the money that he spent on the travel with the prize money he's going to get. So hats off to Tomahawk, again, getting so far with a pretty unconventional team.
I absolutely encourage trainers to travel to events if you are able to. Maybe you've scheduled a family vacation, or maybe you have an outing to a different country for work and you find yourself, oh, I've got nothing to do this weekend. Let me check the Play Pokemon schedule, the locator, see if there's a regional or maybe a local cup or challenge, and see what you can do. It's so much fun to travel to other areas and battle against your fellow trainers. But you know what's great as well, Soph? I love this post, or this link right here. Make sure to type that in, rk9.gg/events/Pokemon. Sign up for Portland, everybody. We told you yesterday, we'll tell you again today. But one thing I want to point out, Soph, is that it's fun to battle against fellow trainers. It's also fun to battle with them. And there's a great opportunity with the Gigantamax Snorlax event coming up this weekend. I believe that's April 19th, is from 2 to 5 p.m. And it looks like there's also a special timed research from April 16th, starting at 6 p.m. to April 19th at 5 p.m. local time.
And that'll give you an encounter with a Dynamax Machop. And I think you called this out yesterday, Speedy. Maybe if you can encounter that Dynamax Machop, you can start powering it up and getting it ready to help you out with those Gigantamax Snorlax raids, because these Gigantamax raids are no joke. You need a ton of trainers, maybe 20, maybe even more to take out just one of them, but the rewards are great. Tons of max particles, tons of Stardust.
So my personal strategy is to approach the Gigantamax Snorlax a similar way that I approach the Chanseys, right? The Chansey Dynamax raids. Basically, I sit in my Metagross and I soak, whatever Psychic or Dazzling Gleam, whatever's resisted on Metagross. But once I build up that Dynamax energy, I switch to Machamp and I start throwing the fighting type, Dynamax attacks into the Chansey. It just works down that HP super, super quickly. So when you are taking on your own Gigantamax Snorlax, maybe you can take a page out of my book. I'll take credit for that. Dynamax strats, I got it.
Well, I think in PvP, when you're battling against other trainers, that kind of strategy that you just pointed out is also really strong, right? You want to be aware that you're throwing the most effective charge attacks that you can into every situation. We've seen so many trainers, for example, with Drapion into Azumarill, you do a lot of super effective Poison Sting damage. You save what would have been resisted charge attacks, and you save that for later when it's neutral or maybe even super effective.
Hold on, Soph. I'm gonna write this down.
Okay. Yeah, Speedy's taking notes over there. He's gonna keep this in mind for his next tournament when he, gets very far with that Rock Tomb Fortress.
Okay. Now you're setting the expectations way high. All right. The bar needs to be here, right? I don't need the bar all the way up here, but Rock Tomb Fortress. Okay. Write that down.
All right, well, we have 2 trainers who have been waiting for hours to get their match in, and that is Out of Pocket and Ashton Ash. We've been looking at these losers bracket matches, but we are back to the trainers who have not dropped a single match all tournament. Out of Pocket maybe needs a little bit of a nap. He's been waiting for so long, or maybe just trying to lock in after that long wait. Maybe it caused him to cool off a little bit.
Well, there was a long wait, and we're about to get a long series. This is a best of 5 now in our winners finals. I got a question, Soph. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who plays the Pocket team the best out of them all? Because he's going to have to go up against Ashton Ash, who just dispatched Nighttime Clasher with that Corviknight. It was such a powerful pick, such an unconventional Pokemon, but it has paid off massively for Ashton Ash.
Well, a wise friend in the Pokemon Go community and Judge Kevin Saludaris once said, if you run the team the farthest to the highest elo, it is your team, and we are getting locked in for this game number 1. Let's see what Pocket can do versus Ashton Ash.
I always love some Kevin wisdom. Let's go down to game number number one, Claydol lead into the Guzzlord. This is exactly how the first game from Nighttime Clasher and Ashton Ash began as well, and I believe Ashton Ash won that battle, so let's see what happens.
I think Nighttime Clasher actually ended up letting that first super effective crunch go. Let's see what Out of Pocket chooses to do. He's still got the option to put up the Protect Shield, but he's also going to be letting this crunch go, recognizing that the bulk of Claydol is going to allow it to hang on, and he goes straight for the Rock Tomb.
Going for the Rock, and the instant no-shot, didn't even think about it. Ashton Ash says, if you throw the Ice Beam, I really don't care. It's actually just the Rock Tomb, and maybe that's a gamble that Out of Pocket was not hoping to fail on, because now he's gonna get Dragon Tail down.
And he doesn't even get to the next Rock Tomb. He comes up to the Azumarill trying to sponge the damage, but Ashton Ash saving it for later, doesn't want to throw the resisted charge attacks, and comes in with that Corviknight.
We've seen Ashton Ash switch things up. Sometimes it's Corviknight Clodsire, sometimes it's Corviknight with the Shadow Primate. This time it is going to be the latter, which does make this matchup a bit more competitive, but now that we see the Azumarill come out, the question becomes, how long is Ashton Ash going to wait and hold his shields and try to power through with that Primate?
Well, Shadow Primate needs a ton of shield, so I wouldn't be surprised to just see him let this Corviknight just absorb every charge attack that this Azumarill has to throw. He is already at a Sky Attack of his own. Gonna throw that just before Out of Pocket reaches the next Ice Beam.
Ashton Ash was bold enough to lead his Dragon Claw Guzzlord into an Alolan Sandslash Azumarill team against Nighttime Clasher. He does the same thing twice here against Pocket, and it works. Now we see the Corviknight on the field getting to the Iron Hit, but pristine timing by Out of Pocket to throw the foul play.
Trying to get this energy off before Corviknight has a chance to throw its own, and Ashton Ash actually letting the Corviknight go down with all the energy, trying to save shields for the Primate, just like we said, but Pocket is just a tiny bit ahead on energy. Is this going to allow him to ever land a foul play?
He's a tiny bit ahead, but he also is just by default behind, because it's going to be 4 Karate Chops to each of the Rage Fists and 5 Shadow Claws to each of the foul plays. But look at the foul play, or excuse me, the Shadow Claw damage. It's actually shredding through this Primate.
The Primate is getting very, very low, but let's not forget, I'm pretty sure the Guzzlord has a charged attack loaded. So Ashton Ash potentially still has some play here and actually comes in throwing the Dragon Claw before Pocket has a chance to react.
Peekaboo, here comes Guzzlord with the Dragon Claw off of the swap. Ashton Ash is able to take that final protection away from Out of Pocket, and the Sableye is it, the Dazzling Gleam, but holds the energy, and Shadow Claws all the way down.
Tons of energy on the Sableye, but it does lose charge attack priority to this Primate, and all the energy is going to go down the drain. Now Pocket just has the Azumarill.
Oh my goodness. A glimmering hope for Shadow Sableye is snuffed out by this furious Primate, and it still has a Protect Shield to hide behind, so it looks like Ashton Ash is going to punch his way through game number 1.
And the Shadow Primate coming through yet again for Ashton Ash, paired with that Corviknight, by the way, which was, picked to be Ashton Ash's MVP pick. And look at the offensive pressure on that Primate, just powering through Out of Pocket's team.
Primate does what we expect fighting-type Pokemon to do. It can put in so much work against Cradily, against Alolan Sandslash, against Dark-type Pokemon, but against Azumarill is probably one of the most inspired things that I've seen, and that's part of the reason that Pokemon Go is such a different competitive format versus the video game series or even the trading card game, because fighting-type Pokemon like Primate can find openings when they're at a massive HP advantage, a massive typing disadvantage, and they just find ways because of that neutral and sometimes stab attack.
And we haven't seen Primate played by a ton of NA players, but we have seen a couple of trainers top cut with it, of course, including Ashton Ash. And it's just doing so much damage and really showcasing why this team from Ashton Ash is unique, but it works so well against the core meta.
Just a reminder to everybody, normally we would be playing a best of 3, and another win for Ashton Ash would advance him into the grand finals. However, we are in a best of 5, and so you actually pointed out something incredible before we started our cast. This is actually a rematch, is it not?
Yeah, it's a rematch from NAIC 2024. Pocket, of course, the reigning NAIC champion, and Ashton Ash, the reigning NAIC runner-up. But we're already getting into the game, too. Let's not relive our past history. We've got exciting games right here in Atlanta.
I think that Ashton Ash is looking to write a new chapter after losing to Pocket at NAIC in the grand finals. Going to go ahead and throw a Rage Fist into the Claydol swap in, but how does he respond? I couldn't see the final Pokemon in the back. Looks like he's got the Corviknight and the Azumarill.
And after chipping down this Claydol, Ashton Ash brings in the Azumarill again. Azumarill is a great sponge for this Rock Tomb damage, but it's also going to be dealing super effective bubbles against this Claydol.
Bubbles are adding up. Rock Tomb is looking to slow that down just a little bit against the opposing Claydol. And now we are going to see the Azumarill overcharging energy, potentially going to throw an Ice Beam, actually going to let another Rock Tomb through.
And Ashton Ash, I think, is looking for the full bubble farm down, but after all of these debuffs, I'm not sure how useful that energy is is going to be against whatever Pocket brings in. So he is going for the farm down. Claydol continuing to mud slap away. And this Azumarill, you know, if we didn't cap at 100 energy, I think it'd be to almost 200.
Gonna go ahead and throw a play rough now into the opposing Azumarill. Ashton Ash trying to get as much utility out of this Pokemon as he possibly can, and it's already made waves. Play rough does connect. Do we see? Oh, actually just swaps instantly into that Shadow Primeape.
And Shadow Primeape ahead energy can be so powerful, but look at how chipped this Primeape already is. I think from those mud slaps earlier in the game, still, you know, making an impact later here. And Rage Fist coming through here, gonna start buffing the attack of the Primeape, but these bubbles are adding up really quickly as Pocket fires an Ice Beam.
Bubbles are adding up, but so are those Karate Chops. Going for a slight undercharge, maybe out of Pocket figures. If he doesn't shield, I can bubble down and try to get an energy lead, but Ashton Ash does shield. It feels like his Shadow Primeape has taken the lion's share of his shield this entire tournament, and that trend continues.
It's done the lion's share of the damage as well, though, so those investments are definitely paying off. Look at how much that non-stab Rage Fist did to Azumarill, and it's going to be landing another Rage Fist against Sableye. Pocket is forced to shield.
Normally, as a Dark-type Pokemon, Sableye would not need to respect the Rage Fist, but after 2 buffs, it absolutely does. There is a healthy Corviknight and a weak Azumarill in the back. Honestly, though, Soph, this match is very close.
Yeah, it's far from over because remember that Ashton Ash still has a lot of energy on that Azumarill. It was like way over 100 energy, and then it threw a play rough. So just, I think, 1 or 2 bubbles away from another charge attack. Foul play coming through here on the Corviknight. Ashton Ash instantly lets it go.
No shield here from the Corviknight from Ashton Ash. That foul play does connect, take it down into the yellow. Now, actually going for 1 single sand attack into the Iron Head. I saw that Pocket wanted the second foul play, but didn't quite get it.
And Out of Pocket is going to put up a shield here, maybe hoping he's going to be able to take out Ashton Ash's Azumarill later before it can reach any attack. Foul play coming through here, and I think if you're Ashton Ash, you have to shield this up. Your Azumarill is way too low. It's going to get fast attacks down, so he does shield, wants to preserve this energy, and we'll have to see what he decides to do. Oh, and actually both players swap into the Azumarill.
Yeah, I could see the foul play coming, and I think that both trainers were on the same train of thought, but I do think the HP difference is going to make a whole lot of difference because here comes the Ice Beam. Ashton Ash trying not to get that Sableye much farm, and lets his Azumarill get super, super weak. However, if it already has the foul play, I do believe it wins the charge type party over the Corviknight.
And that one Shadow Claw actually allowed Sableye to reach the foul play and outpace the Corviknight just there. I think Pocket realized that he could not take out that opposing Azumarill, got the exact amount of energy he needed, and is going to be able to take the second game in the series.
Wow, Out of Pocket fighting back against Ashton Ash with a team that almost feels like the perfect counter, the perfect archetype to defeat his team of 6, but Out of Pocket, I mean, he's not your NAIC champ for no reason at all, right? He's incredibly talented, and he's finding any opportunity to try to win this rematch.
Yeah, he didn't get to World's top 6 by mistake. He hasn't made, I don't even know how many at this point, day 2s by mistake. He is definitely able to hang in there after taking a loss, and he's going to be looking to win 2 more games in the series before Ashton Ash can do the same.
Bubbling all the way down, a lot of utility out of the Azumarill and a lot of Protect Shield spent on the Shadow Primeape. Ashton Ash tried to move his way through that matchup, but it really came down to the wire. And guess what? We're going to get a game number 3 right off the bat here. We've got that Shadow Primeape versus the Shadow Sableye.
The offensive Pokemon are on the field here. Again, we're expecting to see Ashton Ash probably invest in this Primeape, but look at how much damage those Shadow Claws are doing against the Primeape.
Exactly right. Neutral Shadow Claws are tearing through because that Primeape has very little HP to boot. We're going to see that first Rage Fist get blocked by the Protect Shield. Out of Pocket builds up to about a foul play and a half before throwing his first one.
And Ashton Ash is shielding up this Primeape, but at this point you have to wonder how much value is he really going to get out of it, because it's already almost in the red. I think maybe just one more Shadow Claw will put it there, but he's actually able to pull the second shield from Pocket using both shields on these non-stab Rage Fists.
And the swap here from Ashton Ash to soak any energy onto his Azumarill, but this is looking a little bit precarious. Still one Protect Shield for Ashton Ash in the back pocket. Sableye, and the swap on the Ice Beam, calling the charge attack. Out of Pocket is trying to widen the gap.
Man, I have to say that Ice Beam catch felt so obvious. Out of Pocket had 100 energy on the Sableye. There is no universe where he's letting Ashton Ash's Azumarill take it out when he has no shields in play. But great play from Out of Pocket, bringing in his own Azumarill to sponge the energy. I don't even know how many times we said that.
Yeah, I think it just really speaks to Out of Pocket's experience, right? He knows, based on the context of the situation, exactly what to do, and maybe Ashton Ash just blinked for just a moment, and that was enough for Pocket to find an opening. Gonna go and fire the play rough And I believe that this is like the 20th or 25th Azumarill mirror match we've had this weekend. I mean, it's #1 for a reason, I guess.
That's right, top in usage, and it's no coincidence because we see it brought onto the field so much. Nice switch from Ashton Ash. He knows that Azumarill is going to be forced to throw these less efficient ice beams into the Corviknight.
And that could have easily been a play rough as well, but Ashton Ash does soak the Ice Beam. Great heads-up awareness by Out of Pocket. Now, this Shadow Sableye is going to spring into the battle and deploy a lot of the stored energy. Here comes the first foul play.
I think the Sableye was at 100 energy, already has another foul play and a little bit extra to throw at this Corviknight. Foul play coming through. Ashton Ash is going to throw a shield, put up a shield, and he's going to have to throw some energy at the Sableye if he doesn't want to take the last foul play.
I think Ashton Ash is just buckling under the pressure here. I think that, oh my goodness, Sableye again. Try, and try again. Here comes the third foul play, and this will be enough to bring down the Corviknight. And I was just saying, so I feel like Ashton Ash is just getting overwhelmed by what Out of Pocket is doing here.
We saw Out of Pocket getting overwhelmed by the Primeape earlier, but now it's Pocket's Sableye that is tearing through Ashton Ash's team. Tons of energy on this Azumarill, and it's finally going to be able to take out the Sableye that has been such a menace.
Ice Beam is going to connect. No Protect Shields remaining. Shadow Sableye goes down. We've got a healthy Drapion. Oh my gosh, just when you think you're making progress and you knock out a Pokemon, you see a Drapion come in at full strength. Play rough, going to connect. I don't even recall, honestly, Soph, how much energy that Primeape has.
And no shields left from Out of Pocket, so he is going to have to let this play rough through, but Drapion can take it. Primeape comes in, does not have a charge attack. Pocket going to be easily able to land this Aqua Tail, and still a lot of health and a lot of energy to deal with that Azumarill.
A lot of health, a lot of energy. We see the Aqua Tail connect, and now swapping in, here comes a Crunch, and I think this is going to be all she wrote. Out of Pocket looking to win game #3.
Extremely overwhelming win. I feel like that Sableye just had so much energy, did so much damage, and really it came down to Ashton Ash giving Pocket an opening by switching in that Azumarill. If you switch in a dry Pokemon with no fast attack pressure, you're basically giving the opponent a free window to farm up a ton of energy, and that's exactly what we saw Out of Pocket do with the Sableye.
I just want to mention as well how the series is developing. Game #1, we saw Ashton Ash lead the Guzzlord into a Claydol, but again, where is Guzzlord? Out of Pocket just played Azumarill Double Dark with his Shadow Sableye, Shadow Drapion. Guzzlord was nowhere to be seen. So it almost feels like Out of Pocket is pivoting to a strategy that Ashton Ash did not expect. And once he starts to make adjustments, it might be too late. And Out of Pocket might make another adjustment to try to stay ahead. It felt like Ashton Ash had a great start to the series, but Out of Pocket is really kind of engineering a comeback.
And here is that swap we were just talking about with the Out of Pocket, not only saving all the energy on Sableye, but also making a catch on his own Azumarill. And we see Ashton Ash finally taking this Sableye off the field, but it absolutely did its job and more.
And more. Aqua Tail coming through, Shadow Primeape going down, Azumarill coming out onto the field, and Out of Pocket really showing us how he's able to pivot and lean on different Pokemon throughout the tournament here in Atlanta. One thing I haven't seen him use very much is got to actually be that Cradily. I don't remember seeing Pocket play that Pokemon very often.
I agree with you. I don't think I've seen it much either, and I have to wonder if maybe it just shares weaknesses with Pokemon that he's kind of been preferring to use. We've seen, most of his teams contain at least one, if not both, of the Shadow Sableye and the Shadow Drapion. We've also seen the Azumarill, which pairs very, very well with both of those. So I feel like it's just kind of a crowding out effect. It's not because Cradily isn't good.
Oh my goodness. Going into game #4 here, Out of Pocket calling no Guzzlord in the lead, and he's able to lead that Claydol into the Shadow Primeape.
And these Mud Slaps are doing so much damage. This is not where you want to put your frail offensive Pokemon. You do not want it to be taking unnecessary fast attack pressure, but Ashton Ash is able to land that super effective Rage Fist and get a lot of damage off on the Claydol.
The problem too is, like, if you're Ashton Ash, where do you send this Rock Tomb? You can't swap anywhere where it's gonna not do a lot of damage and switch lock you and debuff you, so he's forced to stay in even longer with the Primeape and try to get up to another Rage Fist.
The good news is, even though usually Rock Tomb just debuffs you, because you're increasing your attack with these Rage Fists, you actually come out of this with your attack still raised by 1 stage, I believe 2 Rage Fists versus 1 Rock Tomb. And Out of Pocket actually lets his Claydol go. It brings in the Azumarill trying to sponge his energy, but Ashton Ash is going to be able to take switch advantage and allow his Guzzlord to avoid this Azumarill.
No, you're exactly right, and that's the point I was going to make as well, because Caleb mentioned that Ashton Ash plays very non-linearly, and he really needed switch in this game, and he let his Primeape fight for it and did not not give a hint to what his third Pokemon was. Another Rage Fist coming through. Azumarill is going to eat this one as well.
And this Primeape not only got switch advantage, but it put the Azumarill almost into the red. You see the sand attacks coming through, and out of pocket has to just throw this Ice Beam. Not going to be doing too much damage, but now Ashton Ash just has the Guzzlord in the back for pocket Sableye.
Oh, and here comes the Guzzlord against the Sableye, but don't forget, everybody, that Dazzling Gleam did recently get reworked. It's less energy, it's more damage. It's going to really delete this Guzzlord if it connects. Ashton Ash has to make a call, and he shields.
And this is actually just the foul play bait from Pocket, so I think he's going to be able to reach the Dazzling Gleam eventually if he puts up a Protect Shield. The thing is, though, these Dragon Tails are really chunking away at the Sableye, so even if Pocket lands the Dazzling Gleam, I'm not sure he's got enough left in the tank to also take out the Corviknight.
I don't know if he does, but I think he's got enough left to at least land a foul play into the Corviknight, which might be all the help the Azumarill needs. Only time's going to tell. Dazzling Gleam! Guzzlord gets out of here. That's heavy damage, everybody.
And Corviknight comes back onto the field, very close to a charge attack, but he actually lets Pocket get to this foul play, and that's going to do a ton of damage. Azumarill also still has some health on it. I think Ashton Ash really needed to get to 2 charge attacks or go for the full farm down here, which was just not in the cards.
Azumarill comes back onto the field, instant swap by Pocket, and the bubbles are adding up. Out of Pocket is able to beat his rival, Ashton Ash. He says, look at me.
NAIC champion moves on to the grand finals. Again, he has not dropped a match this tournament. He takes out Ashton Ash yet again. Ashton Ash will have to wait. At least he has to beat Elam to have another chance at getting back at Pocket here. But for now, let's just congratulate Pocket. Another fantastic series from him, as we've seen so many times this season.
Back in the grand finals, as Pocket would say, another day at the office, but taking down your rival, the trainer that you beat at NAIC to win the grand finals and your first international championship, has to be a massive confidence booster, especially because the trainer right before you, Nighttime Clasher, was unable to get it done. I mean, Pocket took notes, he improved, he improvised, and he really pushed against the tide to find openings against his opponent, Ashton Ash.
When you play a match against an opponent and the match just ends, you don't have another chance to go back and think, what could I have done better? What different teams could I have brought? But when you play against the same team multiple times, like Ashton Ash, you can kind of see how these different outcomes could have come about, right? Like you said, a Nighttime Clasher not able to get it done, but Pocket actually able to land the Dazzling Gleam, which is the only difference between their two teams to really make a difference in that final game number 4.
That was also such a precarious moment too, because if you look at it in the broader context, I don't know if he really needed to bait the foul play. I think Sableye might have been able to get to 2 Dazzling Gleams there regardless. So I don't know. It felt like a risky bait by Out of Pocket, but he also needed to land the foul play into the Corviknight. So maybe I'll just eat my words when we watch the replay. I'm not even sure.
So you do save 1 Shadow Claw by doing it. I think when you're on even energy and you're just playing a 1 shield situation, you do need to land the bait. But I think Pocket actually did switch in just like a ½ second sooner. So he might not have needed to bait. But like you said, we'll have to go back, see if that foul... Actually, you know what though? It paced very similarly to the Corviknight, to that charge attack. So maybe he did need the Shadow Claw.
You're right. Well, let's take a look. Let's take a look back at the replays from that exciting series. A rematch, so to speak, of our NAIC Grand Finals from last season. Out of Pocket widens the gap a little bit more with his rival, leading 2-0. And you know what, Soph? I think that's all for us today as well. So we're going to go ahead and toss back to Caleb and Butters right after this.
I would probably call my brother, but he's already there most likely. Then Teresa, of course, she's probably already there as well. So I guess I would call my parents. It kind of depends who's not there, but hopefully everyone who's supporting me are already there watching me. I really like Togedemaru, but recently I've had like quite a liking for like Marowak. I went to 19 countries last year, but I think the furthest I went was down to Argentina for the Buenos Aires special event. I think Out of Pocket is really someone who I look up to. I usually heed his advice because he's very good, very consistent, always just trying to learn from him and get a little bit better if possible. I think it's always best at the night. I feel like I get more done because I feel like the clock's coming up and I really want to go to sleep, so I'm a little bit more motivated to do my work when necessary. I think the best food is when I've won the bracket and then I can just leave around 2 p.m. and try to eat some dim sum. I think that would be probably the most optimal thing, and I don't eat breakfast so that it can taste better once I'm actually done around 2 p.m. So it's like a huge feast. I really don't like Chansey. I feel like it's super annoying and makes the games a little bit different than what I personally am used to. Also really don't want to see Furt today. I just think it's, again, very annoying to play against and pretty strong against my team. I listen to just general pop music or classical music sometimes. Just anything, whatever's on my friend's Spotify that I use, I just go with it. Mew is so much cooler. Just for the TCG, I like the cards a lot more. There's the Mew from 151, which I really like. Mew in Pokemon Go feels great too. So many moves you can try. It's just a lot of fun to play around with.
Hi there, I'm Anna Prosser here on the competition floor at the Pokemon North America International Championships, and I'm standing here with AJ, who is the side events lead. Now, if somebody has never participated in side events before, AJ, what are they?
Side events, it's fun. That's all I can say, really. It's a lot of fun. So anybody who's not playing the main event, we have all kinds of alternate formats, try something different, earn some prize wall tickets, and just really experience a whole enjoyment of Pokemon. We're running all the games, so.
All the games? So which ones could they sign up for?
So we have trading card game, standard pods, build-in battles, just like pre-release type formats. For video game, we have some video game tournaments. We also have, it's called a Catch Cup, where they have a limited number of time to catch certain Pokemon, then they battle with those Pokemon. We have Pokemon Go side events, so Pokken Tournament, so lots of really cool things every game.
And it's not just the fun, there's also points that can win you prizes, right?
Yes, it's also fun, but you're gonna earn some really cool points. We have an amazing prize wall with lots of really cool prizes. So play some games, the better you do, the more prize wall tickets you get. And there you go.
What advice do you have for a first timer as they go to sign up for their first side event?
So check out the schedule. We have it listed by the registration booth. Once you get signed up, check out, kind of make your plan for the day, what events you want to play in. And as you pick your events, just sign up and then get ready to have fun.
Easy peasy, get to it.
Aloha, Pokemon trainers. This is Will Dunphy. The 2024 World Championships took our breath away. Let's take a look back at the epic competition in Hawaii. Trainers from across the globe touched down on Oahu's sun-kissed sands, ready to battle it out for the title of Pokemon Go World Champion. Inadequance displayed incredible skill and resilience with his signature core of Wigglytuff and Giratina origin form.
Inadequate says no, no, no.
While Yakai sliced through the winner's bracket with his Skarmory.
Skarmory fires off the Sky Attack, looking for the Steel Wing down.
Fans cheered as Marta Galde and his Whimsicott charmed spectators both far and wide.
Marto making trophy moves!
After an incredible day 2 of heart-stopping battles, only 2 trainers remained standing on Championship Sunday. The Hong Kong hero Yakai took to the stage, met by the do-it-all Dutchman Inadequance. Our 2024 Grand Finals were officially underway. In Game 1, Yakai Skarmory caught Inadequance's Wigglytuff out of position, giving Yakai the momentum that he needed to turn the tide of the battle. In Game 2, Yakai made a thrilling swap into his Charjabug, clearing the way for his Skarmory to fire the Brave Bird and claim a Game 2 victory. In Game 3, Inadequance's Poliwrath toppled Yakai's Skarmory, and he gained additional ground by pivoting to Clodsire. Yakai eventually succumbed to Wigglytuff, giving Inadequance his first win of the series. In Game 4, Inadequance would send his Skarmory to face Yakai's Skarmory, and that choice would eventually align Giratina origin form against Lickitung, giving Yakai his decisive victory in the Grand Finals.
And it's official! Congratulations to Yakai as your 2024 Pokemon Go World Champion!
Yakai became our Pokemon Go World Champion, a storybook ending for his 2024 season. A brand new chapter of the Championship Series is set to begin. Write your own Championship Series story by going to Pokemon.com/compete, and we'll see you on Victory Road.
What a fantastic Worlds recap from our co-caster Speediest Chief, and that's what these players are working towards. I'm Caleb Peng. I'm joined by Tuo Butters, and we have 2 more series to go. The losers finals and the winners finals to determine who is going to be the champion of the Atlanta Pokemon Go Regional, the biggest Pokemon Go Regional to date.
And if you're just joining us, we are down to our final 3 out of pocket, able to take out Dre Flames, Semi, Ashton Ash, and now is in the grand finals. That, of course, means Ashton Ash has moved down to the losers finals, and he is facing Elam. And look at the run Elam has gone on since yesterday. He lost to Ashton Ash in the winners finals of his group. So this will be a rematch here in Atlanta, but able to take out Silent Beast, Dre Flames, Mountain Dugong, Nighttime Clasher, Tomahawk UK to make it all the way to these losers finals.
Yeah, Elam can thank Ashton Ash for knocking him down and give him all these warm-up series. And we can thank him too, because we saw some incredible battles between Elam and so many of the competitors. Elam has probably double the amount of battles that Ashton Ash has this weekend. But he is looking for that redemption, and Ashton Ash, my guess is he's bringing Corviknight into every single game because it looks so strong into Elam's team.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he brought in the winners finals of his group yesterday. He was bringing the Shadow Primeape and the Corviknight core and just making unbelievable plays to take down Elam. A fun fact, he was mentioning Shadow Primeape just beats Shadow Jumpluff in every shield scenario because one Ice Punch from the Shadow Primeape, one hit knocks out plus the Karate Chops to that Shadow Jumpluff.
Yeah, that's pretty nuts too. I mean, and that's why we saw Elam actually catch that double resistant Ice Punch on his Lapras in that first game that he took against Ashton Ash in that winners finals, but it was downhill from there for Elam. Let's see if he can find the redemption he needs. And what a run from Elam as well, right? You can really never count this guy out, and I say this, and I sometimes count him out, and towards the end of a game, he just finds a miracle win. But he goes straight to the losers bracket at the end of day number 1, claws his way through the losers bracket in day 2, and now gets a rematch against the guy that took him out in the first place. Here we go, game number 1, a best-of-5 series. Ashton Ash, Azumarill into Elam's Lapras.
And we're just in it now. The Shadow Primate Corviknight core has made a return in this losers finals rematch from yesterday. Ashton Ash was able to take it comfortably on the backs of that Shadow Primate and Corviknight. Let's see how it's going to play out on Championship Sunday.
And this is a solid situation for Ashton Ash, in my opinion. He's probably going to save the shields for the Primeape. The Psywave damage is really annoying for this Primeape to deal with, and also without close combat, without any fighting charge attacks, it's going to be much harder to take out this Lapras if it's at full health. Now with some chip damage from the Azumarill, it's not too bad, and Ashton Ash knows that he doesn't really win this matchup against the Lapras because of that Psywave damage, because of that bulk, but I think he's okay soft losing it.
This is an interesting adjustment from Elam. I feel like he is running ABA kind of weak to Corviknight, but he's really respecting the Shadow Primeape. He's bringing his 3 best answers to that Shadow Primeape. Maybe the Lapras is a little worse than the Claydol. As a swap comes into that Shadow Primeape, have to give up but the Protect Shield here, and now the Primeape is going to try to get an energy advantage, but it's probably going to be met by the Azumarill.
Wait,
no, the jump up.
Comes in with the jump up. It's actually a really heads-up play from Elam, expecting the Corviknight in the back, even though he's behind and he's up a shield though, and that's actually a pretty good spot for Ashton Ash to be in, but he's going to outpace to the areas before the Ice Punches reach. Let's see what Ashton Ash does.
And he was able to bait there, not at the second Ice Punch yet. There's only 1 Protect Shield remaining for Ashton Ash. He's going to give it up right here, but the thing is, you can get the second Protect Shield from the Jumpluff, but you can't get the triple attacks before the Aerial Ace, but your timer might be back up. You could swap out on an Aerial Ace on the next one.
Yeah, is it close? It's almost there. Let's see.
It's almost
Ashton Ash
there.
trying to reach for it. Not quite there yet.
No.
And can't swap over. Elam is going to take out this Primeape. And now Ashton Ash has a more uphill battle too. There's a full health Azumarill in the back. Jump up can still hit pretty hard, and you got a Lapras for even a catch potential.
And this is doing no fast attack pressure. It is going to be triple resisted, just doing 1 damage per sand attack here. The acrobatics is going to chunk into this Corviknight, but not do enough to do half of it. Here comes the Azumarill, but that's kind of the chip damage that you need. Bubbles plus the Ice Beam is going to do enough. These bubbles actually kind of chunk into Corviknight. I feel like Corviknight might be a low stamina Pokemon.
Yeah, Elam's got to watch out for potential Ice Beam catch. So the Zoomer on the back still has a decent amount of health. He just throws the Ice Beam right away, knows that it's hard to avoid a catch from a one-turn user there, and maybe thinking Ashton Ash is going to expect him to overfarm a bit before throwing it. He decides to throw it right away. Corviknight almost at the next Sky Attack. Can he get to it? Saves it actually for the end for that jump bluff.
Yeah, and can you get enough pressure into this Azumarill? I think you're slightly out of Play Rough range, but Play Rough plus Bubble is pretty much going to knock you out here. I think Ashton Ash knows it, going to be able to take the Play Rough, but just a couple more bubbles, and you will be knocked out, and you get a Ice Beam off, but this is not enough because you need a Charge Attack to knock out this Azumarill, but you also need a Charge Attack to knock out the Jump Bluff.
Yeah, and this Corviknight is just way too low at this point. Even the jump buff can handle it. I mean, even the side wave energy or damage from the Lapras will do a decent amount too. Ashton Ash going to try to farm up as much as possible. Throws on charge attack timing as well too, so does get the Iron Head off. But even if it takes out the Azumarill, there's just too much Pokemon in the back end. It's not even enough.
It doesn't even knock out. Wow, the bulk of Azumarill here. And Elam, who went down to Ashton Ash in day number 1, is going to 3-ball flex to start off the losers finals.
Yeah, that's the momentum you want and you need if you're Elam. And again, I mean, he's been playing on point all day long in day number 2. So all these extra reps getting him prepared for this matchup. Corviknight is strong into this team, but it's not unstoppable, right? It's really the jump up that really struggles into it, but even the acrobatics still does a decent amount of damage, and you just slowly chip at this Corviknight. Nothing really beats it head-to-head very consistently, but if you tag team it, it could be pretty good. And I think that the matchup swung more in Elam's direction, in my opinion, when he safe swapped the Primate, because he had to shield the Sparkling Aria. If he didn't have this Burner Shield there, then yes, like you said, Primate can win in all the even shields, right? And against the Azumarill too, but because he was down a shield, the jump ball was able to beat him, and he couldn't swap out in time for the Corviknight.
Well, it was also a smart play to swap into the jump bluff because then you avoid that Corviknight matchup.
Yep.
And the fact that most trainers would like to bring in a Azumarill into the Primate instead of the jump bluff, especially if that Primate has a little bit of energy, because you just don't want to deal with the ice punches. You don't want to deal with all that damage. You can soak a lot of that energy into the Azumarill, but Elam knows that this core of Corviknight and Shadow Primate is probably coming in most of the battles, and is coming in here once again in game number 2, but an adjustment, a Pokemon we haven't seen in a while, Clodsire, and swapping in on that Rage Fist with the Shadow Jump Bluff.
I love that play from Elam, knowing that Ashton Ash wants to boost up this Primate as soon as possible to make sure that he could take out the Slappers. Now comes in with the Clodsire instead, expecting maybe the Azumarill in the back, and in this matchup, is a pretty solid matchup for the Clodsire. Sludge Bomb is going to go unshielded. Elam maybe expecting the Corviknight back. I mean, you got to know it's in the back at this point.
Yeah, and that super effective damage doesn't knock out, but a couple more Poison Sticks will. You can throw an Acrobatics into this. It will chunk into the Clodsire, but Clodsire is going to get a Poison Sting down. It's going to be able to throw energy into the Lapras and maybe even get back their Switch Timer here, because you don't want to get reverse farm down with Side Wave, but you're going to be able to throw a lot of damage into this Lapras. Maybe then you pivot, and we can see Azumarills in the back. That Clodsire is still going to have a lot of play in this matchup.
Yeah, that's right. And I mean, Corviknight has play into everything too.
Yeah,
so
just pivot Corviknight, right?
As long as you chip, you bring things down. I think Ashton feels pretty comfortable with even just giving up switch advantage, swapping in and out, weaving through in these matchups. In comes the Sparkling Aria. Does Ashton shield? Yeah, he is going to shield here too. You can get so much damage off on this Azumarill even if you don't beat it with the Primate, and that's what Corviknight needs to help weaken and soften up this Azumarill. Azumarill comes in right away. Don't want to give too much energy to this Primate. First Rage Fist is coming through.
And I feel like at this point, he's probably going to use his Protect Shields on this Primate, because if he can ramp this up, he can get a lot of damage into the Azumarill and then even hold on to a little bit of the Primate. Actually, probably not, because these bubbles are just whittling down the Primate. I probably think you're going to let this Primate go, but you don't necessarily want to come in with the Clodsire and take Ice Beam damage, but you still have that Corviknight, which just has fantastic matchups against literally all of Elam's Pokemon.
And another Ice Beam comes through. Does Ashton Ash decide to spend his final shield? I wouldn't be surprised if he does, and here it comes, because he either grabs a shield or takes out this Azumarill, and now Elam is probably going to have to throw up his first shield here, but there's not a lot of health left on this Azumarill and Lapras.
And there is that Protect Shield from Elam. Is there going to be a swap out to try to sidewave down? It looked like he was going to try to swap, but there was a swap from Ashton Ash trying to outpace into the Sludge Bomb. You're going to have to give up your last Protect Shield of the battle, probably, if you're Elam. And there has been a huge shift in momentum. Elam dominated game number 1. Now Ashton Ash has the 3 Pokemon remaining in this game number 2.
And Elam forced to throw this Sparkling Aria, but he knows what's in the back. It's that Flying Steel Bird Corviknight, and it's so bulky. It has got so much health left here, and I don't think Elam has what it takes to take it out here.
And the Sparkling Aria is not nearly enough to be able to take out a Corviknight here. We will see how much damage this does. This is kind of a newer interaction. Obviously, this is an attack that was added to Lapras in Might Mastery Update that doesn't do too much into the Corviknight. The Corviknight can just sand attack down, take one more Sparkling Aria, but just bank all this energy. Corviknight is just so bulky, especially in the charge attacks. Does feel like it's vulnerable to fast attack pressure, but the charge attacks just do nothing in the Corviknight.
Oh, I like this play from Ashton Ash as well. A little bit cheeky play, but knows that he went charge attack priority against the Azumarill, so wants to weaken the Azumarill as much as possible. Now goes for the Iron Head to win that charge attack priority and take out the Azumarill, even up the series 1-1.
A little risky in case that Iron Head wasn't available, but you do win that charge attack priority. It was available. You do tie up this series, and it is now 1-1. Ashton Ash lost that first game, but he just has such a perfect team composition in the Elam. Corviknight is unchecked. It's strong against Elam's entire team. Azumarill is probably the best matchup into that Corviknight. Elam is forced to play the same Pokemon of Lapras, Azumarill, Shadow Jumpluff every single battle.
Yeah, it's a tough matchup for Elam for sure, but I mean, Elam's been in tough position before, and even yesterday when he lost against Ashton Ash, still able to take a game off him, lost 1-2, now 1-1. I mean, honestly, it's still anyone's game in my opinion. Ashton Ash with a very creative team that he mentioned yesterday. He got it from, or maybe today actually, he mentioned it, he got it from Eomero, one of the most creative team builders in our circuit.
Right, and remember, this is going to be a best of 5 series, so you can't clinch it up with this next game victory to win the match. You need to get 3 games to move on into the grand finals for both of these trainers. Will it be a rematch of Ashton Ash versus Out of Pocket, or can Elam overcome all the odds of coming on the loser side of the bracket and getting through all these top trainers to make it to the grand finals?
All right, and Ashton Ash actually going straight for the Racers, not even going for the Ice Punch. Maybe he knows that this matchup is actually not too bad for Primate. I don't know it myself though, but he is going to spend the shield. Elam taking a risky play here, going for the Drapion lead with a Claydol in the back, pretty weak to that Corviknight.
And both of these trainers just throwing as soon as they have energy. Will it happen once again? Yes, and this will force the Protect Shield from Elam. The first Protect Shield from Elam, and you're definitely out of Aqua Tail range, but Aqua Tail plus Poison Stings will mean that Drapion could win the alignment here. Do you see both the Protect Shield? Yes, Ashton Ash knows, I don't need a Protect Shield for a Corviknight. I'm gonna use all my Protect Shields for my Primate.
All right, let's see if he can Cry Chop down, or might even go for the catch. No, in comes the Claydol instead. He has a double boosted Primate though. You're probably gonna see a shield, and in comes the shield from the Claydol.
And now do you maybe throw a Karate Chop and then go into your Azumarill? And no, just going straight into your Azumarill so you don't have to take any damage. Leave a little bit of health on that Shadow Primate for later. The Azumarill is going to have a good matchup here, but since you're a little bit ahead on energy, you have to get debuffed by this Rock Tomb.
Yeah, debuff is going to come through. Next Ice Beam, though, will land before the next debuff comes from Elam. Going to get as much bubble damage as possible before the next Rock Tomb is reached. And it's going to decent amount of super effect damage. Not enough to take the Claydol out. Claydol will get to another Rock Tomb. Switch timers are desynced though. I wouldn't be surprised if Elam throws a Rock Tomb and then switches over to his own Azumarill to start getting some energy lead. Ashton Ash knows it's probably the Azumarill in the back, and Elam knows it's definitely the Corviknight in the back.
But by the time that you swap out, can Ashton Ash also swap out? No, he's actually just going to throw the Play Rough, even though it's double debuffed. 2 stages of attack because of the 2 Rock Tombs that the Azumarill endured. That does nothing into the Azumarill, but it gives a little bit of an advantage against the Azumarill into the Corviknight, which remember, Corviknight can win the zeros against the Azumarill.
And I mean, even on top of that too, he already got some chip damage against the Azumarill. So unless the Azumarill gets to an extra Ice Beam, then that zero shield situation doesn't usually happen. Ashton Ash is in a pretty good position. Both trainers though have all 3 of their Pokemon still. They're just swapping in and out, which means that there's so many potentials for catches down the road.
And it's a great sign for the meta when it gets to losers finals and these trainers can just pivot and it's not hard punished by the other's Pokemon's alignment. And here comes the Ice Beam. We know this isn't enough to take out the bulk of the Corviknight, but your timer is back up. Do try to swap onto attack with this low health Pokemon. No, instead of swapping, you're gonna have to take the Sky Attack.
It's definitely not over yet. I mean, you could get some sand attack damage both on the Claydol and the Trapeon, but I don't know if you can actually get to another move. In comes the Claydol, and here comes Ashton Ash.
Can you get the Poison Sting down, though? That would be huge. Can Elam secure it with the Poison Sting down? He does. He's back in this battle. Suddenly, there is a little health on the Primeape. Primeape is not able to get the Karate Chop, but you're still vulnerable to that sand attack damage.
Super effective sand attack is going to come through. Double resistant poisoning is not going to be enough to take out the Corviknight. The question is, can you mud slap down? Oh, no! Aqua Tail!
Out of nowhere, Elam holds on to secure the Aqua Tail. 1 HP in a dream of knocking out Corviknight.
Man, even Ashton Ash has a smile about that one. How many times has Elam been in a situation where you think he just can't get to the move, and he does to secure the victory? I mean, that you just got to give it up to Elam on that one. Even Ashton Ash like, hey, man, well played. I don't know what I can say about that one. I did everything I could. And that's the thing. Both players are playing so on point. But it's the smallest little details.
2025 just feels like the season of Elam because everything just goes his way. He's been able to be so consistent off his brilliant play, but when his back is against the wall, it feels like when things are so close, just inches away from defeat, he pulls out victories against the team composition that challenges him the most in this tournament. He lost yesterday to it. It feels like he could have lost that battle right there, but instead, he is 1 game victory away from moving on to the grand finals.
And the plot armor is strong with Elam, and so is his PvP skills. Look at that, literally 1 HP. That's a 1-turn sand attack move, half a second, and Elam loses that game. I mean, there's still, to be fair, there is still the Claydol in the back, but resisted Mud Slap, and it's a lot slower. Probably doesn't win that one. It's hard to say, but Elam doesn't want to mess around and find out.
Yeah, I think Corviknight probably gets to a charge attack because it had enough health to take that Mud Slap damage and finish off that game. So it really just was 1 sand attack away from victory there, as now suddenly Ashton Ash was in those winners finals, and now he has 1 game loss away from being eliminated here. He might be one of the best trainers in Pokemon Go Championship Series to not have won it all yet. And he has such an awesome team composition here. If anyone could do it, it's him. He could win 2 straight games to move on to the grand finals.
Yeah, consistency is not enough just for him. You know, he wants it all the way. Elam used to be in that spot. He's like, I know where you're feeling here, but I'm not giving to you this easily. Here we go. Game number 4. Match point for Elam. It's going to be the Shadow Primeape into the Claydol.
And it's just funny because Ashton Ash is just running these same Pokemon over and over again because they're so strong. It's just what order will it be in, right? Yeah. Because it's always going to be the Shadow Primeape, the Corviknight, and the Azumarill. The same thing here.
Sprinkle in a little Clodsire.
Oh, yeah, sprinkle in a little Clodsire. That was actually a great adjustment, but for the most part, it has been that Azumarill.
Well, honestly, the Clodsire was the only game he won. So maybe Clodsire is the way, but not going to be the case right here as he gets the Claydol in the lead, going for that 1-0 shield win here with the Primeape. Do you shield if you're Elam? If you don't shield, he's going to give up Switch Advantage. However, not the end of the world for him. If you chip down this Azumarill, though, that could be pretty good. He already knows what's in the back, or he knows at least one of them, which is the Corviknight. He's just trying to think, is it the Azumarill this time, or is it the Clodsire?
Yeah, no, I was seeing if maybe Ashton Ash was going to bank this energy on the Primeape and try to swap out, but he decided to throw it into the Azumarill because they chunked the Azumarill there. Now the Ice Beam is going to be coming through to the Corviknight. Remember, Ashton Ash only has 1 Protect Shield remaining. Elam does have that Lapras in the back, and you've successfully baited out that Corviknight, actually bringing in the Lapras.
Yeah, this is interesting for Ashton Ash. Elam does have the shield advantage here, but he's going to be able to chip down this Lapras enough. The thing is, the Lapras is not that scared of the Primeape because it's already got a decent amount of health down, and you probably could sidewave down before the next Rage Fist is reached. And if he just keeps putting on this pressure against the Lapras, it could be tough for Elam.
And he gets a Protect Shield there with the Iron Head. The worst attack, you're not quite at your timer yet. There's one Sparkling Aria ready. I don't think this is going to be enough to knock out the Corviknight. You do have your switch timer available, but maybe you want to just take all this energy into your Corviknight. If you can force the energy out. No, actually decided to swap in the Azumarill. I love that play because all this energy is resisted.
Yeah, but Elam is going to be able to switch out soon here and bank maybe a Sparkling Aria for later, which is going to be pretty good for him. I think he's in a pretty solid position, actually, in this situation. He has a Sparkling Aria. Does he try to catch a play up potentially on his Azumarill? No, actually throws another Sparkling Aria, so he's mostly energy drive.
Yeah, and taking this resisted damage, it's just going to be another in-game where the little decisions matter because it's so close. It's one Protect Shield versus one Protect Shield, two water types, and actually getting the Protect Shield with this play rough. There's another Azumarill in the back for Elam. You have your timer available, but first you're going to want to throw this Sparkling Aria and maybe even try to get to two of them in time, but you can't. The play rough is available for Ashton Ash and no shield.
Elam not going to get to the second Sparkling Aria before the play rough comes through. Does Ashton Ash throw this right away? And he does. He doesn't want to get hit by the Sparkling Aria. That's a lot of chip damage on the Azumarill, but you can't bubble this down. Elam, though, has brought the Azumarill down to a territory where you could potentially even bait with Ice Beam. Still 3 Pokemon remaining on the side of Ashton Ash. Still a lot of play here, but they're all in the red.
Well, the thing is, they're on equal energy right now. It might come down to charge attack priority, but this was a bait with Ice Beam, meaning that Elam can get to that next attack of the Ice Beam before the double play rough. So this is brutal for Ashton Ash. Ashton Ash kind of knows it right now. He has to either get to double play rough or get to energy on a different Pokemon. The other Pokemon just don't have enough health remaining unless he swaps on an Ice Beam. He has an opportunity to do so right now, and he misses it, but it forces the energy anyway. Ashton Ash is back.
Ashton Ash is back. Can the Azumarill get to this crucial play rough on the side of Ashton Ash? He has a little bit energy left.
One bubble
away, gets to the play rough, and we're going to a game 5 in this loser's finals.
We wouldn't want it any other way as Ashton Ash secures the knockout to tie it up. I love that swap. He was actually shaking his head like, how am I going to get out of this situation? But he swapped to the Corviknight, and the thing is, Elam threw straight away. Kind of worried that the Corviknight would get to a charge attack. I'm actually not positive that the Corviknight would have gotten to a charge attack.
Yeah, it's wow, what a series. I don't even know what to say. I mean, like 30 seconds ago, I said, hey, this game actually looks good for Elam. For once, I thought that Elam had it, and that was the one that he lost, too. What incredible rivalry between these two players as well. You can see they're smiling, they're laughing. They give respect to each other, too, right? I mean, this is a fun game to play when you're both this good, and it's that close of a matchup and even. I mean, Worlds competitor, Elam, and very likely to join him at Worlds is Ashton. I mean, he has 1,000+ points. There's no way he doesn't go. But
I want to see, could that Corviknight have gotten to a charge attack? I'm not sure. Bubbles do chunk into Corviknight, and Corviknight was energy dry. But because Elam threw that energy, that just guaranteed Ashton Ash just needed to absorb one bubble to tie up the series, and he did so.
Yeah, he had a little bit. He was maybe a quarter to a third to the Iron Head. It's also possible, and we've all been there, where you're already reaching for the Ice Beam, and you already like go to click it when you see the swap. So it looks like it wasn't a catch, but it might have been, in a way, kind of a catch. All right, here we go. Game number 5 here. It's going to be the Azumarill into the Shadow Drapion. The winner of this will be challenging Out of Pocket in the Grand Finals. So much online for both players.
And the first crunch is not going through, actually swapping on the play rough, so it isn't the resisted Ice Beam, so at least you throw the proper energy into the Azumarill. But Elam does this with Shadow Drapion often. He banked all of that energy. He has almost 100 energy, if not 100, on that Shadow Drapion lurking in the back line.
It's rare you see a fighting type counter swapping a fairy type, but that's what Shadow Primeape can do in these situations. The chip damage with the play rough was definitely nice, so it makes this matchup a little bit easier for Ashton Ash. But Elam was able to get a full bubble through when that play rough was being thrown. So a slight energy advantage for Elam there.
The interesting thing is these trainers are talking a lot right now. I don't know if they're talking because they saw some sort of interaction. I don't know if they're just talking about the game, but this is a Game 5, winner goes to the Grand Finals. They're chatting about something, and there's something to chat about right there. Is Azumarill is able to endure, so you had to throw the back-to-back Rage Fist to ensure the knockout.
Yeah, it's tough. I think Ashton Ash might have lost a turn on the swap in there because it looked like a bubble came through. Oh, catches the Aqua Tail though on the Azumarill.
A funky game 5 here. Both these trainers kind of regretting some of their decisions, and it could be anyone's battle at this point. And now actually just going for the crunch here into the Azumarill. The pressure's getting to Ashton Ash a little bit. He is so close to his dream of getting first place in a regional, but he has to get through Elam, which feels like the season should be named after him at this point.
Yeah, and Elam's been there as well too in this pressure situation. This is going to set up Elam for a really solid potential farm down. Let's see if he can do it. He has so much energy now.
Wow.
You can see he's going to go for it. Ashton Ash can't reach another move. Wow, what are we going to do here at this point? I mean, you probably got to come in, farm down with Corviknight because you don't have any energy on the Primate, but that's going to put Elam so far ahead.
Yeah, and Ashton Ash kind of said something there. It's just too many times, not only in this game, but in this season, where Elam is able to just get all of this energy with the Shadow Drapion and just hold it in the back to close out battles. He's doing it once again. This is 2 times this battle that Shadow Drapion has been fully loaded on energy, and now here comes the swap in the Primate. Gonna have to use the last Protect Shield of the battle into the Aqua Tail.
The question is this really over? I don't know. I don't want to say anything yet because I've been wrong. It's way too many times here. But in comes the Claydol, going to try to farm down, but doesn't. I don't think he can get to the second Rage Fist.
He needs it. If he wants any chance to win, he needs to be able to Karate Chop and get to a Rage Fist here. Looks like Ashton Ash is going to go for it, and he doesn't get it because the Mudslap damage does register to knock out the Primate.
Wow, and in comes the Rock Tomb. This is going to spell disaster for Ashton Ash. It's going to do a lot of neutral damage, and the problem is you can't sand attack down this Claydol. 1 Sky Attack's not enough, 2 Sky Attack's not enough either after a debuff. And it looks like Elam is going back to the Grand Finals and has another shot at a title this season.
Congratulations to Elam. He will be facing Out of Pocket in our Grand Finals of the biggest Pokemon Go Regional in Championship Series history. He will be coming in on that loser's side of the bracket.
Wow, you can't doubt Elam here. I mean, he spent years trying to fight for that first place title, that finish, and he finally got it in Toronto. And then, I don't know if he went to Vancouver or not, I don't recall, but just 2 tournaments later, again in another position to take another regional title. Like I said before, in my opinion, one of the best, if not the best player and most consistent player this season. Nothing but top 5 finishes and now 2 Grand Finals appearances.
If we get a second later on, I want to look at that losers bracket once again, because this run that Elam has gone on ever since he lost to Ashton Ash yesterday in the group finals, here it is. Look at this. He's able to 2-0 Silent Beast, 2-1 versus Dre Flames, 2-1 Mountain Dugong, 2-1 Nighttime Clasher, 2-0 Tomahawk, and then just got that game victory for 3-2 versus Ashton Ash. He had to win 6 series on Championship Sunday to meet Out of Pocket in the Grand Finals.
And he's got to win 2 more best of 5s to do it. Honestly, that's a mountain of tasks for anyone. But if anyone could do it in this tournament, it is going to be Elam. But Out of Pocket is also playing out of his mind this season too. #1 on the North America leaderboards for a reason. Elam here to challenge him.
Yeah, and Ashton Ash has been eliminated, but once again, I think one of the most impressive and entertaining players in Pokemon Go Championship Series. To be able to have that core of Shadow Primate and Corviknight and play it to such mastery to challenge all of these top trainers, it was just incredible to watch.
Yeah, and fantastic sportsmanship from him too. I mean, I gotta say, I stand by what I said. He is by far, maybe not by far, probably by far, the best player in our circuit currently that has not won a title yet.
Yeah, and it won't be today, unfortunately, but another impressive performance from Ashton Ash, a Pokemon in Shadow Primate that he started using all the way back at the Latin American International Championships, and then now he's pairing it with Corviknight that just seemed like it had a positive matchup against literally every single Pokemon on Elam's team. But This has been the season of Elam. He has mastered that Shadow Drapion play, in my opinion, so many times in the past, and then when it mattered most in that Game 5, he was just able to bank up max energy 2 different times in the battle and just close it out on the back of that Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say just master the Drapion, just master everything this season. You know, he's playing everything good, even when he's not bringing the... I don't think he even brought the Drapion until the final game, maybe the last 2, too, but tough composition for him against a tough player, right? Anytime you're facing someone that's that good and also has a team composition advantage over you, it is a really tall order, but he found a way to climb ahead. And we will be seeing him versus Out of Pocket in that grand finals, which is going to be super exciting to watch. I'm trying to think back on the last time I saw them face off, but I'm drawing blanks here.
Yeah, it's 2 trainers that have been heavily featured in championship series, but not necessarily always against each other. But I guarantee you there has been a moment that they have battled each other because they both have so many top finishes in these big tournaments. It just has to have happened.
Yeah, and part of me, I'm watching Elam too, and I don't know if this is actually going on through his head, but he looks like a different person ever since Toronto, right? Finally getting that title, and that was a pressure cooker situation. Went all the way to a grand finals, game 5 in a reset bracket to win it, and he had to double shield this Shadow Annihilate to even pull off right in the lead, which was nuts.
Yeah, that was one of the
Septile Ice.
craziest games ever.
I thought he was out of... seems like the trend is whenever I think he's out of it, he's going to be able to win it too. But I think ever since then, he's just been playing very composed, calm. Doesn't matter how close it is, doesn't matter how bad of a situation it is, he just hunkers down and continues to push forward and finds the win cons when it doesn't look like there are any win cons.
Well, it's just a testament to his creativity because how many of those classic battles has he had so far? All the way back then with the double shield and Shadow Annihilate, but it was so funky. It's like, what is happening?
What is happening?
This is game 5 of the title on the line, and you just double shield your Shadow Annihilate, and it felt over. And then somehow he climbed back in the battle. And it reminds me of just earlier on in this tournament, earlier on today, when he had that backline matchup of the Shadow Alolan Sandslash versus the Claydol, was able to triple Ice Punch through that and then get to a 4th Ice Punch against the opposing Alolan Sandslash of Nighttime Clasher and win Cap and win the game.
Yeah, throwing 4 charge attacks just from one Pokemon one game is kind of nuts. Anyway, I want to hear from our competitors, our 2 grand finalists, Out of Pocket and Elam. Speediest Chief, take it away.
Thank you so much, Caleb and Butters. It's been an incredible weekend of action here at the Atlanta Regional Championships. 220 players registered for this event, but only 2 remain. One of them has fought tooth and nail through that loser side bracket, toppling opponent after opponent, some exciting and thrilling victories, and the other one is just having another day at the office. I'm joined here by our grand finalists. We've got Out of Pocket on the winner's side of the bracket and Elam on that loser side of the bracket. Pocket, I just want to start with you. Is it really another day at the office? Because, I don't know, the competition seems like it's stepping up just every single time I see you.
Honestly, this is probably like the most focused and locked in I've ever been. Like, you could say that NEIC was a big win, but honestly, a lot of the matches felt like I was carried by team comp, like against the guy on my left. I kind of just had like a really positive team comp, and I just played as good as I needed to win. But I feel like this time around, I've been like making proactive, smart plays consistently to ensure my victory, even when the team compositions aren't as favored towards me.
I would say, like, no matter the situation, I haven't seen either of you flustered this entire tournament. If you feel that way on the inside, you don't show it on the outside. Elam, you've had some matches that made me, like, jump out of my chair, and I really can't believe that you're able to walk away with the win. Just talk me through those situations. Are you excited? Are you thinking, oh, I probably lost, and then you're surprised when you win? How do you feel?
That's actually a great question. I don't know, like a lot of things are going through my head, but mostly I'm focused on the game. So whenever there's those close situations, I'm like surprised because I won, or maybe like, yeah, because of how close it was. But then I just brush it off and then forget about it. So.
Yeah, just kind of move on to the next match, right?
Yeah.
I see how it is. All right, so Pocket, do you think that Elam will be the toughest competitor you face today? Or did you have one series earlier on in the tournament that really you think pushed you to the limit?
Honestly, I thought my match versus Semi was gonna be the hardest match that I had to have. I was looking at my potential bracket path, and I was pretty confident that I would meet him in the winners of semis, so I actually practiced for him maybe even a little bit more than I did for my round 1 matchup, just because I knew that I kind of needed to have the knowledge and study his habits for the match, and I mean, it paid off, but in the end, I felt like I just comped him pretty well, played as good as I needed to. So I feel like Elam definitely will be probably my hardest opponent.
All right, Elam, you've only won one regional championship, but you've come very close. You've actually finished within the top 4, top 5, top 6, just doing a bit better than Top Cut. What would it mean to you to win here in Atlanta at the biggest NA regional of all time? Are you thinking about that? Or are you thinking about the very first game against Pocket?
I'm thinking about the very first game against Pocket.
Okay. You're not getting ahead of yourself, huh?
Nah, not really. Because, I mean, I would have to reset the bracket, and obviously that would be pretty cool, but I don't have that in my mind. If I did that, I would just put more pressure on myself, and I wouldn't be giving my all at the end of the day. So, yeah. It's just one game at a time.
All right, fair. Speaking of one game at a time, I'm honestly so honored to sit with two of the most consistent trainers in North America. You seem to take every game one at a time, every tournament one at a time. Pocket, I want to start with you. Give some trainers that are watching right now some advice on consistency, because I feel like sometimes you understand a meta, you build a team you're comfortable with, and you play really well, but other times some trainers might not feel comfortable. They might bring something they're not sure about, or maybe they feel like, less comfortable than they would otherwise. How do you stay so consistent?
Dude, I practice so much. He knows, dude. I am a degenerate scrimmer. I scrimmed like at least as far out as like 2-3 weeks out. I think I scrimmed once a day in preparation for Atlanta. And I mean, I wasn't the most confident in this team, but I felt like I was confident how I played every Pokemon, so that if I just ran into good matchups or playable matchups, I'd be able to understand situations, how someone would play against them, and situations where I can take advantage of mistakes or potential like suboptimal play.
Elam, same question. How do you be so stinking consistent that you're going up against the best in NA and still top cutting almost every single time?
I mean, I consider myself one of the best players in the world, and I know the way I think in specific matchups. I know damage ranges, so I just get ahead of whatever they're probably thinking.
Yeah.
And that usually works. Yeah.
All right. Easier said than done, I think. Well, not for you, because you are such a special player. Last question for you guys. I want you both to say something to each other. I know you're probably going to talk in the headset up on stage, but what do you want to say to each other right now before you take that grand final stage? Pocket?
I'm sorry, dude.
Oh,
sorry,
my
man.
goodness.
Dude, you're not winning 2 regionals this season.
I'm winning 2 in a row.
Dude, it's a miracle that you won one.
Whoa, all right.
Okay, well, I'm going to prove you wrong, and I'm going to win 2 in a row.
All right. As they say, chat, believe in miracles. We've got Elam on the loser side of the bracket versus Out of Pocket coming up in our grand finals here shortly. Caleb and Butters, break it down. What'd you think of this interview?
Thank you so much, Speedy. A little cheeky trash talk there at the end for both those traders. I can see them actually in the lounge chuckling it off right now, but they're being a bit cheeky when they're saying that, but the thing is, Pocket really does want to win, and so does Elam. So they are saying this in a kind of trying to be funny, but deep down, I think that's actually how both of them feel.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and both of them have been in multiple grand finals at this point in time, too. Elam, what, at least 4 now? 4, maybe 5, and Out of Pocket, I've lost count, too. He's been in a ton as well. Now, if Elam beats him, and that's a miracle. I mean, it's a miracle for him to even, like, beat him once. What is it like to beat him twice in the grand finals? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see there, but this is going to be a very exciting match. I'm excited to see how it goes. I doubt it's going to be a 3-0 sweep in any shape, way, or form in either end for these players.
Well, for Elam this season, it all started after NAIC, 4th last year. Then this season, number 3, number 5 at Louisville, 5th at the Latin American International Championship, and then the journey in Toronto.
My name is Elam Rojas, and I'm from Costa Rica. If I were a Pokemon, I think I would be Steel type because it's the best defensive typing. I started with grassroots tournaments and meeting up with some of my friends. That was back in 2019. I just kept playing Go Battle League, a lot of tournaments, grassroots. So my first ever tournament was NAIC 2022, but I was very stressed at the time, couldn't really find the team. Baltimore 2022. I found the team, I managed to prep with it, and I did really well. I ended up getting second place to my friend House Stark. My next finals was in Hartford 2023, and that was against a friend of mine, Wudosh, which at the time he hadn't won his regional either. I've learned a lot after being on stream so many times. The first time that I competed on stream, I noticed that I got really tired as the day went by. I'm so used to it that I found a way to stay locked in, if that makes any sense.
We're about to get locked into these grand finals.
I used to think that there was a very clear skill ceiling. The more I play, I notice that that's not as clear as it used to be for me. You definitely need to put a lot of time and practice into it to be at the top. For this tournament, my team was a very similar team to what I brought in both LAIC and Louisville. I changed a couple picks with the new season. I added Annihilate and Corsola. I felt like they worked better in the current meta. My most difficult matchup has to be the finals against Septile Ice. He beat me on the winners finals, and then I came back. I don't even know what happened in those games. I was just locked in. He had a very difficult team comp. His Shadow for Alligator was very strong against my team, and he knew that. He played fantastically. I just had to find ways around it. I didn't think I was going to win until like literally the end. It was just way too close.
And Elam claims his prize. He will be the Toronto Regional Grand Champion.
I'm feeling out of this world. It's been a long time, many tries, a lot of practice. I just feel fantastic right now. If I didn't win this regional, I would need to take a long break. I love competing. I'm a very competitive person. I know how good I am at the game, but my friends, meeting them at the events, hanging out with them, that's most of the reason why I keep going to these regionals. For this season, my initial goal was, of course, winning a regional. Now that I'm qualified for Worlds, I guess I need to win an IC. Other players should consider me a threat because I'm on the top of my game. I'm just a very well-rounded player. If I ever were to win Worlds, I would probably seriously consider retiring.
All right, what a segment. You know, there's one thing I don't believe in Elam is that he would retire after winning Worlds. Players this good do not retire after achieving success. I mean, he probably felt great after regional win, but again, he's back in this grand finals, ready to win another one.
Yeah, absolutely. The Toronto Regional Championship was the last regional he participated in. So now he's back to the grand finals here in Atlanta, showing that he is on top of his game and other trainers should fear him because he went all the way through that loser side of the bracket to become your grand finalist here. And now he has an opportunity, but he would have to be out of pocket twice because he is on that loser side of the bracket. In our tournaments are double elimination. So if he defeats Pocket in a best of 5 series once, then they will both have 1 losses on their record. And then whoever wins that next series will become your Atlanta champion.
Yeah, Out of Pocket has not dropped a single series this entire tournament, the largest to date for Pokemon Go regionals. I mean, what a series it's been. It looks like, what do you call it? I'm losing my words. It looks like Elam is going to try to do his best impression of LMDS Core last year, trying to win back-to-back regional titles after not winning a single one all these years. But he is absolutely right. He is on top of his game. But you know who else is on top of his game? Out of Pocket. He's putting in the work as well. Both these players put in so much work behind the scenes leading up these tournaments, right? A lot of people think, you know, maybe less experience with the game, think, these guys are maybe just getting lucky with their team compositions, made a good meta read, and, you know, just maybe got lucky with debuffs. Sure, the meta read stuff, I'll give it to them. They probably did make a good meta read. Their teams are solid, but they put in so much more work and hours behind the scenes than a lot of people can even imagine. And that's the thing with these players. The closer you are to the top, the more you realize how big of a difference it is between someone that maybe makes top 5 at every regional versus top 10 at every regional versus maybe top 32.
And that's why Out of Pocket was screaming every single day for 2 to 3 weeks, because he wanted to be on that season snapshot that we've had so far. At this point of the season, Swalot has kind of fallen off a bit here at the Atlanta Regionals. Also Guzzlord as well, but of course, the Azumarill. I mean, Azumarill was the best in the old meta, and it's still top usage here in this Might and Mastery meta as well.
Yeah, I know we talked about in the pre-show that Swalot we thought was trending up, but I had some feelings that it might be trending down because it was so dominant in Stockholm, and because of that, people are making adjustments for it. Claydol everywhere, a few Corviknights too, to really check that. And Alone Sandslash, pretty prevalent as well, being able to wall off that poison and that ice energy from Swalot, which honestly at the end of the day only makes Azumarill stronger.
And you can see on that list for February, Out of Pocket in San Juan there. So he has already achieved a lot of success here in Championship Series, just like Elam. So this is gonna be a battle for the ages. Both these trainers desperately wanna win. They wanna show they're the best of the best at the biggest Pokemon regional in history.
Yeah, exactly. Even though they both have regional titles at this point too, Pocket even having an international title, you just want to win more. You know, if you're that competitive, you put in that much work, you want to see your work come to fruition. And honestly, making top 2 at the largest regional today is already an impressive feat in itself. But this is really, you know, showmanship of who really is going to be the better of the two in these series. And 2 best of 5s, potentially. At least 1, though. But I think Elam has something to say about that.
Let's talk about the teams a little bit.
Yep.
You mentioned how Swalot was so dominant in Stockholm, and a huge adjustment was switching to that Claydol. Both of these championship teams do have Claydol on their roster. Of course, both the teams also have the Azumarill, the Alolan Sandslash, and the Shadow Drapion. So that is a core meta that's been extremely strong here in Atlanta. And on the fringe picks, Out of Pocket has that Cradily, a Pokemon that we haven't seen is featured as much to end day number 2, but I feel like it has some pretty good matchups into Elam's team here, and Elam running that Lapras. And I have a prediction: if Lapras wins it all here today, you're gonna see a lot more Laprases in future regionals.
I mean, I think there's a solid it's hard to say, right? Because Swallow did really well in Stockholm, and we see less of it. So, you know, but I get your point. I think that is a possibility here. As we take a look at the teams, one key thing to note is that Alone Sandslash on the side of Out of Pocket is Powder Snow. Shadow Claw is the move of choice on the Alone Sandslash of Elam's team, and we saw how that played out against Nighttime Clasher.
Yeah, it was just absolutely brutal that Elam was able to take all that Powder Snow damage because it's double resisted at such little health to even get into this position. At some point, both of us thought he was out of it against Nighttime Clasher, and it suddenly feels like you blink, he's here in the grand finals to meet Out of Pocket. This is the first competition for this trainer, Elam, in this new meta, Out of Pocket as well, but they're proving again and again why they are the best of the best, able to adapt to these changing situations, and I'm fascinated to see how this matchup plays out. I feel like Cradily has a lot of safe play into Elam's team, and Lapras on the other hand has been a featured Pokemon from Elam these last couple series, but I don't think it's as strong against Out of Pocket's team.
I don't think so either. However, there is Dazzling Gleam on that Shadow Sableye, which has come in handy for Out of Pocket in so many situations, especially against that Guzzlord on the side of Ashton Ash. But it's not as good into the jump up in Lapras because of that.
Yeah.
The lack of power gem, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be fantastic into that Alolan Sandslash, but yeah, has that Shadow Claw to be able to do neutral fast attack damage into it. And then it's pretty neutral with that Claydol. Obviously, you're going to be resisting those sideways, but looks like we're about to get these grand finals started. It's gonna be Out of Pocket versus Elam, and I was wrong because Lapras is in that first battle, but it's in not a negative situation. It only loses the zeros versus this Shadow Drapion. All you need to do is protect shield or crunch, and you're in decent position.
Yeah, this is why Lapras is so strong, right? Even though you're throwing resisted sidewave damage, you would think that taking only neutral damage, more neutral damage, I should say, over the Drapion would be the one that flips it, but the bulk on the side of Lapras is too strong, and if you get hit by one Sparkling Aria, you're in sidewave range.
Yeah, and that's why the Lappers can win that one Protect Shield situation. Here comes the next crunch and actually gets Protect Shielded here. So looks like Elam wants to take the alignment. He has some new meta with the Lappers, and he has the old meta. He's running ABA, double water, and Shadow Drapion here to start us off. And swapping out, trying to catch a move onto the Azumarill, but this is so dangerous because now Elam was able to bank all of that energy with those sideways and then swap into his own Azumarill.
Yeah, left with double Sparkling Aria, and a lot of these trainers are already showing us winning switch doesn't even matter that much. Elam knows he's behind on energy, a lot, really behind actually, compared to out of pocket. So he's likely going to lose his head-to-head matchup if no extra shields are spent on his end. But I think he's comfortable with that.
And at this point, once these Azumarils throw a bunch of play roughs, you can always get back to your timer anyway. And that's why Azumarill has been top usage for just so long. It's such a safe swap, especially when you get to these condensed metas later into a tournament. Feels like pivoting to Azumarill is always a viable option.
And I think we potentially could see a swap out from out of pocket soon on that Shadow Drapion once the move is thrown. And Elam going to wait for that bubble to come through to make sure he lands the play rough on the Azumarill in case there might be, I don't know, a lone sand slash in the back would truly be resisted.
Looks like a swap is coming into the Shadow Drapion for out of pocket. And he's going to try to get, oh no, there's a counter swap by Elam. Now you're going to have to use your last Protect Shield of the battle unless you want to waste all of that energy that you gained. But there's back-to-back available. Will it be on charge attack priority from out of pocket? Yes!
All right, getting the crunch through, but this also means that he can't clear the Drapion. Well, I guess he's locked in, so he would have been hit by Sparkling or Aria either way. So that's actually pretty good for out of pocket because now that means Elam can't come away with any extra energy on that Lappers for whatever's in the back. Sableye, though, might go for a very aggressive farm down at this point in time. That's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to come in, resisting all the sideway damage. Can Elam get to one more Sparkling Aria? He does reach it. Go for the Ice Beam instead, the harder hitting move.
Because Ice Beam will do more damage than Sparkling Aria. The problem is the Shadow Drapion taking the Dazzling game is going to do a ton of damage here. Ice Beam does land, chokes into that Shadow Sableye, but Shadow Sableye does have an opportunity to sweep this entire battle for out of pocket here. Here comes the Drapion. No swap yet, no swap at all because one Dazzling Gleam isn't going to be quite enough, but it's going to do a huge chunk into the Shadow Drapion.
And the Dazzling plus a foul play will be enough, but in comes the Azumarill, from Elam as well. Going to be a mirror matchup here. Oh, Elam reaching for the Ice Beam instead is going to lose that charge attack priority.
And out of pocket does win that charge attack priority. Azumarill, that's going to be really important down the stretch of this series. Now an undercharge and an undercharge as well from Elam. Both of these trainers don't want to knock out with their Azumarill. They want to ideally get a bubble down. Which one of these trainers will secure it? I think it's going to be out of pocket that's going to exactly get the bubble down here. He has the energy banked up. He throws it into the opposing Shadow Drapion. He's going to get the knockout.
Precision play from both players, but out of pocket just a bit more precise there. Elam undercharging a little too much, allowing out of pocket to farm down and get the player up to get the knockout. For anyone confused at home why they didn't charge up their moves, is because if they take out their respective Azumarill, or their Azumarill gets taken out, then it allows the opponents to farm them down and get the energy needed to take out the final Pokemon.
It's fascinating because it didn't just come down to that interaction, but when you get in that situation, both of the trainers were going for the exact same result, right? Both those trainers were trying to undercharge their charge attack so that they could get a bubble down to have the exact energy to throw against the backline Pokemon of the opponent. And out of pocket outplayed Elam there to get the exact farm down that he needed with this Azumarill.
Just a sliver of a difference there, but that was the difference needed for that game number one. Elam now has to still win 3 more games here to reset the bracket. Out of pocket, just 2 games away from being your Atlanta Regional Champion.
I don't think I've ever seen that. I don't think I've seen a game come down to 2 trainers have to undercharge each other. That might have been what it came down to.
But I don't know if I've seen a lot of things we saw this weekend, to be fair. But yes, you're right. I mean, that is a interesting situation, but both high-level players, knowing their specific win cons, both went for it too.
and one outperformed the other, which it just never really happens. There's a situation where you both have to undercharge, going for the exact same goal, and Out of Pocket just did it slightly better, and now he has a 1-game advantage. And remember, Out of Pocket's coming in on that winner's side of the bracket, so if he wins this series, he will be your 2025 Atlanta Grand Champion. He has the lead of the Shadow Sableye into the Shadow Drapion. This is a positive lead for Elam here.
Yeah, fantastic lead for Elam, and Out of Pocket, not really a lot of clear answers for the Shadow Drapion on the back. If you come into the mirror, you're going to tank a Aqua Tail, take a lot of Aqua Tail damage too because you're ahead on energy. Elam shielding the foul play bait though. That's going to be big for Out of Pocket.
Yeah, going instantly for that bait as soon as you got to Dazzling Gleam energy here. Now going for the crunch and gets protect shielded from Out of Pocket, knowing that now that he got the bait, you can actually win the ones against Shadow Drapion because you can take a crunch. I don't know now. Actually, now with this debuff on the crunch, looks like he tried to swap out and he didn't catch it. He doesn't love that. And this is what Elam is so good at. He banks 100 energy on that Shadow Drapion, has it lurking in the back. Once again, he did it.
And going to be able to resist all this energy from the Zuma. It's going to be absolutely huge for him too. Expecting high-level plays from Out of Pocket to go for the catch. So instead of throwing the move, just keeps throwing Poison Stings.
And the crazy thing is Shadow Sableye can sometimes win the ones against Shadow Drapion just going straight Dazzling Gleam. Even though he got that bait there, that debuff on the crunch was crucial. Forced the swap out and then gave Elam that opportunity to bank up all that energy and now bring in the Alolan Sand Slash to try to get a knockout into the Zumro and even get some subsequent energy for the backline of Out of Pocket.
It's going to do a decent amount of energy for Zuma. Zuma should be able to hang on. Is the switch timer up yet? No, not quite. Out of Pocket does swap out and preserves all that energy. In comes the combo play with the foul play.
And now you are out of range of crunch. There is so much energy banked on that Drapion though. Maybe you throw double Aqua Tail. No, actually just gonna try to go for the crunch. We're gonna see if there is the no protect shield. I believe the Shadow Sableye is out of range, but it is also out of energy. So can you get this farm down with the Drapion, with the Poison Sting? You're not gonna quite get it, so it is gonna be a swap on the foul play.
Catching the resisted damage. Would have been resisted either way, but trying to maximize everything he can do. And that's why Elam has made it all the way to this grand finals. That's going to be huge for Elam and gets a little bit of energy as well. Drapion on the back though. There's still a lot of energy on Elam Drapion. And let's not forget, play rough energy on the Zumro for Out of Pocket.
Yeah, that's going to be so close in the in-game. Remember, there was one crunch thrown into the Shadow Sableye of Out of Pocket, but then he banked up 3 more Poison Stings before he pivoted and swapped. And another swap by Out of Pocket.
Wait.
Did he swap charge attack? He swapped capped. He swapped capped.
That's actually crazy if that's going to be what it is. Let's see if it happens. Yes, it is. Throws the play rough, gets the damage off, and catches all the energy on Elam.
Ridiculous. Azumarill had no health. He was able to come in, swap, charge attack priority, waste the energy of the opposing Azumarill. Now, all he has to do is endure some Aqua Tails using his last Protect Shield right here.
Elam might still have this though. He had over 2 Aqua Tails banked, and now he wins charge attack priority as well. He still has a shield. That means he gets to the double Aqua Tail first.
Yes, I believe you are correct there, Caleb. You're gonna get the last Protect Shield of the battle, but there is too much energy on that Shadow Drapion from Elam. That has been a theme for Elam. He's able to capitalize on the energy generation of the Shadow Drapion. He was 1 Poison Sting ahead, and now he's gonna tie up this series.
Wow, what a back and forth there too. Even after the cap, catch, throw from Out of Pocket, immaculate plays from both players.
The swap into the cap. We've seen that happen before. I think Inadequence famously did one in a high-level tournament, but how about...
where he won in Utrecht, actually.
Exactly. And now Out of Pocket, in the first battle, he was able to out-undercharge the opponent. Now he swap caps, where you swap in your own Pokemon, you throw your charge attack on charge attack priority, and you win that charge attack priority, so you're able to land that play rough damage on the opposing Azumarill, and also waste all of that Azumarill's energy because you had no health remaining.
Yeah, I mean, we're watching the actual games on the screen, but there's mind games happening behind the scenes as well. Absolutely crucial, huge play from Out of Pocket. Unfortunately, just not enough because Elam had so much energy on that Drapion. It was really started with the setup where he didn't actually throw the resistant move on the Azumarill, farmed up to 100 energy, then swapped his own lone Sand Slash and really set himself up for that backline matchup.
What a demonstration it has been of high-level Pokemon Go PvP play here in Atlanta. The largest Pokemon Go regional championship in North American history. We're locked in to game number 3. It's the Claydol versus the Lapras here. Now the Lapras is gonna be throwing the resisted sideways, but it has that sparkling Aria that can do super effective chunks into the Claydol. And here comes the first Protect Shield of the match.
Bold line from Elam, double weak to Credilli, ABA weak to it in fact, but Credilli is hiding in the back. If Pocket can get that Credilli either on the Lapras later or Zuma, it's going to be really good position for him, but Elam does have that Drapion to help check it.
And you always want to protect shield the first one if you're Claydol, because now you always debuff with the Rock Tomb. Is there going to be a swap out? No. Throwing the Sparkling Aria right before that Rock Tomb is available. This is going to be super effective, but I don't think you're going to get the last Protect Shield from out of pocket here. Are you going to try to swap onto that Rock Tomb? No. Through a Mud Slap and then the Rock Tomb. This is probably going to be enough to knock out the Lapras. I don't know if it can endure.
Yeah, it's going to do a lot of damage. If you can get the Sparkling Aria off, that's going to be huge. Can he get it? Oh, he does get it! It is debuffed, though, so it's not... it's hard to say. It might take it out. Let's see if out of pocket is going to shield. No, not going to spend the final shield. Sparkling Aria connects and does knock out the Claydol. That's actually huge for Elam. And now he has a tough decision to make. This Drapion is hard to take out. He does come in with the Zuma though. Right call. In comes the Credilli. In comes the Drapion.
But the Drapion came out slower, so now you're going to be able to get to a Rock Tomb before the Crunch comes out. That is huge for out of pocket here. Now you're going to be able to cripple the attack of this Shadow Drapion and set the tempo of this matchup.
Drapion used to be a great counter to grass types. Now it's just mostly a great generalist, because look at this. Credilli able to dish out so much damage into the Drapion, and actually out of pocket shielding as well. Great call here too, because now he can preserve a lot of the health on Credilli, and it's going to be such a pain for Elam to take it out with the Azumarill.
And Elam actually throws the Aqua Tail here, which is going to be the worst attack. It still is going to be neutral, but he wanted to throw that before he got knocked out with the Rock Tomb. And then one more Bullet Seed, 2 more Bullet Seeds, knowing that he can farm up more energy there. Smart play from out of pocket. There's probably not going to be a Protect Shield here. Does Elam give up his last Protect Shield of the battle against this Rock Tomb? Yes!
Yeah, he doesn't want to be permanently debuffed on this Azumarill. Going to farm up some extra energy, and now comes the Azumarill. But this is super effective. Grass Knot coming through. I believe there's still a shield. No, out of pocket spent his final shield as well. Shields down on both sides.
And this is brutal. I thought Credilli was going to have a lot of play into this matchup, able to take the Protect Shield from Drapion, able to hang around long enough to throw a Grass Knot and chunk into this Azumarill and force the energy from the Azumarill as well.
This game's not over yet. You can still land a play rough against this Shadow Drapion, and let's not forget the Drapion on the side of Elam has energy, actually throws the Ice Beam instead for that chip damage.
And out of pocket doesn't love it there. I don't know which Shadow Drapion wins charge attack priority.
It's Elam's, actually.
It's Elam's. Yeah. We know that the Azumarill matchup goes out of pocket, but if you can just get this Shadow Drapion in range of Aqua Tail, which it's in range right now, it's all going to come down to charge attack priority. Can Elam's Shadow Drapion win charge attack priority in the mirror? Yes!
And it does. Is the Aqua Tail enough? It should be. And Elam coming away with another victory when it looked like it was impossible for him with the Credilli in the back. Now 2-1 against out of pocket in this first grand final set. One more win will reset the bracket.
It's just crazy how many times Elam is able to bank up energy with Shadow Drapion and pivot out of the battle. He just bounces around, holds energy, and just closes games over and over again. I thought he was out of it too. That Credilli put in so much work in this matchup, and suddenly he's one game away from resetting this grand finals.
Yeah, and let's not forget, his Lapras just barely getting, what, 3 Sparkling Arias off against the Claydol too? Absolutely huge for them. I mean, how many times have Elam got away with throwing a move at 1 HP in this tournament? Just today alone has been probably at least 5 times.
Well, how about his matchup knowledge? Because he was in a static situation, playing out the leads of that Lapras into Claydol, and he knew that he could endure that last Rock Tomb to win the 1 Protect Shield situations with just 1 health remaining, and that helped him out in this series for sure. But now we know that Lapras can win the 1s versus that specific Claydol of out of pocket, and now we know the crucial charge attacks as well with, the crucial caps because Azumarill wins on out-of-pocket side versus the opposing Azumarill of Elam. But Elam's Shadow Drapion will win the charge attack priority versus out-of-pocket Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, we haven't seen the Alolan Sandslash matchup yet between the two of them, but that one might be a little bit harder to see because I don't know if either trainers, or I don't know if Out of Pocket's going to bring it. I think Elam's, it makes sense for him to bring it, but it's a little bit hard for Out of Pocket to bring it as we go into match point for Elam. Game number 4 here. It's going to be the Credilli into the Shadow Jump, or sorry, the Claydol into Shadow Jump Up. Now comes the Credilli.
And now you're going to be able to throw this Rock Tomb before the Acrobatics is available. Elam just letting it go here. I wonder if you're going to bank this energy and actually make a swap out maybe into your Shadow Drapion. Able to take that Rock Tomb, no problem. Yep, there is that Shadow Drapion that's going to meet the Cradilly, and now you can throw your Crunch before the Rock Tomb is available, but actually decides not to.
And that instant swap from Out of Pocket, I actually really like a lot. He's making Elam think that he has a hard counter for the jump bluff, but instead he's completely disrespecting the jump bluff and is pretty much triple weak to it in this pivotal game for him. But Elam doesn't know that, and because Out of Pocket is playing so confidently with that swap, Elam might think it might be a Alolan Sandslash in back or a Drapion instead of the Sableye.
No debuff there. That means this next Crunch is definitely going to knock out. And now, how do you finish off the rest of this Drapion? Yes, you can come in with your Claydol, but you're definitely going to have to take a charge attack in return. At least the attack has dropped here, so you're going to take one Crunch, and it is debuffed, but it's still going to do a decent chunk of damage into this Claydol, and he's considering a Protect Shield right here.
I think it would be a good shield because you don't have an easy way to take out this jump bluff. Hopefully no debuff for Out of Pocket, and that is good for him because he doesn't get that debuff. This Sableye in the back doesn't have a lot of places to go though, and he only has one shield remaining.
Looks like a mutual pause there as both of those Pokemon were starting that battle, and now the Acrobatics is landing. I also agree with you. I liked that Protect Shield. Now you're getting a Protect Shield back against this jump bluff here. And do you ever try to go for a swap? The problem is your Shadow Sableye is going to be met up against the Azumarill in the back for Elam, and Elam's going to throw a parting Acrobatics first.
Yeah, Out of Pocket doesn't know what's in the back yet. He's trying to think, is it worth shielding the debuffed Acrobatics? No, but that does a huge chunk of damage, and in comes the Azumarill going for the aggressive Bubble Down.
Yeah, and even if you land the Dazzling Gleam here, it's not going to be able to stop this Bubble Down from the Azumarill. So Elam is looking to be inches away from resetting this Grand Finals here. All you have to do is get this Bubble Down and get some charge attacks into that Claydol. Remember, you still have your jump bluff remaining. I know it's low health, but it can't get knocked out from Mud Slap.
Yeah, and Out of Pocket knows he is out of this game. Looks like we have a bracket reset here in the Atlanta Go Regionals Grand Finals.
Elam able to take this series 3-1 and reset the Grand Finals. We're gonna have a rematch, another best-of-5 series. The winner of this one will determine your Atlanta Grand Champion.
Elam not discouraged at all after losing that first game against Out of Pocket. Out of Pocket playing so well too, but Elam making the adjustments he needs, and now we're just one best-of-5 away from crowning our champion.
Elam has just been on an absolute tear on Championship Sunday. I know he's coming in on the loser side of the bracket, but this is 7 straight series that he has won now against some of the best trainers, not only in North America, but on the planet. And he looks comfortable. He just reset the bracket. Out of Pocket desperately wants to win a North American regional here. He's done it in the past. He had the San Juan victory. He's had the victory all the way back in 2023 as well against Inhofe in a grand finals as well. But both these trainers, you heard the trash talk, they both desperately want it, but just feels like Elam has so much momentum right now.
Yeah, I think Pocket said it'd be a miracle if he takes one best-of-5 off of him. Well, miracle is achieved, so we'll see what the next milestone is if that's the case. Out of Pocket, though, playing really well and on point, too. Looking at the teams, though, do you think Elam has an advantage here, or is he just playing a little bit better?
It's crazy because, I mean, on paper, I don't think he has a huge advantage into this matchup. I think he's just playing really well with his Shadow Drapion. That seems to be the theme of his journey to me, is to be able to bank up this energy, swap out of the matchup, use it to close. There's games where he does that twice. Yep. He banks up energy, he swaps out, he unleashes the energy, he swaps out again, and then he unleashes more energy. It's just crazy. He's using the strategy of the old meta, the Azumarill Shadow Drapion, and it seems like Out of Pocket's using some more Claydol, Cradilly, the new meta, but it's not keeping up to that pacing of the Shadow Drapion old meta.
I will say there's 3 key differences here, right? Out of Pocket does win Charge Attack priority in his Azumarill mirror. That, though, in my opinion, I don't think is a significant advantage for Out of Pocket because they're two very bulky Pokemon that need to throw multiple moves. Elam, though, wins Charge Attack priority in the Shadow Drapion mirror. In my opinion, that's a much more crucial Charge Attack priority advantage for Elam because you spam off moves so much more, both Pokemon more frail as well, so the Aqua Tails threaten knockouts way more than the Play Rough would in a Azumarill mirror. The third factor, I think, is what's really limiting Out of Pocket is he can't reliably bring his Alolan Sandslash into the team of Elam, and that's why Elam keeps bringing this jump up. It's so strong into the team of Out of Pocket if Out of Pocket has to sit that Powder Snow Alolan Sandslash. But Alolan Sandslash is going to struggle against Azumarill on the side of Elam, and of course you lose that mirror matchup, and there's a Lapras as well. So I think that is the tough part that Out of Pocket is trying to figure out. How do I play around this matchup? Do I risk it? Do I gamble and bring the Powder Snow Alolan Sandslash knowing that I have 3 bad matchups into it?
Because so far, he hasn't done that, and instead, he's been bringing the Claydol, he's been bringing the Cradily, and he just can't get his Rock Tomb grasps on that slippery Shadow Drapion, because you keep thinking that that Cradily or Claydol is in a positive situation where it's debuffing the opponent and winning some neutral matchups, but then it's just a fluid battle, and Elam is just swapping out and then swapping back in, and then that debuff didn't really matter because it got cleared off in the end. It's just really hard to overcome that. And the thing is, I also think Out of Pocket is playing fantastic. That first game, he undercharged Elam to win the first battle. Game number 2, he swapped capped. He swapped into a charge attack priority and wasted all that energy, but it didn't even matter. Elam was still able to reverse sweep that matchup. And here we are, we're in game 1 of the grand finals bracket reset. We got Shadow Drapion versus Shadow Jumpluff, and this is not the same matchup as it used to be. Shadow Jumpluff can stay in and win this matchup.
It's still a solid lead for Out of Pocket, and he avoids that jump off on his backline, which is really strong into it. Doesn't bring the Powder Snow Alolan Sandslash, which I think is a good call, because it's so hostile for him to bring it into Elam's team. Elam, actually, if you look at his team, is actually very weak to that in the lead. If he actually brought it, he would have been pretty weak. Has to bring in Drapion even to handle it. But
and gets the bait, though.
Oh, and gets the bait, realizing that Out of Pocket has been shielding a lot of these moves. Oh, actually goes for a double air race instead. Now Out of Pocket is not going to shield, trying to save the shields for his backline Pokemon.
Yeah, I think Elam doesn't want to shield the Jumpluff. He says worst case scenario, I'll come in with the Azumarill. This time actually coming in with the Shadow Drapion. And that's fascinating to me because most times he would just come in with the Azumarill here to soak up all this energy. But instead, there's so much energy on Out of Pocket Shadow Drapion. Now he has to soak it up on his own Drapion.
All right, and in comes the Azumarill, knowing that Elam reached the Aqua Tail, thinking that Elam might have thrown the Aqua Tail right on Charge Attack priority against Out of Pocket's Drapion because he had the double as well. But Elam, patient as always, does not throw, and now gets the debuff as well against the Azumarill on the first crunch.
That's huge, but now, unless you Protect Shield, there comes the Protect Shield. But at least for Out of Pocket's favor, he has this Shadow Drapion switch locked in here. Can he finally secure a knockout that he's been trying to get for, it seems like, 3 straight battles? I feel like this Drapion might throw this crunch and still get out of there once again to hold on to energy.
Yeah, and again, you're going to win Charge Attack priority. The Drapion has so much play even into the backline matchup. Now swaps out. Oh my gosh, this is going to be such an aggressive bubble down from Elam, and this energy has so much play into the team of Out of Pocket. He's banking on no Alolan Sandslash, which means that energy is going to go super effective, or at least neutral against everything on the side of Out of Pocket, forcing Out of Pocket to swap in the Shadow Sableye. Elam goes straight for the Play Rough. Does Out of Pocket shield it?
No, yes, he does Protect Shield it, but that switch in to get the chip damage with the Play Rough is so crucial. But the thing is, you're not going to be able to outpace. You're going to need the bait here. And deciding to go for the Dazzle Game, decide to go for the knockout. I actually don't think this is going to be enough to knock out. But can this Azumarill hang on with enough health to get a charge attack? It comfortably does.
Yeah, Azumarill, one of the most reliable Pokemon in Great League, and for a good reason. Play Rough is going to come through. It's going to knock out the Shadow Sableye. What can Out of Pocket do? Only a little bit health left. But go for aggressive arm down. Elam comes in and has the Aqua Tail. However, Out of Pocket gets it off first, grabs the final shield from Elam.
The reflexes from Pocket. There was a swap, aggressive swap, and then the swap out too. Ridiculous plays from Out of Pocket here to take that energy, and doesn't look like you're gonna look for a charge or undercharge here. Gonna go for the back-to-back Aqua Tails, and that is it for Elam. Gonna be able to 3-ball flex, even though Out of Pocket played that in-game scenario beautifully. It was just not enough.
I think Out of Pocket needs to consider a lone Sand Slash, right? It's way too hard to deal with the entire core of Elam's team that he keeps swapping in and out, right? You got the Jump Love, the Drapion. Drapion having the advantage in the Mirror 2. Jump Love just so strong into everything on the team of Out of Pocket. You got the Drapion into the Jump Up, and it wasn't enough. But if you look at that team from Elam, completely disrespecting Lone Sand Slash. Jump Up in the lead, powder into a could have been a Power Stone Lone Sand Slash, would have to swap in a Drapion, would be behind energy, also would lose that matchup too. The mind games here is, does he trick Out of Pocket to bring it, and now he goes strong into Lone Sand Slash?
The thing is, Elam is only playing 4 Pokemon.
Yep.
He's only playing Shadow Drapion, Azumarill, Shadow Jumpluff, and Lapras.
He threw in a Lone Sand Slash here or there.
Yes, he has.
Yeah.
But for the most part, he's only bringing that Pokemon. And yes, if he brings in the Alolan Sand Slash too, it's not terrible. Like, these matchups are not terrible for the Alolan Sand Slash. Worst case scenario is a Lapras or a mirror Alolan Sand Slash, but that's not the end of the world for Alolan Sand Slash. If that is a key to victory, to be stronger against these team compositions, I say you bring it. There's not that much downside.
Yeah, it's not hard counter. I agree with you there. But if it doesn't win a lot of matchups for you too, it does put Out of Pocket in a tough situation. I do think though he is going to consider it. Let's see if he can or not. 1-0 for Elam in this grand finals. It's going to be the Shadow Drapion Mirror, and there's a Lone Sand Slash back. Mirror teams here in game number 2 of the grand finals.
Wow, okay, so now we have the Shadow Drapion Mirror. We know that Elam is winning charge attack priority in this situation. Out of Pocket decides to throw his energy first. Elam knows he can be more patient with his energy because he can manipulate the charge attack priority.
And this is going to be tough too. Elam has not been throwing on charge attack priority, and Out of Pocket's been trying to catch the Aqua Tail. Does Elam just throw now when he has the Aqua Tail, or does he not? And you can see, oh, doesn't throw, and Out of Pocket actually throwing the Aqua Tail, forcing the shield from Elam, even though Elam wins that charge attack priority situation. Even if Out of Pocket catches on the Zero though, it's not the worst case situation where Out of Pocket tries to catch, unfortunately not able to. And again,
how many times does that happen?
And in comes the Alolan Sand Slash.
That's so risky. A lot of these trainers, I feel like it's such an advantage to win charge attack priority on your Shadow Drapion, because how many times are you forcing these trainers to swap out of the matchup into a Azumarill and then giving the ramp up opportunity for Elam to get to 100 energy? Once again, he is loaded with that Shadow Drapion in the back.
And this Shadow Alolan Sand Slash is going to work on the Alolan, the Azumarill yet again. Azumarill so strong in this meta, but this matchup for Elam is so strong as well. I know he said if Elam wins this, everyone's going to be using Lapras, but I think a lot of people are going to be using Shadow Claw, Alolan Sand Slash just for this matchup alone.
Absolutely, and the Drill Run is going to land into the Azumarill. Both of the timers are coming up shortly after this play rough. Both of these trainers will have their switch available. This will not knock out the Alolan Sand Slash, so will you see a pivot from either of these trainers? Yes, a double pivot. No, one pivot, then the counter pivot from the Alolan Sand Slash. This is the Powder Snow version into the Azumarill of Elam.
It's much harder for Out of Pocket to win this matchup, but he has a shield advantage. However, let's not forget, Elam, 100 energy on that Shadow Drapion. It's going to be a really tough roll ahead for Out of Pocket still, even with the shield advantage.
And how are you going to waste all that energy? You still have 3 Pokemon remaining.
Right?
Yes, you still have 3 Pokemon remaining. You still have your Shadow Drapion. If somehow you could bring it into the matchup, these matchups are so slow that you will get back to your timer again. So that is the advantage for both of these trainers. But besides this Alolan Sand Slash and Azumarill, all of the other Pokemon are getting dangerously low in health. It's all about how Out of Pocket can deal with that 100 energy from Shadow Drapion.
And this is so tough for Out of Pocket. If he shields here, he could get combo played from the Drapion. Chooses to let it go. Low health bars on all his remaining Pokemon. Drapion still has a little bit on his side. Elam going to save the shield tier 2 because he knows, even though he wins charge attack priority against the Drapion, if you have 0 shields, it's not going to matter as long as he gets 1 move.
And then swap. Oh, I love that. Now he has a charge attack, so he can throw on charge attack priority here. Does he throw it blind? Does he throw it into the Alolan Sand Slash? No, he actually throws a Poison Sting in head. Instead, now this is going to be an Aqua Tail. Remember, there are 2 Aqua Tails banked for Elam. There is 2 Protectiles remaining for Out of Pocket.
And Out of Pocket cannot swap out. He's locked into this matchup, but Elam can still potentially catch a move. I think he might even outpace here, but the Switch Hammer is going to be really whittled down with all these charges that he's being thrown back and forth.
He's at the tail now. I believe that Elam is at the Aqua Tail right now with that Protect Shield. Does he throw it? Yes. I think Out of Pocket can't swap out, so no, actually he throws 2 more, and he knows he's going to win Charge Attack priority. The patience from Elam there to go for the Charge Attack priority on the Aqua Tail.
The patience, the precision, the counting. Elam is only a few Poison Stings away from taking another game off of Out of Pocket, going for the Poison Sting down, and he's 1 Poison Sting away from the next Aqua Tail. Goes for the Crunch instead, and that's going to put Elam up 2-0 in this Grand Finals. He's won 5 straight games.
5 straight wins for Elam, and is 1 game away from being your Atlanta Grand Champion. And for him as a trainer, that would be 2 straight regional championships in Toronto. He was first place. Can he get first place here in Atlanta again?
I don't care if you think Elam's the best player in the world or not. He should at least be in the conversation, putting on a clinic here in Atlanta in this Grand Finals and just playing out of his mind.
With Shadow Drapion.
Shadow Drapion.
Over and over and over again, he's able to bank this energy, and he fully swept with the Shadow Drapion once again. We all know it's coming, but it's impossible to stop.
Man, what a series so far. We talk about Shadow Drapion and Azumarill being strong in the last meta. In a way, it's even stronger right now because there's a lack of Digger Speed. Shadow Marowak's now around. Claydol's fine, but Claydol has its own problems in itself, right? It's a fantastic Pokemon, but it doesn't have the same fast attack pressure as the Mud Slap of Shadow Marowak. And it's bulky, but it doesn't have the bulk of Digger Speed.
Right.
And Elam just making quick work of his opponents, utilizing this core time and time again. And that's the tough part, right? When you bring the Powder Snow, Alolan Sandslash, what can you do? And in the Drapion lead there too as well. As we're going into game number 3 here, this is match point for Elam. It's going to be the Claydol into the Lapras. And again, Out of Pocket is going to bring that Powder Snow, Alolan Sandslash, but no jump off in the back for Elam.
And remember how this played out earlier on. There was a 1 Protect Shield versus 1 Protect Shield, and Lapras held on with 1 health to secure victory in that situation. Are these trainers going to play it a little differently this time? Looks like Elam is actually going to throw up the Protect Shield on this Rock Tomb, but Out of Pocket saved his.
Elam going to shield up here. Debuff is going to come through. I assume going to throw the Sparkling Aura before the Rock Tomb's reach. Actually, could have been on Charge Attack priority. Hard to say. Probably not, actually, because Lapras would lose that in against the Claydol. Going to force out the first shield from Out of Pocket. Out of Pocket is going to farm up a little bit extra before the next Sparkling Aura's reach. Really great timing from Out of Pocket. Does Elam let this go? Could go for a bubble down here because he doesn't want to go shieldless on that Shadow Drapion. Oh, wait, again, he wins that in the zeros. We saw this earlier.
Yes, we saw this earlier. No, in the 1s, he's able to hold on barely to get to this last Sparkling Aura to knock out the Claydol. Now Elam does have switch advantage here, but gives 1, 2, 3 Powder Snows worth of an advantage to Out of Pocket.
He's got to come in with the Azumarill, but this means the Drapion from Out of Pocket can also be ahead on energy if he swaps to it first. Elam does win Charge Attack priority, but he can't win anything if he's behind on energy.
I mean, yes, exactly. How is that Drapion going to get ahead on energy? That is the question, because you don't want to come in and try to swap into that Drapion and take a drill run. That would be absolutely devastating. Alolan Sandslash can win this matchup. Actually, it looks like Out of Pocket is in a fantastic situation to get a point on the board in this series.
Let's see if he could do it here. Play Rough's going to come through. You don't really want to catch this on the Shadow Drapion as well. Going to let this damage go through, expecting the Drapion in the back. It's been so reliable for Elam in these games, and he knows because he didn't swap out earlier. Oh, Elam going for the Ice Beam. This is clever play by him.
And now, do you Protect Shield? This could have been the Play Rough as well, because you had the energy for the Play Rough, but calling that it could be the Ice Beam lets this go. And now the Shadow Drapion is coming in for Elam. And the thing is, you're already in range of Aqua Tail if you're Out of Pocket. He's looking a little stressed here because that Ice Beam did so much damage. All Elam needs to do is get the back-to-back Aqua Tails.
Can Out of Pocket swap out? This is a real question because you win the Charge Attack priority. The Ice Beam was enough to threaten knockout range with this Aqua Tail. Pocket is going to throw up his final shield. The next Aqua Tail's not going to be enough to take out this Drapion on the side of Elam. Elam has a decision to make. Do you shield or not? Let's it go.
You don't need the shield. You can just let this go and still
Although
get your
Sand Slash is up,
Aqua Tail
though.
here. And the Sand Slash is 1, 2. It can come out here. Does you see the swap? Does he reach for it? No. He's thinking he can't reach for it. And now the Aqua Tail is going to come through. You are 1 Poison Sting away from the next Aqua Tail as well.
All right, let's see what happens here. Powder Snow is gonna come through. You're gonna get it before the, oh no, gets the Aqua Tail through as well. And that's disastrous for Out of Pocket. Azumarill still healthy in the back as well. And just in the red at this point in time too. I don't think 1 drill run's enough. Oh, actually it's a lot closer. Oh no, you still have a shield.
You still have 1 Protect Shield remaining. That bubble is gonna land. That means Elam just won 6 straight games to become your Atlanta Grand Champion!
What a performance from Elam this entire weekend in Atlanta, and what a performance it was in this grand finals.
Elam looking like a main character here of the 2025 Pokemon Go Championship Series. These trainers are talking right now, but at this moment, Elam just secured back-to-back regional championships.
Doing his best LNDS core lash impression for sure. What an impressive run from Elam. The players are talking, the judges are chatting too, so we will keep you all updated on what the situation may be. But what a series so far. I mean, even if there is a rematch, he has still put on such a show here in the grand finals. Matches under review. We'll keep you all updated on that one as well. I was kind of lost in sauce there too, so I might have missed something too. What do you think is being reviewed here?
You know, this was a different game in concept because a lot of these games, there's been so many swaps, so many interactions. But this game was a little more basic. Both the trainers played out the leads and let the Lapras win just barely. The Claydol go down. The Alolan Sandslash came in. Powder Snow down. The Alolan Sandslash played against the Azumarill. There was a swap by Drapion, a counter swap by Drapion after an Ice Beam. There wasn't a ton of interactions that I saw that would have been the culprit, but we'll let you know as soon as we know. I thought Out of Pocket was in a favorable position, and it looks like we're getting word that there was something with Pocket towards the end with the Drapion mirror matchup.
And that is actually pretty crucial in my opinion, because if he lagged there too, then it means that Elam could have maybe farmed up a little extra before getting to more energy, right? Because he landed 1 Aqua Tail that was crucial in the end against the Alolan Sandslash.
Can I point something else out?
Yeah.
He also was so close to Poison Sting down Elam's Drapion. That Drapion had no health.
That's true.
If he missed the Poison Sting and that Poison Sting was a knockout on the opposing Drapion, then all of that energy goes to waste.
Yeah, and the real question though is Elam still had a shield on the Azumarill. Is the Azumarill able to still win against the Alolan Sandslash if he doesn't get the Aqua Tail off?
Right. Yeah, it's just really hard to determine. Our talented judges are looking at it right now, and as soon as we hear anything more, or if maybe we can look at that in-game interaction between those Shadow Drapions, I thought Out of Pocket had a great position there because he had the Alolan Sandslash into the Azumarill, and I felt like he could set the pace of when he wanted to swap in with the Shadow Drapion. But the thing is, he swapped at a moment where he was going to take an Ice Beam, and that put him behind in that situation. So let's see if we see anything here.
All right, so let's see if both Drapion are getting moves through. 1, 2. Oh, it does look like Pockets might have been half a turn behind. It's hard to tell. It does look like he was half a turn behind, which means that he probably would have reached out Aqua Tail there. It's tough to say, right? Because at the same time, Elam kind of has to throw, otherwise he's going to get Poison Sting down, and he wins the charge attack priority in that situation.
Right, yeah. We know that Elam wins charge attack priority, and then yeah, he was going for a Poison Sting down to Out of Pocket, and the interesting thing is...
Oh yeah, that's actually a good point, because that's 1 less Poison Sting worth of damage as well on the Drapion.
Yeah, exactly. So Out of Pocket was going for that Poison Sting down, and the weird thing is, I believe Elam was the Shadow Drapion that counter-swapped, right? So it's usually the Pokemon entering the battlefield that gets a little bit behind. I believe Out of Pocket was already on the battlefield.
Well, the difference is they had already thrown Aqua Tail, so neither were.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like they were their
gotcha.
attacks, their fast attacks were synced up. Yeah.
Yeah, gotcha.
I do really like. I mean, looking back at that match, okay, maybe we get another chance to take a look at it here, as the judges are going to slow down for not just us but everyone.
Yeah,
so
let's
count
see.
with us here.
Yeah, there's 1. Oh, that second one for Pocket seems slower than the second one from Elam. That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I see that too. So I think the real question is, does it impact the outcome of the match or not?
It's so hard to tell. I mean,
it's hard to tell.
There's so many things that impact winning, that the fact that there's oftentimes in this tournament where we think one trainer is going to win, and then some small subtle change and the other trainer comes out of nowhere and wins. So a little subtle change might seem like it's nothing in the moment, but it can really change everything. So there's so many things to think of, so many situations to mull through. Even in that situation where the game is literally almost over, it's probably 95% complete.
Yep, definitely. I mean, we've seen so many close games this entire weekend, so even the smallest half-second delay can make a difference in these various matchups. But I gotta say, looking back on that match too, I thought it was a really smart play from Elam to throw that Ice Beam, right? Doesn't even matter if it's not play rough. And it didn't get shielded from out of pocket. If it gets shielded, great. If it doesn't get shielded, now you're threatening a knockout with Aqua Tail. And so even though he's behind the energy, he won charge attack priority, and 2, he could tank the Aqua Tail damage much better in that mirror matchup.
Right, exactly, because then you're coming in full health and you can take the Aqua Tail, but as soon as you landed that Ice Beam, now you're in range of Aqua Tail, and that's what made it so clunky for out of pocket, where it did seem like he was in an advantageous situation with a Lowland Sandslash into the Azumarill, and then maybe having a little Lowland Sandslash to fight against the Drapion, or even pivoting Drapion whenever he wanted, because it was hard for Elam to pivot his Drapion against an Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah. What a series, though, as we will keep you all updated on the results from the judges as they were working hard behind the scenes. But Shadow Ball, Alolan Sandslash, I think at some point this weekend I said, I probably prefer the Powder Snow. It does look a lot better. But just for the Azumarill matchup alone, that's such an advantage, because there's not a lot of things that could tank that damage well. There's not a lot of Steel types, right? And there's not a lot of Fire types, and even if you're resisting that damage, you're taking super effective bubbles, right? So that's not really a great way to soak up that damage either. But the Powder Snow Alolan Sandslash just has a disadvantage in that matchup, as we saw in this series too. But Elam taking advantage of that Shadow Call Alolan Sandslash has paid so much dividends to him in these various matchups, and just made it really hard for opposing opponents to even run the Powder Snow Alolan Sandslash into him.
Yeah, and I mean, if we have a chance, actually, maybe we could look at day 2 usage again, because Sandslash was quite high. It's really nice against the opposing Sandslash as well, right? Where you have that mirror battle where you can have the Shadow Claw versus the Powder Snow. We saw that play out between Nighttime Clasher and Elam, and once again, a moment where we thought Elam's going to be eliminated, and now he has won 6 straight battles and is about to be crowned champion, just depending on how this review goes for him.
Yeah, and even if it's rematch, he's still up 2 games to 0, right? So that's a tough spot either way for Out of Pocket. I mean, Out of Pocket's been in tough positions before too, so not saying I'm counting him out just yet, but Elam has a significant advantage in the series. It looks like maybe there's going to be a rematch, and yes, it is a rematch. Rematch ruled by Judge due to the lost Poison Sting. So here we go. We got another game on our hands in this grand finals. How does Out of Pocket pull off the reverse sweep? He's already locked in, though. He's already thought of a plan here to start his comeback.
And this has happened in the past where, say, a trainer, I remember Mountain Dugong, seemed like he was eliminated. Suddenly, he rematched. He won a battle. He won another battle. Out of Pocket's not out of it yet. If he gets 1 point on the board here, get a little momentum, suddenly you can still reverse sweep this series. You can still become the Atlanta champion. Out of Pocket has an uphill battle, but it's not over for him yet.
Fun fact, this is not the first time players in our circuit have been in this spot before. Not these 2 players, but I recall, I believe it was Rick Flareon against They Love Jai in the Oceania Regional. I think won the first game, loses 3 games to They Love Jai, loses the next 2 in the bracket reset, and then Rick Flareon actually pulls off the 3-0 reverse sweep against They Love Jai in that grand finals. So it's not impossible, and it will make for amazing broadcast content. Let's see if Out of Pocket can do it as well.
Pocket said this is the most locked in he has felt. He said obviously his North American International Championship, he was playing at that level, but he feels comfortable with the way he plays all of these Pokemon. He said maybe it's not his favorite team ever, but the way he's able to adapt in this meta with these Pokemon and the comfortability, all that practice, all the screaming, 2 to 3 weeks, every single day is leading him to this moment to give him the opportunity to reverse sweep Elam and still get a chance at the championship right here.
And Elam working so hard this entire season, over the years as well, for his first title. all that hard work does not go to waste in your very next tournament, and we're seeing it right here in this grand finals. Here we go, match point for Elam yet again. It's going to be the Lapras into the Shadow Drapion.
And this is okay for the Lapras. We know that the side waves are resisted. I've said it before, but the Lapras can win this situation. All you need to do is properly protect shield a crunch, and you can win the ones. But the Shadow Drapion can win the zeros here.
This backline looks tough for out of pocket. No debuff's going to come through on that first crunch. If you look at the backlines, if it lines up for Elam, it could be good for him. And the thing is, if he shields and wins this one shield situation, it is not easy to get rid of this Lapras.
No, it is not at all. And here comes the first Sparkling Aria. Does get protection up. Elam's probably going to match it. Yes, he does match it. You don't really have a great option to swap into. Usually, out of pocket's been bringing Azumarill every single battle. You can't swap into your own Azumarill to try to soak this Sparkling Aria. Instead, swapping into the Alolan Sandslash. And once again, Elam has the opportunity not only to throw energy, but he can bank up some more energy as well, or even stay in if he wants.
Yeah, these double resisted Powder Snow is why it's so hard for out of pocket to have advantage here. Oh, and catching the drill run and getting the bubble through on the Zero. A huge play from Elam.
High level mechanics there to swap on the charge attack to get a full three-turn fast attack through. That is the advantage of having a one-turn fast attack Pokemon like Lapras. You can really time your switches perfectly to give you a little bit of energy advantage. High level play from Elam.
And now Play Rough is reached. Elam's going to try to throw it against the Alolan Sandslash, try to get rid of it, as it is pretty annoying for the Drapion in the back. Actually throws on bad timing on purpose to try to get a little bit extra energy. I don't actually know if the Play Rough is enough to knock out, but yeah, it does knock out. So a huge calculated play again from Elam.
One Protect Shield remaining for both of these trainers. You still have the Shadow Drapion lurking in the back for Elam. Here comes out of pocket Shadow Drapion. Gonna try to bank up some energy here. The thing is, the crunch isn't gonna be enough to knock out here. So out of pocket's kind of shaking his head. How am I gonna finish off this Azumarill? I don't want to swap in the Sableye and take a charge attack there. I have no path to knocking this thing out.
And you see Elam just throwing the Play Rough right away, trying to avoid any potential catch opportunities for out of pocket. It is going to connect. Switch timer is back up. Elam still has a Sparkling Aria in the back, but comes the Shadow Drapion. It is going to outpace to the crunch before the Dazzling Gleam is reached against out of pocket. Out of pocket has a decision to make. Do you let the crunch go? It's a lot of neutral damage, but you don't want to get debuffed as well. It's going to let the first crunch go. Can he even do anything? And insult to injury. Defense is dropped.
The problem is, and as he just goes for it, he is also a Shadow Claw behind, so he can't go for double gleam. So he's just going for it, and he's gonna land it in the Elam. It's secure, no, not secure. The knockout almost inches away from victory there against the Shadow Drapion, and he just has to let his Sableye go. A 3-ball flex in game number 3. Elam, once again, is your 2025 Atlanta Grand Champion.
There's no stopping this man here in the circuit. Wins back-to-back regionals on the verge of defeat throughout multiple points in this weekend, but plays on precision points and is able to come away with another championship.
8 straight series that he won on Championship Sunday. 7 straight battles, technically, that he just won in this grand finals matchup. Brilliant play. Once again, he is back-to-back regional champion. He is the main character in this Atlanta story for Pokemon Go.
All right, we've had back-to-back champions before, right? Jakobovich, I believe, is one of them.
Yes.
Corlash, for sure.
Yes.
I don't know if Junebug was able to sneak in a back-to-back or not. He won a lot of titles. He might have.
Yeah.
3 in a row, though. That's a different story. We've never seen that before. But Elam looking unstoppable in this meta.
And a crucial piece as well, out of pocket is #1 on the leaderboards in North America. But with this victory for Elam, that gives him an opportunity to maybe even reach that #1 on the leaderboard. I mean, at that point, it's more of a flex than an advantage, because even if you are top 8, you will still get that travel award. It doesn't matter if you're #1 or #4, but you would like to come out of the season into the World Championship as #1 in your region.
All right, let's take a look at some highlights to see how Elam got here. He lost the first game, and he did not look back ever since. As we see, that was what happened there. The huge undercharge from both players, out of pocket undercharging just a bit better than Elam, making it look like, okay, this is serious to win. 2 more wins, and that's it. But Elam playing so well here too. The incredible catch as well from out of pocket, but just not enough.
Out of pocket started out on fire in this series with that amazing undercharge to win game number 1. Game number 2 with the swap cap to force all the energy out of Elam. At that point, I was thinking out of pocket's kind of outplaying Elam here. Yeah. It's going to be really tough for Elam to get back into this series, but boy did he, because as soon as he lost that one game, he didn't lose again on the back of this Pokemon right here. In these highlights, you're gonna see it over and over again. Shadow Drapion was able to close so many games for Elam.
Yeah, I agree with you too. I actually do think that Out of Pocket did outplay him in maybe the first and maybe even the second game, but Elam's team composition just way too strong. And after that second game, it looked like he could run anything on his composition outside the clay doll and have play into Out of Pocket's team. And it's just one of those situations where you run this, I'm gonna run this, right? It's like they're in your head. No matter what I do, I just can't find a way to build an advantage there. And Elam did just that to defeat Out of Pocket in this Grand Finals in the largest Pokemon Go tournament to date.
Let's look at the second highlight here, because I felt like there was a little bit of a shift. Out of Pocket was getting a little bit outplayed by playing a fluid game style and swapping in and trying to catch energy against the opposing Shadow Drapion and just letting Elam bank up all of that energy and then swap out again. I feel like Out of Pocket then decided to play things a little more statically, play out the leads, play out the one Protect Shield situations, but the problem is Elam was winning those as well. Even in those situations, he was winning the one shield matchup with the Lapras. He was able to handle, even when you feel like he was at a disadvantage of a Lowland Sandslash into a Azumarill, he was handling the fluid situations and the static game style as well.
Yeah, just super well played from Elam as well. Just slivers of health left to get final moves to be thrown in so many spots. Out of Pocket played a fantastic tournament as well. Was undefeated going to Grand Finals, and honestly, I'm sure if I was him, I was hoping that someone would probably take Elam down some way along the way, having lost on day number 1, but Elam persevered and fought through the loser's bracket. In my opinion, I think this series win might have been even more impressive than Toronto. Maybe not specifically the series, but the whole tournament, right? Because I felt like he had way more situations where he thought he probably was about to lose than Toronto. Toronto, he had a very tough Grand Finals against Septile Ice. I think the team composition was a little bit more even there, but the rest of the tournament, I think he kind of breezed through it in a way.
I agree with you completely. It felt like Toronto was his moment because at the time he was the best trainer probably that hadn't won a title yet. Yeah. And it was his moment. This tournament, it felt like his greatness because he was able to win 8 straight series on the loser side of the bracket, able to win 6 or 7 straight battles in a Grand Finals in a brand new meta.
Yep.
That is greatness on display from Elam.
Well, let's take a look at that greatness as we have the standings from the tournament. Elam at the very top, Out of Pocket following right after. Ashton Ash looking for his first title, and I mean, I gotta say, it's probably coming around the corner soon. Tomahawk as well, 4th place, looking for his title as well. Fantastic consistency from both of these trainers. LL Semi, best tournament performance to date, but I think he's got more in the tank for future events. Nighttime Clasher, I mean, a regular in the top cut, right? A regular in the final standings. Dialab Churn, household name, and Mountain Dugong making an appearance as well in this top 8, playing really well first time without that Dugong.
Let's look at the event winners as well, but there's just so much on the line, even when you don't think it, because these 2 trainers here in 1st and 2nd place already have regional championships. You might not think there's a lot on the line, but there is, because we have a championship point system now. So they're jockeying for positions. We have Ashton Ash that's trying to get up on the rankings as well. And plus, there's still going to be a travel award for the next international championships as well, which after the North American International Championships conclude, then you'll be eligible for the Latin American International Championship Travel Award for next season. So you want to try to get top 4 in your region to secure that. And after Ashton Ash in 4th place, Tomahawk got some crucial championship points, I think, to push him into top 8 in Europe to qualify for that travel award potentially for the World Championships.
He's been performing really well as well across the seas here. And what you're telling me is we're going to see a lot more of these players, especially at the big tournaments. And I'm excited to see that as well because they put on such a show. I remember distinctly at LAIC as well, Latin American International Championships. I got knocked out pretty early, so I'm in the spectator sense watching, right? I'm watching Elam. You know, he didn't win it all, but he did a top 5 finish there. He's just playing Shadow Drapion, Shadow for Alligator, Azumarill. And I'm sitting there thinking, like, how hard could this be? You know, say stars for Alga every time. He does the same thing, but the difference is he just plays it better than other people, right? I'm like, shout out Drapion. 4 to Aquatail, 5 to Crunch. How hard could it be to play a Pokemon this spammy and this quick? And I can just run the same team composition, but you can try to be like Elam, but there's only one Elam, and he's here to stay, and he's going to get his 2nd title here in Atlanta.
And it's time to crown our champion. So let's head on over to the stage with Septile.
Butters. 220 trainers registered for this regional tournament, but only one came out victorious, and that was Elam. But let's just take an extra second to congratulate some of our very top trainers from this tournament. So let's start out with our 3rd place finisher, coming here all the way from Mexico, that's Ashton Ash. All right, congratulations, Ashton Ash. This is another fantastic tournament run for you, and I know you've had a lot of success, not just at the regional level, but also at the international level. What advice do you have for trainers who are kind of struggling to make that next step and really perform well at those high-level tournaments?
Practice a lot. You know, I'm nothing special. I started playing when my first tournament was in Sacramento 2024, and I just practice a lot. Using Inadequate server, Inadequate, shout out to you guys. You really help a lot of the community, even this fella right here.
All right, I think you're selling yourself a little bit short there. You have so many fantastic performances, but yes, I agree, practice is key. I know you have a lot of fans all around the world. Where can they expect to see you competing next?
Oh, next week, actually, I'm gonna go to Monterey. So I'll see you guys there, my Mexican folks, I'll see you guys there. It's gonna be a blast. And after that, it's gonna be NAIC and then Worlds. That'll be it.
All right, that sounds like a lot. I'm sure everyone will be excited to see you there. And before we let you go, is there anyone else you want to shout out? Anyone who helped you practice? Anyone else who's supporting you?
Yeah. First of all, shout out once again to Rockhaven and Pyro Panda. They really helped me out a lot prepping for this tournament. Shout out to Monica. Thanks for always watching me. Also, shout out to my boys, Rigo, Damien, Luis, my mom, my brothers, Derek, Itzel, Angel. And yeah, everybody, if I'm just forgetting somebody, I'm sorry. Shout out to PvP Steve. Love you, guy. And yeah. So thank you, guys.
All right, well, congratulations once again. I'm sure all of your friends all around the world are very excited and very proud of you. Thank you. All right, and next up, our runner-up at this tournament, that'll be Out of Pocket. All right, Pocket, you are one of the most fun trainers for everyone to watch and interact with, and you're also one of the most decorated trainers we've ever had in the championship series. What is it that continues to motivate you to continue to compete and improve?
Honestly, it's just always like a feeling of like, this could have been better, that could have been better. I feel like this was honestly, even though this is second at a regional, I won NAIC, I feel like this is the best tournament I've played in a very long time. I was on point, I overcame some bad matchups. Not really the grand finals, but I feel like I was on a heater, and even in the grand finals, and I won one game, I still feel like I was making good plays and trying to keep the games close. Elam was just always a step ahead and calling every play I try to make. I think if I caught half the Aqua Tails that he threw on my Azu, I might have actually had a chance, but try my best, and I feel like I had a really good team, and I scrimmed a lot. Everything felt like I knew, I've been here before, I knew how to play matchups, I knew what they were thinking. So this is probably the most complete me that you guys have ever seen.
I know you've talked about wanting to have a tournament where you overcame some adversity in order to get the end result. What would you think was your favorite series or your favorite play from this tournament?
Honestly, it's either Dazzling Gleaming K-Pine in Winners Finals of my group. I think that was pretty sick. And probably the Peekaboo against Dre Flames. I think those two were like, I've been here, they're obviously going to see my Pokemon and throw, or I've been the Malamar against the Sableye, and you know that you want a no-shield of foul play to get an advantage.
You've accomplished so much, not only this season, but just in your career in general. What are your goals, if you have any specific ones, for the rest of the season?
I kind of want a title. I think that'd be pretty cool. I mean, I know that one's Puerto Rico special event, but honestly, I kind of just went there for the points and the in-game shirt. I'm very proud of that win, but I feel like I can do better. I can show more of me winning.
All right, and then last chance for any shout-outs. I know you've given a lot already.
Okay, well, Mom, shout outs to you. Honestly, I missed a few scrim partners that were very consistent. I would say the number one is Jai. They love Jai. I honestly scrim people from across the world, multiple different regions, even NA. People are going to this tournament even. And but Jai, I scrimmed at least once, if not twice a day. Also Pyro Panda for the same reason.
All right, well, Pocket, thank you so much. We'll look forward to seeing you in the rest of the season. All right, and finally, we have our winner rising out of the 220 participants here in Atlanta, our back-to-back regional champion, Elam. All right, Elam, congratulations on another title. You are the only North American trainer this season to have multiple titles. I was watching the grand finals out with some friends in the crowd. I heard Rise to Occasion call you the best Drapion Azu player in the world. I heard Ashton Ash call you the best player in the world, period. Please comment on that.
Well, I had Pocket at the top of my list in NA, and I think I've become the best player in NA so far.
All right, I think there's some merit. You can make that argument if you want. You've also come out of some really tough situations, not just in specific games, but also just coming out of the losers bracket here. What tips do you have for trainers at home to kind of stay resilient and be able to move past their losses in their tournament runs?
I was talking about it for a bit in the interview back with Speedy, and it's just taking one game at a time. If you're thinking about, oh no, I have to win the whole tournament, like on day one still, then you're not gonna stay focused. You just gotta take it one game at a time and just like believe in your team. This sounds a little bit cheesy, but yeah, believe in your team, believe in yourself, and just build solid team comps and stuff like that.
All right, thank you so much, Elam. And last chance for any shoutouts as the Atlanta Regional Champion.
You're catching me off guard with this. Shout out to So, because she's great and she helped me scrimming, and actually she was running Pocket Steam on scrims even though she didn't know what Pocket Steam was, so that helped a lot. Shout out to SJ Pronov, Signal, Ed, I don't know, Mango, Paul, Monahan, Jingles, all of my friends. Shout out to you and shout out to the crowd. So yeah.
A long list of friends. Congratulations once again, Elam. Thank you so much. That's our back-to-back regional champion, and I think we're going to kick it back to the casters to close out the show.
Located squarely between Palmetto County and Peachtree City is Atlanta, and that city belongs to Elam. Congratulations to our champion, taking the grand finals from the loser's side bracket. What an incredible finals. You guys crushed the cast. That was so much fun. That was so exciting. What were your thoughts on that final matchup, Caleb?
I mean, not even just final matchup, throughout the weekend. There were a couple points where I had to sit down because I almost passed out while casting Elam's matches, because it looked like he had no win conditions in so many matches, even leading up to the grand finals. What a showcase from him.
Well, it doesn't just feel like he owns the city. It feels like he owns the entire season in North America with his greatness and consistency in 2 straight regional championships. It's crazy to me that there was a moment against Nighttime Clasher where I think probably 80% of everyone thought that he would be eliminated, and now he is your grand champion.
The season of Elam, as Butters would say. Let's go ahead and take a look at our winner's side bracket and see how everything shaped up. Obviously, we have our champion, Elam, coming from that loser side bracket. If I'm not mistaken, he was maybe the only trainer in our top 16 here to go all the distance to that grand finals, starting on the loser side bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. He lost to Ashton Ash at the end of day number 1, and then winning 8 straight series to get there, or 7 or 8. At some point, he's won so many in a row now, it's even hard to keep track of. But oh, this is how you can keep track.
Yeah, right
1,
there.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, because he won both of the grand finals. That is 8 straight.
Absolutely insane gameplay from Elam and Pocket, as well as Ashton Ash, our 3rd place finisher. But Caleb, let's talk through the tools of the trait. This was our top usage in terms of Atlanta day number 2. Anything stand out to you? Anything surprise you?
A little blue, a little white. It's going to be that Azumarill, 75% usage. Shadow Drapion falling short after. I do like that Shadow Sableye has made a mark here in the tournament. And something that I really found interesting was the variations with the Power Gem and the Dazzling Gleam. Along Sandslash, same thing. Shadow Claw versus Powder Snow. And we saw advantages to both throughout the weekend. Obviously in the grand finals, the Shadow Claw variant came out on top, but I think the Powder Snow variant still has a lot of play. Same thing with the Power Gem. We saw a lot of utility with it, but Out of Pocket doesn't defeat Ashton Ash in that last game without the Dazzling Gleam. So all this extra variety that you can add to the meta is so nice to see.
A couple of incredible surprises like Ashton Ash and his Corviknight, as well as Semi playing the Furret. But you know what? We walked into this tournament with some key predictions. Let's break down how we did and see if
look
we
at that
were on the
Azumarill
money.
at the top.
Look at the Azumarill. Oh my gosh, Caleb, who would have guessed it? Butters, walk us through your picks, please.
Yeah, I got the Blastoise. The Shadow Blastoise actually did really well for Dialab. And then I had Claydol. I know Speedy and Soph also had that. We had a Claydol finals, right? Both those trainers had Claydol on their roster. And then number 3, I think, was number 10 on that usage, and day number 2 might have been the most underrated Pokemon. It was so strong here in Atlanta, day number 2, the Corviknight.
That's right. And we did see a glimmer of Unova Stunfisk from Dialab Churn, but not too much of it. I do got to give credit to the 3 of you with the Claydol. I think it was a really smart adjustment for a lot of players. They saw the Swalot at Stockholm. They say, we're going to make that adjustment here. And look at this. We're all wrong with our predictions for the caster MVP pick. We didn't think Elam could win it all yet again, but he's proven me wrong so many times this weekend, and he's proven everyone wrong this weekend as well on our predictions.
This is such like a small touch from production.
They graded out. They graded out to say that we couldn't do it right.
They're like, oh, sorry, casters. Your picks actually didn't make it all the way to the grand finals. A shout out to our production team. They're so incredible. They're so fascinating. They do a great job for us. But guys, this is Atlanta, right? We have a few more regionals left this season, all leading up to the World Championships. Butters, we've got Milwaukee and Portland, and then we've got NAIC. What are you the most looking forward to?
I mean, there's so much left to be settled in the meta, also within the championship points of these trainers. Remember, we have a new format with championship points, so it's going to be the top 75 trainers that are going to qualify for the World Championships this season. A lot of these trainers are still trying to get onto that leaderboard to do so. So even though we are in the last 25%, there is still so much impactful Pokemon Go PvP to be had.
I want to encourage everyone, don't wait until the last minute to register if you want to compete in Milwaukee, if you want to compete at Portland, or even Seville. Make sure to get on that registration form as quickly as you can. Caleb, we've seen so much ingenuity and inspiration from the EU scene. Judging from what we've seen in Atlanta, what do you expect the Europeans to do?
Man, the Europeans, in my opinion, are one of the most creative team-building region we've ever seen in the circuit, too.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm genuinely curious to see how they're going to make the adaptation as well. And I think I'm going to be wrong in the prediction, so I'm not going to say too much, but I do think that Corviknight usage will increase in resurgence. But does that mean we see a return of electric types?
Ooh.
Electric types are hard to use, though, in this meta, right? If we see someone win it with Morpeko, I'm about to lose my mind.
Honestly, Caleb, I feel a little bad because asking to predict EU is almost impossible. I mean, Charjabug, Greninja. I know, what a tough thing. But let's talk about Milwaukee, because that is our next North America Regional Championship, heading out to the Midwest, Butters. This one's going to be a little chilly.
Yeah, and I think a core that was so underrated but used in every single battle when it came down to it was Ashton Ash, Shadow Primeape, and Corviknight.
Oh, yeah.
That Pokemon core was so strong. Although he didn't win it all, he was pretty much bringing that safely into every single battle here in Atlanta. So that's one core I'm looking forward to in Milwaukee.
Exactly right, Butters. I want to encourage everyone at home, if you were inspired by Ashton Ash's Corviknight, if you enjoyed watching Elam reset that grand finals bracket and take home the trophy, get involved, take that inspiration, take that spark that you have right now, go over to the website rk9.gg/events/Pokemon, register, sign up, use that event locator, find a local cup or challenge near you, and get started. Everyone starts somewhere. And we're actually approaching the end of the road here in Atlanta. Make sure to follow the Pokemon.com/broadcast, or go to the website as well, because you don't want to miss the next broadcast. And I want to ask our co-casters as well, what are your final thoughts? And if you're going to make a post on social right now, what would you say? What's your recap for the tournament, Butters?
One of the best tournaments ever in Pokemon Go history. The meta was so exciting. the ability, the performance from these trainers, so many wins that came from nowhere. Felt like anything could have happened in the meta. Feel like any trainer could have won at any time. We had record-setting attendance for North America, record-setting attendance as a whole for a regional in all of Pokemon between the 3 titles. Just an absolutely epic event. We have so much momentum going forward towards Worlds. I can't wait for the rest of the season.
Caleb, your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm just sitting here thinking 24 hours ago, we're sitting here, right? We're asking people what we think about tomorrow's results once we had that top 16. I remember Soph saying, we're looking at the graphic of all the trainers that won a championship in North America this season. All the patients were saying, she's saying, oh, there's a pretty good chance it's not gonna be a repeat winner, a repeat face on this graphic here tomorrow. But lightning does strike twice, and Elam was able to pull off the impossible run here yet again. So big congratulations to him. And like I said, anything really could happen, but I think the best hope is that Elam's not at your next tournament that you're attending.
I was going to say, Elam said it so well in that pre-Grand Finals interview. He says, I'm going to prove you wrong. And he absolutely did in that Grand Finals matchup. What an incredible tournament. I don't know if there's anything left to say. I'm feeling like I'm on cloud 9. I'm sure our champions are feeling the same. Thank you, everyone, for watching at home. We appreciate you. We adore you. Please tune into the next broadcast, and we'll see you very soon.